Hello and welcome. I know many of you use this video to fall asleep. Before you drift off, I'd love to know where you're listening from. If you enjoy it, don't forget to like and subscribe. Chapter 1. The Reopening of the Restaurant. Lucas stood at the imposing doors of La Ultima Cena, feeling a mix of anticipation and unease as he gazed at the building. The restaurant, once the most renowned in the city, had been closed for 30 years. Today, it was reopening, and Lucas had been fortunate, or perhaps cursed enough, to secure a position as a kitchen apprentice. The grandeur of the place was undeniable. Even now, its ancient walls whispered of a bygone era, of illustrious meals served to the elite, of secrets that were never meant to be unearthed. There was something about the place that unsettled him. The restaurant's exterior was imposing, a structure of faded stonework, with ivy creeping up its sides, like the fingers of time itself. The heavy wooden doors, adorned with intricate carvings, looked as if they hadn't been touched in decades. When Lucas had entered earlier in the day for his orientation, a shiver ran down his spine. The dim light filtering through the high windows gave everything a shadowy, almost spectral quality, as if the place had been abandoned by the world for too long. The air smelled old, stale, yet somehow rich with the fragrance of what had once been. As the clock struck 12, the doors finally swung open, and the first customers of the night began to file in. Their faces were a mixture of curiosity and eager excitement, though Lucas noticed there was something strange in their eyes, an almost feverish gleam that sent a cold chill down his spine. They were all drawn to the same thing, the special dish. "Lucas," a voice called behind him, pulling him from his thoughts. It was Chef Aldo, the head chef, his voice commanding as he motioned toward the kitchen. "We need to get ready. Tonight is important." Lucas nodded, his heart quickening. Chef Aldo was an imposing figure, his tall frame and sharp features reminiscent of a man who had seen far more than anyone should. His cold blue eyes scanned Lucas with an intensity that made the young apprentice feel like he was already being judged. Still, there was something about Aldo's professionalism that calmed him. Aldo had been working at La Ultima Cena for years, long before its closure, and he was revered in the culinary world for his skill, although Lucas had never quite gotten over the unsettling aura that seemed to surround him. "Have you heard the rumors?" Lucas asked hesitantly as he followed Aldo to the kitchen. Aldo didn't respond at first, merely gesturing for Lucas to prepare the counter. When Lucas pressed further, Aldo finally spoke, his voice low and almost reverent. "The restaurant has a legacy. It's not just about the food, it's about the history and the special dish." He paused, his eyes hardening. "You'll see soon enough. Just focus on the food. Everything else is irrelevant." Lucas didn't press the matter further. As the night progressed, he became absorbed in the frenzy of preparing plates, helping with the garnishing, watching as Aldo meticulously directed the staff. Every movement in the kitchen was precise, choreographed, as if they were part of a grand performance. Yet, there was an undeniable tension in the air, a nervous energy that hung like a fog over everything. The waitstaff moved quickly, their faces tense. The diners, too, seemed oddly eager, some even whispering excitedly about the special dish. They spoke of it as if it were more than just a meal. It was an event, a culmination of years of anticipation. But what made this dish so special? Lucas couldn't stop wondering, even as his hands worked tirelessly, preparing ingredients and sauces under Chef Aldo's watchful eye. Then it came time for the first order of the special dish. "Table 4, the head waiter called out, his voice a mixture of excitement and fear. The words seemed to echo throughout the room as the waitstaff moved to serve. Lucas watched as the delicate plates, gleaming with unfamiliar ingredients, were placed in front of the eagerly awaiting guests. He noticed how the diners' expressions changed the moment the first bite was taken. Their eyes widened, pupils dilating, as if they were experiencing something far beyond mere sustenance. There was an almost reverent silence that filled the room, broken only by the soft clinking of silverware against porcelain. The smell that permeated the room was intoxicating. Something rich, something metallic. Lucas couldn't quite place it, but it lingered in his nostrils, a sharp, almost nauseating scent. It wasn't long before one of the diners, an older man dressed in an expensive suit, stood up abruptly, clutching his chest, his face contorted in a strange mixture of pleasure and pain, and before anyone could react, he collapsed onto the floor, lifeless. The room fell into a stunned silence. Lucas froze, unable to process what he had just witnessed, but no one else seemed to react. The other diners continued eating, their faces masked with that same feverish excitement. The waitstaff, unfazed, continued to serve the special dish. "Clear the body," Aldo muttered under his breath, not even looking up from his work. "Get it out of here. No one saw anything. Just keep working." It was as if nothing had happened. The body was quickly and efficiently removed, and the meal continued as if it were an ordinary night, the strange metallic scent lingering in the air like a warning. But it wasn't just the bizarre event that unsettled Lucas. There was something else, a sense of wrongness, an undeniable undercurrent to the evening. The special dish, whatever it was, seemed to have an effect on the diners, as if it were manipulating their senses, controlling their reactions. Lucas, unsettled and confused, glanced at the kitchen. Chef Aldo's eyes were still cold, distant. He had witnessed everything with the calm demeanor of someone who had seen it all before. Lucas's hands trembled slightly as he continued to prepare ingredients, trying to push away the rising feeling in his gut. The night wore on, and as more special dishes were served, more guests disappeared, vanishing into thin air, without a word or even a scream. The others seemed to take no notice, as if they were expecting it. As the final orders came in, Lucas couldn't shake the feeling that the restaurant was more than just a place for food. It was a stage, and they were all part of a performance that was far beyond their control. It was nearly midnight when Lucas caught Chef Aldo staring at him, his expression unreadable. "You'll get used to it," Aldo said flatly, his voice quiet but unmistakable. "Everyone does. But remember, the special dish isn't for everyone. Some people, they don't come back." A cold chill ran through Lucas as he looked around at the tables, all empty now, except for the ones who had ordered the dish. "What happens to them?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. Aldo simply shook his head. "Don't ask questions you don't want answers to, Lucas. Trust me. Just do your job. That's all you need to know." As Lucas wiped down the counter, his mind raced. Something dark and sinister was unfolding before him, and he wasn't sure how much longer he could ignore it. But one thing was certain. The special dish was not just a meal. It was a mystery, one that seemed to tie everything together, and Lucas was already entangled in its deadly web. The night ended, and the doors were locked. Lucas stared at the building from the outside, the towering structure seeming to loom over him like a silent sentinel, guarding its secrets. Whatever the truth was, he was now a part of it, and there was no turning back. Chapter 2. The Special Dish. The night was already thick with anticipation when the first whispers about the special dish began circulating through the restaurant. It wasn't just another menu item. This was the Play-Doh special, the legendary dish that no one had dared request in decades. Lucas had heard the rumors, of course, how the dish was tied to the restaurant's dark history, how it held a mystery no one could quite unravel. Yet, despite the tension in the air, Lucas couldn't help but feel a strange fascination with it. This was his chance to prove himself, the opportunity to participate in something greater than an ordinary meal. The moment the clock struck 8, the select group of guests entered the restaurant. They were a carefully chosen party, dressed in lavish attire, each bearing a look of expectation that bordered on reverence. There was something in their eyes, a gleam of eagerness that struck Lucas as strange. These weren't the regular patrons of La Ultima Cena. They were different. Their quiet, almost solemn excitement made the atmosphere heavier than usual. Chef Aldo stood at the head of the kitchen, watching them as they were seated at the most prominent table, their conversation barely audible above the hum of the restaurant. They didn't need menus. Without a word, they ordered the special dish, and the room seemed to hold its breath. "Lucas," Aldo called, his voice low and steady. "It's time. Prepare the dish." Lucas felt his stomach tighten. This was it. He had been trained for months, learning the intricacies of fine dining, the art of plating, the precision required in every step. But this was something else. The special dish wasn't just food. It was an event, a rite, and tonight, he was to be a part of it. As he moved to the prep counter, Lucas noticed the air growing heavy, thick with an odd mixture of spices, herbs, and something metallic. The smell wasn't unpleasant, but it was unlike anything he had encountered before. It clung to his nostrils, sharp and penetrating, as though the very atmosphere was charged with some unseen force. He shook his head, trying to focus, but the scent lingered, growing stronger with each passing minute. "What's in this dish, Chef?" Lucas asked, unable to suppress his curiosity. Aldo's eyes flicked toward him, cold and unblinking. "Focus on your task, Lucas. You don't need to know everything. Just prepare it as instructed." Lucas nodded, swallowing the lump forming in his throat. He had learned by now not to question the peculiarities of this place, but the unease was creeping up on him again. He turned back to the counter, where the ingredients for the dish lay before him. They were rare, almost exotic, a blend of fresh herbs, delicate meats, and an assortment of spices that seemed to shimmer with a strange intensity. Among them was something that looked like a delicate cut of veal, but it was darker than anything he had ever seen, almost too dark. He couldn't place the exact color, rich brown with veins of crimson running through it. The texture felt wrong to the touch, slick and almost unnaturally smooth. With each step, Lucas tried to ignore the prickling sensation at the back of his neck. The dish called for precision, and he needed to focus. As he prepared the meat, he couldn't help but glance up occasionally, his gaze drawn back to the diners. They were talking in hushed tones, exchanging glances that made Lucas feel even more like an outsider in their strange ritual. Something about them seemed to be waiting, as if they expected something beyond just a meal. The special dish required a special sauce, one that Lucas had never worked with before. It was made from a reduction of herbs and something else, something elusive, something that tasted faintly metallic. When he added the final touch to the sauce, the kitchen seemed to hum with a strange energy, as if the very air had thickened, become more tangible. The scent was overpowering now, making his stomach churn, yet he continued working. Finally, the dish was ready. As he placed the final touches on the plates, he could feel the weight of the moment pressing down on him. Chef Aldo gave a small, approving nod. "It's time," Aldo said, his voice barely a whisper. The plates were carried out into the dining room by the waitstaff, each one placed in front of the guests with quiet ceremony. Lucas watched from the kitchen, his hands still trembling slightly, his heart racing as the diners picked up their forks. They took their first bites, and the room seemed to fall silent. At first, the guests were reserved, as if savoring every bite, their eyes narrowing as the flavors took hold. But soon, a subtle shift occurred. Their faces changed, expressions morphing from enjoyment to something more intense, something feverish. The metallic scent that had been wafting through the air seemed to settle in the room, becoming almost suffocating. Lucas could see it now. The diners' hands trembled slightly, their pupils dilated. It was as if they were experiencing something more than just food, something beyond the physical. The tension in the room thickened. "What's happening to them?" Lucas murmured, unable to tear his gaze away. Chef Aldo's face remained impassive as he watched the diners. "They're just enjoying the dish, Lucas. Nothing more," Aldo said, his voice cold. But Lucas knew better. There was something wrong. He couldn't explain it, but the air seemed charged, the energy in the room heavy, with something that shouldn't be there. His heart pounded in his chest as he watched, almost in slow motion, as one of the diners, a middle-aged man with a well-groomed beard, suddenly stood up. His hand shot to his throat, his face contorting in a strange mixture of pleasure and agony. Before anyone could react, he collapsed, his body hitting the floor with a sickening thud. The room was deathly still. The other diners barely blinked, as if the scene had been expected. They continued eating, speaking quietly among themselves, as though this had happened before. The waitstaff moved with mechanical precision, quickly clearing the body away, never missing a beat. No one seemed fazed. The man was gone, and the special dish was still being served. Lucas stood frozen, his mind reeling. What had just happened? The man had eaten the food and vanished. There was no sign of struggle, no blood, nothing but an empty space at the table. "Don't make a scene," Chef Aldo said quietly from behind him, startling Lucas out of his thoughts. "This is how it works. Now get back to work." Lucas didn't question him. He couldn't. The room was swirling around him, the sounds of clinking silverware and murmured conversations seeming to fade into the background as a cold realization settled in his gut. There was something far more sinister at play here than he had ever imagined. As the night wore on, more diners ordered the special dish, and as they ate, Lucas watched, horrified, as one by one, they too began to falter, their expressions becoming more and more vacant, until they too disappeared, as if swallowed by the night. By the end of the evening, there were only a handful of guests left, none of them speaking, all of them strangely still, their eyes distant. The room, once filled with chatter and clinking glasses, now seemed eerily quiet, the only sound being the soft scrape of cutlery on porcelain. Lucas stood in the kitchen, his hands shaking. The special dish had claimed its victims again, and he had been part of it. He wanted to scream, to run, but something deep inside told him that the restaurant would never let him go. Not now. Not after what he had seen. The doors were locked, the lights dimmed, and the night had claimed another soul. And as the last of the guests vanished, La Ultima Cena remained, waiting for the next group to come, the next special dish to be served. Chapter 3. The Mysterious Ingredient. The morning after the strange events of the night before, Lucas could hardly shake the images from his mind. The diners, the special dish, the sudden disappearances. It all felt like a waking nightmare. His body ached from the tension, his mind spinning with questions he didn't dare ask. As he stood in the dimly lit kitchen, scrubbing down the counters and trying to push the horrific memories to the back of his mind, there was one thing he couldn't ignore: the smell. The kitchen, still dim from the early morning light that barely filtered through the windows, seemed strangely quiet. The usual hustle of the prep crew was missing, replaced by a quiet, unsettling stillness that clung to the room like a heavy fog. Lucas could still smell the metallic tang in the air, as though it had soaked into the very fabric of the restaurant overnight. He had hoped it would fade, but it hadn't. In fact, it felt stronger this morning, more pungent, more persistent. As he opened the pantry to grab some herbs for the day's preparations, something caught his eye. A large, dark piece of meat sat on one of the shelves. The cut was unfamiliar, strange even, and it looked out of place among the neatly stacked cuts of lamb, pork, and beef. Its color was unlike anything Lucas had ever seen. It was deep brown, almost black, and there were veins of crimson running through it like threads of dried blood. Lucas stared at it for a long moment, his heart skipping a beat. He was sure this wasn't something that had been there yesterday, at least not in that form. He had checked the pantry the night before, just after closing, and everything had seemed normal. But now, this piece of meat was there, occupying a space it shouldn't have. He reached for it, and as his fingers brushed the surface, the metallic scent grew stronger, almost overwhelming. The meat felt slick, unnaturally so, and it seemed to throb with a pulse that made his skin crawl. He pulled his hand back as though it had been burned, but the feeling lingered. "This isn't right," he whispered to himself, glancing around the kitchen as if expecting someone to walk in and explain the strange addition to the pantry. But there was no one. The kitchen was still silent. Curiosity gnawed at him, but a part of him also recoiled. He had been warned repeatedly, especially by Chef Aldo, not to ask too many questions. Yet, Lucas couldn't help himself. He grabbed the meat and placed it on the prep counter, his eyes scanning the surrounding area for any clue as to where it had come from. It was then that Chef Aldo entered the kitchen, his tall figure casting a long shadow across the room. He surveyed the space with his usual detached air, as if he were assessing an ingredient, rather than the men and women who worked there. When his eyes landed on the piece of meat, a flicker of something, unease, passed across his face, but it was gone in an instant. "Aldo," Lucas said, trying to keep his voice steady, "where did this come from? I don't remember ordering it, and I'm sure it wasn't here last night." Aldo walked over, his steps deliberate, and stared at the cut of meat. He didn't touch it, but his gaze was sharp, calculating, as if he were deciding how much to reveal. "It wasn't ordered," Aldo said finally, his voice low and steady. "I don't know how it got here." He paused, his gaze never leaving the meat. "But it's part of the recipe." Lucas blinked. "What recipe?" "The recipe," Aldo repeated, his voice thick with finality. "The one for the special dish." A cold shiver ran down Lucas's spine. He could feel his stomach knotting, his nerves tingling with a sense of impending dread. This cut of meat was part of the special dish. That was impossible. The dish was already disturbing enough, with its odd flavors and that peculiar metallic aftertaste. But this was something else entirely. "Are you sure?" Lucas asked, trying to sound confident. I've never seen anything like this before. Aldo turned toward him slowly, his face unreadable. It's an old recipe, he said, his voice low and almost reverent. One that hasn't been used in many years. But it's necessary. It's always been part of the dish. Always. Lucas felt his pulse quicken as his mind raced. He had never seen this kind of meat before, and he had been working at La Ultima Cena long enough to recognize every ingredient used in their cuisine. But this was different. It felt wrong, and it wasn't just the strange color or the odd metallic scent that clung to it like a ghost. There was something about it that felt alive, as though it had a presence beyond its mere physical form. I don't understand, Lucas said, unable to keep the confusion from his voice. Why now? Why was it never used before? Aldo didn't respond right away. He stood there, as still as the walls themselves, staring at the meat. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, he spoke, his voice barely a whisper. Because it was waiting for the right time. The words sent a chill down Lucas's spine. Waiting for the right time? Aldo's eyes finally shifted to meet Lucas's, and in that moment, the chef's gaze seemed almost knowing, as if Aldo had seen something Lucas had yet to comprehend. I've been here long enough to know the truth, Lucas, Aldo continued, his voice low, his eyes hard. This restaurant has its own rhythm, its own cycle. It doesn't open without a purpose. It doesn't serve without reason. And this dish, it's not just food. It's a ritual, one that goes back long before anyone here was born. Lucas felt his breath catch in his throat. There was something in Aldo's voice, something that sounded like a warning. But it wasn't just that. It was the implication that this wasn't just a restaurant. This place, this kitchen, was part of something far darker than he could have ever imagined. What do you mean? Lucas asked, his voice barely above a whisper. What happens when we serve the dish? Aldo turned away, his back to Lucas now as he moved toward the other side of the kitchen. You'll find out soon enough, he muttered, as though the question had already been answered. Lucas stood frozen, his mind reeling with the implications of Aldo's words. A ritual? A cycle? He couldn't wrap his head around it. The meat on the counter, the piece that had appeared out of nowhere, felt like a key to something far beyond a simple culinary recipe. It was as if the very fabric of reality was bending around it, preparing for something unknown. Suddenly, the metallic scent became almost unbearable. Lucas looked back at the meat, and his stomach churned. There was no mistaking it now. The piece of flesh seemed to throb, to pulse with an energy that didn't belong. As he watched, the veins in the meat began to shift, subtly, as if they were alive. With a sense of growing panic, Lucas stepped back. This wasn't just an ingredient. It was part of something much darker, something that would soon be unleashed, and he was caught in the middle of it. As the kitchen doors swung open and the rest of the crew began to trickle in for the day's shift, Lucas realized he had only scratched the surface of the nightmare that La Ultima Cena truly was. What had begun as curiosity had now become a sinking feeling of dread. He had walked into a trap, and there was no way out. He had to know more. He had to understand what the restaurant was truly serving. But as he stood there, staring at the strange meat on the counter, he couldn't help but wonder if he already knew the answer, and if it was too late. Chapter 4. Disappearances without explanation. The days blended together in a haze of confusion and mounting dread. Lucas had worked at La Última Cena for nearly a week now, and with each passing day, the mysteries surrounding the restaurant grew darker. The special dish had claimed more victims, more diners who vanished without a trace. Yet, it was the lack of reaction from the staff that unsettled him the most. The first time a customer disappeared, Lucas had hoped it was some strange accident. Perhaps the man had slipped out unnoticed, or maybe he had simply left early. But then, it happened again, and again. Each night, diners who ordered the special dish would vanish, as if swallowed by the very walls of the restaurant. And yet, no one seemed to care. The waitstaff carried on as though nothing had happened, clearing the empty plates and bringing in new customers without a flicker of concern. Lucas couldn't ignore it any longer. Every time a customer disappeared, the empty table would be swiftly refilled, the chairs set, the silverware polished and placed, as if it were all part of the regular routine. It was as though the disappearing diners were nothing more than a fleeting inconvenience. No one asked questions. No one seemed alarmed. Even Chef Aldo remained eerily calm, his focus entirely on preparing the next round of special dishes. As Lucas moved through the days, a sinking feeling settled in his gut. It was like living in a dream, a nightmare really, where nothing made sense, and yet everything felt oddly inevitable. He couldn't shake the feeling that he was standing on the edge of something vast, something terrifying, and that if he took just one step forward, he would be pulled into its depths. But with each night that passed, the disappearances became harder to ignore. The first man who vanished was an older gentleman with a distinguished beard and a calm, composed demeanor. He had been seated with a group of colleagues, all of them wealthy-looking, well-dressed. They had all ordered the special dish together. Lucas had watched them eat, watched as their faces shifted from delight to something more unexplainable. The older man had paused after his first bite, his eyes widening with a strange mixture of fear and awe. He had clutched his chest for a moment, a spasm of pain crossing his features before collapsing to the floor. The others didn't react immediately. In fact, they barely even acknowledged his fall. The staff rushed in, but no one seemed concerned. Within moments, the man's body was gone, swept away like a forgotten detail. Lucas had stood frozen, his hands shaking as the waitstaff swiftly cleared the table and set it for new guests, as though nothing had happened. The others at the table, his colleagues, his friends, had simply resumed eating as if the death of one of their own hadn't even disturbed their appetite. It was surreal, chilling. But that wasn't the most disturbing part. What made his blood run cold was the fact that no one said a word about the incident. No one mentioned it. The evening proceeded as if everything had unfolded according to some unspoken plan. The next disappearance was no different. A woman, elegant and poised, had ordered the special dish with an air of confidence. She had been seated alone, savoring each bite with a look of rapture on her face. But then, halfway through her meal, she had stopped, her fork trembling in her hand. A faint, almost imperceptible cough had escaped her lips, and then she had slumped forward, her face frozen in an expression of horror. As before, the staff swooped in, clearing her body without a word. Her place was quickly filled with new patrons, their faces blank with expectation. The waitstaff moved like automatons, serving the next round of special dishes as though it was all part of the evening's routine. Lucas had tried to speak up that night, but as soon as he opened his mouth, Chef Aldo had silenced him with a single glance. The unspoken rule was clear. Don't question what you see. Don't ask about the disappearances. It was simply the way things were. "Focus on the food, Lucas," Aldo had said with a cold, measured tone. "That's your job. Let the rest take care of itself." But Lucas couldn't let go of the questions swirling in his mind. He needed to know what was happening. Something wasn't right, and every fiber of his being screamed that he was being swept along in something far darker than a mere coincidence. It was on the fourth night of these strange occurrences that Lucas decided to take matters into his own hands. He had been working in the kitchen when he saw a familiar face in the dining room. The waiter, who had been working at La Ultima Cena for years, a man named Marco. Marco was one of the few employees who had been there when the restaurant closed all those years ago, and Lucas had always sensed that he knew more than he let on. When Marco passed by the kitchen door, Lucas called out to him. "Hey Marco," he said, trying to keep his voice casual. "Do you ever notice that customers keep disappearing after they order the special dish?" Marco's expression didn't change. His eyes flickered toward Lucas, his face briefly betraying a hint of emotion, something close to fear, but it was gone in a flash. "I don't know what you're talking about," Marco replied flatly. "You're just imagining things. Focus on your work." But Lucas wasn't convinced. He watched Marco walk away, his footsteps unusually heavy, as though he was carrying a burden no one else could see. Something about his reaction felt wrong, too rehearsed, too practiced. That night, after his shift ended, Lucas couldn't resist the urge to investigate further. He made his way down the narrow hallways of the restaurant, the dark corners of the building, whispering of things long buried. As he reached the back storage area, the same strange metallic scent filled his nostrils, stronger now, almost suffocating. He pushed open the door to the pantry, half expecting to find the strange cuts of meat from the special dish. But instead, his gaze was drawn to a small stack of records. Old menus, ledgers, and handwritten notes filled the shelves, dusty and forgotten. Lucas rummaged through the papers, his hands trembling as he searched for something, anything, that might explain the disappearances. Then he found it. Tucked behind a pile of menus, Lucas discovered a thick ledger, its pages yellowed with age. The entries were in the same delicate handwriting, dated back to the original days of La Ultima Cena. As he flipped through the pages, his eyes landed on an entry that sent a chill down his spine. "The banquet must continue. The guests will be the feast. It is the only way." The words were chilling in their simplicity, but what unsettled Lucas the most was the date next to them. The date was recent. It was from only a few days ago. The weight of the truth crashed down on him. The disappearances were not accidents. They were part of something larger, something older. And the staff, Marco, Aldo, the rest, knew. They were part of the ritual. Suddenly, Lucas understood. The special dish wasn't just food. It was a sacrifice. And those who ate it became the next offering. As he stood in the pantry, surrounded by the silence of the restaurant, the air thick with secrets, Lucas realized one terrible truth. There was no escape. The special dish would claim him too, just as it had claimed all the others. Chapter 5. The History of the Restaurant. The days blurred into one another, each one more suffocating than the last. The disappearances continued, and with each one, Lucas felt himself being pulled deeper into the restaurant's ominous grip. La Ultima Cena was not just a place for fine dining. It was a prison, and the guests weren't simply customers. They were victims. And now, Lucas feared he might be the next one to disappear, swallowed up by the same dark force that had consumed so many before him. One evening, while the kitchen buzzed with preparations for the night's service, Lucas couldn't shake the nagging sense that there was more to the restaurant's past than he had been told. The strange occurrences, the mysterious special dish, and the eerie silence surrounding the disappearances all seemed to be connected to something far more sinister. He needed to understand what had happened here, what had happened to the original owner, the staff, and everyone else who had worked at La Última Cena. The opportunity came when Lucas found an old, forgotten newspaper tucked away in a dusty corner of the staff room. It was an antique, yellowed with age, the ink faded, but still legible. The headline caught his eye immediately. Owner and staff of La Última Cena vanish without a trace. The article described a mysterious event that occurred 30 years ago. The restaurant, once renowned for its lavish meals and exclusive clientele, had suddenly closed its doors one fateful night. And when the doors reopened weeks later, the entire staff, including the owner, Mr. Veron, had disappeared. There was no sign of struggle, no indication of foul play. It was as if they had simply vanished, leaving the restaurant eerily empty. The only trace of their presence was a strange smell, an unidentifiable odor that lingered in the air for days after their disappearance. The building had been locked and sealed, its windows shut tight, and no one knew what had happened to the beloved establishment or its workers. Lucas's heart pounded as he read through the article. According to the piece, there were countless rumors, most of which had been dismissed as baseless gossip. Some claimed that the restaurant had been cursed, while others believed it was a matter of financial ruin, a slow descent into bankruptcy. But there was one theory that stood out above the rest, a theory that made Lucas's skin crawl. The article referenced an old legend, one that had been passed down among the locals. According to the story, La Última Cena had been cursed long before the mysterious disappearance of its owner and staff. An anonymous, wealthy patron had once dined at the restaurant, and after enjoying a sumptuous meal, had made an unusual request: a banquet eternal. He demanded that the restaurant provide him with a feast unlike any other, a banquet that would never end. No one knew exactly what the patron had meant, but the legend claimed that the curse had been cast that very night, as the owner, Mr. Veron, had agreed to the request. The patron, however, was never seen again after that evening, and soon after, the staff and owner of the restaurant disappeared without explanation. The article continued with an unsettling detail. The restaurant was said to have a hidden room, one that had never been seen by any of the regular patrons. The room, it was rumored, was where the special dish was prepared. The dish itself was not just a meal, but a ritual, an offering that fed an ancient hunger. And the true horror was that the special dish didn't just require rare and exotic ingredients. It required the souls of those who consumed it. Lucas's hands trembled as he turned the pages, absorbing the grim history of the restaurant. The article spoke of a final banquet held in secret, one in which the guests were never heard from again. Some claimed that the missing guests were consumed by the dish, their bodies becoming part of the meal, their essences trapped in the restaurant forever. It was as though the banquet was a never-ending cycle, one that consumed both the staff and the guests in a twisted loop of death and rebirth. By the time Lucas reached the final paragraph, he was nearly out of breath. His mind raced with the horrifying implications of what he had just read. The special dish, the disappearances, the unsettling calm of the staff. It all made sense now. This wasn't just a restaurant, it was a trap. The special dish wasn't a dish at all. It was a ritual, a macabre feast that required the souls of those who partook in it. The patrons weren't just dining, they were being consumed. The restaurant had been cursed from the very beginning, and every time it reopened, the same horrific cycle repeated itself. Lucas's pulse quickened as he realized the truth. La Ultima Cena wasn't just a place for fine dining, it was a place for sacrifice. He slammed the newspaper down on the table, his thoughts swirling in panic. How had he not seen it before? How had he been so blind to the truth? The disappearances weren't accidents, and the special dish wasn't a culinary masterpiece. It was a trap, a means of feeding the curse that had taken hold of the restaurant. And now that he had uncovered the truth, Lucas feared that he was already too deep into the web to escape. He needed to confront Chef Aldo. He needed answers. But even as he made his way toward the kitchen, his mind raced with dread. What would Aldo say? What would he do? Would he try to stop him from uncovering the truth? Or would he admit to the horror that lay beneath the surface of La Ultima Cena? The kitchen door swung open, and there was Aldo, standing at the stove, his back turned, as if nothing had changed. But the air was thick with tension. Aldo knew. Lucas could see it in his eyes. Aldo knew what was happening, and he knew that Lucas had uncovered the dark history of the restaurant. "I've read it," Lucas said, his voice trembling. "I know what's happening here. I know what happened to the original staff, to Mr. Veron. This place is cursed, and it's feeding on us." Aldo turned slowly, his eyes narrowing. There was no surprise in his gaze, only resignation. "You should have left it alone, Lucas," he said quietly. "You've learned too much." A cold sweat broke out on Lucas's skin. "What do you mean?" "The special dish, the guests. They're part of the curse, aren't they? The cycle never ends, does it?" Aldo's lips curled into a faint, knowing smile. "The banquet must continue," he murmured, his voice barely audible above the sound of the cooking flames. "And now, it's your turn." Lucas took a step back, his heart pounding in his chest. He had hoped for answers, but now it seemed as though the truth was even worse than he had imagined. La Ultima Cena was not just a cursed restaurant. It was a living nightmare, one that would never stop consuming. And Lucas was about to become the next course. The door behind him creaked open, and the metallic scent of the kitchen grew stronger. It was too late to escape now. The banquet was already set, and there was no way out. Chapter 6. A Banquet of Blood. The night air in La Ultima Cena had taken on an eerie chill, despite the warmth from the kitchen's flickering flames. Lucas felt a growing sense of dread in the pit of his stomach as he moved through the dimly lit corridors. He had learned too much over the past few days, and now, every sound, every shadow, felt like a harbinger of something terrible. It was on this night, however, that everything would change. That night, Lucas would see firsthand the full extent of the curse that gripped the restaurant, and whether he liked it or not, he would become part of its horrifying ritual. The evening started like any other. The usual patrons, wealthy, well-dressed individuals, filled the dining room, their faces flushed with excitement, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. They didn't know what awaited them, nor did they need to. They were drawn to the place, to the allure of the special dish. It was a dark and twisted pull that none could resist, no matter how much they tried to tell themselves otherwise. Lucas stood at the far end of the kitchen, his hands trembling as he worked on the night's orders. He knew what was coming. He had seen it happen before. The way the diners ordered the special dish, how they eagerly devoured it with that disturbing, feverish enthusiasm, and then how they vanished. disappearing without a trace, their chairs empty and cold. The staff carried on, moving in a rehearsed dance, as if nothing unusual had happened. And now, as he watched Chef Aldo prepare the dish, he felt his heart pounding in his chest. This was the night he would witness it all, the full, unmasked horror of the special dish. The metallic scent was thick in the air as Aldo placed the final touches on the plate. The dark meat glistened under the harsh overhead lights, a deep crimson hue that seemed almost unnatural. It wasn't like any meat Lucas had ever seen before. Its texture was slick, its color too dark, more akin to something that didn't belong on a plate at all. Chef Aldo's hands worked with a steady precision, arranging the meat in a perfect macabre display. Lucas couldn't tear his eyes away from it. Something about the sight made his stomach churn. He felt a wave of nausea wash over him, but at the same time, a strange curiosity pulled him closer. What would happen next? Would this be the night it all ended? The diners were seated at their table, their eyes alight with excitement. As the plates of special dish were set in front of them, a hush fell over the room. No one spoke. Everyone simply stared at the dish with awe, as if it were something sacred, something they had been waiting for their entire lives. Lucas felt his breath catch in his throat as the first bite was taken. The guests were silent at first, savoring the first mouthful with exaggerated pleasure. Then, one by one, their faces shifted, subtle at first, then unmistakable. It was as though the very act of consuming the dish was altering their expressions, twisting their features into something darker. A sickly pallor washed over their skin, and their eyes widened unnaturally, pupils dilating in an almost predatory way. It was a transformation that seemed to happen all at once, as if the food had unlocked something deep inside them. The metallic scent grew more intense, overwhelming the room, thickening the air until it felt like it was pressing in from all sides. Lucas could feel it in his throat, an acrid taste that burned at the back of his mouth. He swallowed, but the taste lingered, heavy and foul. Then, as if on cue, one of the guests, a man in an expensive suit, his fingers trembling as he lifted his glass, collapsed forward onto the table. His plate fell with a clatter, the contents spilling onto the tablecloth. The other guests didn't flinch. They didn't speak. They simply continued eating, as though nothing had happened, as if this was part of the meal, part of the ritual. Lucas's heart raced. The man's body was swiftly removed, but there was no sign of struggle, no blood. He had simply vanished. It was as if he had dissolved into the very air itself. One by one, the rest of the diners began to disappear. It wasn't sudden. It was a gradual thing. They took another bite, and then, nothing. Their bodies grew still, their eyes glazed over, and they slid out of their chairs, their forms empty and lifeless, like marionettes whose strings had been cut. Their chairs remained, though the guests themselves had faded into nothingness. The silence in the room was deafening. Lucas stood frozen in place. His hands were shaking, his pulse racing in his ears. He couldn't breathe. He had seen this happen before, but now, standing in the middle of it, he realized how truly helpless he was. The special dish wasn't just food, it was a death sentence. But then, as the last of the guests disappeared, something inside Lucas shifted. He couldn't explain it. It wasn't just fear anymore. It was something deeper, something primal. He had to know. He had to understand what had just happened, what he had just witnessed. With trembling hands, Lucas turned toward the special dish sitting on the counter. It was still there, the dark meat glistening under the harsh kitchen lights. A part of him screamed to leave, to run far away and never look back. But another part, something darker, more insistent, urged him to do the unthinkable. He picked up a fork, his hand shaking as he scooped up a small piece of the meat. The scent, sharp, metallic, almost intoxicating, filled his nostrils as he brought it closer to his lips. He hesitated, just for a moment, but then the hunger inside him, that gnawing curiosity, took over. He took the bite. The moment the meat touched his tongue, it was as though time stopped. The taste was unlike anything he had ever experienced, a blend of savory, metallic, and something indescribably rich. It was almost heavenly, but at the same time, it was wrong. It burned as it slid down his throat, its richness overwhelming every other sensation. His body tensed, his senses reeling as he chewed, and for a fleeting moment, he felt something, an almost euphoric wave, flooding through him. And then, just as quickly, it vanished. The sensation was gone, leaving behind only emptiness, a void that gnawed at him from the inside. His body felt heavy, as though it were sinking, drowning in the very act of consuming the dish. Something deep inside him screamed in terror, but he couldn't move. His limbs were frozen, his breath shallow. The kitchen around him seemed to warp, the walls pressing in on him as the metallic scent became overwhelming. His vision blurred, and for a brief, horrifying moment, he felt himself fading, as though he were becoming part of the dish itself, as though the curse had claimed him too. The voice in his head whispered desperately, "What have I done?" With a surge of panic, Lucas stumbled back from the counter, his legs shaky as he fought to regain control of his body. His breath came in sharp, desperate gasps, his mind spinning as the dark truth crashed down upon him. He had tasted the dish. He had allowed himself to become part of the cycle. And now, there was no turning back. As the silence in the restaurant deepened, Lucas understood the terrible truth. La Ultima Cena had claimed him, just as it had claimed the others. He was now part of the banquet, an offering to something older and darker than he could ever imagine. The special dish wasn't just a meal, it was a sacrifice, and he had become the next course. Chapter 7. The Conspiracy of the Staff. The days that followed Lucas's chilling encounter with the special dish were a blur, his mind reeling from the horrors he had witnessed and the monstrous truth he had uncovered. Each night, he served the cursed meal with a heavy heart, feeling more like a prisoner than a chef in the kitchen. The faces of the diners, their eager eyes, the twisted satisfaction as they devoured the special dish, haunted him, each disappearance echoing louder than the last. But there was something deeper gnawing at him, something he could no longer ignore. The disappearances, the strange indifference of the staff, the unsettling calm in the dining room, they weren't just coincidences. They weren't just a part of the restaurant's routine. The staff knew. They had to know. Lucas had spent enough time working in the shadows of La Ultima Cena to understand the unspoken rules of the place. But now, he needed answers. He needed to know why no one was talking, why no one seemed to care that diners were vanishing night after night. It was time to confront the truth head on. That evening, as the restaurant began to fill with guests, Lucas steeled himself. He couldn't keep running from the questions any longer. He made his way through the kitchen, his heart pounding in his chest. He found Chef Aldo at the stove, his back turned as he prepared the next round of special dishes. "Aldo," Lucas said, his voice firm but shaky. "I need to know what's really going on here. I can't keep pretending that everything is normal. People are disappearing. There's no way you don't know what's happening." Aldo didn't respond at first. He continued stirring the pot in front of him, as if Lucas hadn't spoken at all. The kitchen was filled with the clatter of knives, the hiss of pans, and the metallic scent that clung to the air. But despite the busy atmosphere, Lucas could feel the weight of the silence between them. He waited, watching the chef's every move, until Aldo finally spoke, his voice low and without emotion. "You should have kept your curiosity to yourself," Aldo said, his eyes flicking up to meet Lucas's. "You're asking questions that no one should ask." The words hit Lucas like a slap in the face, but he refused to back down. He was no longer afraid of the truth. "Why does this keep happening?" Lucas pressed. "Why does the special dish cause people to disappear? Why does no one care?" Aldo sighed, his gaze flicking away from Lucas, as if he were weighing his words. For a moment, he looked weary, tired, as though the weight of the curse had finally taken its toll on him. But then, he straightened his back, and a cold, almost mechanical expression settled on his face. "The special dish isn't just a recipe, Lucas," Aldo said quietly. "It's an invocation, a ritual, a curse that keeps the restaurant alive. It's what sustains La Ultima Cena." Lucas's stomach twisted in disbelief. He had known the dish was wrong, but this was something he hadn't even considered. "What do you mean, invocation?" Lucas asked, his voice tight with anxiety. "What kind of curse are you talking about?" Before Aldo could answer, a soft voice came from behind them. It was Marco, the veteran waiter who had been working at the restaurant for years. He stood in the doorway of the kitchen, his eyes shadowed, his face pale. There was a resigned look in his eyes, one that made Lucas feel as if the last thread of hope he had been holding on to was unraveling. "Maybe it's time you knew the truth, kid," Marco said, his voice low, almost reverent. "I've been here longer than you, and I've seen what happens when you ask too many questions. But you've already gone too far. It's time someone told you." Marco's words sent a chill down Lucas's spine, but he nodded, urging the man to continue. "La Ultima Cena is no ordinary restaurant," Marco began. "It was never meant to be. It was cursed from the beginning. It was built on a foundation of blood and greed, and the curse is what keeps it running. The special dish, the one you've been serving, is the key. It's not food. It's a ritual, a sacrifice." Lucas's heart skipped a beat. "A sacrifice?" Marco nodded gravely. "The patrons who order the special dish are part of the curse. They're not just customers. They're the ingredients. The special dish isn't made from rare cuts of meat or exotic spices. It's made from the souls of the people who eat it. Every diner who orders that meal is part of a cycle that the restaurant needs to survive. Without the sacrifice, the restaurant dies." Lucas felt as though the ground had been ripped out from under him. "You mean, the people who disappear, they don't just vanish. They become part of the meal?" Marco's face tightened, and for the first time, a flicker of emotion crossed his features. "Exactly. They become the next course. The special dish is the vehicle that feeds the curse, that keeps the restaurant open. Every time someone eats it, they're offering themselves up to the restaurant. Their essence is consumed, and in turn, the restaurant sustains itself for another night." Aldo spoke up, his voice colder than before. "The restaurant cannot close. It cannot die. Not while the curse is in place. And the only way to perpetuate the cycle is through the special dish. It's the only way it survives. Lucas felt his chest tighten, his breath shallow. He had suspected something was wrong, but this was beyond anything he had ever imagined. The restaurant wasn't just feeding its patrons, it was feeding on them. It was an endless cycle, a perpetual banquet of death. But why? Lucas whispered. Why keep it going? Why do any of you stay? Why serve this monstrous meal? Marco's face softened, but there was no pity in his gaze. We don't have a choice, Lucas. Once you become a part of the restaurant, once you serve the special dish, you're in it for life. There's no leaving. Not unless the curse is broken, and no one's ever been able to break it. The original owner, Veron, made a deal with something dark, something ancient, and the deal was simple. The restaurant would never close. It would never die, but at a cost. Aldo stepped forward, his eyes narrowing. The cost is the souls of those who dine here. The cost is the lives of those who are foolish enough to sit at that table and ask for the special dish. We feed it, and it feeds us, but only for so long. Lucas recoiled, his mind spinning. So, we're all just trapped here? You're all part of this? And I? You've already been a part of it, Lucas. Aldo interrupted, his voice hard. You've already tasted the dish. You've already accepted the cycle. You just didn't know it until now. The words hit Lucas like a blow to the chest. He had been part of it all along, and there was no escape. The curse had already claimed him, just as it had claimed the others. He was no longer just an observer. He was part of the Last Supper, a banquet that could never end. As the weight of the truth settled over him, Lucas realized there was only one way out, but it was a path far darker than he had ever imagined. The restaurant was not just cursed, it was alive, and the special dish was its heartbeat. And now, Lucas was a part of it. Forever. Chapter 8. The Revelation of the Owner. The weight of what Lucas had learned hung heavily on his mind as he made his way through the dimly lit hallways of La Ultima Cena. Every corner, every flicker of shadow seemed to whisper the same terrifying truth. The restaurant was alive, and its hunger was insatiable. Each night, he watched as more patrons ordered the special dish. More guests disappeared into the void, leaving behind only silence and vacant chairs. He had learned that the special dish wasn't just food. It was a sacrificial ritual that fed the curse, perpetuating the nightmare cycle of the restaurant. But there were still so many unanswered questions. Why had the restaurant become cursed in the first place? What was its ultimate purpose? And why, after all these years, did the cycle continue? Lucas knew the answers were buried somewhere within the restaurant itself. It was time to dig deeper. He had been in the staff room before, but never with the intent of investigating its hidden secrets. The room was quiet now, deserted after the last service, and Lucas moved with a sense of urgency. The walls were lined with old filing cabinets, stacked with papers, menus, and records that had been untouched for decades. Dust covered everything, making it clear that no one had ventured into this room for a long time. But Lucas wasn't interested in the mundane. He was looking for something more. His fingers shook as he opened the first drawer, rifling through the documents inside. Old receipts, training manuals, employee records. Nothing seemed to stand out, but as he pulled out the next drawer, something caught his eye. An old leather-bound folder that seemed out of place amidst the sea of mundane paperwork. It was thick, its pages yellowed with age. On the front, there was a single word embossed in faded gold: Veron. His heart skipped a beat. Veron. The name of the original owner. The name that had haunted the legends and rumors he had heard in passing during his time at the restaurant. The man who had vanished with his entire staff. The man whose legacy had cursed this place. Lucas opened the folder, his breath catching in his throat as he found the first document, a photograph. It was a black and white image, worn with age, but the details were clear enough. A man stood at the center of the photograph, his dark eyes staring directly into the camera. His face was sharp, his features defined, with a stern and commanding expression that matched the aura of authority he must have carried. The man was dressed in a suit, his hair slicked back, but what truly caught Lucas's attention was the group of people surrounding him. They were all staff members, standing in neat rows behind him. Each one of them looked formal, their faces stoic. The atmosphere in the picture felt oppressive, as if something dark hung over them all. This was the original staff of La Última Cena, and the man in the center, Mr. Veron, was the one who had made the pact that had bound them all to this place. Lucas scanned the photo, his fingers trembling as he read the small caption at the bottom. The staff of La Última Cena, 1952. A chill ran down his spine as he turned the page. The next document was a handwritten letter, the ink faded but still legible. The words were strange, formal, and almost ritualistic in their tone. Lucas leaned in closer, his eyes scanning the page. To my honored guests, the letter began. This night, we will partake in a feast unlike any other. It is not just a meal, but a covenant, an offering to keep the doors of La Última Cena open for all eternity. In exchange for the restaurant's continued existence, we, the staff, offer ourselves to the restaurant's cause. The souls of those who dine with us will never leave. They will become part of the banquet, ensuring that the cycle is never broken. This is the price we must pay for immortality. Lucas's breath caught in his throat. This was it. This was the dark pact that had bound the staff to the cursed restaurant. Mr. Veron, in his desperation to keep La Última Cena open, had made a deal with something far more sinister than he could have imagined. The patrons who dined at the restaurant would become part of the meal, their very essence consumed, ensuring that the restaurant would never close. And as the years passed, the curse had only grown stronger, feeding on the souls of the guests who ordered the special dish. But there was something else that bothered Lucas. The letter continued. Tonight, the banquet will serve as a reminder that we are not just serving food. We are serving a purpose greater than ourselves. The flesh of those who dine will become the sustenance of La Última Cena, and in return, we will live on. We are bound to the restaurant, and the restaurant to us, forever. The words hit Lucas like a wave of realization. The guests didn't just disappear. Their flesh became the ingredient for the special dish. They weren't just sacrifices. They were the key to the restaurant's continued existence. The restaurant fed on their essence, their souls, ensuring that it would never close, that it would remain forever open, its doors never shutting. But why? Why did the restaurant need these sacrifices? Why did it continue to demand them, year after year? As Lucas flipped through the pages, he found a journal entry written by Mr. Veron himself. It was dated the night before the staff had disappeared, the night the pact was sealed. "We have done it," the entry began. "The deal is made. The restaurant will never close. But there is a cost. I have seen the truth. The special dish is not just a meal. It is an invocation, a binding ritual that fuels the hunger of something much older than this place. It is a dark force, a ravenous entity that feeds on the souls of the guests and the staff alike. We are all part of it now. I do not know how much longer we can endure." Lucas's hands trembled as he read the final lines. "Tomorrow, we will disappear. The cycle will begin again. La Ultima Cena will continue, and the banquet will never end. The cost of immortality is eternal, and I have become its servant." The page fell from Lucas's hands, his head spinning. The truth was more horrifying than he had ever imagined. Mr. Veron and his staff had vanished, not because of some ordinary fate, but because they had become part of the cycle themselves. They had fed the entity that demanded the banquet, and in doing so, they had become trapped within the restaurant, bound to it for eternity. And now, Lucas realized, it was his turn. The revelation hit him like a physical blow. He was next. The special dish had claimed him, just as it had claimed all the others. The restaurant had fed on him, and now it would take his soul, transforming him into the very ingredient that would sustain the cycle. But even as the terror gripped his heart, another thought surfaced. The question that had plagued him from the beginning. Why? Why did the restaurant need these sacrifices? Why did it continue to demand them? The answer was simple, yet utterly horrifying. The restaurant was a living thing. It was not just a place for food and drink. It was an entity, a being that required sustenance, human souls, so that it could continue existing. The special dish was not a meal, but a ritual, a way to keep the restaurant alive, to ensure that it would never close. It fed on the guests, the staff, and the very essence of those who dined within its walls. It was a parasite, feeding on the living and the dead alike, consuming them to maintain its existence. Lucas had become part of that existence, and now there was no turning back. As the last page of the journal fluttered to the ground, Lucas knew that he was not just a part of La Ultima Cena. He had become its next victim, its next meal, and its next offering. The banquet would continue, and he would never escape. Not as long as the restaurant hungered. Chapter 9. The Last Banquet. The air in La Ultima Cena was thick with tension, the kind of suffocating stillness that precedes an inevitable storm. Lucas could feel the walls closing in on him, the terrible truth he had uncovered. The curse that bound the restaurant was now a part of him, irrevocably. The cycles of disappearances, the ritual of the special dish, had become his own curse. He was no longer a mere witness to the horrors that took place behind the restaurant's walls. He was a participant, a player in a deadly game, where the stakes were his very soul. It was on this fateful night that everything would reach its horrific climax. The last banquet was to take place, a final unholy gathering designed to complete the cycle, to bind the newest souls to the restaurant forever. As Lucas worked in the kitchen, the clock ticking down to the evening service, an overwhelming sense of dread settled over him. He had seen it before, the way the guests arrived, eager for the special dish, unaware of the fate that awaited them. But tonight was different. Tonight, there was a palpable energy in the air, a sense of finality that he could not ignore. There was no longer any pretending. The restaurant's insatiable hunger was about to claim more lives, and Lucas had no idea how long he had before it came for him as well. The waitstaff was unusually quiet, moving in a synchronized, almost mechanical fashion, as if they were anticipating the ceremony that was about to unfold. They had all become so numb to the horror of the restaurant, so conditioned to the ritual, that nothing seemed to faze them anymore. But Lucas wasn't numb. His heart pounded with fear and rage as he prepared the ingredients for the special dish, his mind racing. He had to do something. The evening began with the arrival of the newest group of patrons. They were a mixture of elites, all dressed in expensive clothes, their faces flushed with the anticipation of the meal they were about to enjoy. Lucas watched as they were seated, their eyes gleaming with excitement as they looked over the menu. The special dish, the forbidden meal, was already being prepared in the kitchen. As the first plates were carried to the dining room, Lucas couldn't help but feel the weight of the situation. The special dish wasn't just a meal, it was a ritual. The guests were part of the ceremony. The cycle would continue, feeding the curse that had kept the restaurant alive for decades. Then, just as the first bite was taken, something changed. The air grew thicker, heavier, as if the very building was holding its breath. Lucas watched in horror as the diners began to react, their faces twisted in confusion, then in terror, as their bodies stiffened, their eyes glazed over. One by one, they began to collapse into their seats, their bodies convulsing, their limbs jerking unnaturally. But as they fell silent, their forms did not vanish as they had before. No, this time, something far worse happened. Their souls were trapped. Lucas felt it before he saw it, an overwhelming presence in the room, an unnatural force that made the hair on his arms stand on end. The spirits of the previous diners, the ones who had disappeared over the years, were here. They were trapped within the walls of the restaurant, their souls bound to the cycle, condemned to linger as part of the special dish. Their ghostly forms drifted through the kitchen, their faces twisted in eternal agony, their whispers filling the air with an otherworldly hum. The kitchen, once a place of bustling activity, had become a nightmare. The spirits of the vanished patrons hovered around the counters, their eyes pleading, their voices echoing in the silence. They were no longer human. They had become part of the ingredients, their very essence mixed into the meal that Lucas was forced to prepare. The once familiar kitchen had transformed into a hellish landscape, the walls pulsating with a dark energy, as if the building itself were alive. The air was thick with the metallic stench of blood, and the floor was slick with a dark substance that Lucas knew was not just spilled wine. Desperately, Lucas tried to focus on his task, but he couldn't. The spirits were all around him, their ethereal forms drifting past him, their voices rising in a chorus of anguish. Each. One of them was a former guest, a soul that had been devoured by the restaurant, their essence now fused with the dish that would feed the curse. The cycle was complete. But Lucas wasn't going to let it end this way. He couldn't. He had to get out. He had to escape before he became part of the meal. His hands were shaking as he grabbed his knife and began to cut the meat. But the sounds of the spirits, their cries, their whispers, distracted him. His vision blurred, the room spinning as the weight of the horror pressed in on him. Then, the doors slammed shut. The sound was deafening. The kitchen, once a place of organized chaos, had become a trap. The walls seemed to close in around him, the doors locking with a finality that chilled him to the bone. There was no way out. The restaurant had claimed him, just as it had claimed the others. The very building itself seemed to breathe, its walls twisting and contorting like something alive. In the distance, Lucas heard the faint sound of footsteps, slow and deliberate. He turned, his heart pounding, as he saw Chef Aldo standing in the doorway. His expression was cold, emotionless. It was as if the man had already given himself to the curse, his soul lost to the restaurant long ago. "The banquet is ready," Aldo said, his voice flat and mechanical. "You're part of it now." You always were. Lucas backed away, his hands trembling. No, he whispered, his voice breaking. I don't want this. I won't be a part of this curse. But Aldo didn't respond. He didn't need to. The truth had already been sealed. Lucas was trapped. The last banquet had begun, and there was no escaping the fate that awaited him. As the lights flickered, the room seemed to pulse with life. The walls creaked and groaned, as though the restaurant itself was feeding, drawing sustenance from the souls it had consumed. The spirits of the vanished patrons circled around Lucas, their faces twisted in eternal torment. Their eyes met his, and for a moment, he felt a sense of overwhelming despair, as though they were all part of the same horrific cycle. The doors slammed shut once again, and Lucas knew that there was no way out. The special dish would be served, and he would be the next ingredient, the next soul, to feed the curse that had consumed so many before him. The last banquet had begun, and there was no escape. The restaurant would continue. It would never close. The cycle would feed itself, and La Ultima Cena would remain open for eternity. Lucas had become part of it now, just like the others. Forever. Chapter 10. The Eternal Cycle. The last banquet had been nothing but an elaborate trap, a final act in a dark play that Lucas could never have fully understood. His heart was heavy, his hands trembling as the reality of his situation pressed in on him, like the walls of the cursed restaurant. He had fought to escape, but there was no escape. The restaurant was alive, its hunger insatiable, its walls closing in on him as the spirits of the lost diners, the souls trapped in the special dish, circled like vultures, ever watchful, ever hungry. As the spirits whispered their agonies, Lucas realized that this place wasn't merely cursed. It was a living, breathing entity. It fed not just on the souls of its patrons, but on something older, something far more ancient and terrifying than he had ever imagined. The restaurant had always been this way, its hunger stretching back through time, and Lucas, despite his best efforts, had become an integral part of that insatiable appetite. There was a moment of clarity amidst the chaos. The spirits, the fading cries of the lost, the oppressive weight of the restaurant's presence. He understood it all now. He understood why the restaurant had never closed, why it needed the sacrifices, why it had drawn him in and consumed him like so many before him. It wasn't just about feeding the curse. It was about feeding the entity that had claimed La Ultima Cena. The restaurant was not merely a place. It was a doorway, a gateway to something darker, something older, that needed to be fed for it to remain anchored in the world. With that realization came a new sense of dread. He could feel the presence of the dark force in the very bones of the building. He had read about the ancient rituals, the pacts, the sacrifices, but it wasn't until now that he understood the full scope of what had happened here and what had happened to him. As Lucas stumbled through the kitchen, the spirits of the disappeared diners hovered around him, their ghostly forms flickering in and out of focus. They reached out to him, their silent pleas begging for release. But there was no release. Not for them, and not for him. It was then that Lucas saw the recipe book, the book of the banquet, the cursed tome that had started it all. It lay on the counter, its pages yellowed with age, its leather cover cracked and worn. This was the key. He had to destroy it. If he could destroy the recipe, destroy the very source of the curse, then maybe, just maybe, he could break the cycle and stop the restaurant's hunger from consuming anyone else. His fingers trembled as he reached for the book. He could feel the weight of the centuries pressing down on him. Every page he turned seemed to resist, as though the book itself was fighting him, trying to keep its dark secret hidden. The ingredients listed were not of this world, far from it. They were otherworldly, ancient, and terrifying. But there, at the very end of the book, was the most horrifying revelation. The final ingredient, the one that completed the special dish, was not meat, not herbs or spices, but the soul of the one who prepared it. Lucas's heart sank as the truth became clear. He had been the last ingredient. The restaurant had drawn him in, fed on his soul, and now it was ready to complete the cycle. He was part of the dish now, part of the banquet that would keep the restaurant alive for another generation. Desperation flooded through him. He tried to rip the pages out, to destroy the book, but it was as though the restaurant itself was holding him back. The walls shook, and the spirits around him began to howl, their wails growing louder and louder, the sound like a chorus of tortured souls. They had become part of the meal, their souls twisted into the very fabric of the special dish that would feed the curse. They too were bound to the restaurant, trapped in an eternal loop of sacrifice and consumption. The air grew thick with the smell of burning meat, the metallic tang of blood, as the kitchen seemed to come alive around him. The walls pulsated, and the floor beneath his feet began to shift, as if the entire building were a living organism. It was breathing. It was hungry. In that moment, Lucas realized the full horror of the restaurant's power. It wasn't just a building. It wasn't just a cursed place. It was a living, breathing entity, connected to something far older, far darker than anything he could comprehend. The sacrifices had fed it, kept it alive, but the truth was far worse. The sacrifices were not just necessary to keep the restaurant open. They were necessary to keep the entity alive, anchored in the physical world. La Última Cena was the vessel, the doorway to something far more terrifying, something that fed on the souls of the living. Lucas stumbled backward, his mind reeling. He tried to run, but the kitchen had changed. The doors were gone, replaced by walls that shifted and warped, closing in on him like the jaws of a beast. The restaurant was feeding, and it would never let him leave. There was no escape. There had never been any escape. The restaurant had claimed him long before he ever set foot inside. He was part of it now. Just as the others before him had become part of the banquet, so too would he. With a scream of despair, Lucas realized that the cycle had been going on for centuries. It would never end. No matter how many lives the restaurant consumed, no matter how many souls it trapped, the cycle would continue, feeding its insatiable hunger until there was no one left to sacrifice. And once the cycle was complete, it would begin again, with a new generation of diners, new victims, drawn into the trap of La Última Cena. The spirits of the lost souls swirled around him, their mournful faces gazing at him with hollow eyes. They had all been part of the meal, part of the banquet that had kept the curse alive. And now, Lucas would join them, his soul consumed, his essence forever trapped in the cycle. The doors of the restaurant were locked tight. The special dish had been served, and there was no turning back. The last banquet had been completed. And as the night faded into eternity, Lucas became just another ingredient in the feast, another soul lost to the hunger of La Última Cena. The cycle was eternal. The restaurant would never close, and the banquet would continue forever. Chapter 1. The Discovery. Sarah had always loved the smell of old books, the musty scent of leather and yellowed pages, the faintly oppressive atmosphere of cramped aisles, packed with forgotten treasures. It was a comfort to her, something she could lose herself in for hours. Today, though, she was there for a reason. Finals were fast approaching, and she needed books for her thesis on the influence of folklore in modern horror literature. The university library was crowded and uninspiring, so she decided to visit one of the city's hidden gems, a dusty second-hand bookstore tucked away in an alley on the edge of town. It was a small shop, wedged between a rundown cafe and a florist that seemed to have seen better days. The bell above the door jingled as Sarah entered, and the musty warmth enveloped her instantly. The faint glow of sunlight barely penetrated through the grimy windows, casting long shadows across the room, filled with row upon row of neglected books. The wooden shelves creaked under the weight of countless volumes, each one seeming to tell a story of its own. The place was quiet, save for the soft rustling of pages, as a solitary elderly man in the corner of the shop gently flipped through a book with thick, cracked pages. Sarah ignored him for now, instead focusing on the stacks of books around her. She wandered through the aisles, running her fingers along the spines, pulling a few out to examine. None seemed to fit her needs. Too academic, too outdated, or simply not relevant. Her eyes began to drift toward the back of the store, where the shelves seemed older, the air heavier. There was something about that corner that drew her in, like an invisible pull. As she moved closer, the rows of books grew thinner, the shelves more erratically arranged. That's when she saw it. It was a thick, leather-bound journal resting at the very back of the shelf, wedged between a pair of dusty encyclopedias. At first glance, it seemed like any other book in the shop, old, worn, with the edges of the pages darkened by age. But something about it was off. The cover was a deep, weathered brown, the kind of leather that only age could impart. But the texture felt unnaturally smooth, almost like it had been treated or oiled repeatedly. There was no title, no author, no markings of any kind on the cover. Just the faint outline of something barely visible under the grime, almost as if someone had tried to erase it. She reached for the book, pulling it gently from the shelf. As she held it in her hands, she noticed the edges of the pages, which were not the usual yellowed hue of old books. They were tinted red. At first, Sarah thought it was just a trick of the light, the reflection of a nearby lamp perhaps. But no. The edges of every page were stained with a deep crimson color, as if they had been dipped in blood. A shiver ran down her spine. It wasn't a feeling of disgust exactly, but more of unease, an instinctive awareness that there was something strange about this book. She flipped through the pages, each one brittle, creaking under her touch. The text inside was a strange script, not immediately recognizable. The ink was faded, as if it had been written long ago, but in some places, it seemed to pulse with an odd intensity, the words seeming to rearrange themselves just at the edge of her vision. She quickly closed the journal and exhaled, trying to shake off the unease that had crept into her chest. It was just an old book, she reasoned, probably something someone had left behind years ago. It was not unusual for second-hand stores to carry oddities, things that didn't fit anywhere else. She could feel the weight of the book in her hands, though, heavier than it should have been. It wasn't just its physical mass. It was as though the book carried something with it, some sort of energy or presence that couldn't be shaken off. For a moment, she considered putting it back, but something kept her rooted to the spot. Curiosity gnawed at her, that insatiable feeling that often led her into trouble. What was it about this book? Why did it feel significant? "Excuse me," she called out to the elderly man, who hadn't noticed her standing there. He looked up from his book, blinking as if waking from a dream. "Is this book for sale?" she asked. He stared at the journal for a long moment, his expression unreadable. When he finally spoke, his voice was low, gravelly, as if he hadn't spoken in years. "Ah," he muttered. "That one. It's been here for a long time. Not many are brave enough to take it." Sarah frowned, unsure if he was simply being eccentric or if there was more to his words than she realized. "Brave enough? What do you mean?" The old man's eyes shifted uneasily toward the journal, as though the very sight of it unsettled him. "It's not a book like the others, miss. Not something you just read and forget. If you take it, be careful. Some books are better left unread." Sarah's heart skipped a beat. The hairs on the back of her neck prickled. She had come across strange things in her time as a student, but this felt different. The man seemed genuinely scared. "I'm just looking for something for my research," Sarah replied with a forced smile. "I'll be fine." The old man didn't answer immediately. Instead, he gave her a long, hard look, as if weighing something invisible in the air between them. Finally, he sighed, as though resigning himself to something unspoken. "All right, but remember my words, miss. The book will not let you go once you take it. It has a will of its own." Sarah nodded, a sense of unease beginning to settle in the pit of her stomach. She knew better than to take an old man's warnings too seriously, but she couldn't deny the strange feeling that had taken root in her mind. With a sense of finality, she handed over the money and left the store with the journal tucked under her arm. As she stepped out into the chilly air, the door jingling behind her, she felt the weight of the book pressing against her side, as though it were already beginning to claim her. What had she just brought into her life? Unaware of the events that were about to unfold, Sarah walked away from the bookstore, her mind still racing with the strange encounter. Little did she know, the discovery of that peculiar red-bound journal would be the beginning of a nightmare she couldn't escape. Chapter 2. The First Message. Sarah sat at her desk, staring at the journal in front of her. The previous evening, after her encounter with the eccentric bookseller, she had placed it on her desk, unsure of what to do with it. The strange feeling she had about the book hadn't dissipated. In fact, it had only grown stronger as the night wore on. It seemed to stare back at her, its red-tipped pages practically glowing under the dim light of her desk lamp. She had tried to push the thought of it away, but she couldn't. The words of the old man still echoed in her mind. Some books are better left unread. But here it was, sitting innocuously on her desk. After a long day filled with tedious research and pointless assignments, she was finally home, alone in the silence of her room, and the weight of her thoughts felt unbearable. It had been a stressful few weeks at university, filled with late-night study sessions and unrelenting deadlines. On top of that, a conflict with one of her classmates had only added to her stress. Emily, a fellow student from her literature class, had gone out of her way to undermine her thesis during a recent seminar. Sarah had worked hard on her paper, and Emily's comments, sarcastic, belittling, and unjust, had felt like a direct attack on her academic integrity. There was no reason for Emily to be so cruel, and it infuriated her. So, as she stared at the journal, an impulse gripped her. She grabbed a pen, the tip of it trembling slightly in her hand, and opened to a fresh page. Her mind was a blur of frustration, and she needed an outlet. She began to write. Emily O'Hara, with her smug smile and arrogant attitude, will meet an unfortunate end. Perhaps a car accident, Maybe she'll be in the wrong place at the wrong time, or just too careless to see it coming. A fatal crash, like something straight out of one of those dark thrillers we read for class. It's the kind of thing that could happen to someone like her, someone who thinks they know it all. The words flowed out in a rush, cathartic and sharp. Sarah wasn't sure why she had chosen Emily. Maybe it was the anger she felt from their last interaction, or the fact that Emily's dismissive attitude had been gnawing at her for days. Either way, writing it down in the journal made her feel oddly liberated, as if she were putting the final nail in the coffin of a toxic relationship. When she finished, she closed the journal and set it aside. It was a ridiculous thing to do, she thought, but it had felt good. The tension in her chest eased for the first time in days. She turned off the light and settled into bed, the journal still on her desk, forgotten in the calm of the night. The next morning, the usual sounds of the city filtered through the cracks of her window. Car horns, distant voices, the rustling of leaves in the early spring breeze. Sarah awoke with a groggy start, momentarily disoriented. She had a long day ahead of her, but the exhaustion from the night before made it difficult to find the energy to move. It was around 9 o'clock when she finally rolled out of bed and trudged to the kitchen to make coffee. As she waited for the brew to finish, she checked her phone, scrolling through the various notifications that had piled up overnight. Emails, texts, social media updates, the usual. But then, something caught her eye. A news alert, a local headline. Fatal car accident claims the life of university student. Sarah froze. Her heart skipped a beat as she read the article. It was Emily. The headline went on to describe the details of the accident. Emily O'Hara had been involved in a collision on a busy intersection, her car having swerved out of control before crashing into a tree. The article described how she had been declared dead at the scene, the impact so severe that it left little hope for survival. Sarah felt her breath catch in her throat. She reread the details of the crash over and over again, but the words didn't change. There it was, exactly what she had written in the journal the night before. The accident, the timing, the details. Everything was spot on, down to the last word. Her mind raced, her thoughts swirling like a whirlwind. No, it couldn't be. This had to be some kind of horrible coincidence, a bizarre twist of fate, a random convergence of details. But deep down, she knew better. The words had been too precise, too eerily accurate. How could she have known? She didn't even know where Emily lived, let alone the exact route she took to class. The idea that the very same thing she had written, a ridiculous offhand fantasy born from frustration, had actually come to pass was too much to comprehend. Her hand shook as she set the phone down on the counter. She felt a cold sweat creeping over her skin, the blood draining from her face. This wasn't normal. Nothing about this was normal. Instinctively, she grabbed her coat and keys, determined to clear her head. She needed to get out. She needed to understand what had just happened. As she rushed out the door, the journal sat silently on her desk, its red pages waiting, as if aware of the fear that was beginning to take root inside her. The day dragged on in a blur of confusion. Sarah tried to focus on her classes, but her mind kept drifting back to the journal, to the words she had written, and to the chilling reality that they had come true. By the time she returned home that evening, she was a shell of this person who had left in the morning. Her stomach churned with dread, and every time her phone buzzed, her heart leapt into her throat. The worst part was that no one else seemed to know what had happened. The campus was buzzing with the news of Emily's death, but no one seemed to understand the implications of it. People whispered about the tragedy, about how it was so sudden and inexplicable. But Sarah knew the truth. She knew that her words had somehow caused it. When she stepped into her room, her gaze fell on the journal, still sitting there on her desk. She approached it slowly, hesitating. Something told her she should just leave it alone, throw it away, get rid of it. But curiosity, that insidious, dangerous force, pulled her closer. She opened the journal again, her hands trembling. The red ink on the pages seemed to pulse, almost as if alive. As she skimmed through the entries, she noticed something that made her stomach twist in knots. The next page was blank, but not for long. The ink began to form words before her eyes, slow and deliberate, as though the journal was dictating its own future. The next one is coming for you. Sarah's breath hitched. She slammed the journal shut, her heart pounding in her chest. This wasn't just a book. It was something else entirely. And it wasn't finished with her yet. The horror of what had just transpired set in fully now. Sarah was no longer just worried. She was terrified. She had no idea how or why the journal had this power. But one thing was painfully clear. It wasn't done with her yet. The message had been written, and it wasn't just a warning. It was a promise. Chapter 3. Deadly Tests. The following days were a blur of dread and disbelief. Sarah couldn't shake the memory of Emily's death. Every time she closed her eyes, the image of the car crash appeared in her mind, vivid and haunting. The news of her classmate's tragic end had spread across campus like wildfire, and people whispered about the strange, untimely accident. But no one knew what Sarah knew. No one except her. The journal had predicted it, and with that knowledge came an insidious question. Could it do it again? Sarah had tried to push the thought out of her head, tried to convince herself that the coincidence was just that, a coincidence, a random confluence of details that had somehow aligned in an eerie way. After all, how could something so absurd, so impossible be real? The journal wasn't some dark relic. It was just a book with no real magic, no supernatural power, right? But the nagging thought wouldn't leave her. What if it wasn't a coincidence? What if the journal really had some kind of power? Could it have predicted Emily's death because it was responsible for it? It was then that the idea struck her. What if she could test it, just once, to see if the journal was indeed the cause of Emily's demise? If she wrote about something, anything, and it came true, then she would know for sure that the book was no ordinary object. At first, the idea felt ridiculous. She didn't believe in curses, supernatural forces, or anything that seemed beyond the realm of reason. But after the events of the last few days, reason didn't feel very reliable anymore. There was too much evidence pointing to the journal's unnatural influence. She decided to test it, to write something about a random event, something disconnected from her life, something that wouldn't be deeply personal. Maybe it was a way to prove to herself that there was an explanation for it all. Maybe she just wanted to see the impossible unfold before her eyes. She sat down at her desk again, the journal in front of her, the same red-tipped pages glaring up at her, as if they were waiting for her to make the next move. She hesitated for a long moment, her fingers hovering over the pen. She wasn't sure what exactly to write, but her mind was racing with possibilities. Should she describe an accident? A tragedy? A strange coincidence? After several moments of indecision, she wrote, "A man will be walking down the street near the campus, carrying a heavy bag. As he crosses the street, a taxi will swerve and hit him. He will be severely injured, but will survive, though the incident will cause a stir in the neighborhood. The man's bag will contain a broken laptop. It wasn't anything personal, just a random scenario. A man she had never met, a simple accident. She didn't even think it through entirely. She just wrote it down quickly, almost mechanically, as though trying to rid herself of the unsettling thoughts that had occupied her mind for days. Once she finished, she closed the journal, slid it into her bag, and tried to carry on with her day. But no matter what she did, her thoughts kept returning to the journal. What if it worked? What if it didn't? The day passed in an uneasy haze, and by evening, she had almost forgotten about the experiment. Almost. As dusk fell, and she prepared to meet some friends for dinner, she noticed her phone vibrating. A text, then another, and another. She opened the first message. It was from a classmate, someone she had barely spoken to. "Hey, did you hear? A guy got hit by a taxi near the campus today. It's crazy. He was just crossing the street, and bam, the taxi came out of nowhere. Apparently, he had a bag with him too, and it's all over the news. The guy's in the hospital now. They're saying his laptop was wrecked." Sarah's pulse quickened. Her breath caught in her throat. She read the message again. It was exactly what she had written. The man, the bag, the taxi, the laptop, everything. It had all happened, just as she had described it. The words she had written, words that she thought were meaningless, had manifested in the real world. Panic surged within her. She felt a cold sweat break out on her forehead. She had to know more. She had to understand what was happening. This wasn't just a coincidence. She could no longer deny it. She grabbed her coat and ran out of her apartment, her mind in turmoil. The campus was buzzing with the news of the accident. Students gathered in groups, talking in hushed tones about the strange event. Sarah overheard snippets of conversation as she passed by. "Did you see that guy get hit? It was like something out of a movie." "Yeah, the laptop. The guy said it was totally destroyed. Weird." Sarah couldn't keep still. She had to find out more. She needed to see the man who had been hit, needed to see the details for herself. She pushed her way through the crowd and found the scene, now cordoned off by police. A few onlookers stood around, their faces marked by curiosity and shock. In the distance, she could see the man being loaded into an ambulance, his face pale and twisted in pain, his arm wrapped in a bandage. And beside him, on the pavement, a large black bag. Her stomach churned. She looked down at her phone again. Another message. This one from her best friend, Lisa. "I can't believe this is happening. They said the guy had a laptop in his bag, and it's destroyed. They're calling it a freak accident, but something feels off about it." Sarah's heart raced. She had written about the man's bag, his broken laptop, and the accident. But there was more. She had written it without knowing any details, without understanding the truth behind the scenario. And yet, it had all come to life. Her thoughts were spinning. This wasn't just coincidence anymore. This was something far more sinister. The journal wasn't a harmless object. It had power. It could shape reality. And if it could do this, if it could make her words come true, then what else could it do? What else would it do? In a frenzy, Sarah rushed back to her apartment, slamming the door behind her. She needed to know where this had come from. What kind of dark force was behind it? With trembling hands, she flipped through the pages of the journal, desperately searching for any clues. She found nothing, just more strange words, cryptic phrases that made little sense. But as she reached the last page, she found something different. The ink was still fresh. The writing was no longer in the neat, deliberate script she had seen before. It was messy, rushed, almost frantic. You will learn the truth soon. There is no escape. The journal will demand its due. Sarah's blood ran cold. She realized that she had just begun to uncover a terrible secret, one that would change everything. The journal wasn't just a tool. It was a force, a malevolent presence that had been waiting for someone to write its story. And now, it had found her. The realization hit her like a punch to the gut. There was no turning back now. The journal had chosen her, and she was trapped. Chapter 4. Indestructible. Sarah couldn't breathe. Every time she thought about the journal, every time she closed her eyes, the images of the accidents, of the words she had written coming to life, flashed before her. The power it had was real, and it was growing stronger. She had tried to deny it, to rationalize it, but there was no ignoring the truth now. It wasn't just some book. It was a malevolent force, an entity that fed on the lives of those it touched, bending reality to its will. The weight of her situation bore down on her, suffocating her. She felt trapped. The journal was like a shadow that followed her every move, always present, always watching. She couldn't escape it. And worse, it wasn't just happening to random strangers. It was happening to her. The more she wrote, the more the journal seemed to pull her into its dark web, one tangled thread at a time. The only thing that made sense, the only way she could think to free herself from this nightmare, was to destroy it. If the journal was really causing these events, then surely, if she could get rid of it, the curse would end. It was the only logical conclusion. She had to destroy it, by any means necessary. Her first attempt was the simplest: fire. She grabbed the journal off her desk, her hands trembling as she held it in her grip. She had no idea how a simple book could hold so much weight, physical and emotional. Her heart raced as she set the journal on the small coffee table in the middle of her room and lit a match. The flame flickered, casting shadows on the walls as she held it to the edge of the journal. For a moment, nothing happened. The paper caught the flame, crackling softly. She leaned in closer, desperate, watching as the fire licked at the pages. She felt a strange sense of satisfaction, the heat from the flames washing over her face. But then, in an instant, the fire went out. The match died. The flames sputtered and faded, leaving the journal completely untouched. The edges of the pages were charred, but the book itself was still there, whole, unscathed, as if the fire had never happened. Sarah's heart sank. She stared at the journal, unable to believe what she was seeing. No, this couldn't be. She grabbed the book again, shaking it as if trying to force it to comply with her will. It was as if the journal was mocking her, daring her to try again. The panic inside her was rising. There was no way this could be happening. She needed to be free. She needed it gone. And so, her next plan was simple: the river. If fire couldn't destroy it, water surely would. She didn't care how far she had to walk, or how long it would take to find a place where the water was deep enough. She just needed to rid herself of the book, once and for all. The next day, she found herself standing at the edge of the river, the water flowing swiftly beneath the bridge. The wind was cold, the scent of damp earth and decay heavy in the air. Her hands shook as she held the journal in front of her, her breath coming in shallow gasps. It was her last chance. With a swift motion, she tossed the journal into the water, watching as it disappeared beneath the surface, swallowed up by the current. For a moment, she stood there, waiting for the satisfaction to come, waiting for the feeling of relief. But it never did. She stood there for hours, waiting, until the cold began to seep into her bones and the sun dipped low on the horizon. Finally, she left the riverbank, her mind reeling. She walked back to her apartment, the weight of the situation heavy on her chest, but still, no sense of peace. She had done it. She had rid herself of the journal. It was gone, or so she thought. When she returned home, the first thing she saw was the book, sitting innocuously on her desk, as if it had never left. The same journal, same red-tinged pages, same ominous presence. She stood frozen in the doorway, unable to comprehend what she was seeing. She hadn't even heard it return. Had she been imagining it? Was it some sort of cruel trick her mind was playing on her? The journal was there, and it had come back. Sarah felt the world crumble around her. She dropped to her knees, her mind a swirl of confusion and dread. What was this thing? What kind of power did it possess? She had tried everything: fire, water, even distance. But it didn't matter. The journal was indestructible. It could not be destroyed. Her hands gripped the edge of the desk as she fought to keep her composure. She felt like she was losing control, losing herself. The weight of the realization crushed her. There was no escape. No matter what she did, no matter how hard she tried, the journal would always come back. It was a relentless force, an unyielding power that would not let go. She turned the journal over in her hands, her mind spinning with fear. She was terrified, but more than that, she was desperate. She couldn't keep living like this, under the shadow of the book's influence. The terror, the unease, it was suffocating. She needed to end it. She had to find a way. That's when she saw it. The message. It was written on the last page of the journal, in ink that seemed to pulse with an unnatural energy. The words were clear, and yet they seemed to tremble on the page, as though the journal itself was alive, whispering its command. You cannot escape. Sarah's blood ran cold. She felt a wave of nausea wash over her as the words etched themselves into her mind. The journal wasn't just indestructible, it was omnipotent. It could not be escaped. It had chosen her. It had claimed her. For a moment, Sarah wanted to scream, to rip the journal apart, to run as far away as she could. But deep down, she knew it was futile. She had no control. The book had power over her now, and she was its unwilling servant. With shaking hands, she placed the journal back on her desk, not out of choice, but out of sheer, paralyzing fear. There was no point in fighting anymore. The journal was part of her life now, a part of her future, whether she liked it or not. She sat in the dim room, the journal resting before her like a quiet, malevolent beast, waiting for the next chapter to unfold. And Sarah realized that she was not the one who would be writing it. The journal had its own story to tell, and she was just the character it had chosen to destroy. Chapter 5. The Man from the Bookstore. Sarah's mind raced with fear and frustration. The journal had returned once again, and no matter what she did, she couldn't escape its grip. Every time she tried to rid herself of it, it seemed to come back stronger. She could feel the weight of its presence in her life, like an oppressive force that hung over her every waking moment. The terror had consumed her. What had once been a curiosity, a bizarre accident of fate, had now become her prison. She couldn't bear the thought of going on like this, trapped in a nightmare that she couldn't wake up from. But there was one place left to go, One person who might hold the answers she so desperately needed. The old man from the bookstore. Sarah didn't know why she hadn't gone to him sooner. The strange man had seemed to know something important, when he had warned her about the book. But she hadn't taken him seriously, hadn't listened to the implications of his words. Now, as she felt the suffocating grip of the journal tightening around her, she knew that she had no choice but to return to him. She grabbed her coat, her breath shallow with anxiety, and hurried out the door. The bookstore was a short walk away, but each step felt like it was taking her deeper into the unknown. The air was thick with the scent of rain, and dark clouds loomed overhead, as if the very sky reflected her sense of dread. When she arrived, the bell above the door jingled as she entered the familiar, dimly lit space. The shelves seemed to close in on her, as they always did, their contents a silent testament to forgotten knowledge. There was something inherently unsettling about the place, as though it existed outside the boundaries of time. The elderly man was there, sitting in the same corner of the shop, his gnarled hands leafing through a book. His gaze flickered up when she entered, and for the briefest moment, his expression seemed to soften in recognition. "You've returned," he said, his voice raspy and low. "I had a feeling you would." Sarah's heart thudded painfully in her chest. She took a step forward, her voice shaky but determined. "I need to know more about the journal," she said. Her words rushed. "What is it? Why does it keep coming back? Why is it doing this?" The old man didn't reply immediately. His eyes narrowed, studying her with an unsettling intensity. The air in the room seemed to grow heavier, the weight of his gaze pressing on her. Finally, he closed the book he had been reading and sighed deeply. "You don't understand what you've stumbled upon, do you?" His voice was quieter now, almost a whisper, as though the very words were dangerous. "That journal, it's not like any other book. It's something far worse than you could imagine." Sarah clenched her fists, trying to steady her breath. "I don't care about how bad it is. I just need to know how to get rid of it, how to stop it from controlling my life." The man stared at her for a long moment, his eyes searching hers, as though weighing her resolve. He seemed to debate something internally, as if he were considering whether or not to share the truth with her. At last, he leaned forward, his voice dropping to an even lower whisper. "The journal has passed through many hands," he said slowly, "and every single person who has come into possession of it has met a grisly end. You can try to burn it, drown it, bury it, but it won't matter. The journal is indestructible. It cannot be destroyed by any earthly means." Sarah felt her stomach twist. Why? Why can't it be destroyed? What is it? The old man closed his eyes, as if the memory of what he was about to tell her was painful. His voice was trembling now, a mix of fear and resignation. Because it was never meant to be destroyed. The journal is part of something older, something much darker than any of us can understand. It was created by someone who sought power, power beyond the realms of life and death. The ink, the pages, the words, they're not ordinary. They carry a curse that binds anyone who writes in it. That's why it comes back, no matter what you do to it. It's tied to you now, and there's nothing you can do to break free. Sarah shook her head, disbelief clouding her mind. But why me? Why did it choose me? The old man paused, his eyes shadowed with something Sarah couldn't quite place. It doesn't choose people randomly. It chooses those who are vulnerable, those who have something to lose. It feeds on your emotions, your fears, your anger, your desires. And the more you write in it, the more it takes from you. It's not just predicting death, it's causing it. But you won't see it until it's too late. Sarah staggered back, the weight of his words sinking in. She felt the blood drain from her face, her head spinning. You're saying I'm the one causing the deaths? The old man nodded grimly. Yes. The journal amplifies the dark thoughts inside you, the ones you'd rather not confront. It turns them into reality, and the more you write, the more it takes from you. You can try to stop it, but as long as you're still connected to the book, the cycle will continue. Sarah's mind raced as the pieces fell into place. She had felt it, the journal's power, the way it seemed to pull her into its grip every time she wrote. The deaths, the accidents, they were all connected to her. She had been feeding it with her anger and frustration, unknowingly becoming a pawn in its twisted game. But there has to be a way to break it, she said, her voice desperate. You must know something. How do I stop it? The old man's expression darkened. I wish I could tell you that there's a way out, but there's no simple solution. You can't escape it. The journal will always find its way back to you, no matter what you do. The only thing I can tell you is this. The journal has been passed from hand to hand for centuries, and every single person who owned it has died under mysterious circumstances. It's always the same. An accident, a heart attack, a fatal illness. Something violent, something sudden. But each death feeds the curse. Sarah's legs wobbled beneath her, and she stumbled to a nearby chair. Her world was crumbling around her. There was no escape, no way out. The journal had her now, and nothing she did would change that. The old man stood, walking slowly toward her. His hands were trembling, his face pale as he looked down at her. If you want to survive, he said softly, you'll need to find the source, find out who created it and why. But be warned, what you discover may be worse than the curse itself. Sarah's breath caught in her throat. Where do I even start? The old man hesitated, then pointed toward the back of the store. There are more books, old books hidden away. Some of them may have answers, but be careful. Once you start digging into the past, there's no turning back. Sarah stood up slowly, her mind racing. She had to find those books. She had to know everything. There had to be something, anything, that could help her break the hold the journal had on her. But as she moved toward the back of the store, the weight of the old man's warning settled over her like a cold shroud. There were answers to be found, yes. But would those answers give her the strength to survive the truth? And what if, in the end, the truth was worse than the curse itself? Chapter 6. The Pattern. Sarah sat in her apartment, staring at the journal once again. The heavy weight of the book felt like a curse itself, a dark shadow looming over her every thought. She had hoped to find answers when she returned to the bookstore, to learn more about the journal and its twisted history. But the truth had only deepened the nightmare. The old man's words echoed in her mind. The journal was indestructible. It was a curse, and she could not escape it. The sense of hopelessness that had started as a whisper now screamed in her mind. How could she go on like this? Every time she tried to rid herself of the journal, it came back. Every time she tried to run from it, it found its way back into her life. And each time, the death toll grew, the consequences of her involvement more profound. The idea of confronting the curse head-on was terrifying, but somewhere, deep down, a part of Sarah still held on to a faint hope that there was a way to break free from the journal's hold. There had to be some way to escape the cycle, some way to stop the inevitable from happening. She opened the journal, the pages now familiar, yet still foreign to her, each one like a ticking clock. She had scoured it several times already, looking for any clue, any hint of a solution, but nothing had come up. The words on the pages had always been enigmatic, cryptic, or nonsensical, but there was something about the book now, a strange pull that urged her to look deeper, to search between the lines, to look beyond what was written. Her fingers traced the edges of the pages, and as she flipped through, something caught her eye. There, at the very back of the journal, was a folded scrap of paper, wedged between two of the pages. Sarah's pulse quickened as she carefully pulled it out, her hands trembling with anticipation. It was a yellowed note, the ink faded but still legible. The handwriting was jagged, rushed, as if written in a frenzy. If you're reading this, then you've made the same mistake I did. You've taken the journal. Don't make the same mistake I did. Sarah's heart raced as she read the note. It seemed to be written by someone who had been in her exact situation, someone who had owned the journal before her. The note went on. The journal has a pattern, a cycle. Every new owner must go through it. At first, it seems like a series of random events, coincidences. But soon, you'll realize it's not. Every new owner must fulfill the cycle of death before they are claimed. Every death feeds the journal. The more you write, the more the curse strengthens. It will feed off your emotions, your fear, your guilt, your anger. It will turn everything you feel into something real. And once you've written enough, the journal will come for you. There's no escape from it. You will be claimed. Sarah felt her blood run cold. The words seemed to echo in her mind, reverberating through her skull like a warning, a pattern. The journal was not random. It had a purpose. It was feeding on her emotions, on her fears. She had already contributed to the cycle by writing about Emily and the accident, but that was just the beginning. The key, the note continued, is to break the cycle, but it's not easy. To break the journal's hold, you must understand its pattern. Each new owner must write the deaths of at least 3 people. That's the price. Once you write enough, the journal will become a part of you. The cycle will complete, and the journal will claim its due. Sarah felt her breath catch in her throat. 3 deaths. She had already caused one. And now, the journal was claiming the lives of those around her. What had started as a mere coincidence, her anger, her frustration, her writing, was now an undeniable pattern. She had unwittingly become a part of it. The note continued with more cryptic instructions, but Sarah could barely focus. Her mind was reeling from what she had just read. The idea that the journal had a cycle, a purpose, made her feel even more powerless. She wasn't just an unwilling participant in a game of chance. She was caught in a web of fate, and the threads were tightening around her. There is one way, the note said, to break free, but it's not without consequences. You must destroy the journal completely, not by fire, not by water, not by burying it. You must destroy it through the source, the origin. Only by breaking the journal's creation will the curse be lifted. But beware. The journal is old, and the source is not something you can easily find. If you search for it, you will awaken the darkness that created it. Sarah closed her eyes, trying to take in the full weight of the words. She was trapped in this cycle, caught in a pattern of death, and the journal was using her own emotions to fuel its power. It wasn't just about writing the deaths. It was about living the deaths, feeling the terror, the grief, the guilt, until it consumed her. She had unwittingly become a part of the curse, and now she had to find a way to destroy it completely. But the note also spoke of consequences. Finding the source, breaking the journal's origin, would come with its own price. The journal had been created by something dark, something ancient. Could she really face whatever lay at the heart of it? Would she even survive the encounter? Sarah's hands shook as she placed the note back inside the journal. Her mind swirled with fear and confusion, but one thing was clear now. The journal had a pattern. She wasn't the first to fall prey to it, and she wouldn't be the last unless she could find a way to break the cycle. Her thoughts turned to the old man in the bookstore. He had warned her about the journal, but he had also hinted at something deeper, something that connected all of the previous owners. She needed to know more about the origins of the journal, about the dark history that had led to its creation. There was a source, a place, a way to end it all. But as Sarah sat there, alone in her room, she knew one thing for certain. Finding the source would be the most dangerous thing she would ever do, and it might be the last thing she ever did. The cycle was closing in on her. The pattern was complete, and if she didn't act soon, the journal would claim her as its next victim. The question was, could she survive long enough to break free? Chapter 7. The circle closes. The days that followed were a blur of terror and dread, each moment a slow crawl towards something Sarah couldn't escape. She had known deep down that her actions, her involvement with the journal, had consequences. But now, the reality of those consequences was suffocating her. The journal had become a constant presence in her life, its weight pressing against her every waking hour, its dark influence creeping into every corner of her existence. It was in the dead of night, when the world outside her apartment was still and silent, that the journal began to change. Sarah had been sitting at her desk, trying to piece together the fragments of what she had learned. The cryptic note, the pattern, the cycle of death. It was all too much for her to process. She had to act, but the fear of what would come next held her frozen. Could she really face the origin of the journal? Could she truly break the curse? Her thoughts were interrupted when she noticed something strange, something subtle, yet profoundly unsettling. The pages of the journal, which she had closed hours earlier, were open once again. The book lay on her desk, as if someone had been flipping through it, as if it had a life of its own. Sarah's heart raced. No, this couldn't be happening. She stood up slowly, her body stiff with anxiety, and walked over to the desk. As she leaned in, she felt the air grow colder, as though the very room had become charged with an ominous energy. The journal was open to a page she hadn't written on, a page that hadn't existed before. Her hands shook as she reached for it, her breath shallow. The words on the page were written in a flowing, almost hypnotic script. It was not her handwriting. It was as if the journal had taken control, writing on its own, as if it had a mind of its own. Sarah read the words aloud, her voice trembling as she spoke. Tonight, Sarah will receive a call. A phone call from someone she once called a friend. That person will be found dead in their apartment by morning, a victim of a violent, mysterious attack. The cause of death will be unclear, but it will be sudden and brutal. Sarah's blood ran cold. The words were too precise, too personal. She knew exactly who it was referring to. Lisa, her best friend. Lisa had been her confidant, her rock, through everything. And now, The journal had just predicted her death. The sense of dread that had been building inside Sarah surged like a tidal wave, consuming her in an instant. But it didn't stop there. The next page turned on its own, the ink continuing to spill across the paper. The following day, Sarah's neighbor, a woman she barely knows, will be found dead. Her body will show signs of strangulation, but there will be no witnesses. Sarah will feel the weight of her guilt as she begins to realize the journal's true purpose. It is not merely predicting death, it is dictating it. Sarah's vision blurred. She had no control. This was no longer a series of random events. The journal had become a harbinger of death, a force that fed off her emotions, her fears, her very soul. Each new prediction brought her closer to her own doom, and the worst part was that she could do nothing to stop it, nothing to change it. With trembling hands, she slammed the book shut, the finality of the action echoing through the room. She couldn't take it anymore. She couldn't stand by and let the journal claim more lives, especially not those she cared about. It had already taken Emily, and now it was targeting Lisa and others close to her. How many more would it take before the journal came for her? For the first time since this nightmare had begun, Sarah made a decision. She would confront the journal. She would face the force that had been controlling her life, and she would find a way to break free, no matter the cost. She stood up, the journal still gripped in her hands. Her mind was made up. She would not be its victim. Not anymore. The room seemed to close in on her as she paced back and forth, trying to steady her breathing. The journal, though silent, seemed to pulse with an eerie energy, its pages rustling as if calling to her. She needed to understand how to destroy it, how to sever its hold on her, once and for all. Her mind raced as she recalled the cryptic note she had found in the journal. To break the journal's hold, you must find its source, its origin, and destroy it. The note had warned her of the dangers, of the darkness that awaited those who sought to uncover the truth behind the journal. But what other choice did she have? The answers lay beyond the pages, beyond the death and destruction. She needed to know where the journal had come from, who had created it, and why it had chosen her. She had to uncover the truth before it was too late. But as she stood there, on the edge of making a decision that could change everything, the phone on her desk suddenly rang. The shrill sound pierced the silence of the room, making her jump in shock. Sarah's heart skipped a beat. She didn't need to look at the caller ID to know who it was. Her hand trembled as she picked up the phone. It was Lisa's number on the screen, but Lisa was supposed to be fine. She had just spoken to her the day before. Sarah's throat went dry as she pressed the phone to her ear. "Lisa?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. There was a pause on the other end, followed by the faint sound of breathing. But it wasn't Lisa's voice. It was distorted, as though the person on the other end was struggling to speak. And then, the voice that answered was cold, emotionless, and unmistakable. "Help me," the voice rasped, sending chills down Sarah's spine. Before she could respond, the line went dead. Sarah stood frozen, her heart hammering in her chest. Her fingers trembled as she lowered the phone, the weight of the moment crashing over her like a wave. The journal had been right. The first prediction had come true. Lisa was in danger, and it was only a matter of time before the next death came to pass. The cycle had begun to close. The journal was moving closer to its ultimate goal, Sarah herself. And now, more than ever, she had to face the truth. If she didn't act quickly, if she didn't confront the journal's source, it would take everything from her. She glanced at the journal on her desk, its pages now impossibly still. She could feel its presence, its gaze fixed upon her, waiting for her next move. It was no longer a question of whether or not she could escape. It was a question of whether she had the strength to face it. Sarah knew what she had to do. The circle was closing, and it was time to break it. Chapter 8. The Truth of Red. Sarah felt the weight of the journal in her hands as she walked through the darkened streets of the city, her heart heavy with dread. The cycle was closing in on her, each moment drawing her closer to the inevitable. She had tried everything, burning it, drowning it, even burying it, and yet the journal always returned, its grip tightening with each passing day. The predictions, the deaths, they were no longer coincidences. They were the journal's design, and Sarah was powerless to stop it. But now, she had a new sense of purpose, a new resolve. The old man from the bookstore had given her the key, the origin, the source of the journal. If she could uncover its dark history, if she could find out how it had come to be, then maybe, just maybe, she could break the curse that had bound her to it. Her mind raced as she made her way to the library, the same one she had visited for years, where she had once pored over books and research. But tonight, it wasn't the usual assignments that filled her thoughts. It was the journal, the terrible, cursed object that had become the center of her life. The library was quiet when she arrived, the doors creaking slightly as she pushed them open. The stale, musty air of the place seemed oddly comforting, a brief reprieve from the chaos that had consumed her world. But Sarah wasn't here to browse casually through the shelves. She knew exactly what she was looking for. She made her way to the back of the library, where the oldest, most obscure books were kept, hidden away in dusty corners and locked shelves. Her heart pounded as she scanned the titles, her eyes searching for anything that could explain the journal's existence. And then she found it. A book, bound in cracked leather, sitting on a high shelf, almost as if waiting for her. The title was faded, almost unreadable, but Sarah could just make it out. The Immortal Word, the Rituals of Eternal Life. Her breath caught in her throat. This was it. This was what she had been searching for. With trembling hands, she pulled the book from the shelf and flipped through its pages. She barely noticed the weight of the book, too consumed by the discovery she had just made. The pages were yellowed with age, the words written in a script that felt both foreign and familiar. But as she read, it all began to make sense. The journal, the curse, the deaths. It was all connected to one man, one dark and twisted mind. The book told the story of a writer named Elias Corbin, a brilliant but disturbed man who had lived centuries ago. Corbin was obsessed with the idea of immortality, not through the usual means of science or medicine, but through the written word. He believed that the act of writing could capture the essence of a person's soul, preserving it forever within the pages. But that wasn't enough for him. He wanted more. He wanted power. He wanted to control life itself. Driven by madness, Corbin had turned to forbidden rituals, the dark arts of necromancy and blood magic. He began to experiment with ways to bind a soul to a book, to create something that could transcend time, something that would endure long after its creator had passed. The ritual required a powerful, ancient incantation, but it didn't just require words, it required blood. Specifically, the blood of the writer's victims. Corbin had murdered countless people, using their blood to stain the pages of his book. As the blood soaked into the pages, it became infused with dark magic, binding the souls of the victims to the journal itself. With every death, Corbin's power grew, and the journal became more than just an object. It became a vessel for evil, a receptacle that could sustain itself by feeding on the lives of others. The red pages were not merely a symbol. They were the result of the blood of the innocent, their life force absorbed into the very fabric of the journal. The color of the pages, the truth of red, was a testament to the blood that had been spilled, the lives that had been taken to ensure the journal's immortality. Sarah's hand shook as she read the final pages of the book, her mind reeling with the horrific implications of what she was learning. The journal was a parasite, feeding off the lives of those who touched it, growing stronger with every death. It had been passed down through the ages, finding new victims to feed its insatiable hunger. And now, it had found her. Corbin had never stopped. Even after his death, the ritual continued, with each new owner of the journal becoming a part of its curse, contributing to its twisted legacy. The journal was no longer just a book. It was a force, a living entity that could never be destroyed, only passed on, from one victim to the next. Sarah closed the book with a sharp snap, her heart pounding in her chest. The truth was worse than she had imagined. The journal wasn't just an object of evil. It was the embodiment of evil itself, a vessel for the souls of its victims, a creature that had lived for centuries, sustained by death and darkness. Her mind raced. She couldn't let this continue. She couldn't let the journal claim any more lives. But now, with the truth of its origin in her hands, she understood the full extent of the curse. Breaking it wasn't as simple as destroying the journal. It wasn't enough to burn it or drown it. The journal was a part of something much larger, something that stretched back centuries, and its roots ran deep into the dark corners of the world. But there was still a glimmer of hope. The book had mentioned a way to end the curse, a way to sever the journal's connection to its creator. Sarah had to find the ritual, the incantation, the one thing that could destroy the source of the journal's power. She had to find a way to stop it from consuming her, from destroying everything she loved. The library felt colder now, the air thick with the weight of what she had learned. The truth of red was a truth too terrible to ignore, too dark to accept. The journal had been feeding off the lives of its owners for centuries, and now it had claimed her. She was its next victim, the next in the long line of deaths that the journal had caused. But Sarah wasn't going to let it take her. She wasn't going to let it consume her soul, as it had done to so many before her. With a new sense of purpose, Sarah slammed the book shut and stood up. The ritual, the key to breaking the curse, was out there somewhere, hidden in the darkest corners of the world, waiting for her to find it. She would stop at nothing to uncover it. She would face the darkness head on, confront the source of the journal's power, and break the cycle once and for all. But as she made her way out of the library, her mind filled with determination. One thing was clear. The road ahead would not be easy. The journal was powerful, and the forces that had created it were ancient and unforgiving. But Sarah was ready. The truth of red had been revealed, and now she would do whatever it took to destroy the journal and break its curse, before it was too late. Chapter 9. The Last Entry. Sarah had barely returned to her apartment before the journal began its next phase of terror. The truth she had uncovered, the history of the journal, the blood that soaked its pages, the endless cycle of death, was only the beginning. Now, with the journal's curse threatening to consume her, she knew the time had come for her to act. But what could she do? How could she fight a force that had existed for centuries, one that thrived on death, destruction, and manipulation? The clock on her wall ticked relentlessly as she sat at her desk, staring down at the journal. The journal, which had been nothing more than an oddity when she first found it, was now the central figure in her life, a dark, omnipotent presence that seemed to control her every move. She had read its predictions, she had seen the trail of death it had left behind, and she knew that it had one final move left to make. Sarah was going to be its next victim. She was the next name on the list, and the journal would stop at nothing to claim her life. It had been less than a day since she uncovered the truth, and now, with the weight of everything she had learned pressing down on her, Sarah had no choice but to confront the journal head-on. She had to act fast. She had less than 24 hours before it would claim her, just as it had claimed those before her. With trembling hands, she opened the journal, and as expected, the ink was already spreading across the page, as though anticipating her every move. The words that appeared on the page sent a chill down her spine. They were written in the same eerie, flowing script, as though the journal itself had been waiting for her to take the next step. In less than 24 hours, Sarah will become the final victim. The cycle will be complete. She will join the long line of souls trapped within the pages, and the journal will continue its eternal hunger. There is no escape. There is no turning back. Sarah's heart raced as she read the words, the finality of them sinking into her bones. She could feel the cold grip of inevitability tightening around her throat. She wasn't just a part of the cycle anymore. She was the final chapter, the one who would complete the journal's long history of death. But Sarah wasn't about to give up. Not yet. She had found the notes in the library, those cryptic instructions, the hidden truth about the ritual that could break the curse. She had learned that there was a way to sever the journal's power, to destroy its hold over her. But the ritual was dangerous. It was a desperate measure, one that might not work. And even if it did, there was no telling what kind of price she would have to pay. The ritual required certain elements: a circle of salt to ward off the journal's influence, a single drop of her own blood to sever the bond between her soul and the book, and an incantation to destroy the journal's source, its creator, Elias Corbin. If she performed the ritual correctly, she could end the curse, but there was no guarantee that it would work. She could very well be putting herself in even greater danger. Sarah stood up, her legs unsteady, and began gathering the materials: the salt, the candles, the knife to draw her blood. The very thought of cutting herself made her stomach churn, but she knew that if she wanted to survive, she had no choice. The journal had already predicted her death. It had already sealed her fate. She set the journal on the floor, positioning it at the center of the salt circle she had drawn. The candles flickered dimly in the room, casting long shadows across the walls. Sarah felt a cold sweat break out across her skin. Everything had to be perfect. There was no room for error. As she knelt down beside the journal, she felt its presence, its pull. The book seemed to hum with a dark energy, like a beast waiting for its prey. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and steadied her hands. I am the master of my fate. I will not be your prey. Her voice was barely a whisper, but it felt like the words had power. She took the knife and pressed the blade to her palm, drawing a small, sharp cut. The blood that welled up seemed to pulse with an unnatural energy. She held her hand over the journal, letting the blood drip onto its pages, the liquid seeping into the paper like a sacrificial offering. At first, nothing happened. But then, the journal began to react. The pages flipped open violently, the ink spreading across the paper, the words forming faster than Sarah could read. It was as though the journal was feeding on her blood, the power of the ritual energizing it. The words on the page twisted and writhed, forming a new prediction, one that made Sarah's stomach turn with fear. The ritual will fail. You cannot escape. Your blood has already been claimed. The circle will not protect you. The journal knows your every move. It has already seen your attempt to break the cycle, and it will not allow it. Sarah's heart pounded in her chest as the words burned into her mind. She had underestimated the journal's power. It knew what she was doing. It anticipated every move, every step she took. There was no escaping it, no hiding from it. As the journal continued to write, Sarah realized with horror that it wasn't just predicting her actions, it was controlling them. Every time she moved, every time she thought she was one step ahead, the journal was already a step further. It was an invisible enemy, an omniscient force that knew her every thought, her every fear. The room seemed to close in on her as the journal continued to churn out words, its predictions coming to life in real time. She could feel the weight of its malevolent presence pressing down on her, suffocating her. The salt circle, the blood, the ritual, it was all for nothing. The journal had already anticipated her every move, and she was powerless to stop it. Suddenly, the lights flickered, and the temperature in the room dropped. Sarah's breath came out in visible puffs of cold air. The journal slammed shut, as though it had completed its final task. The last entry had been written. It was done. But Sarah didn't stop. She refused to accept defeat. She had to find a way to break free, to destroy the journal once and for all. She would not let it claim her, not after everything she had learned. She wouldn't be the final victim. She reached for the journal, her hands shaking, and felt its power surging through her once more. But this time, something was different. The journal was not as strong as it had been before. The words seemed to blur and fade, as if the power was beginning to wane. She didn't know how or why, but she knew this was her last chance. She had to destroy it now, before it could claim her once and for all. Sarah took the journal in her hands, and with a final desperate cry, hurled it into the fire. She watched, breathless, as the flames consumed it, the book burning with an unnatural intensity, the ink sizzling and hissing as it melted away. The heat of the fire was unbearable, but Sarah stood her ground, watching as the journal was finally destroyed. And as the last embers burned out, she felt a strange calm wash over her. It was over. The curse had been broken. She had survived. But as Sarah walked away from the smoldering ashes of the journal, a chilling thought crossed her mind. Had she truly destroyed it? Or had she merely sealed her fate, once again, in the pages of a new book? The cycle, it seemed, was never truly over. Chapter 10. The Cursed Legacy. Sarah's breath was ragged as she stood over the smoldering remains of the journal, her hands trembling from the intensity of what had just occurred. The flames had finally consumed it. After everything she had gone through, after everything the journal had made her endure, it was gone. The journal, that cursed omnipotent object, was no more. The truth had been revealed. The ritual had been performed, and she had destroyed the source of the curse. It was over, or so she thought. The heat of the fire still lingered in the room, But as Sarah stared at the charred remains of the book, a sickening sense of dread began to creep over her once again. The fire had burned bright and fierce, consuming every page, every ounce of ink that had once carried the journal's malignant power. There was no way it could have survived. There was no way it could come back. And yet, as the final embers sputtered out, the oppressive silence that followed felt wrong. The air felt heavier than before, thick with an energy that Sarah couldn't place. It wasn't the warm, comforting silence of peace. It was the cold, suffocating stillness of something waiting to happen. Her pulse quickened as she scanned the room. The shadows seemed to grow longer, more defined, as if the very walls were closing in on her. She wanted to believe it was over. She wanted to believe she had won. But something deep inside her, something primal, told her otherwise. Sarah turned her gaze back to the remains of the journal. She took a cautious step forward, then another, her heart pounding in her chest. The flames had reduced the book to nothing but ash, but as she peered closer, something caught her eye. A small, tattered corner of what looked like a page, barely visible beneath the charred remains. A chill ran down her spine. She reached down, her fingers trembling as she pulled at the scrap of paper. The moment her fingers touched it, a strange sensation flooded through her, like an electric current pulsing from the very core of the scrap. Her breath hitched, and she jerked her hand back, as though burned. But it wasn't the scrap that had burned her. It was the sensation itself. That feeling of being connected to something much larger, much darker than herself. And then, as if it had been waiting for her to notice, the scrap of paper began to writhe in her hand. Slowly, as though alive, the ash dissolved from it, and the page began to unfurl itself, revealing words written in dark, flowing ink. You thought you could break the cycle. You thought the journal was gone. But the curse never ends. It is passed on, from one victim to the next. And now, it is your turn to deliver the legacy. Sarah's breath caught in her throat. The words were too familiar, too much like the predictions that had come before. The journal, somehow, was speaking to her once again, its dark influence seeping back into her life. She stumbled backward, her legs weak beneath her, as a terrible realization began to sink in. The journal had not been destroyed. No, it had been reborn, its power now transferred into something else. It had become more than just a book. It had become a legacy, a curse that was passed down, destined to find new victims, just as it had found her. And now, as the words continued to form before her, she understood the true horror of what she had done. She hadn't broken the cycle. She had only sealed her own fate, ensuring that someone else would take her place. Someone else would now become the next owner of the journal, the next victim of its insidious power. Her mind spun as the implications of the message hit her all at once. The journal hadn't been destroyed. It had merely been waiting for the right moment to re-emerge. And now, in its final act, it was reaching out to her, just as it had reached out to all the others before her. The words on the page continued. You will search for it, just as they all did. You will seek the answers, but in the end, you will find only darkness. The journal's legacy is never ending, and it will continue its hunger for eternity. Sarah's heart pounded in her chest as she scanned the words, each one etching itself into her soul, a reminder of the never-ending cycle she was now bound to. The curse had passed through countless hands before hers, and now it was hers to carry forward. There was no escape. there was no freedom. The legacy of the journal would continue, just as it had for centuries. But it wasn't just the curse that haunted her. It was the terrifying realization that the journal was still very much alive, and it had already chosen its next victim. As if on cue, there was a knock at the door. The sound was soft, almost hesitant, but in that moment, it felt deafening. Sarah froze. Her mind raced, her heart thundering in her chest. No, it couldn't be. She walked slowly to the door, her hand shaking as she reached for the handle. Her pulse raced as she opened the door to reveal a figure standing in the doorway. A man, young and unassuming, holding a package in his hands. The man looked at her with a neutral expression, his eyes tired, as though he had seen too much. "Delivery for Sarah Connolly," he said, his voice soft. Sarah's stomach churned. The name on the package, her name, was written in a familiar flowing script, the same script she had seen on the journal's pages. She felt a surge of panic rise in her throat as she took the package from him, her hands trembling violently. "Thanks," she whispered, barely able to keep her voice steady. The delivery man nodded, turned, and walked away, leaving Sarah standing in the doorway, the package clutched in her hands. Her mind raced with terror, but a part of her already knew. She didn't need to open the package to understand what was inside. She didn't need to look at the contents to know that the journal had found its way back into the world. It had found its next victim. Sarah backed away from the door, her body trembling, as she slowly turned the package over in her hands. She couldn't escape it. No one could. The journal had been passed to her, and now it would pass on to someone else. The cycle would continue. The legacy would never end. The moment of reckoning had come. She slowly ripped open the package, her heart in her throat, and found herself face to face with the journal once more. It was wrapped in faded red cloth, but its presence was undeniable. Its power was still alive, still searching for the next victim, and it had already chosen its next keeper. As the journal's pages slowly began to turn on their own, Sarah's blood ran cold. The legacy had been passed. The cycle would continue. And now, someone else. Someone unknown. Someone who would one day discover the journal, would become its next victim. Sarah collapsed to her knees, the weight of the journal in her hands too much to bear. There was no escaping it. The curse, the legacy, the journal, it was eternal. And as the pages turned, Sarah realized with a shiver that the story had only just begun. Chapter 1. The First Shadow. The full moon hung high in the midnight sky, casting its pale, ghostly light over the quiet streets of the suburban neighborhood. The calm was deceptive, masking the sinister events unfolding beneath its glow. Gabriel Ortega stood by his car, staring up at the moon, feeling the chill of the night air seeping into his bones. The phone call had come in, just as he was about to leave the precinct, a harsh reminder that he couldn't escape the darkness that always seemed to follow him. A young woman found dead under the moonlight. The details were sparse, but the message was clear enough. Another murder, another victim, and this time, the scene was eerily familiar. As Gabriel walked toward the crime scene, the familiar hum of police radios and the shuffle of footsteps on gravel filled his ears. He pushed through the crowd of officers and forensic experts, his sharp eyes scanning the scene, looking for anything that stood out. The body had already been covered, but the surroundings were still raw, vivid, almost alive with the scent of decay and death. His gaze fell on the wall just beside the body. His breath caught in his throat. There, Etched into the cracked plaster of the building was the shadow of the victim. It wasn't a typical shadow, no. It was elongated and twisted, as if the woman's form had been distorted in the moments before her death. It clung to the wall, stretching out like a dark omen. Gabriel's heart raced. He had seen shadows like this before, but never in this way. There was something unnatural about it. Something wrong. Detective Ortega. A voice interrupted his thoughts. He turned to find Officer Miranda, a young cop with an air of anxious curiosity in her eyes. We've got the victim's ID. Her name is Clara Soto, early 20s. No obvious ties to any known criminal activity. Gabriel nodded absently, still fixated on the shadow. And the cause of death? Multiple stab wounds, but you need to see this. Miranda handed him a small evidence bag. Inside, there was a photograph, clear and cold. It showed Clara, alive and smiling, standing in front of a park under a moonlit sky. The odd thing was the timestamp on the photo. It was taken mere hours before her death. We found this in her bag. She took it herself, apparently, right before she... Gabriel held up a hand to silence her. Let me guess, he muttered. The shadow. Miranda's lips pressed together in a tight line, her expression unreadable. Exactly. The photograph didn't just show Clara's image. It also showed a sliver of the same shadow on the ground beneath her. It was subtle, easy to miss, but Gabriel noticed the irregularity immediately. The shadow didn't match the lighting angle. It was as if it had been placed there, intentionally. He clenched his jaw. Something wasn't right. Too many questions swirled in his mind, none of them making sense. The full moon, the shadow, the photograph. This wasn't just another random killing. There was a pattern, a chilling symmetry to the events that made his gut twist with dread. He crouched beside the body, his eyes narrowing as he studied the victim's features. Clara Soto was beautiful, her face still holding the traces of life that had been so violently ripped away. The precision of the stab wounds suggested a killer who was methodical, almost surgical in his approach. Gabriel wasn't looking for a motive, not yet. He was looking for something else, anything that could explain the presence of that damned shadow. He had seen it before, not in this context, but somewhere else, somewhere distant, yet disturbingly close. As he examined the crime scene, the pieces of the puzzle slowly began to form in his mind. Over the past few months, there had been reports of strange, unexplained deaths scattered across the city, incidents that seemed unrelated at first. Each victim had been found under similar circumstances, murdered in the dead of night, their bodies left under the eerie glow of the full moon. The police had dismissed these as coincidence, but Gabriel was never one to believe in such things. He had learned long ago that coincidences were just convenient lies, hiding deeper truths. A flash of memory flickered in his mind. Another case, another full moon. He had dismissed it at the time, attributing it to his own exhaustion and growing paranoia. But now, standing here in this quiet neighborhood, with the shadow of Clara Soto looming over him, he felt the weight of his own doubts pressing down on him. He stood up, his eyes still fixed on the strange projection on the wall. "Miranda," he called out, his voice low. "Can you pull up all the recent cases, the ones that happened under the full moon?" Miranda raised an eyebrow. "You think this is connected?" "I don't know yet," Gabriel replied, his voice hardening with resolve. "But I can feel it. There's something about these murders. They're not random. We're dealing with something far more dangerous than we realize." The officer nodded and walked off to retrieve the files. Gabriel continued to study the shadow. His gut told him that there was a pattern here, something sinister hiding in the depths of these killings. The fact that the shadow seemed to persist after the victim's death was proof of it, proof that there was something unnatural, something beyond the realm of human understanding at play. His thoughts were interrupted when Miranda returned, a stack of case files in her hands. "Here," she said, handing them over. "All the cases from the last few months, all under the full moon." Gabriel flipped through the files, his eyes scanning the reports with practiced speed. Each one matched the same disturbing pattern: an innocent victim, a brutal killing under the light of the full moon, and, almost always, the same eerie shadow lingering after death. It was too much to ignore. There had to be a connection. "Look at this," Gabriel muttered, pointing to a file near the bottom of the stack. It was dated just a week ago. "This victim, it's the same. Same method, same moonlit scene, same damn shadow." Miranda leaned in, her face pale, as she read the report. This can't be a coincidence. Gabriel's mind raced as he stood in the center of the crime scene, the full moon casting its light down on him. This wasn't just another series of killings. This was something far more complex, far darker than anyone could have imagined. And as much as he hated to admit it, he felt like he was being drawn into a game he didn't understand, one that was playing with forces far beyond his control. The first shadow had appeared, but it wouldn't be the last. Chapter 2: The Enigma of Shadows. The night air was thick with tension as Gabriel Ortega stood beneath the flickering streetlight, staring into the shadows that seemed to stretch endlessly along the darkened alley. It had been 2 weeks since the first murder, and the city was still reeling from the shock of the brutal killings. But to Gabriel, the strange shadows that lingered on the walls were now the key to understanding the twisted puzzle he was trying to solve. Each new murder followed the same chilling pattern. The victims, all found under the full moon's pale light, had one thing in common: their shadows. No matter where the body was discovered, their shadows would remain etched on nearby walls, as if they were tethered to the space itself, unwilling or unable to escape. As a detective, Gabriel was used to solving cases through evidence and logic. But this was something beyond the ordinary, something he couldn't explain. His obsession with these shadows grew with each passing day. He spent hours poring over case files, re-examining every scene, looking for the faintest clue that could give him a foothold. But the shadows seemed to be mocking him. The more he stared at them, the more they refused to make sense. It was during one of these long nights, as he stood over the photographs of the most recent victim, a young man named Eric Miller, that Gabriel felt a chill run down his spine. The body had been found in an abandoned building near the edge of town. The scene was eerily familiar. Another lifeless body, another inexplicable shadow. The photograph of Eric's death, taken by the forensic team, was the same as the others. Distorted shadows stretched unnaturally across the walls. But something was different this time. As Gabriel studied the image, his eyes narrowed. In the background, partially obscured by the shadow, he could just make out a figure. A person, standing in the far corner of the room, barely visible in the dim light. The figure's face was obscured, but Gabriel could tell it wasn't one of the officers or forensic specialists. This person didn't belong. A sense of unease settled over him, but it wasn't fear. It was the feeling of being on the verge of a breakthrough. Gabriel quickly jotted down a note in his case file and glanced up at the clock. It was just past midnight. He'd need to follow this lead, but he couldn't do it alone. The next morning, Gabriel met with his partner, Officer Miranda. She looked just as tired as he felt, the lines under her eyes deepening with each passing day of this unnerving investigation. They had worked together long enough to know when the other had something important to say. "You see it too, don't you?" Gabriel asked, sliding the photograph of Eric's death across the table. Miranda leaned forward, her brow furrowing as she studied the image. "There's someone in the background. We need to find out who they are." Miranda nodded slowly, but Gabriel could see the doubt in her eyes. She wasn't convinced yet. But why would someone be lurking in the background? It doesn't make sense. If they were involved, they would have been at the scene before the body was found. So why are they hiding? Gabriel clenched his fists. "I don't know. But the shadows, they're too consistent. Every crime scene, the same. We've got a pattern here, Miranda. A pattern that's beyond coincidence. And I think this person, whoever they are, has something to do with it." Miranda was silent for a moment, then sighed. "All right, we'll look into it. But we're not going to get anywhere unless we dig deeper. We need more than just a shadowy figure in the background." Gabriel agreed. He had to find a way to tie all the loose ends together. And then, in the midst of his contemplation, he remembered something from the past. The photographer. There had been whispers of a local photographer who specialized in nighttime shots. He was known for his peculiar obsession with capturing the moon and the way it illuminated the city's forgotten corners. Gabriel had heard rumors that the photographer had been seen at several of the crime scenes, though no one could say for sure. He wasn't a suspect, but he might know something that could help the investigation. His images, like the one that had been found with Clara Soto's body, had an eerie quality, almost prophetic, as if they were capturing moments before they happened. "Miranda," Gabriel said, looking up from the table, "I need you to track down a photographer. His name is Daniel Ruiz. He's been photographing the city at night, and I think he might know something, maybe even more than he realizes." Miranda raised an eyebrow. "A photographer? You think this is all connected to him?" "I don't know. But I do know that his work is unusual. And I think he might have been capturing something more than just pictures of the city." Miranda wasn't entirely convinced, but she knew better than to argue when Gabriel had his mind set on something. "All right, I'll see what I can find on him. But we'll need more than a hunch to get him involved in this." Gabriel stood up, his mind already racing. The shadows, the figure in the background, the photographer, all of it was part of a larger puzzle, and Gabriel was determined to put it together. He couldn't afford to overlook any detail, no matter how small or strange. The answers were out there, waiting to be found. As the days passed, Gabriel became more obsessed with the idea of Daniel Ruiz. He couldn't shake the feeling that the photographer knew something that could unlock the mystery of the murders. He began to visit local art galleries, searching for any exhibitions or photographs that might give him a clue. He spent hours scrolling through social media profiles, looking for any connection between Ruiz and the victims. But it wasn't until he finally tracked down a listing for a small gallery show at a local cafe that he found what he was looking for. The exhibition was set to open in 2 days. Gabriel felt a surge of anticipation. This could be the breakthrough he had been waiting for. He had to meet Ruiz, and when he did, Gabriel would make sure to find out the truth, no matter how dark or terrifying it might be. Chapter 3. The Night Photographer. Gabriel stood outside the dimly lit cafe, staring up at the faded sign that hung above the entrance, La Luna Gallery. The gallery was small and tucked away in a quiet part of the city, nothing extravagant, but it had become a local favorite for artists who sought to display their work in an intimate setting. It was here, he had learned, that Daniel Ruiz's latest exhibition was being held. The photographer's obsession with the night, the moon, and shadows had piqued Gabriel's interest more than anything else in the investigation. Tonight, the detective hoped to learn something that would tie the photographer to the recent murders. As he entered the gallery, the scent of coffee and paint lingered in the air. Soft jazz music played in the background, blending with the hum of quiet conversations. Gabriel's eyes scanned the room, filled with several large black and white photographs of moonlit streets, cityscapes bathed in a soft, eerie glow, and countless shadows stretching across walls like living things. The images were captivating, almost hypnotic. But it was the shadows that unsettled him the most. They seemed to pulse with a life of their own, as though they held secrets hidden just out of sight. Gabriel's gaze landed on a figure standing near a corner, looking at a photograph of a woman bathed in moonlight. The man had a quiet, intense presence, tall and thin, with short, dark hair and piercing eyes that seemed to reflect the moon's light. It was Daniel Ruiz, the photographer. Gabriel approached him slowly, feeling the weight of the man's gaze before Daniel even looked up. There was something unnerving about the photographer's calm demeanor, a quiet confidence, or perhaps a cold detachment. Gabriel had dealt with many types of people in his career, but Daniel felt different, almost like he was in tune with something Gabriel couldn't quite grasp. "Mr. Ruiz?" Gabriel asked, his voice steady, but carrying an undercurrent of suspicion. "I'm Detective Gabriel Ortega. I was hoping we could talk." Daniel's lips curled into a small, polite smile. "Of course, Detective. I've been expecting you." Gabriel's brow furrowed. "You've been expecting me?" "I know why you're here," Daniel replied, his voice smooth, almost too calm. "You're here because of the murders, because of the shadows." Gabriel didn't flinch, though the photographer's words sent a chill down his spine. He couldn't afford to let himself become unsettled now. "I need to ask you about your photographs," Gabriel said, leaning in slightly. "Some of them..." He paused, searching for the right words. "Some of them seem to predict things, events, people. There are details in your images that couldn't have been known unless you were at the crime scenes before they happened." Daniel's smile widened slightly, his eyes glinting with something almost amused. "Predicting the future, Detective? That's a bit dramatic, don't you think?" Gabriel's instincts were screaming at him now, his mind racing through the images he'd seen, the strange coincidences. "Don't play games with me, Ruiz. The last murder, Eric Miller. There was a photo in the evidence bag that showed a shadow exactly like the one found at the crime scene. You were there, in the background of that photo." Daniel's expression didn't change. He simply nodded, as though he had been waiting for this moment. "I was there," he admitted softly. "I take pictures at night. I capture the moments before they slip away. I've been doing it for years, and sometimes..." His voice trailed off as he walked over to a table, picking up a thick leather-bound portfolio. He returned to Gabriel, flipping it open to reveal a series of photographs. "These," Daniel said, "are some of my most recent work. You might find them interesting." Gabriel's eyes narrowed as he studied the first photograph. It was a picture of an alleyway, bathed in the harsh light of the full moon. At first glance, it looked like any of Daniel's other photos, a serene, almost haunting image. But something was off. In the shadows of the alley just beside a dumpster stood a figure, a man. The man had his back turned, his features obscured, but the angle of the shadow seemed wrong. It stretched unnaturally long, almost as though it was pulling the man towards the darkness. Gabriel's throat tightened. "What is this?" "It's a photograph," Daniel replied calmly, "just like all the others." Gabriel turned the page. The next image was even more disturbing. This time, the photograph showed a woman standing in front of a park, bathed in the glow of the moonlight. Her posture was stiff, unnatural, and there, just beneath her, was the shadow again, elongated and contorted, almost alive. It seemed to twist and writhe along the sidewalk, like it was trying to escape the body it belonged to. Gabriel recognized her. She was Clara Soto, the first victim. The timestamp on the photo was less than an hour before her death. Gabriel felt his breath catch in his chest. You were there too. You took this photo before she was killed." Daniel's expression was unreadable. "I didn't kill her, if that's what you're suggesting. I'm just a photographer. I take pictures of the night, the city. But sometimes..." He paused, almost as though he were choosing his words carefully. "Sometimes the night shows me things that will happen, or things that have already happened." Gabriel felt his heart pound in his chest. He had suspected something was off about Daniel, but now his suspicions were beginning to take shape. The photographer wasn't just a witness. He was a part of something darker, something far more dangerous than Gabriel had imagined. "Tell me what you're not saying, Ruiz," Gabriel demanded, his voice sharp with authority. "Why are you showing me these pictures? What do they mean?" Daniel didn't answer immediately. Instead, he flipped to the next photo. It was a wide shot of the city, the moon high in the sky, casting long shadows across the rooftops. But it was the shadow that caught Gabriel's attention. It stretched out from the edge of a building, impossibly long, creeping across the pavement like a living thing. And there, in the shadow's path, stood another figure. A woman, her features obscured by the darkness. Gabriel's gut twisted with a sense of impending doom. "Who is she?" Daniel didn't reply. Instead, he closed the portfolio and looked Gabriel directly in the eye. "You're asking the wrong questions, detective. You should be asking why the shadows follow me." Gabriel felt his skin prick with unease. He couldn't explain it, but he knew one thing for certain. Daniel Ruiz wasn't just a bystander. He was part of the mystery, whether he understood it or not. And that thought gnawed at Gabriel's mind as he stood there in the dimly lit gallery, surrounded by the eerie silence of the photographs. The shadows weren't just images in a frame. They were a warning. And Gabriel was beginning to realize that he was in deeper than he had ever anticipated. Chapter 4. The Full Moon. The full moon rose higher in the sky, its pale glow casting an eerie light over the city. It seemed brighter than usual, its silvery rays illuminating the streets with an almost unnatural brilliance. Gabriel Ortega stood on the rooftop of an old apartment building, his coat flapping in the cool night breeze as he watched the moon with a sense of foreboding. The murders had all taken place under the light of the full moon, and Gabriel couldn't shake the feeling that something darker was at play, something beyond the reach of logic and reason. Tonight was different, though. There was a weight in the air, a stillness that seemed to pulse with tension. It was the third full moon since the first murder, and Gabriel had made the decision to stay out in the open, watching the city closely, hoping to catch a glimpse of the killer or uncover something that had eluded him before. The night was quiet, but there was a lingering sense of dread in the atmosphere, like the calm before a storm. His phone buzzed in his pocket. Gabriel pulled it out, glancing at the message. It was Miranda. "We've got a call. Another body. Same place as the others. Meet you there." Gabriel's stomach dropped. Another victim. His pulse quickened as he typed a quick reply. "I'm already on my way." He didn't need to ask for details. He already knew where it would be, just like the others, under the moonlight, where the shadows seemed to linger and twist unnaturally. Gabriel made his way to the crime scene, the streets empty except for the occasional car or pedestrian walking briskly to their destination, unaware of the horror that was about to unfold. As he arrived, he saw the flashing lights of squad cars reflecting off the nearby buildings. Officers were scattered around the scene, some taking statements, others securing the area. Miranda was waiting for him by the entrance of an old, dilapidated building on the edge of the neighborhood. She looked as weary as Gabriel felt, but there was a hardness in her eyes that told him she was ready for whatever was to come. "Another one?" Gabriel asked quietly, stepping toward her. "Yeah," Miranda replied, her voice strained. "Same pattern, same damn shadows. But there's something different this time. You need to see this." They entered the building, moving carefully through the dark, musty corridors. The stench of decay hit Gabriel's nostrils, but he pushed it aside. The body was in the main hallway, just like the others. A woman, her lifeless form sprawled out beneath a broken window. The moonlight poured in, casting long shadows that seemed to stretch unnaturally across the walls. Gabriel's eyes immediately locked onto the shadow of the woman. But something was wrong. It was moving. Slowly at first, almost imperceptibly, the shadow seemed to shift across the wall, its shape distorting like liquid in the moonlight. His heart skipped a beat. "Do you see it?" he whispered to Miranda, his voice tight with disbelief. Miranda followed his gaze, her face pale as she nodded. "It's not just the wall. The shadow is alive." Gabriel's breath caught in his throat. He had seen the strange shadows before, but this was different. In the previous cases, the shadows had simply lingered, frozen in time, as though they were a natural extension of the body. But now, the shadow seemed to have a life of its own, stretching, writhing, as if it was trying to escape its confines. He stepped closer to the body, trying to steady his nerves. The victim was a young woman, no older than the others. Her face was pale, her eyes wide open in a silent scream, her body battered with the telltale signs of violent trauma. But it wasn't the victim that held Gabriel's attention. It was the shadow. For a moment, the shadow twisted sharply, stretching across the wall until it reached the opposite side of the room. Then, as if acknowledging Gabriel's presence, it began to retreat, almost as though it was trying to return to the body. It moved with purpose, following the contours of the wall, like an invisible force tugging at the darkness. Gabriel reached out, almost instinctively, as if he could stop it, but his hand passed through the air, finding nothing but cold, empty space. The shadow, however, seemed to know he was there, and for a split second, it hesitated, frozen, as if waiting for him to make a move. This wasn't natural. Gabriel felt a chill crawl up his spine as the realization hit him. The shadows weren't just following the victims, they were responding to the night itself, to the moon. Something about the full moon was awakening these shadows, giving them power over the very walls of the city. It was as if the moonlight was pulling something from within the shadows, something ancient and malevolent. And with each murder, with each victim found beneath its cold light, the shadows grew stronger. This is impossible," Miranda muttered, her voice shaky. She had seen a lot in her career, but this was beyond her experience. Gabriel's mind raced. Could it be that the full moon was more than just a backdrop for the killings? Was there something more sinister at work? A curse? A ritual? He didn't know, but he was starting to feel like the moon itself was complicit in these deaths. And the shadows, they were not mere byproducts of the murders. They were alive, and they were growing stronger with each passing full moon. He stepped back, glancing around the room, his mind spinning. There had to be an explanation. He needed to understand what was happening, why these shadows moved, why they lingered, and what it all had to do with the full moon. "Miranda," he said, his voice steady despite the turmoil in his mind. "We need to find out everything we can about the moon, about these shadows, and about the victims. There's something connected to all of this, something older than we realize." Miranda looked at him, her expression grim. "And what about the photographer?" Gabriel hesitated. He had thought about Daniel Ruiz, about the photos, the way they seemed to capture moments before they happened. But something about Daniel's calm demeanor, the way he had dismissed the connection between his pictures and the murders, made Gabriel uneasy. He wasn't sure he could trust him yet, but he knew one thing for certain. The photographer was somehow tied to this mystery. "Keep an eye on him," Gabriel said, his voice low. "But we need answers, and we need them fast." As they left the building, Gabriel couldn't shake the feeling that they were running out of time. The shadows were alive, moving with the moon, and the more they uncovered, the more dangerous it would become. The full moon had always been a symbol of mystery and magic, but now it felt like something darker was being awakened, a force that was reaching out, touching the lives of everyone in its path. And Gabriel was right in the center of it. Chapter 5. An Ancient Pact. Gabriel stood in front of the old wooden shelves of the library, the quiet rustling of pages echoing in the silence. The musty scent of old books filled the air, mingling with the faint odor of mildew that clung to the aging building. He had been here for hours, combing through dusty volumes on folklore, supernatural phenomena, and lunar mythology. The connection between the full moon, the moving shadows, and the murders had led him down a path that felt more like a nightmare with each passing moment. Yet, the answers seemed to hide in plain sight. His fingers brushed over the spines of countless books, each one more obscure than the last, until one caught his eye. It was an old leather-bound tome with faded gold letters on the spine that read, "Lunar Sins, Rituals of the Forgotten Moon." Gabriel had never seen this book before. In fact, it looked like it had been buried here for decades, perhaps longer. The name of the author was worn away by time, leaving only a vague imprint. Without hesitation, he pulled the book from the shelf and opened it to the first page. As his eyes scanned the ancient text, he was struck by the eerie sense that he had stumbled upon something much darker than he had anticipated. The pages were filled with strange symbols, descriptions of moonlit rituals, and legends of a powerful lunar entity, a being that thrived on sacrifices. Gabriel's heart began to race as he read further, his mind struggling to process the information. It spoke of a pact, an ancient agreement between this entity and the humans who once worshipped it. The moon, it seemed, was not just a celestial body. It was a force, an ancient primordial being that demanded blood in exchange for its power. According to the book, the pact had been forged centuries ago by a secret group of mystics who had believed that by sacrificing innocents beneath the full moon, they would gain favor with the lunar entity. The victims' souls, it was said, would fuel the power of the moon, allowing it to manifest its power over the earthly realm. Gabriel's breath caught in his throat. The words on the page felt like a punch to his gut. The ritual described in the book was eerily similar to the murders he had been investigating. The full moon, the strange shadows, and the victims left in unnatural positions. It was all connected. But how? Was this ancient pact still active? Could it be that someone, perhaps Daniel, had revived it? He shook his head, trying to dismiss the wild thought. This is just folklore, he told himself. Superstition. But as he continued to read, something gnawed at the back of his mind. The more he read, the more the events surrounding the murders seemed to mirror the rituals described in the book. There were accounts of shadows becoming alive, shifting and twisting with the power of the moon. And the sacrifices, they always took place beneath the full moon, just as the murders had. He needed to keep digging. Gabriel spent the next several hours poring over the book, taking notes and comparing the symbols and rituals described within its pages to the events unfolding in the city. His head ached from the sheer weight of the information, but the more he uncovered, the more convinced he became that there was something far more dangerous at play than a string of isolated murders. As the sun began to set, Gabriel closed the book with a heavy sigh. His mind was racing, but there was still one missing piece: Daniel Ruiz. Gabriel had always suspected that the photographer had some connection to the killings, but now he felt a growing certainty that Daniel was more than just a bystander. The photographs, the shadows, the moon, it was all too interconnected to be a coincidence. He needed to see Daniel again. The following day, Gabriel met with Miranda to discuss his findings. They were sitting in the police precinct, surrounded by case files, photographs, and notes that Gabriel had painstakingly gathered over the past few weeks. Miranda looked at him with a mixture of exhaustion and skepticism, but Gabriel's demeanor was more focused than she had ever seen him. "I think I've found something," Gabriel said, his voice steady but full of urgency. "I was in the library, and I came across an ancient text. It talks about a pact with a lunar entity, an entity that demands sacrifices under the full moon in exchange for power. It's like the murders we've been investigating. They're part of some kind of ritual." Miranda's brow furrowed. "Wait, you're saying this is... what? Some kind of supernatural thing? A curse?" Gabriel shook his head. "I'm not sure yet, but the more I read, the more it matches the patterns we're seeing in these killings. The shadows, the way they seem to move, the fact that all the victims are found under the full moon, it all points to the same thing. Someone is trying to fulfill this ancient pact. They're using the moon and its power to fuel something." Miranda was quiet for a moment, her eyes scanning the notes in front of her. "And you think Daniel Ruiz is involved in this?" "I'm certain of it," Gabriel replied, his voice firm. "The photographs, the way he spoke about the moon, the shadows, it all fits. But I don't think he's doing this intentionally. I think he's been drawn into it, maybe even manipulated." Miranda leaned back in her chair, absorbing Gabriel's words. "So you think Daniel knows about this pact? That he's somehow connected to these murders? But he's not the killer?" "I'm not sure he's aware of everything, but I believe he has something to do with it. Maybe he's been using the moon's power without understanding the consequences. Or maybe he's being controlled by something much darker than he realizes. Gabriel paused, letting the weight of his words settle in. I need to speak with him again. I need to understand what he knows. If this pact is real, then we have to stop whoever is behind it before more people die. Miranda nodded, but there was a hesitation in her eyes. And if he's the one who's been pulling the strings all along? We don't know that yet, Gabriel said, standing up. But we need to find out. Fast. Later that evening, Gabriel made his way to Daniel's apartment, his mind swirling with doubts and fears. The information from the book had left him shaken, but he couldn't ignore the growing sense that Daniel was the key to unraveling this mystery. The photographer's obsession with the moon, his eerie photographs, everything seemed to be pointing to him. As Gabriel approached the door, he hesitated for a moment, his hand resting on the doorknob. There was no turning back now. He needed answers. He knocked, and after a few moments, Daniel opened the door, his face as calm and enigmatic as ever. But there was something different in his eyes, a flicker of recognition, as if he had been expecting Gabriel. I knew you'd come, Daniel said softly. The moon is calling you. Gabriel stepped inside, his mind racing. I need answers, Daniel. You know more than you're letting on. I found something about an ancient pact with the moon, and I think you're tied to it. I need you to tell me the truth. Daniel smiled, but it wasn't a reassuring smile. It was the kind of smile someone gives when they know something you don't, when they know you're walking into something far bigger than you can understand. The truth is darker than you think, Detective, Daniel said, his voice low. The moon isn't just a light in the sky. It's much more than that, and it's not something you can escape. Gabriel's heart pounded as he realized that he had stepped into a web of lies, rituals, and ancient powers, and now there was no way out. Chapter 6. The Mark of the Moon. The rain fell in heavy sheets, drumming against the windows of Gabriel's car as he sat in silence, staring at the address written on the piece of paper in his hand. He had spent the better part of the last few hours tracing Daniel Ruiz's family history, trying to piece together the puzzle that had become his life's work over the past few weeks. And the more he uncovered, the darker the picture became. Daniel's family wasn't just a simple group of artists and dreamers. They were tied to something far more sinister, something rooted deep in the city's forgotten past. His mother, Rosa Ruiz, had been a well-known figure in occult circles, a woman whose obsession with the full moon and the rituals it demanded had earned her both reverence and fear. She had died mysteriously 10 years ago, under circumstances that had never been fully explained. But Gabriel was starting to see the connections. Rosa Ruiz wasn't just a photographer's mother. She was a practitioner of dark rituals, and her son, Daniel, was unwittingly tied to her legacy. Gabriel's fingers tightened around the steering wheel as he turned the corner, the faint glow of streetlights barely visible through the thick veil of rain. He was close now, approaching the old crumbling house where Daniel had grown up. It was located on the outskirts of the city, in a neighborhood that had long since been abandoned and forgotten by most. The house itself was an imposing structure, a Victorian mansion that looked like it had been frozen in time, its paint peeling and its windows dark, except for a single dim light flickering in one of the upper rooms. This was the place, the heart of it all. Gabriel parked his car and stepped out into the downpour, his jacket quickly becoming soaked. He didn't mind the rain. It was the least of his concerns. His thoughts were focused on the house in front of him, on the secrets it held. He had already learned enough about Daniel's mother to know that this place was the key to unlocking everything. Rosa's rituals, her obsession with the moon, everything pointed here. The gate creaked as Gabriel pushed it open, the rusty hinges groaning in protest. He made his way toward the front door, his boots squelching in the wet grass. As he reached the porch, he hesitated for just a moment, staring at the peeling wood and the cracked steps. This house had been abandoned for years, but Gabriel had a feeling it had never truly been empty. The walls, he suspected, held more than just memories. He rang the doorbell, but there was no answer. Gabriel didn't expect one. This house had been empty for a long time. He pulled out a lock-picking kit from his jacket and quickly worked his way through the old lock. The door creaked open, revealing a dark, dusty hallway. The air inside was thick with the scent of mildew and decay. Gabriel stepped inside, his footsteps echoing in the silence. The house felt alive in a way that made Gabriel's skin crawl. He could feel the weight of its history pressing down on him, its walls seemingly whispering the secrets of the past. As he walked further inside, he noticed symbols etched into the walls, strange and indecipherable runes that seemed to pulse with an energy all their own. These were the same symbols he had seen in the book he discovered, the ones that were tied to the ancient lunar pact. It was clear that Rosa Ruiz had been a part of something far darker than Gabriel had initially imagined. He continued through the house, the air growing colder as he ascended the stairs. The hallway at the top was narrow, with doors leading to various rooms. Gabriel pushed open one of the doors and stepped into a large, empty bedroom. It was clear that it had once belonged to Daniel. There were old photographs on the walls and a desk piled high with books and papers. But what caught Gabriel's attention was something far more unsettling. On the far wall, near the corner of the room, was a mark. At first, it appeared to be nothing more than a faint smear of dirt or age. But as Gabriel stepped closer, he realized it was something much more sinister. The mark had been carved into the wall, not with a knife, but with something far sharper, something that had penetrated the surface of the plaster, leaving an unmistakable impression. It was a symbol, one that Gabriel recognized instantly from his research. The same symbol he had seen in the book about the lunar pact. It was a crescent moon with a jagged line running through the center, almost as if it had been split in two. Beneath the symbol was a faint reddish-brown stain, like dried blood. Gabriel reached out, his fingers brushing against the mark, feeling a chill rush through him. This was it. This was the proof he had been looking for. Rosa Ruiz had been performing rituals here, dark rituals tied to the moon, and now her son, Daniel, was inexplicably linked to it all. As Gabriel stood there, his mind reeling, he heard a sound from behind him. A door creaked open, and a figure stepped into the room. Daniel. Gabriel turned slowly, his heart pounding in his chest. He had known this moment was coming, but it still took him by surprise. Daniel stood in the doorway, his expression unreadable, his eyes dark and distant. The photographer looked exactly as he had during their previous meetings, calm, almost serene. But now, something was different. There was a shadow in his gaze, a flicker of recognition, as though he had been waiting for Gabriel to uncover the truth. "I see you've found it," Daniel said, his voice low and steady. "The mark of the moon." Gabriel's throat tightened. He couldn't hide his anger or his fear. "This is where it all started, isn't it? Your mother, her rituals. You were raised in this house, surrounded by this darkness. It's all been leading up to this. Daniel didn't respond immediately. He stepped further into the room, his movements slow and deliberate. You think you understand, detective, but there's more to this than you realize. The moon isn't just a symbol, it's a force, and it's not something you can escape. Not once it's claimed you. Gabriel's mind raced as he processed Daniel's words. Your mother, she made a pact, didn't she? A pact with whatever dark entity controls the moon, and now you're part of it. But why? What does it want from you? Daniel's lips curled into a faint, sorrowful smile. What it wants is to be remembered, to be worshipped. And my mother, she knew that. She knew the price. But I didn't. I was just a child. Gabriel could feel the weight of Daniel's words, but he wasn't about to let him off the hook. And what about the murders? What's your role in all of this? Daniel's gaze darkened. The killings? They're part of the ritual. The blood is needed. But I didn't know. I didn't understand. Not until it was too late. Gabriel stepped closer, his voice rising with urgency. What do you mean it was too late? Are you the one killing these people, Daniel? Daniel's eyes flickered with something, fear, or maybe something worse. No, I didn't kill them, but I can feel it. It's like the shadows have their own will. The pact, it's being completed, and I'm not in control anymore. Gabriel's heart raced as he took a step back, trying to process the overwhelming flood of information. What does that mean? What happens next? Daniel's voice dropped to a whisper, and for the first time, Gabriel saw something that almost looked like despair in his eyes. The full moon, it's coming again, and when it rises, the final sacrifice will be made. The pact will be sealed. The weight of Daniel's words hung in the air like a death sentence. Gabriel had no idea what was about to happen, but he knew one thing for sure. Whatever this was, it was far from over, and they were running out of time. Chapter 7. The Power of the Shadow. The night felt colder than usual as Gabriel Ortega drove through the dark streets of the city, his mind racing with the weight of everything he had uncovered. Daniel Ruiz, the photographer who seemed to be at the center of these strange murders, was more than just a bystander in this twisted tale. Gabriel had begun to suspect that Daniel wasn't just taking photographs. He was somehow involved in the deaths themselves. The question was, how? After his confrontation with Daniel at the house where he grew up, Gabriel had been left with more questions than answers. Daniel had claimed that he wasn't in control of the murders, that he hadn't committed them. But something in his eyes, something in the way he spoke, made Gabriel doubt that explanation. The shadows, the moving shapes, the eerie photographs. There was more to this than mere coincidence. Gabriel had decided to take matters into his own hands. He needed to understand Daniel better, and to do that, he needed to get a closer look at his personal belongings. The photographer had a habit of being elusive, but Gabriel had a few tricks up his sleeve. He had managed to track Daniel down to a small apartment on the outskirts of town, a sparse, sterile place that felt more like a storage unit than a home. He parked his car a few blocks away and made his way toward the building. The air was heavy with the promise of rain, and the city was eerily quiet. Gabriel's mind buzzed with thoughts of the symbols, the bloodstains, and the cryptic words Daniel had spoken. It all pointed to something far bigger, far darker than he had anticipated. And if Gabriel was going to stop the cycle of death, he needed to know just how deep Daniel was tied to it. The apartment building was a tired, aging structure, its facade weathered by time. Gabriel slipped inside, and made his way up the creaky stairs to the second floor. The door to Daniel's apartment was slightly ajar, as if waiting for him. Gabriel pushed it open, the sound of the door creaking echoing through the empty hallway. The apartment was dimly lit, and Gabriel could see the faint glow of a desk lamp in the corner of the room. Daniel wasn't there. Gabriel didn't know where he had gone, but this was his chance. He moved silently through the apartment, scanning the room for anything that might reveal the photographer's secrets. The walls were lined with prints, photographs of the city at night, of the moon in various phases, of shadows stretching long across empty streets. But it was one photo, sitting in the center of the desk, that caught Gabriel's attention. It was a photograph of a young man, taken under the harsh light of the full moon. The man was alone, standing in an alleyway, his face obscured by the darkness. But what struck Gabriel was the shadow cast on the wall behind him. The shadow was strange, too long, too distorted, and at first, Gabriel thought it was just a trick of the light. But as he stared at it, a sinking feeling gripped him. The shadow didn't belong there. It seemed to stretch unnaturally, as if it were trying to pull the man into the wall. And then Gabriel realized something that made his blood run cold. This photo had been taken hours before the man was found dead. The implications were immediate and horrifying. This photo wasn't just a snapshot of an innocent moment. It was a premonition. The man in the photo had died. His body had been discovered just hours after this image was taken. The shadow, Gabriel realized, wasn't a mere trick of the light. It was a sign, a clue that something was influencing these deaths, something that had the ability to see into the future or to cause it. Gabriel's hand trembled as he reached for the photo, turning it over to find the timestamp. His heart skipped a beat when he saw it. The timestamp was minutes before the murder had been reported. This was no coincidence. This was deliberate. Daniel hadn't just been capturing random moments. He had been capturing deaths before they happened. His camera wasn't just an instrument to record the world. It was somehow tied to the dark power that controlled these events. Gabriel felt the weight of the discovery press down on him, but he knew he couldn't stop there. He needed to understand how this was happening, how Daniel was connected to the shadows that moved with the victims, that seemed to follow them wherever they went. Had Daniel somehow gained control over the shadows, or was he merely a pawn in a much larger, more dangerous game? Gabriel began to search the rest of the apartment, hoping to find something that would answer these questions. His eyes fell on a stack of photographs in the corner. Most of them were of the same type: moonlit streets, blurred faces, strange angles. But one photo stood out. It was an image of a woman taken under the moonlight, her face obscured by shadow. But it was the shadow itself that made Gabriel stop in his tracks. The shadow wasn't just a silhouette on the ground. It was alive. The woman's shadow seemed to crawl across the pavement, moving as if it had a mind of its own, stretching toward a dark alleyway in the distance. And there, in the corner of the frame, barely visible, was a figure. Someone standing in the darkness, watching the woman. Gabriel's heart raced as he recognized the shape of the figure in the photo. It was him. The realization hit like a punch. Daniel had been photographing the deaths before they happened, and now, it seemed, he was capturing the detective himself in those very moments. Gabriel had been unknowingly tied to this web from the beginning. His presence in the photograph was no accident. Daniel had been capturing him in the moments just before the murders, as though Gabriel were part of the ritual, as though the shadows were moving closer to him, following his every step. He stumbled back, his mind reeling. This was more than just a series of murders. The full moon, the shadows, the photographs. They were all connected by an ancient power, a power that had been manipulating these events from the shadows. Gabriel was no longer just a detective investigating a case. He was part of something far greater, far darker than he could have ever imagined. The sound of footsteps behind him broke his thoughts, and Gabriel spun around, his hand instinctively reaching for his weapon. But he didn't need to draw his gun. Standing in the doorway, watching him with those same cold eyes, was Daniel. "You found it," Daniel said quietly, his voice betraying no emotion. "The power of the shadows." Gabriel's breath caught in his throat. "You knew I'd come here. You knew I'd find these photos." Daniel didn't answer immediately. He stepped into the room, his gaze lingering on the photographs that filled the desk. "I didn't want you to find them, but you were always going to. The shadows. They've always known you were coming. They've been waiting." Gabriel's mind spun, trying to make sense of Daniel's words. "What do you mean? What is this? How are you connected to all of this?" Daniel's gaze flickered briefly to the photographs, and then he met Gabriel's eyes. "I didn't choose this, Gabriel, but the shadows. They chose me. I'm the witness, the observer. But more than that, I'm part of it now. The full moon is coming, and when it rises again, it will be the final step, the final sacrifice." Gabriel felt his pulse quicken. The sacrifices, the murders, they're all part of this ritual, aren't they? Daniel nodded slowly, his eyes dark with something that almost resembled regret. "It's too late to stop it now. The shadows are too strong. And you've been drawn into it, just like me." Gabriel's stomach twisted as he realized the horrifying truth. The murders weren't just random acts of violence. They were part of a larger plan, one that had been set in motion long before he ever became involved. And now, with each passing moment, Gabriel was growing more entangled in the dark power that had been controlling everything from the shadows. The full moon was almost here, and there was no escape. Chapter 8. The Ritual. The full moon hung low in the sky, casting its pale light over the city like an omen. Gabriel Ortega's breath was shallow as he stood hidden in the shadows, staring at the abandoned building before him. He had been following the clues for days, connecting the dots, and now, finally, he had found the place, the site of the ritual. The dark power that had been pulling the strings of these murders was ready to reveal itself, and Gabriel was determined to stop it, no matter the cost. The air was thick with tension as Gabriel crouched low, watching the building from behind a crumbling wall. He could feel the moon's presence, heavy and suffocating, like it was bearing down on him. There was something unnatural about the way the light seemed to reach into every corner, revealing things that should have stayed hidden. The shadows, those sinister living things, were stronger tonight, moving and shifting in ways that made Gabriel uneasy. He had seen the pattern before, the way the shadows seemed to respond to the moon's pull. But tonight, they felt different, like they were watching him. His fingers tightened around the hilt of his gun, but he knew that violence wouldn't solve this. He needed to understand what was really happening, what Daniel had become. The photographer was no longer just a witness. He was an active participant in something ancient, something dark. Gabriel had learned enough to know that Daniel's family had been involved in a pact with a lunar entity, a pact that demanded sacrifices during every full moon, a pact that had been passed down for generations. And now, Daniel was trying to complete the ritual to seal his family's legacy and release a dark power into the world. The sound of footsteps echoed in the distance, and Gabriel tensed. He wasn't alone. He turned slowly, his heart pounding, as he saw a figure emerge from the shadows. Miranda. "What the hell are you doing here?" Gabriel hissed, his hand instinctively reaching for his weapon. Miranda held up her hands in a placating gesture. "I came to help," she said quietly. "I wasn't going to let you go alone." Gabriel's eyes narrowed as he looked at her. "This isn't your fight, Miranda. You don't understand what's at stake here." She stepped closer, her expression hardening. "I know enough to know that you're about to do something reckless, and I'm not going to let you walk into that building by yourself." Gabriel's jaw tightened, but he knew there was no convincing her. He could see the determination in her eyes, the same fire that had burned in his when he first started this investigation. They were both in this now, whether they liked it or not. "We have to stop him," Gabriel said, his voice low. "Tonight, Daniel is trying to complete the ritual. If we don't stop him, the full moon will rise, and the power it unleashes will be unstoppable." Miranda nodded, her eyes scanning the building in front of them. "So, what's the plan?" Gabriel took a deep breath, pushing the fear and doubt aside. "We go in, we find Daniel, and we stop whatever he's doing. But we have to be careful. The shadows, they're alive tonight. I don't know what's happening, but it's like the moon is making them stronger. We need to move fast." They both looked toward the building, knowing that time was running out. Gabriel had no idea what they were about to face, but he knew they had to stop Daniel before it was too late. The ritual had to be interrupted. The inside of the building was dark and silent, the air thick with the smell of dampness and decay. Gabriel moved cautiously, his footsteps barely making a sound on the cracked floor. The shadows seemed to stretch unnaturally, crawling along the walls as though they had a life of their own, watching every movement with an eerie intensity. They reached the center of the building, where a circle of people stood, their faces hidden beneath hooded cloaks. In the middle of the circle, a large altar had been set up, an ancient stone slab, covered with strange symbols that glowed faintly in the dim light. Gabriel's heart pounded in his chest as he realized that the ritual was already in progress. And standing at the altar, his eyes closed in concentration, was Daniel. Gabriel's breath caught in his throat. He had never seen Daniel like this before. The photographer was no longer the calm, composed man Gabriel had met in the gallery. Now, he looked different, transformed. His face was pale, his expression distant, as though he were no longer fully present. The shadows around him seemed to gather, swirling and twisting, as if drawn to him, feeding off the power of the moon. "Daniel!" Gabriel shouted, his voice breaking the silence like a shot. "Stop!" Daniel didn't react at first, his hands raised above his head, as if calling upon some unseen force. But as Gabriel moved closer, he opened his eyes, eyes that were no longer human. They were black, empty voids, reflecting the light of the moon in a way that made Gabriel's skin crawl. "You don't understand," Daniel's voice came, low and hollow. "This is the only way. The pact must be completed. My family's legacy. I have no choice." Gabriel took a step forward, his mind racing. He had no idea what Daniel was talking about, but the photographer's words only confirmed what Gabriel had feared. Daniel had given himself fully to the lunar entity. The pact was no longer just an inheritance. It had become Daniel's obsession, his destiny. And now, with the full moon high in the sky, the ritual was almost complete. "We have to stop him," Gabriel said urgently to Miranda, who was standing just behind him. "If the sacrifice is completed, the power will be unleashed. We can't let him finish it." Miranda nodded, her face grim. "Then let's do it." But just as they began to move forward, the shadows around the altar twisted violently, swirling like a storm. They rose from the ground in a dark, writhing mass, blocking their path. The air grew thick, heavy with an oppressive energy that made it difficult to breathe. Gabriel could feel the presence of something ancient, something powerful, closing in on them. The shadows stretched toward him, reaching out with cold, ghostly fingers, as if they wanted to pull him into the depths of the night. Gabriel fought back the fear rising in his chest. He had seen these shadows before, but now they felt different, stronger, more purposeful. They were no longer just passive bystanders to the killings. They were active participants, and they were protecting Daniel. "Get ready," Gabriel shouted to Miranda, drawing his gun. But before they could move, the shadows surged forward, grabbing hold of Gabriel and pulling him toward the altar. He struggled, but the shadows were too strong, their grip like iron chains, wrapped around his limbs. Panic rose in his chest as he realized that he couldn't fight them. He was being drawn into the heart of the ritual. "Daniel," Gabriel shouted, his voice hoarse. "You have to stop this. This isn't you." Daniel's black eyes locked onto Gabriel, but there was no recognition in them, only an empty, hollow gaze. "It's too late," he whispered, his voice carried by the wind. "The moon is here. The ritual must be completed. My family's power will be reborn." Gabriel's heart sank as he saw the final piece of the puzzle falling into place. The ritual wasn't just about completing a pact. It was about releasing a power that had been bound for centuries. And Daniel, in his desperation, had become the key to unlocking that power. But Gabriel wasn't about to let it happen. He struggled against the shadows, his mind racing. He needed to act, and he needed to act fast. The full moon was reaching its zenith, and with it, the final sacrifice would be made. Chapter 9. The Last Shadow. The air inside the abandoned building felt heavy, with the weight of inevitability. Gabriel Ortega stood in front of Daniel Ruiz, the photographer turned sorcerer, his heart racing with both dread and determination. The ritual was nearing its climax, the full moon casting its cold, unforgiving light through the cracked windows. Shadows swirled in the corners of the room, pulsating with an unnatural life, as if they were the true masters of the night. They watched Gabriel, their presence suffocating, their intent clear. They were no longer just figments of darkness. They were guardians, protectors of an ancient power, one that Gabriel knew all too well would destroy everything if unleashed. Daniel stood before him, his eyes black as pits, empty voids reflecting the light of the moon. His face, once calm and collected, now seemed drawn and cold, his every movement deliberate and almost ritualistic. The power of the moon had transformed him, filled him with an aura of something far older and more dangerous than Gabriel had ever imagined. "Daniel, you have to stop this," Gabriel said, his voice low but unwavering. He could feel the shadows pressing in around him, as though they were trying to suffocate him, silence him. "This isn't you. You don't have to go through with it." Daniel's lips curled into a faint, bitter smile. "You still don't understand, do you, detective?" His voice was distant, hollow. This isn't about me. It's about my family, my legacy, the pact. The moon has called, and I've answered. I've given everything to it. I'm part of it now. Gabriel's fists clenched, but he held his ground. You've been facilitating the murders, haven't you? You've been choosing the victims, setting them up, making sure they fall under the moon's gaze so the sacrifice can be made. Daniel's smile faded, replaced with a grim expression. Yes, he admitted quietly. I've known the victims long before their deaths. I've seen them in the shadows, in the photographs. The ritual needs blood, detective. The moon demands it. And I am the one who has to deliver it. Every full moon, every shadow. It's all been leading to this moment. Gabriel felt a surge of fury and disgust, but he forced it back. He had to stay focused. The sacrifices. They're not just to feed the moon, are they? There's more to this. A life must be taken to complete the cycle. Daniel's eyes locked onto Gabriel's, and for a brief moment, Gabriel saw a flicker of something human behind the darkness. Yes, Daniel whispered. The blood is the price, but there's more. The pact requires that the cycle be completed. Every generation must pay. The moon does not just feed on blood. It demands a life to make the power whole again. My life is the final piece. The last shadow must fall. The words hung in the air, heavy and suffocating. Gabriel's chest tightened as he processed the revelation. Daniel had been unknowingly leading himself to this moment. The pact had claimed him long ago, and now the moon had come to collect. Gabriel realized, with a shiver of horror, that Daniel wasn't just a participant in this ritual. He was the final sacrifice, the one whose life would complete the cycle and allow the entity bound to the moon to manifest its full power. Daniel, Gabriel said urgently, stepping closer, his voice filled with desperation. You don't have to do this. You can fight it. There's still time. Daniel shook his head slowly, his expression one of quiet resignation. You don't understand. It's too late for me. The shadows, they've been with me since I was a child. I've been seeing them, feeling them, guiding me. I've seen the future in their shapes, in their movement, and I've known this day would come. I've known that I would be the one to complete the ritual, to free the power that's been locked away for centuries. Gabriel felt a chill creep up his spine. The power that Daniel spoke of was not just a force of nature. It was something more. The entity that had been worshipped and bound to the moon was not something to be trifled with. Gabriel had known this all along, but now, standing before Daniel, he understood just how dangerous it truly was. You've seen the future? Gabriel asked, his voice low. You've been predicting the deaths? Daniel nodded slowly. In a way, yes. The shadows show me what will happen, what must happen. I never asked for this power, but I can't turn away from it now. The pact is stronger than anything I've ever known. The moon has already claimed me. It's too late for me to break free. Gabriel's heart pounded as the truth began to sink in. Daniel had not just been a passive observer. He had been part of the plan all along. He had been guiding the killings, ensuring that the sacrifices were made to the moon. And now, he was the final piece, the last shadow that would complete the ritual. Gabriel's only choice was to stop it, to stop him, before the entity could fully rise. I won't let you finish this, Daniel, Gabriel said firmly. His voice cracked with urgency. I won't let the moon's power be unleashed. You're not alone in this, not anymore. I'm going to stop you. I'll stop the shadows. Daniel's eyes flashed, a flicker of something like anger passing through them. You think you can stop this? You think you can fight the power of the moon? The shadows are already here, detective. They've been waiting for this moment, and they're not going to let you interfere. As Daniel spoke, the shadows in the room seemed to come alive. They slithered along the walls, stretching toward Gabriel like hungry tendrils, their movement unnaturally swift and purposeful. The temperature in the room dropped, and Gabriel could feel the oppressive weight of the entity bearing down on him. The shadows surrounded him, pressing in from all sides, their cold touch sending shivers through his body. Gabriel's grip tightened on his gun, but he knew it wouldn't be enough. The shadows weren't just physical. They were manifestations of something far more powerful. He had to find a way to disrupt the ritual, to stop Daniel before the final sacrifice was made. "You're wrong," Gabriel said, his voice steady, despite the fear gnawing at his insides. "The moon may be powerful, but it's not invincible, and I'm not going to let you complete this." With a swift motion, Gabriel lunged forward, aiming for the altar where Daniel stood. The shadows recoiled, as if sensing his intent, but it was too late. Gabriel reached out, grabbing Daniel's arm and pulling him away from the altar. For a brief moment, Daniel's eyes seemed to clear, as if he were seeing Gabriel for the first time. His expression faltered, and Gabriel could feel the struggle within him. Daniel wanted to resist, but the power of the moon was too strong. The shadows hissed, angry and violent, as if trying to drag them both back into the darkness. "Let me go," Daniel whispered, his voice breaking. "I have to finish this. The cycle." "No," Gabriel said, his voice firm. "You don't have to finish it. You can fight it. I'll help you. Together, we can stop this." But as the words left Gabriel's mouth, the moonlight in the room seemed to pulse, growing brighter, more intense. The shadows around them twisted, writhing as if they were alive, pulling at Gabriel, tugging at Daniel. The entity, the force behind the ritual, was no longer content to remain in the shadows. It was reaching out, trying to claim them both. And then, Gabriel realized the terrifying truth. It wasn't just Daniel who was the sacrifice. It was him, too. The entity wanted them both. It wanted the detective's soul to complete the cycle, to free itself once and for all. "Daniel, fight it!" Gabriel shouted, his voice strained. "You have to break free." Daniel's face twisted in pain as the shadows closed in around them, suffocating the room with their cold, malicious presence. "I can't," he whispered, his voice barely audible. "I'm sorry. It's too late for me." And as Gabriel held on to Daniel, trying to pull him away from the altar, the last shadow fell. Chapter 10. The End of the Cycle. The moonlight was impossibly bright, flooding the room with an ethereal glow that seemed to warp the very air. Gabriel Ortega stood facing Daniel Ruiz, who now seemed like a mere shell of the man he once was. The ritual was almost complete, the dark force bound to the moon pulling at the very fabric of reality. The shadows that had followed Gabriel throughout. The investigation now swirled around him, twisting and distorting like living things, all converging on one point: the altar where Daniel stood, caught between two worlds. Gabriel could hear his own heartbeat, thudding in his chest like a drum. Time was running out. The ritual had begun, and the power Daniel had unwittingly unlocked was ready to burst forth. The air was heavy, thick with the anticipation of something ancient, something beyond human comprehension. Gabriel knew he had to act fast, or else the full moon would rise with its terrible power, completing the cycle of sacrifice and unleashing a force that could destroy everything in its path. "Daniel," Gabriel shouted, his voice cutting through the oppressive silence of the room. "You have to stop this. This isn't you. The shadows, they've consumed you, but you can still fight it." Daniel's eyes were black now, empty, reflecting the cold, luminous light of the moon above. His face was contorted with an agony that spoke of years of struggle, of something that had long since passed the point of no return. His fingers trembled as they hovered over the altar, ready to complete the final act. But when he spoke, his voice was hollow, distant, as if the man Gabriel had known was no longer there. "It's too late," Daniel said, his voice low and resigned. "You don't understand, Gabriel. The moon has called me, claimed me. I've given everything to it. I've followed the path for so long. This is the end of the cycle." Gabriel's throat tightened. He wanted to reach out, to shake Daniel awake from the darkness that had overtaken him. But the shadows, thick as tar, seemed to press down on him, holding him back. His mind raced. He remembered the pact. Blood was required, but there was more to it. The moon demanded a life to complete the cycle, and Daniel's sacrifice was not just a symbol, it was the key. Gabriel had realized this too late. The bloodshed, the shadows, the murderers, it had all been leading to this one moment. Daniel's life was the final piece to the puzzle, and the power that had been hidden for centuries was about to be set free. Daniel turned his head slightly, as though he heard Gabriel's thoughts, but his eyes remained vacant. "The shadows are already here, Gabriel. They've been with me all my life. They've shown me the truth, the way. The power of the moon is beyond anything you can stop. You can't fight it." Gabriel's heart pounded as he understood the terrifying truth. Daniel was not merely the victim of this ritual. He had been complicit in it, drawing the killings closer, feeding the entity's power. Daniel had been manipulated, yes, but he had also become a willing participant, addicted to the visions the shadows gave him, to the power they promised. "Daniel, please," Gabriel's voice cracked, desperation creeping in. "You were trying to protect people. Don't let it end this way. We can stop it together. You can stop it." For a moment, there was a flicker of recognition in Daniel's eyes, but it was gone in an instant, swallowed by the growing darkness. The shadows around him surged forward, moving like liquid, coiling and wrapping themselves around his limbs, pulling him toward the altar with a force too strong for Gabriel to fight. The air felt alive with the pulse of power. The entity was here, and it was feeding on the ritual's momentum. It had no intention of letting Daniel or Gabriel walk away. And then, for the first time, the entity revealed itself. The room seemed to bend and warp, and the shadows exploded outward. A figure began to materialize before them, shifting in and out of the shadows, a form that was both human and something else entirely. It was as though the darkness itself had taken shape, a massive twisted figure with eyes like burning pits of despair. Its form flickered between solid and ethereal, like a nightmare pulled from the deepest recesses of the earth. Its voice, no, its presence, filled the room with a deafening, oppressive weight. Gabriel couldn't move, couldn't speak. The entity was here, and it was both terrifying and magnificent in its power. "You have come too late, mortal," the entity's voice boomed, vibrating the air around Gabriel. It was both a sound and a feeling, a pulse that seemed to come from deep within the earth. "The cycle is complete. The blood has been shed. The power is mine. You cannot stop what has already begun." Gabriel's breath was shallow, his body trembling with fear, but he pushed through it. He couldn't let it win. He couldn't let Daniel fall, not when there was still a chance to save him. "You don't control him," Gabriel said, his voice shaking but resolute. "Daniel is the last piece, but he's not yours. He's not just a tool for your power." The entity's form flickered again, its presence growing more intense. "Foolish human, you cannot see the truth. The pact was made long ago, and the bloodline must pay. The moon demands it. It always has. And now the final sacrifice will bring me into the world. Daniel's life will complete the cycle. It must." Gabriel moved forward, his body aching with the weight of the entity's power pushing against him. He had no weapon, no power, only his will, his determination. He reached out for Daniel, who stood frozen, his body surrounded by the shadows, his hand trembling above the altar. The moonlight had grown so bright, it felt like it was burning Gabriel's skin. He could hear his own heartbeat, pounding louder and louder as the ritual neared its conclusion. "Daniel!" Gabriel shouted one final time, his voice desperate. "You can still fight. You are the one who holds the power to break this. Don't let it take you." Daniel's hand wavered, his eyes flickering between the dark power that consumed him and the figure standing before him. It was as if, for the briefest moment, he heard Gabriel's words, truly heard them. The shadows around him pulled back, swirling like they were in pain, reluctant to release their hold. The power of the entity seemed to crackle, sensing the shift in the balance. But Daniel was frozen, his face torn between the life he had known and the horrors he had willingly embraced. Gabriel reached out and grabbed Daniel's arm, pulling him away from the altar. "You're not a sacrifice. You don't have to die for this." But the entity was too powerful. With an almost deafening roar, the shadows surged forward, pushing Gabriel back. A dark wave of energy exploded through the room, and Gabriel was thrown to the ground. The moonlight flickered violently, casting long, impossible shadows across the walls. As Gabriel struggled to rise, he saw Daniel standing at the altar, his face drained of all color. He had made his choice. The shadows enveloped him completely, pulling him back to the altar, and before Gabriel could reach him, the final act was complete. A flash of light consumed the room, and the entity, the lunar force that had manipulated everything, was fully awakened. Gabriel could hear Daniel's scream, muffled by the darkness, as the ritual was completed. And then, silence. Gabriel rose to his feet, but the room was empty. Daniel was gone, lost to the shadows that had claimed him. The full moon, once so powerful, now seemed to hover above them, silent and indifferent, its light casting a cold, empty glow. As Gabriel looked around the room, he realized the truth. The cycle had not ended. It had merely begun again. The shadows, the entity, they were all still here. The power of the moon was eternal, and no matter how many lives were sacrificed, the cycle would never truly be broken. Gabriel stood alone in the cold light of the full moon, knowing that the fight was far from over. Chapter 1. The Toolbox. Henry had always imagined his grandfather's house to be a place of mystery, a place steeped in stories he'd only heard of in passing. He had inherited the house after his parents' death, a modest, weathered building tucked away on the outskirts of town. It was a place he never thought he would live in. His grandfather, whom he had never met, was a figure of rumor and old tales, a man shrouded in silence, never discussed in detail by anyone who had known him. The house felt as though it were waiting for him, its walls silent but heavy with history, its rooms full of things he would have to unravel on his own. On this particular day, the sun barely pierced the thick layers of gray clouds, casting the house into a pale, oppressive light. Henry had spent most of the morning unpacking, his movements slow and deliberate, as if trying to come to terms with the legacy that was now his. He ventured into the attic, a part of the house that seemed untouched for decades. The air was stale, and the dust hung thick in the corners, a shroud over everything. He could feel the weight of years in the room, the scent of old wood and forgotten things. At the far end of the attic, covered in a tattered sheet, was a large wooden box. The edges were worn, the once bright brass handles now tarnished and dull, almost unrecognizable. It had clearly been there for a long time, possibly decades, untouched by time or human hands. Henry, curious and eager to explore every corner of the house, pulled off the sheet. The sight of the toolbox stirred something deep within him, a connection he didn't understand. His hands shook slightly as he knelt beside it, the rough wood scraping against the floorboards as he pried it open. The inside was cluttered with old tools, rusted pliers, saws with dull teeth, hammers that had seen better days, and screws that had long since lost their usefulness. Yet, amid the jumble of forgotten tools, one object caught his eye. Nestled in the corner, partially buried beneath a pile of old rags and a cracked, leather-bound notebook, was a key. It was small, its surface covered in dark rust, and the metal felt cold to the touch. The key was unlike any Henry had ever seen. Its teeth were jagged, twisted in odd angles, as though it were designed for a lock that no longer existed. It was the kind of thing one might expect to see in an old story. Something with a purpose, long since lost. Something that felt ancient and unsettling. Henry picked up the key, feeling its weight in his palm. It was the kind of object that seemed out of place among the mundane tools of his grandfather's trade. His fingers traced the rusted edges, and for a moment, he had the odd sensation that the key was somehow waiting, as though it had been waiting for him all this time. A chill crawled up his spine, and he felt a sharp pang of discomfort. He quickly shoved the key into his pocket and shut the toolbox, the lid creaking with a sound that made his skin crawl. It wasn't that he believed in anything supernatural. He had always dismissed such things as mere superstition. Yet, as he descended from the attic, a sense of unease clung to him. The house, with all its creaking floors and forgotten corners, seemed to watch him. Every step he took echoed louder in his ears. As the shadows grew longer and the light dimmed, Henry couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The key seemed to weigh heavily in his pocket, as though it were calling out to him. That night, as he lay in his bed, the quiet of the house stretched around him, almost suffocating. The house settled with low groans and whispers, but it was the silence that unsettled him the most. He kept turning over in his mind the feeling he'd had earlier that day, when he held the key, how it seemed so out of place, so eager. But he couldn't explain why. He dismissed the thought, telling himself it was simply his imagination. He was just tired, and the house was unfamiliar. That was all. But when he closed his eyes, sleep came reluctantly, and soon, the strange feeling began to return. It started as a whisper in the dark, faint, but growing louder. Henry thought he heard a sound, a faint scraping, like metal against stone, followed by the distant sound of chains rattling. The noises weren't clear, but they seemed to be coming from somewhere deep within the house, somewhere far beneath him, as if the house itself were alive, breathing in the shadows. Then he saw it. A door, standing alone in the middle of a long, dark corridor. There was no light, just the oppressive weight of darkness pressing against him. The door was old, its wood dark and splintered, but it was unmistakable. The key was in his hand, and it was glowing faintly, as though it were calling him to the door. He reached for it, but just as his fingers brushed against the handle, the sound of chains grew louder, and something terrible, shifted in the dark. Henry jerked awake with a gasp, his heart pounding in his chest. The room was dark, silent, save for the faintest trace of his own breath. The nightmare left him shaken, but when he reached for the key in his pocket, he found it cold to the touch, even though the room had been warm. The rusted edges seemed to glisten in the dim light of the moon streaming through the window. The key hadn't been there before, he was sure of it. And yet, there it was, as though it had been waiting for him. He felt a surge of dread, a feeling he couldn't explain. He stood up, his heart still racing, and stared out into the quiet night. Something wasn't right. The house felt wrong. It was as if it had always been this way, watching and waiting. But now, it was awake. And so was he. Henry knew one thing for certain. He couldn't ignore the key any longer. He had to know what it unlocked. The door from his dream was real. He was sure of it. But where was it? And what was waiting on the other side? As he lay back down, his eyes fixed on the ceiling, Henry couldn't shake the feeling that something had changed. The key was not just an object. It was a key to something far greater, something buried deep within the house, or perhaps within himself. And he was about to find out what. Chapter 2. The First Dream. Henry had barely closed his eyes before the house seemed to envelop him. The weight of the night pressed against him, the silence so thick it was almost suffocating. His mind swirled with fragments of thoughts, most of them unformed and vague, centered around the strange key he had found in his grandfather's toolbox. He had tried to shake the unease that had settled in his chest ever since, but it clung to him, like a shadow that wouldn't leave. The house was unnaturally still, and for a moment, Henry wondered if it might actually be watching him. That feeling of being observed, that strange sensation, returned. His room felt colder than it should have, and though the radiator hummed faintly in the background, the chill was unyielding. But he dismissed it, rolled over in bed, and tried to calm his racing thoughts. Sleep, however, would not come easily. In the depths of the night, the dream came to him. It was different from any other dream he had ever had. The air in the dream was thick with darkness, as though the very essence of night had come alive. Henry could feel the pressure of it around him, pressing against his skin, suffocating him. There were no clear shapes at first, just shadows that shifted and danced like smoke. Then, he heard it. The faint sound of chains rattling in the distance. The clinking and scraping grew louder, and Henry felt an inexplicable surge of dread. He wasn't sure why, but the noise unsettled him deeply, as though something was trying to break free, struggling and twisting in its prison. And then, a voice, low, guttural, barely a whisper, broke through the silence. "Help me." The voice was strained, tortured, as though it had been screaming for years, buried deep within the walls. The words echoed in his ears, reverberating through the cold emptiness around him. The chains clattered again, the sound growing louder and more desperate. A figure emerged from the shadows. Henry couldn't make out its features, but it was tall, its form obscured by the darkness that seemed to stretch around it, like an impenetrable fog. The figure moved closer, and Henry's heart skipped a beat. In its hand, it held something, a key, His key. The same rusted, jagged key he had found in his grandfather's toolbox. It gleamed faintly in the dark, its surface shimmering as though it was alive, calling out to him. The figure lifted the key slowly, almost deliberately, and in its other hand, it held something else. Chains, long and heavy, coiled like serpents, as if waiting for their next victim. The figure's movements were deliberate, smooth, as it took a step forward. Henry tried to move, to speak, but his body was frozen, trapped in the dream. His throat was tight, his breaths shallow, as he watched the figure raise the key toward a door. The door appeared out of nowhere, standing stark and imposing in the middle of an empty void. It was old, made of dark wood, its surface scarred and weathered. The key seemed to pulse in the figure's hand, almost as if it had a mind of its own. The chains rattled again, louder now, as the figure slowly moved the key toward the door, its jagged teeth fitting perfectly into the lock. The sound of chains dragging across the floor filled Henry's ears, and with a terrifyingly slow motion, the door creaked open. The figure stepped through, and Henry's heart raced with panic. What was on the other side? What was waiting? The chains grew louder still, and the door opened wider, revealing nothing but a deep, yawning blackness. The figure, now just a shadow in the doorway, motioned for Henry to follow. The pressure in his chest intensified. His legs trembled, but he could not move. The door's grip on him was magnetic, pulling him toward it, but his body refused to obey. The figure stood in the doorway, motionless, and Henry knew without question, that it was waiting for him to step forward. And yet, a part of him, the part that was still human, resisted. He wanted to scream, to turn away, but the chains, the sound of them dragging, scraping, was all he could hear. It was deafening. And then, suddenly, the door slammed shut with a deafening bang. Henry awoke with a violent start, his body drenched in sweat, his heart pounding in his chest. The room was dark, save for the pale moonlight that filtered through the window, casting long shadows across the floor. He lay there, gasping for breath, his pulse racing. For a moment, he couldn't remember where he was. It took him several seconds to gather his bearings, but the terror still lingered in his chest. The dream, so vivid, so real, seemed to hang in the air around him like a thick fog. His hands were clammy, his mouth dry. The chains, the door, the key. He reached instinctively for his pocket, his fingers brushing against the cold, rusted key. It was still there, tucked in the fabric. How? It felt as if the key had been with him all along, as though it had never left his side, even in the dream. His thoughts were jumbled, still trapped in the remnants of the nightmare. But the feeling, the sensation of being watched, was even stronger now. Something in the room felt different, as if the walls themselves were pressing closer, the air heavier. Henry's gaze shifted to the corner of the room, his eyes, searching for something, anything. There was nothing there, of course, but the oppressive feeling remained. The house was silent once more, but the silence was deafening. He couldn't shake the feeling that the dream wasn't just a dream. It had been something more, something that was tied to the key, to the house, to the very essence of whatever had been locked away here. The shadows in the corners of the room seemed to twitch, just beyond the edge of his vision, and he felt an overwhelming sense of dread wash over him. He didn't know what it all meant, or what the figure in the dream had been, but one thing was certain. The key wasn't just some old relic. It was something far darker, something with a purpose far beyond his understanding. And whatever had been freed, Whatever had been waiting for him to find the key was still out there, still watching, still waiting. The terror he had felt in the dream was now a living thing, following him through the waking world, and Henry realized, with a cold dread, that this was only the beginning. The door in his dream was real. It had to be, and he was about to find it. Chapter 3. Echoes of the Past. Henry could not shake the images from his dream. The door, the key, the heavy chains, every detail clung to him like a suffocating fog. He tried to dismiss it as a mere nightmare, but the feeling that something was deeply wrong lingered, gnawing at his thoughts. The house felt different now. It was no longer a place of quiet solitude. It was a place of waiting, of secrets buried deep within its walls. The more he tried to ignore it, the more the house seemed to push its mysteries on him. He spent the day pacing the halls, unable to focus on anything. His mind kept returning to the key, the strange rusted object he had found in his grandfather's toolbox. It felt as if the key was part of something much larger, something sinister that he couldn't understand. The dream had been too vivid, too real, for him to ignore. There was something in the house, something waiting for him. That evening, unable to focus on anything else, Henry decided to delve deeper into the history of his grandfather. He needed to understand what his grandfather had been hiding. The house, his inheritance, the key, and the dream. They were all connected. He was sure of it. So, he turned to the one place that might hold the answers. The old journal his grandfather had kept. The journal had been tucked away in a dusty drawer of the old desk in the study, hidden beneath piles of yellowed papers and forgotten trinkets. Henry had found it days ago, but hadn't thought much of it at the time. It seemed like an ordinary old book, its leather cover cracked with age, its pages brittle, but it now felt like the only clue he had to understanding the madness he had inherited. As he opened it, the scent of old paper and ink filled the room, and a shiver ran down his spine. He began reading, his eyes scanning the faded writing. His grandfather's handwriting was neat, meticulous, but the words themselves were a jumbled mix of thoughts, memories, and strange ramblings. There were occasional references to the house, to the land it sat on, and to things that were buried deep beneath the earth. It was clear that his grandfather had been obsessed with something that had driven him to write these entries in a fevered, almost frantic tone. One entry caught Henry's eye. It was dated several years before his grandfather's death, and it spoke of a buried door beneath the house. The entry was brief, but it stirred a deep curiosity in Henry. The door has been found. The key is waiting. If only I can uncover it before it is too late. The truth lies beneath, but I fear what I will find. I will not stop until I open it. The words were cryptic, maddening even, but the mention of a buried door was unmistakable, and it immediately brought Henry back to his dream. The key, the chains, the figure standing in the doorway. He flipped through the pages, looking for more. He found only fleeting references to the door, always vague, always cryptic. His grandfather's obsession with it seemed to grow over time, but there were no clear explanations, no details, just a deep, growing fixation on something hidden beneath the house. Henry's fingers trembled as he closed the journal. The feeling of dread that had gripped him earlier was returning. His grandfather had been obsessed with something, but whatever it was, he had never spoken of it. The journal offered no answers, only more questions. But one thing was certain. The door was real. The key was real. And something deep beneath the house was waiting. The night grew colder as Henry sat in the dimly lit study, his mind spinning with the possibilities. He couldn't ignore it any longer. If his grandfather had found something hidden in the basement, then it was up to Henry to find it as well. He had to know what it was. He had to understand why the house, the key, and the door had become such a powerful force in his grandfather's life. With a sense of unease creeping up his spine, Henry made up his mind. The next morning, he would go to the basement. The basement had always been a place Henry had avoided. The stairs leading down to it were steep and narrow, and the air that wafted up from the darkness below always carried with it an unpleasant smell of damp earth and mildew. The thought of venturing down there had always made him uneasy, and he couldn't help but wonder if that fear was the result of something instinctive, something buried deep within his own psyche. The next morning, with his heart pounding in his chest, Henry stood at the top of the basement stairs. The house was unusually quiet, the air still and thick, as if holding its breath. He stared down into the darkness, the faintest outline of the stone walls just visible in the gloom. His grandfather's obsession with this place now felt tangible, something that had clawed its way through time to reach him. Henry knew he couldn't ignore it any longer. Whatever had been hidden down there, whatever had driven his grandfather to the brink of madness, was waiting for him. He took a deep breath, his footsteps slow but deliberate as he descended the stairs. The old wood groaned beneath his weight, echoing through the silence. The basement smelled musty, the air heavy and oppressive. The light from the single bare bulb hanging from the ceiling flickered as Henry moved further into the room, casting strange shadows along the stone walls. The basement was cluttered with old furniture, boxes of forgotten belongings, and crates that had long since been sealed with layers of dust. But there, at the far end of the room, Henry noticed something strange. The stone floor seemed uneven, as though something had been buried beneath it. He knelt down, brushing away the dust to reveal a small, uneven section of stone that looked different from the rest. His fingers brushed against it, and he felt a strange, almost magnetic pull toward it. His heart raced as he carefully pressed against the stone. With a low rumble, the section of the floor shifted, revealing a small gap. Henry's breath caught in his throat as he pulled it open to reveal a narrow, dark passage leading further down. He hesitated for a moment, the feeling of being watched creeping up his spine once again. But the curiosity, the drive to uncover the truth, was too strong. He had to know what his grandfather had been searching for. He had to know what the door was and why it had been hidden away. With one last look around the basement, Henry stepped into the passage, his footsteps echoing in the darkness as the walls seemed to close in around him. And deep in the heart of the house, something stirred, as if sensing the return of the one who would uncover its secrets. Chapter 4. The Hidden Basement. The air in the basement was thick with the smell of damp stone and forgotten time. The narrow passage Henry had uncovered led deeper into the earth, hidden beneath layers of dust, cobwebs, and forgotten relics. It was as though the house itself had been waiting for him to find it, to uncover the things buried beneath its very foundation. His heart pounded in his chest as he crouched down to peer into the narrow gap he had uncovered. The stone floor, uneven and cold, felt alien beneath his fingertips, but there was something about it, a pulse, a pull, that made Henry feel both repelled and irresistibly drawn forward. His breath was shallow as he pushed aside the loose stones, his hands trembling with a mix of fear and excitement. The passageway was narrow, the walls close around him, but the faintest trace of light from the basement bulb illuminated the way forward. With one final push, the hidden door moved, revealing an entrance, no larger than a child's passage, carved into the very bones of their house. The walls of the tunnel were damp, the stones slick with age, and Henry could feel the temperature drop sharply. It felt as though the air itself was growing heavier, pressing down on him from all sides. There was no turning back now. His grandfather's obsession with this place had led him here, and Henry could feel the weight of it settling over him like an invisible cloak. The house had secrets that were being revealed to him, one piece at a time. But even as his curiosity pulled him deeper, a nagging voice inside his mind told him that there were things better left undiscovered. With a deep breath, Henry stepped forward into the passage. The moment he moved through the gap, the air shifted, growing colder still. The tunnel stretched forward into blackness, an impenetrable void. His hand brushed against the damp stone walls as he crept forward, feeling his way through the darkness. The faint light from the basement bulb dimmed the further he walked, casting strange, flickering shadows along the walls. The sound of his footsteps echoed loudly in the narrow space. But there was something else beneath the sound, the faintest whisper, almost imperceptible, as though the very walls of the house were speaking. Henry shivered, the unease growing inside him like a tightening knot. The cold was unbearable, seeping into his bones and making his breath visible in the air. His fingers, numb with cold, fumbled for the flashlight he had tucked in his coat pocket. As he turned it on, the narrow beam of light illuminated a set of steps leading down, deeper, into the earth. He hesitated for only a moment, but his resolve strengthened. The further he descended, the more the house seemed to shift around him. The silence grew thicker, pressing in on him from all sides. The temperature dropped again, and Henry's skin prickled with the sensation that something was very wrong. He couldn't put his finger on it, but every instinct in his body screamed that he shouldn't go any further. And yet, he had come this far. The key, the door, his grandfather's journal, everything was pointing him here. The final step brought him to a small chamber, its walls coated in the same damp stone that surrounded him. But in the center of the room, there was a single feature that stood out: a door, concealed in the far wall. The door was made of aged wood, its surface chipped and worn with time, and it appeared as though it had not been touched in years, maybe even centuries. It looked out of place, ancient and weathered, yet it felt strangely familiar to Henry. He approached it slowly, his breath caught in his throat. The air felt heavier here, as though the room itself was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. A faint metallic scent lingered in the air, and the closer Henry came to the door, the more it seemed to hum with an unspoken power. His hand trembled as he reached for the handle, and he couldn't help but glance around the room, the sense of being watched never leaving him. It was then that he remembered the key. His grandfather's journal had spoken of it, the key, and now Henry had it. He pulled it from his pocket, feeling the rusted metal in his hand. The key seemed to vibrate slightly, as though responding to the proximity of the door. The sensation was unmistakable. It was as if the key knew its purpose, knew where it was supposed to go. Henry took a deep breath and inserted the key into the lock. It fit perfectly. For a moment, time seemed to stop. The world held its breath. The key, heavy and cold, turned with an unsettling ease, as if it had unlocked something far greater than just a door. A low, groaning sound echoed from within the door, like metal scraping against metal. Henry's pulse quickened, and his grip tightened on the flashlight, its beam now shaking in his hands. The door creaked loudly as it slowly opened, revealing what lay beyond. The darkness beyond the door was almost absolute. But as the door swung open, a gust of cold air rushed toward him, and Henry's heart skipped a beat. He could hear it then, the faintest sound of chains dragging across the floor, echoing in the stillness. The noise grew louder as he stepped forward, the deep, unsettling sound of metal scraping against stone, filling the air. Henry's breath caught in his throat. The noise was familiar, almost as if it had been present in his dreams, a memory long forgotten, but now awakened. He stepped into the threshold, his flashlight beam cutting through the shadows, revealing nothing but a long, narrow corridor stretching deeper into the house. The walls were damp and slick with age, and the floor was uneven, cobblestones worn smooth by centuries of use. The scent of rot and decay lingered in the air, and Henry's stomach churned. The feeling of being watched returned, stronger than ever. Henry could feel his skin prickling, his heart pounding in his chest. He wasn't alone in this passage. He could feel it, the presence of something waiting for him, something that had been trapped here for far too long. Suddenly, the chains rattled louder, and Henry froze. The sound echoed from the end of the corridor, reverberating off the stone walls. Something was moving down there. Something big. Something that didn't belong. His mind raced, but his body refused to turn back. His grandfather's journal had spoken of this place, of the door that was locked away, of the key that had waited for so long. Now, Henry understood. The house wasn't just hiding its secrets, it was protecting them. And whatever lay at the end of this passage had been waiting for him. He took a step forward, and then another, unable to stop himself. The door behind him slammed shut with a deafening crash, and the sound of chains grew louder, nearer. Henry had crossed the threshold. There was no turning back now. Chapter 5. The Unleashed Entity. The heavy ancient door groaned as it finally gave way, creaking and scraping against the stone floor with a sound that seemed to echo in the very marrow of Henry's bones. A draft of frigid air swept through the narrow corridor, carrying with it the stench of rot, old decay, and something far darker, something ancient, trapped for longer than time itself could remember. As the door opened fully, the oppressive silence was replaced with an unsettling pressure, as if the very air around him had been holding its breath for centuries. Henry hesitated for a moment, the flashlight trembling in his grip, its beam flickering in the gloom. The temperature dropped sharply, biting at his skin. A faint, almost imperceptible sound drifted through the air, a low, guttural growl, like something stirring in the darkness. The chains rattled again, louder now, almost as if the very walls of the corridor were alive with the sound of them. Henry's pulse quickened, his heartbeat pounding in his ears. His instincts screamed at him to turn back, to leave this place, to lock the door and forget everything. But he couldn't. Something about this place, this moment, felt inevitable. He had come too far, uncovered too many pieces of the puzzle, to walk away now. He stepped through the doorway, into the vast, pitch-black expanse beyond. As he crossed the threshold, the door slammed shut behind him with a deafening crash. The sound reverberated through the corridor, shaking the very foundations of the house. For a split second, Henry was frozen in place, his breath caught in his throat. The sound of the chains, now deafening in the enclosed space, seemed to vibrate in the deepest part of his chest, rattling his very soul. And then, he heard it. A voice. A rasping, distorted voice that echoed through the darkness, reverberating off the walls, like the voice of something not fully human. Free. At last. The words were barely a whisper, but they cut through the air like a knife. And then, a heavy thud, followed by the unmistakable sound of something dragging itself across the floor. Henry's breath caught, and a wave of nausea hit him. Every muscle in his body screamed for him to run, but his feet remained rooted to the spot. Slowly, ever so slowly, the shape in the darkness began to take form. The creature was vast, its presence filling the corridor, stretching impossibly far, as though it could never be contained by the narrow walls around it. Its body twisted and contorted in unnatural angles, as though its very form had been warped by centuries of imprisonment. The skin was pale and sickly, stretched tight over bone and muscle, with patches of sickly gray and mottled flesh that seemed to writhe and shift of their own accord. Its eyes, oh God, its eyes, glowed a brilliant blood red piercing through the darkness, like twin burning embers. They were wild, full of fury, confusion, and a hunger that sent a chill crawling up Henry's spine. At first, the creature seemed disoriented, its body lurching awkwardly as it tried to move, as though it hadn't fully adjusted to the freedom it had been granted. Its limbs jerked unnaturally, like a newborn animal struggling to stand for the first time. The chains that had once bound it now lay scattered across the floor, rusted and broken, no longer holding it captive. It let out an agonized, guttural sound, a mix of frustration and confusion as it dragged itself forward. Henry's mind raced, the horror unfolding before him too much to process. He had seen nightmares, heard stories, but nothing could have prepared him for this. The creature was not of this world. It was ancient, older than anything he could comprehend, a being forged in the deepest corners of the earth and the darkest corners of time. And it was free. As the creature's eyes locked onto Henry, the confusion in them shifted to something darker, pure rage. Its mouth opened in a horrible gaping maw, revealing rows of jagged teeth that seemed to be too numerous for any normal creature. It snarled, the sound vibrating in Henry's chest, like a low growl from the abyss. "Fool," the creature rasped, its voice deep and monstrous. "You have freed me, and now I will make you pay." The words felt like a physical blow, as though the creature's very voice was capable of tearing through him. Henry stumbled backward, his heart pounding, as the creature took another lurching step toward him. Its limbs twitched and jerked, dragging it across the ground, but its eyes, those terrible burning eyes, never left him. He could feel the weight of its gaze like a tangible force. Without thinking, Henry turned and ran. His breath came in short gasps as he sprinted down the corridor, the sound of the creature's footsteps thundering behind him. He didn't dare look back. He knew the moment he did, it would be too late. The darkness seemed to close in around him, the walls narrowing, the space growing impossibly tight. Every step he took was frantic, desperate. He could hear the creature's growls, its ragged breathing, its claws scraping against the stone floor behind him, getting closer, closer. Suddenly, he slammed into something, solid, unyielding. It was the wall, blocking his path. He had reached the end of the corridor, and there was nowhere left to run. Henry's breath hitched as he spun around, his back pressed against the stone. The creature was closing in, its eyes glowing with malice, its mouth open wide, in a sickening grin. With a roar, the creature lunged forward, its claws raking through the air. Henry barely dodged in time, feeling the rush of air as the creature's arm swept by, its claws missing him by inches. He scrambled backward, his hands searching frantically for anything to stop this madness. His fingers brushed against something cold, something hard. He didn't know what it was, but he grabbed it, desperate. It was the key. The rusted key he had found in the toolbox. He hadn't realized he was still holding it. But now, in the face of the monster, it was the only thing that mattered. His mind screamed for him to use it, but there was no way to know how. The creature lunged again, its jaws snapping shut with terrifying force. Henry barely dodged, feeling the heat of its breath on his skin. He shoved the key into a nearby slot. There had to be something. He had no choice. And then, with a click, the mechanism clicked open. The walls shuddered. The very ground beneath him trembled. The door slammed shut behind him. Chapter 6. The hunt begins. The first screams came in the dead of night. They echoed through the village, a frantic wail of terror that shattered the stillness of the dark, peaceful streets. Henry woke with a start, his heart hammering in his chest as he was pulled from the grip of sleep. The sound had felt real, as though it had torn its way into his mind from the very bowels of the earth. The village was only a few miles away from the old house, but already the creature had begun its hunt. Henry could feel the weight of it pressing down on him, the tension that had been building since the moment he'd opened that cursed door, finally unraveling. The creature was free. Henry had unleashed something terrible, something ancient and relentless. He had thought he could control it, contain it, but now it was no longer just an invisible threat lurking in the shadows. It was out there, in the real world, and it was hunting the innocent. The realization hit him with full force. He had failed, but there was no time to dwell on it. The creature was already on the prowl, and if he didn't act soon, it would leave nothing but death in its wake. The following days passed in a blur of confusion, chaos, and the constant gnawing fear that Henry couldn't shake. The village was in a state of panic. No one could understand what was happening, but the attacks were unmistakable. People had started to vanish, disappearing in the night without a trace. The few survivors who managed to escape spoke of horrific, impossible things. Glowing red eyes in the dark, a monstrous figure that moved faster than any human could, and the sounds of chains dragging through the streets. The townspeople were terrified, barricading themselves in their homes, refusing to step outside after dark. And all the while, Henry was paralyzed with guilt. He was the one who had released it. He had been the one to turn the key, to open the door, and now innocent lives were being lost because of his mistake. But amidst the panic, his mind remained focused on one thing: the creature. The more he thought about it, the more he realized that he needed to understand it. He needed to know where it came from, how it had been locked away, and why. It was the only way to find a solution. That night, as he lay in bed, trying to rest, the nightmare returned. This time, the dream was different. He found himself standing in a vast, dark cavern, the air thick and oppressive. The walls were ancient, covered in markings that were faded and worn by time, but still recognizable. He felt a coldness in the air that was unnatural, a presence that was both overwhelming and suffocating. He knew somehow that the creature was here, in this place, bound by chains that were as old as the earth itself. He could feel its rage, its hunger, its need for freedom. The chains rattled as though alive, the sound echoing through the cavern, each echo a reminder of the creature's suffering. But even as the chains moved, Henry knew they were not what held the creature down. There was something else, something deeper that had kept it imprisoned all these years. The walls, the chains, they were only symbols. The true prison was something far more complex, something only a few had known. The vision shifted, and Henry saw a flash of light, an image of a tall, ancient structure, its walls covered in symbols and runes. At the center of the room stood a pedestal, and upon that pedestal lay an object, a relic of unimaginable power. It was a key. No, not a key, but a talisman, something that could bind the creature once more. It was ancient, older than anything he had ever seen, and it pulsed with a dark energy. The relic was the creature's prison and its only chance of survival. But the dream didn't end there. The creature's face appeared before him, its glowing red eyes filled with malice. Its voice, deep and guttural, echoed in Henry's mind. "You cannot stop me. You freed me. You cannot take it back." The image blurred, and Henry woke with a start, drenched in sweat. His body was shaking, his mind still reeling from the vision. He had seen it clearly now, the creature's prison, the talisman, and the terrible force that had been used to bind it. The relic was the key. But it wasn't just any relic. It was a tool, a weapon that could either bind the creature again or destroy it for good. But where was it? How could he find it? The answer came to him slowly, like a puzzle piece falling into place. His grandfather had been obsessed with something buried beneath the house. The journal he had found, the references to the hidden door, it all pointed to the same thing. The relic wasn't just some ancient artifact. It was hidden in the house, likely somewhere in the basement, somewhere connected to the key and the door. Henry wasted no time. The following day, he gathered what little information he could from the journal, and with a deep sense of resolve, he set off for the house. He could already hear the distant cries of the village echoing through the hills, the sound of terror that now filled the air. The creature's hunt had only just begun, but Henry knew that if he didn't act fast, it would be too late for everyone. When he reached the house, the weight of it hit him like a physical force. The house was dark and quiet, its looming presence feeling more like a tomb than a home. Henry took the flashlight from his bag and made his way to the basement, the place where everything had started. The walls seemed to close in on him as he descended, the air growing heavier, colder. He could hear his own breathing, ragged and uneven, as he reached the hidden door once more. This time, there was no hesitation. He knew what he had to do. The relic was waiting for him, and with it, the possibility of ending this nightmare. He pushed open the door and descended into the depths, the chains rattling in his mind as he moved through the darkness. In the heart of the basement, there it was, the pedestal. It stood in the center of a small circular room, its surface covered in strange, arcane symbols. The relic was there, waiting. Henry reached for it, his fingers brushing the surface of the ancient artifact. The moment he touched it, the air around him seemed to pulse, the darkness pressing in from all sides. He could feel the creature's presence, its rage, its hunger. But this time, Henry was prepared. He had the key, he had the talisman, and he wasn't going to let the creature destroy everything. Chapter 7. The Secret of the Relic. Henry's mind raced as he stood before the relic, his fingers trembling as they hovered above it. The air in the basement felt heavy, as though the walls themselves were watching him, waiting for him to make his move. He had found it, the talisman from his dreams, the ancient amulet that was supposed to be the key to stopping the creature, the same creature that had already begun wreaking havoc on the village. But as he stood there, holding the cold, unyielding object in his hands, he realized with a sickening certainty that he didn't know how to use it. The relic was covered in strange symbols, carved deeply into the surface, and they seemed to pulse with a faint, eerie glow. The markings were unlike any language Henry had ever seen, ancient and incomprehensible. He couldn't decipher them, couldn't understand what they meant, and he knew that time was running out. The creature was getting closer. He had heard the distant cries from the village that morning. The terror that had spread throughout the town was palpable. People were dying, disappearing without a trace. The monster was hunting them one by one, and it was growing stronger, angrier, more relentless. Henry had no illusions now. The creature had been trapped for a reason, but now that it was free, it was out for vengeance. The ancient being, twisted by time and suffering, was not going to stop until it had consumed everything. Henry's heart pounded as he stared at the amulet. It was small, no bigger than his palm, but it radiated an unnatural energy. He could feel its power, a dark and foreboding presence that seemed to pulse in sync with his own racing heartbeat. The symbols etched into the surface weren't just for decoration. They were part of a ritual, a powerful spell meant to imprison the creature once again. He could feel it in his gut, the knowledge that this was the answer, the only way to stop the madness. But how? The answer eluded him. The days following the discovery of the relic were a blur of frantic searching and growing dread. Henry pored over every scrap of his grandfather's journal, looking for any clue, any hint that might reveal how to activate the amulet. The journal had been cryptic, filled with ramblings about doors, keys, and dark forces, but there was nothing concrete about how to use the relic. His grandfather had clearly known about its power, but had kept its secret hidden away, perhaps out of fear that it would one day be needed. In his desperation, Henry turned to every resource he could find. Books in the library, old texts in the attic, anything that might contain a shred of knowledge. But it seemed as though every path led to a dead end. The symbols on the amulet were unlike anything he had encountered before, and no amount of research revealed their meaning. He had even tried contacting local experts in ancient languages, but none could offer any assistance. The amulet's secrets remained locked away, hidden from him. Meanwhile, the creature's presence in the village grew more palpable. Every night, the screams became louder, closer, until the very sound of them haunted Henry's thoughts. He could feel the weight of its presence closing in on him, like a predator slowly circling its prey. And with every passing day, the creature seemed to grow more powerful, more malevolent. Its hunger was insatiable. One evening, as Henry sat alone in the study, surrounded by open books and ancient scrolls, the fatigue of days spent searching wore heavily on him. He rubbed his eyes, trying to stave off the panic that was creeping into his chest. He was running out of time, and he knew it. The creature was closer than ever, its twisted form lurking in the shadows of his mind. Just as he was about to give up for the night, something strange happened. The amulet, which he had set down on the desk beside him, began to glow faintly. The symbols on its surface seemed to shimmer, as though alive, as though responding to something, responding to him. Henry reached for it, his heart racing with sudden hope. He held the amulet in his hands, turning it slowly as he studied the markings. The glow was faint, but undeniable. The symbols had changed. The amulet was reacting to him. Without thinking, Henry pressed the amulet against his chest, as if instinctively knowing what to do. As soon as it touched his skin, the glow intensified, and a sharp pain shot through his chest, a searing, unbearable heat that made him gasp in agony. His vision blurred, and he fell to his knees, clutching the amulet, as though it were the only thing holding him together. Suddenly, a voice, low, guttural, and filled with ancient wrath, whispered in his ear, "You cannot stop me. I am eternal." The voice was both distant and close, echoing through his mind like a dark promise. The amulet burned against his skin, and Henry could feel its power coursing through him, a torrent of energy that threatened to consume him. He could hear the chains, the rattling noise, growing louder in his ears. The creature's fury, its rage, was being channeled through the amulet, and Henry could feel it, the hunger, the desire for freedom. It was too much. He cried out in pain, and just as suddenly as it had begun, the pressure, the heat, the voice, all of it, ceased. The amulet went cold in his hands, its glow fading, until it was once again just a dull, lifeless object. Henry sat on the floor, gasping for breath, his body trembling from the aftershocks of the experience. He didn't understand what had just happened. He had felt the power of the amulet, but he had also felt the creature's resistance. It was as if the very nature of the amulet was in direct conflict with the creature. The being was ancient, far older than any force Henry could comprehend. But there was something else, something he hadn't fully understood until now. The amulet was not just a tool for sealing the creature. It was a conduit, a focal point for an ancient force, and it required something more than just physical proximity. It needed intent. It needed focus. Henry knew then that he had to use the amulet in the right way, and he had to do it soon. The creature was closing in, and every moment that passed was a moment closer to the end. As Henry sat there in the dim light of the study, he knew one thing with certainty. The creature would not stop. It would not rest until it had destroyed everything. And the only way to stop it was to understand the amulet fully and use its power before it was too late. Time was running out, and Henry could feel the walls closing in around him. But for the first time since he had opened that cursed door, he knew what he had to do. The amulet was the key. Now, he just had to unlock its true power. Chapter 8. The Battle in the Dark. The basement felt different now, alive, suffocating. The air was thick with an oppressive sense of dread, the walls pressing in on Henry as he made his way down the familiar cracked stairs. His heart pounded in his chest, each beat reverberating through his entire body. The sound of chains dragging against the stone echoed in his ears, and the unmistakable growl of the creature sent a chill down his spine. This was it, the moment he had been dreading and preparing for. The moment he had no choice but to face the thing he had unleashed. He had hoped for another way, some form of escape, but there was no longer any time for hesitation. The creature was on a rampage, tearing through the village, leaving a wake of death and destruction. Henry had done everything he could to prepare, studied the ancient texts, deciphered the strange markings on the amulet, and even endured the terrifying visions that had plagued his dreams. But now, standing at the foot of the stairs, amulet clutched tightly in his hand, he knew it was up to him. There was no running anymore. The basement, once just a dusty, forgotten space, had become the battleground where everything would come to a head. The relic, the creature, and Henry himself were about to collide in an ancient struggle that had been set into motion long before he ever stepped foot in the house. The creature was waiting for him. It emerged from the shadows like a living nightmare, its twisted, contorted form stretching impossibly tall and wide. Its eyes glowed bright red, burning with an unholy fire, its breath ragged and hot. The chains that had once bound it lay scattered across the floor like broken remnants of a forgotten past, and the air smelled thick with the rot of age-old suffering. "You," the creature rasped, its voice a guttural growl. "You are the one who freed me. You are the one who will pay." Henry stood frozen for a moment, the weight of the situation crashing down on him. The creature's words, dripping with malice, seemed to penetrate his very soul. Its hunger was evident, its power palpable. It wanted him, needed him, and it was going to tear him apart. But he couldn't let that happen. As the creature took a step forward, its massive form filling the narrow basement, Henry felt a surge of adrenaline. His hands trembled as he raised the amulet, remembering the faint, flickering visions that had come to him in his dreams. The relic, it wasn't just an object, it was a weapon, a conduit of immense power. He had learned in his visions that the amulet's true purpose wasn't merely to bind the creature. It was also meant to act as a shield, a force of light that could repel the darkness that the creature represented. But Henry didn't know how to wield it. He didn't know how to channel that energy into something that could defeat the creature. He had no choice but to try. With a shout, Henry flung the amulet toward the creature, but it did not fly like a weapon. Instead, it flared with an intense, blinding light the moment it left his grasp. The light was harsh, burning, and it forced Henry to shield his eyes. The creature recoiled, its eyes narrowing, its inhuman form writhing in pain as the light scorched its flesh. But just as quickly as it had flared, the light began to fade, leaving the creature snarling in anger, still standing tall and defiant. "No," the creature growled, its voice a snarl of fury. "You cannot control me." Henry felt the fear creeping back into his chest, but he fought it back. He had to keep going. He couldn't let up. With the amulet in his hand again, he focused on the visions, the ancient symbols, the whispers of power. In his dream, he had seen a flash of something, a movement, a gesture, an incantation. It wasn't much, but it was enough. He had to repeat it. This time, Henry held the amulet up high, feeling its energy crackling through the air. His hands burned with the sensation, the amulet glowing brighter, pulsing in rhythm with his heartbeat. The creature lunged, its massive claws swiping through the air, its teeth bared, but Henry did not flinch. He whispered the words he had seen in his dream. The words were ancient, unfamiliar, but they tumbled from his lips with surprising clarity, as if the amulet itself was guiding him, unlocking something buried deep inside. As the last syllable escaped him, the air around them seemed to shift. The light from the amulet exploded in a burst of radiant energy, and the creature staggered back, howling in agony. The force of it sent shockwaves through the basement, and Henry's ears rang with the intensity. The creature recoiled, its body writhing, its form distorting in ways that made Henry's stomach churn. But even as the creature screamed in pain, it was not defeated. The light was pushing it back, but only temporarily. "Is this all you can do?" the creature mocked, its voice twisted with dark amusement. You think you can banish me with light? Henry's mind raced. The creature was too powerful. The light alone wasn't enough to send it back into the abyss. But the amulet, it was the key to sealing it, to imprisoning it once more. He could feel the creature's anger, its power building, and he knew that if he didn't act fast, it would tear him apart. The creature lunged again, faster this time, and Henry barely dodged its strike, the claws grazing his shoulder. The pain was immediate, sharp, but he didn't have time to react. The creature's jaws snapped shut, and Henry felt the heat of its breath as it closed in on him. In that moment, Henry realized what he had to do. The amulet. He had to use the full force of the relic to trap the creature, not just repel it. With a final desperate push, he raised the amulet, holding it steady as he focused all of his will into it. The light flared one last time, brighter, stronger than ever before, and Henry could feel the amulet's power reaching into the very fabric of the creature's being. The creature howled, its body writhing in agony as the light engulfed it. It fought, thrashing in a desperate bid for freedom, but Henry's grip on the amulet was unyielding. The light expanded outward, engulfing the creature entirely. Its screams echoed through the basement, and for a moment, the very walls seemed to shake. And then, silence. Henry stood, panting heavily, his body trembling from exhaustion. The basement was dark once more, the only light the fading glow of the amulet in his hand. The creature was gone, at least for now. But Henry knew that the battle wasn't over. The creature was still out there, still hungry, still waiting. And the amulet, powerful as it was, might not be enough to keep it locked away forever. But for now, Henry had won. The creature was sealed once more, but only for a while, and he knew it would be back. The real question was, would he be ready? Chapter 9. The Final Rite. The air was thick with the scent of decay, and Henry felt the weight of impending doom pressing down on him as he scoured the old library. Time was slipping through his fingers like sand, the frantic ticking of the clock echoing in his mind. The creature, enraged and relentless, was drawing closer with every passing hour. He could feel its presence, like a shadow following his every step, growing stronger and nearer with every scream that echoed through the village. His heart was heavy, his thoughts muddled. Every moment he spent searching felt like a lifetime, but he knew that he was running out of time. The only chance he had to stop the creature now was a ritual, one that could, at least temporarily, seal it away once more. But as with all things tied to such ancient forces, there was a price, a terrible price. Henry's fingers trembled as they skimmed through the crumbling pages of the old texts, searching for the ritual. His grandfather had left behind enough notes to guide him. He had to. In the silence of the library, Henry read with a desperation he hadn't known before, as though the words themselves were his last hope. The ritual was clear, written in ancient script, but it was more complicated than he had anticipated. It required not just the relic, but a sacrifice, a binding of spirit. As Henry read, his pulse quickened. The ritual demanded that he make an irreversible choice. He would have to bind his own soul to the creature, using his life force as the key to seal it away once again. The ritual wasn't just about trapping the creature. It was about creating an eternal bond between them. The sacrifice would bind his very essence to the creature, anchoring it to him forever. It would mean that Henry could never truly escape. He would be linked to the creature for as long as he lived, bound to its fate, its power. If the creature ever escaped again, he would be its first target, its anchor, forever. Henry's hands shook as he lowered the book, the words now blurred in front of him. It seemed impossible. How could he possibly make such a choice? He had already seen the depths of the creature's malice, felt its power, and witnessed its insatiable hunger. To be bound to such a thing, to be forever connected to the very source of all his nightmares, seemed like a fate worse than death. But the thought of losing everyone, of letting the creature continue its path of destruction, was more unbearable. The village, the people he had come to care about, if he didn't act, if he didn't make the sacrifice, they would all die. The creature would destroy them, without mercy, without hesitation. Henry could feel the weight of the decision crushing him. It had been days since Henry last ventured outside. He had locked himself away in the house, poring over every text, every clue, every scrap of paper that might help him stop the creature. The village had fallen silent now, save for the occasional scream in the distance, and Henry could feel the ground beneath him shifting. The world outside felt like it was on the brink of collapse, and it was all his fault. The creature was closing in. Every night, the sounds of its rage seemed to get louder, the earth itself trembling beneath its fury. It had become more relentless, more determined to destroy everything in its path. Henry had heard whispers in the wind, felt its presence as if it were stalking him. It was only a matter of time before it reached the house, before it tore through the walls, hunting him down. And yet, as the night stretched on, Henry knew the moment of decision was approaching. He had to perform the ritual. It was the only way to stop the creature. But to bind his soul to it, to give himself up as the sacrifice, that was a burden no one should bear. The knowledge weighed heavily on him. He had always been taught that there was a price for power, for magic. But this price, it was beyond anything he had ever imagined. A lifetime of torment, of fear, of knowing that he could never truly escape. The thought of it was suffocating, and yet the alternative was worse. As the night wore on, Henry found himself standing in the center of the old basement once more, the ritual's ingredients laid out before him. The amulet lay at the center of the floor, glowing faintly in the dim light. The symbols, etched into the stone beneath him, pulsed with an energy he could feel in his very bones. The creature would be sealed again, for now, but the cost would be high. His thoughts were interrupted by the sound of chains dragging on the ground. It was here. The creature was close. The sound sent a chill down his spine, and Henry's heart began to race. He could feel its presence, like a dark shadow stretching toward him. It was as if the creature had been waiting, watching, knowing that Henry was preparing. It had no intention of going quietly. The time had come. The ritual had to be performed now. Henry's voice trembled as he began to chant the ancient words from the book, the words that would bind him to the creature. The symbols on the ground glowed brighter, the air crackling with power. He could feel it, feel the creature responding, its rage intensifying as it was drawn toward him. It wasn't just a force of nature now. It was part of him, bound to his soul. The amulet pulsed with energy, its light now blinding, a beacon of both hope and doom. Henry's voice echoed through the basement as he spoke the final incantation, his hand extended toward the amulet. The chains rattled louder now, the creature's fury resonating in the air, vibrating through the floor beneath him. In that moment, Henry knew. There was no turning back. The ritual was almost complete, but it would mean binding himself to the creature for the rest of his life. He could never escape. He would live with the knowledge that the creature was always with him, lurking in the shadows, waiting for its moment. But it was the only way. As the last words left his lips, a brilliant flash of light filled the room, and Henry felt the full force of the creature's energy rush into him. It was painful, like being torn apart from the inside out. His vision blurred, and he could feel the darkness trying to consume him, trying to drag him into the depths. And then, silence. Henry opened his eyes, gasping for air, his body trembling. The creature's presence was still there, but it was subdued now, held within the confines of the ritual. The basement was still, the chains no longer rattling. The light from the amulet had faded, but the power remained, an invisible force binding the creature to Henry. He had done it. The creature was sealed once again, for now, but the price had been steep. Henry knew that his life would never be the same. He was bound to it, forever. The creature's essence was now a part of him, its rage, its hunger, and its darkness lingering in his soul. He would never be free of it. But he had saved the village. He had stopped the creature, at least for now. The cost was his own peace, his own freedom, and Henry could only hope that the sacrifice had been worth it. Chapter 10. The silence after the storm. The basement was quiet now. The oppressive, suffocating air that had lingered for days had finally lifted. The chains, which had once rattled in the dark like a haunting, had fallen still. The terrible, otherworldly presence that had stalked Henry through every waking moment, that had driven him to the brink of madness, was gone. Trapped once more in the prison it had once occupied. The ritual had worked. The creature was sealed away. But as Henry stood in the center of the basement, the dim light from the amulet flickering out, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was missing. He had done it. He had saved the village, stopped the creature. The town was safe for now, but the cost was heavy. The weight of the sacrifice, the price he had paid to bind the creature, hung over him like a shadow that would never leave. His hands, though still trembling, felt empty, as though the energy from the ritual had drained him of everything. It was over, but he would never be the same. As Henry stepped out of the basement, his footsteps echoing in the empty house, he could feel the weight of what he had done pressing against him. The house felt different now, emptier, as though the very walls were exhaling a long-held breath. The silence that filled the space was deafening. It was a silence that spoke of death, of struggle, of ancient powers. But now, it was a silence that meant something else: peace. The chaos had ceased, and for the first time in days, there was no distant rumble of destruction, no terrifying growls in the night. The creature, once a force of unstoppable rage, was contained. Henry had kept his promise to the village, to the people who had no idea of the horrors lurking just beyond their reach. But the silence felt like a tomb. The weight of the amulet pressed against his chest, an uncomfortable reminder that he would never be truly free. The bond he had forged with the creature in order to trap it would haunt him for the rest of his life. There was no escaping it now. The darkness would always be with him. He made his way outside, the cool air biting at his skin as he stepped into the fading light of day. The village was quiet, eerily still. He could hear the faint rustling of trees in the wind, the distant chirping of birds, the peaceful hum of a world that had been spared destruction. But even as he took in the beauty of the landscape, there was a part of him that couldn't appreciate it. The world was still, but inside him, the storm raged on. His mind was heavy with the echoes of what had happened, and he could feel the creature's presence deep within him, like a shadow that refused to leave. He walked through the village, his gaze distant, his steps slow. The people, those he had saved, went about their business, unaware of the true cost of their salvation. They greeted him with relief, with thanks, but Henry couldn't bring himself to return their smiles. He had saved them, yes, but at what cost? His sacrifice had been so much more than anyone could ever know. The creature had been sealed, but it was still a part of him, its essence tethered to his soul. Every time he closed his eyes, he could feel its presence. The burning red eyes, the screeching growl, the horrific laughter that had filled his nightmares. It was always there, lurking just beneath the surface of his thoughts, waiting for the moment when it would rise again. The worst part was the knowledge that the creature had not been fully defeated. He had only delayed its return, bound it with his own life force. But it was not gone. It would always be there, waiting for the moment when the bonds holding it would weaken, when the seal would break. And when it did, Henry would be the one to answer for it. That night, as he lay in bed, the stillness of the house pressed in on him. The silence was louder than the chaos that had consumed the past few days. It was a silence that spoke of finality, of closure, but also of something far darker, something Henry couldn't escape. He had sealed the creature, but it had come at the expense of his own peace. The knowledge that he would carry this burden for the rest of his life was suffocating. The amulet was gone from his neck now, locked away in a box hidden deep within the house. But even its absence could not quell the feeling of being watched. He had locked the door, sealed the basement, but the chains from his nightmares, still echoed in his mind. And then, as he lay there in the darkness, he heard it. The faintest sound. The sound of chains dragging across the ground. It was distant, almost imperceptible, but it was there. Henry froze, his breath catching in his throat. He strained his ears, listening, waiting. For a moment, there was nothing but the silence of the house. But then, again, just a whisper in the darkness. The unmistakable sound of chains. It was a reminder that what he had done, what he had unleashed, would never truly leave him. The creature was still a part of him, forever bound to his soul. And as long as he lived, the chains would always echo in his mind, a constant reminder of the cost of his actions. In the days that followed, Henry tried to move on. He spoke to the villagers, assuring them that the creature was gone, that they were safe. But every time he looked into their eyes, he felt the weight of his sacrifice. The faces that thanked him would never know the truth. They would never understand the price he had paid to keep them safe. The storm had passed, and for the first time in weeks, the sky was clear. But Henry knew that the peace was fleeting. The storm would return, the chains would rattle again, and he would be ready. For now. Chapter 1. The Legend of the Lake. Elena sat in the dimly lit cafe, the steady hum of conversation around her muffling the thoughts racing through her mind. She'd spent hours listening to stories, piecing together fragments of rumors about the lake, but nothing quite made sense. She was used to sifting through bizarre tales for her work as a journalist, but this one, this legend, had a pull that she couldn't ignore. A chorus of voices from beneath the waters, angelic, beautiful, and yet terrifying. Her fingers drummed nervously on the edge of her notepad, where she'd written down the few concrete details she'd managed to gather. The locals called it El Coro Subaquatico, the subaquatic choir. a choir of voices said to rise from the depths of a remote lake, hidden deep in the woods. No one who had ventured too close to the water had ever returned the same. Some were even said to have disappeared without a trace. But it was the voices that intrigued Elena the most, whispers of a celestial harmony that seemed to call out to anyone who dared listen. And it wasn't just an old legend. There were reports too. The most recent, a few months ago, involved a group of tourists, young, excited, eager to capture something inexplicable on camera, who had gone to the lake, recording what they believed to be the choir, only for their footage to end abruptly. The police had found their car parked by the lake's edge, their belongings scattered across the ground, as though they had left in a hurry. But there was no sign of them, not a trace. Just the unsettling calm of the lake. The feeling that had stirred within Elena was not just professional curiosity. It was something deeper, a magnetic pull she couldn't explain. As a journalist, she had seen her fair share of strange occurrences and inexplicable events. But this felt different. Something about the story tugged at her instincts, as though it were meant for her, as though she had been drawn to it for a reason. Elena. A voice interrupted her thoughts. She looked up to see Miguel, the cafe owner, standing by her table, his hands clasped in front of him. His eyes were kind, but wary. "You're not thinking of going out there, are you?" he asked, his voice low enough that no one else could hear. Elena smiled softly. "I'm just here for the story, Miguel. What harm could there be in that?" He shook his head. "It's not like what you think. That lake, it's cursed. The locals know it, but no one speaks of it. And you're new here. You don't understand the kind of thing you're asking about." She set her pen down and leaned forward. "I've heard the stories. I know what the locals say. Some call it a curse. Others say it's the sound of angels. But no one's ever really talked about it in detail. I need to know what happened. And I think you do too." Miguel stared at her for a long moment before he sighed. "I'll tell you what I know. But you should be careful. People like to pretend that something isn't there just because they can't see it. But that place, it doesn't just change people. It takes them." He paused, his expression darkening, and then continued, his voice dropping even lower. "My uncle, he was one of those people who went to the lake years ago. He never came back the same. He wouldn't speak for weeks, and when he finally did, all he said was that he heard them, voices, beneath the water. He said they were calling his name. He was never the same after that." "Did he?" Elena's voice faltered as she realized the implication of what Miguel was saying. He nodded slowly, his face pale. "He died a year later, and not from anything physical. He just faded away, like something had drained him, piece by piece. My family still doesn't talk about it." Elena took a deep breath, her determination only growing stronger. "I appreciate the warning, Miguel, but I can't walk away from this. Not now. I need to know what really happened." The older man looked at her, the weight of his gaze both pleading and resigned. "Then you'll have to speak to the others, the ones who remember. They're the only ones who might know the truth. But don't say I didn't warn you." After he left, Elena's resolve only solidified. She had to go to the lake. She had to hear the voices for herself, uncover the truth, and tell the world what had happened to those lost souls. She had always been driven by the need to seek the truth, no matter how dark or dangerous it might be. And now, this mysterious lake, with its promises of hidden voices and whispers of curses, had become her obsession. The next morning, Elena packed her things and set off towards the lake, her heart racing with a mixture of excitement and unease. The village was small, a collection of old, weathered houses tucked between thick woods that seemed to press in on all sides. There was something otherworldly about the place, as if it existed in a time apart from the rest of the world. The further she drove, the more isolated the area became. The road grew narrower, twisting through dense forests, the trees thick and heavy with mist. Soon, the car was the only sound breaking the silence, the only sign of life in the vast expanse of wilderness. Elena's pulse quickened, the anticipation of discovery mingling with a growing sense of dread. Finally, she arrived. The lake was everything the stories had described and more. Vast and still, its surface like black glass, reflecting the overcast sky. Elena stepped out of the car and walked slowly toward the water's edge, her footsteps muffled by the damp earth. There was no sound, only the soft rustling of the wind through the trees. But then she heard it, a faint, ethereal melody. At first it was so subtle, so soft, that she thought it was just the wind. But as she stood there, listening intently, the sound grew clearer. The voices, high, delicate, angelic. But there was something about them that made the hair on the back of her neck stand on end. They seemed to be calling, beckoning her to come closer. Her heart hammered in her chest. This was it. The choir. The sound that had drawn so many before her into its depths. Elena felt the pull, a magnetic force urging her forward. She took a step closer to the water, her feet barely making a sound as they sank into the mud. The voices seemed to grow louder now, like a soft lullaby, weaving through the air. She stopped herself just in time. This wasn't just a story anymore. It was real, and if she wasn't careful, it might consume her as it had consumed others. Elena stepped back, her breath shallow as she turned away from the water. She had come to find the truth, but she wasn't sure she was ready to hear it just yet. As she made her way back to her car, the haunting melody of the choir still echoed in her mind, filling her thoughts with questions. What was it that lay beneath the surface? And why did it call to her so desperately? The mystery of the lake had only just begun. Chapter 2. A Silenced Witness. The fog had yet to lift from the sleepy village, shrouding it in a heavy mist that clung to the trees and buildings like a secret. Elena stood at the threshold of the village's small inn, her breath visible in the cold air. The locals were starting their day, moving slowly through the streets with an air of quiet purpose. But there was an unmistakable tension in the air, a kind of collective unease that Elena could feel at the back of her neck. She had been in the village for 2 days now, and despite her best efforts, the locals remained hesitant to speak openly about the lake. Most would nod politely when she mentioned it, but their eyes would dart away quickly, as if the mere mention of the place invoked some unseen force. Elena had learned early on that in a place like this, where the past and present seemed to blur together in strange ways, it was important to approach things delicately. She couldn't force the truth out of them. It would have to come on its own. Her first stop of the day was the village's only cafe, a small rustic place that smelled of coffee and old wood. The locals gathered there to gossip, share news, and perhaps, on occasion, reveal a truth or two. Elena had spent a few hours there the day before, hoping to catch someone willing to talk. This time, she hoped for more luck. She took a seat by the window, her notepad at the ready, scanning the room. The faces were familiar now, all of them in their middle years, or older, with the weathered looks of people who had seen too much, and yet said too little. She sipped her coffee, and just as she was about to make a quiet exit, an elderly man caught her eye. He sat alone at the back table, hunched over a steaming mug of tea. His face was gaunt, his thin white hair falling in tangled wisps around his head, and there was something in his expression, a distant sadness that intrigued her. She had seen the way the others glanced at him, their eyes quickly moving away, as if they were afraid to meet his gaze. Elena's curiosity got the better of her. She stood and made her way to his table, smiling gently. "Excuse me, sir," she began, her voice soft. "My name is Elena. I'm a journalist. I'm here investigating the lake and the strange stories that surround it. I was wondering if you could help me with some information." The man looked up at her, his pale blue eyes narrowing slightly, as if weighing her words carefully. He didn't respond immediately, instead glancing around the room, as if to make sure no one was listening. After a long moment, he nodded. "Sit down then. You won't get much out of anyone here," he said, his voice low and gravelly. Elena hesitated, sensing something in his tone. She sat across from him, pulling out her notepad. "Thank you," she said, trying to keep her voice steady. "I've heard rumors, you see, about strange voices coming from the lake. Some say it's the sound of angels. Others believe it's something darker. Do you know anything about it?" The man sighed deeply, his fingers trembling as he wrapped them around his cup. "I've heard the stories, more than most. But let me tell you this. I've seen the lake. I've heard it too. Back when I was a boy, I went to that lake on a school trip. We were just kids, laughing and running around, not thinking about the stories. We were supposed to be on our best behavior, but curiosity got the better of us." He paused, his eyes distant as he stared into the steam rising from his tea, as though he were seeing something far away, something he hadn't spoken of in decades. "It was a field trip, out of the blue," he continued, his voice growing quieter. "We stopped near the lake for a break, not far from where the old bridge used to be. I remember thinking it was a nice day, bright, peaceful. The others were running around, playing games, not paying attention to anything. But I walked toward the water. I always was the curious one." Elena leaned in, her pen hovering over the page, ready to write down every word. "I don't know what made me go closer," the man murmured, his voice faltering. "Maybe it was the sound. I thought I heard something, a melody, soft and sweet, like a lullaby. It was strange because it didn't sound like any normal song. It sounded far away, but it called to me. I don't know how to explain it, but I felt it in my bones, like something was pulling me toward it." Elena's heart skipped a beat. The man's description matched the stories she'd heard, the voices calling from the water. "I walked toward the edge of the lake," he continued, his eyes unfocused, as if remembering the moment with a sense of dread. "I was nearly to the water when I saw the others, my friends, my classmates, running behind me, shouting my name. But I couldn't move. My feet were stuck, and all I could hear was the song. Then the water. It started moving, like it was alive. It rippled, but not from the wind. I saw shapes beneath the surface, shadows shifting." He stopped abruptly, his face pale. Elena could see his hands trembling now. She didn't dare interrupt. She knew there was more. "And then I heard something else. It wasn't a voice. It was like a scream, but it wasn't human. The water rose, and I knew I had to run. I ran back to the others as fast as I could, and when I turned around, the water, it was still. But the song didn't stop. It followed me." The man's eyes flickered up to Elena's. I never went back, and neither did any of the others. We didn't speak about it, not for years, and we never told anyone the truth about that day. The lake, it doesn't just take people, it keeps something, and it's not the same thing you think you hear. Elena felt a shiver run down her spine as the words hung in the air, heavy and foreboding. She had always prided herself on being able to extract information from anyone, but there was something different about this man's testimony. His words weren't just an account of a strange event. They were a warning. She tried to ask more questions, but the man clammed up, his eyes darting nervously around the room. "I've said too much already," he muttered. "You'd better leave it alone, girl. Trust me. The lake, it doesn't forget. It doesn't forgive." With that, he stood abruptly, his chair scraping loudly against the floor. Elena barely had time to protest before he turned and walked quickly toward the door, leaving behind his untouched cup of tea. She was left sitting there, stunned, her mind racing with the implications of what he had said. His words echoed in her ears, but there was something more. Something in the way he had acted, as if he had seen something that still haunted him. Elena stood, grabbing her notepad. She made her way to the door, but when she stepped outside, she stopped short. The man was nowhere in sight. The street was empty, save for a few figures walking at the other end, and the fog had grown thicker. "Where did he go?" Elena muttered, her eyes scanning the area. She looked back at the cafe, but the old man was gone. His absence felt wrong, as though he had vanished into thin air. But it wasn't just that. There were small things, tiny details that didn't sit right with her. And then, as if on instinct, she reached down to her notebook. A scrap of paper had been tucked inside, with a message scrawled in haste. "Follow the path by the lake. The answers lie beneath." Elena stared at the note, a chill running down her spine. The game was changing now. There was something much darker at play than she had initially realized. Chapter 3. The Cursed Recording. Elena stood in front of her laptop, the screen glowing softly in the dim light of her rented room. She had been trying to concentrate on the task at hand, but the chilling remnants of her conversation with the old man lingered in her mind. The note he had left her still burned in her pocket. A warning, perhaps, but also a call to action. Follow the path by the lake. The answers lie beneath. What had he meant by that? And what could it possibly have to do with the recording she was about to watch? She exhaled slowly, pushing aside her unease, and opened the folder labeled "Tourists Missing." A few clicks, and the video file began to load. The footage was grainy at first, the camera shaky as it panned over a group of excited voices, all muffled by the distance. They were laughing, joking, as one of them, a young man, held the camera in his hands. All right, guys," the man's voice echoed through the video, his tone playful. "Let's see if we can find this Goro." Elena's heart skipped a beat. She had heard the stories of the tourists, a group of young adults who had come to the lake on a weekend trip just a few months prior, eager to explore the supernatural mystery. They had all vanished, leaving only their car behind, parked at the edge of the lake. The footage, however, was found by a local fisherman who had reported it to the authorities after discovering the camera, still running on the shoreline. She hit play, her fingers trembling slightly as the image on the screen stabilized. The camera zoomed in on a woman, a blonde-haired girl with wide eyes, her excitement apparent as she stood next to the water, the lake stretching out in front of her like a vast, dark mirror. "I think I hear something," she said, her voice barely audible over the wind. The group fell silent, their attention turning toward the water. The girl, whose name Elena would later learn was Julia, tilted her head as if listening intently. The air seemed to grow still as the camera panned over the group. Elena could feel the tension building in the video, the same kind of eerie stillness that had consumed her when she had first stood by the lake. And then it came. The sound. Soft, ethereal, almost imperceptible at first, but growing louder with each passing second. Elena felt her pulse quicken as the voices swelled from the depths of the video. They were faint at first, like whispers on the wind, but they became clearer with each passing moment, an almost celestial harmony, soft and lilting, like a choir of angels. "Can you hear that?" the young man with the camera asked, his voice tight with excitement. Is that the choro?" The camera shifted quickly, now focusing on the group's faces. There was a mix of fascination and unease. Some of them laughed nervously, while others looked uncertain. Elena could see the expression of Julia change. Her eyes were wide now, her lips parted as if she were trying to catch her breath. "Guys, we should probably get going," one of the other tourists said, his voice a little shaky. But there was a sense of inevitability in his tone, as if he too had already felt the pull of the lake, even without fully understanding what it was. The camera swung back to the water, the ripples barely visible now, the surface unnaturally still. The voices grew louder, almost demanding, as if calling out to them, beckoning them closer. "Let's get a little closer," Julia whispered, stepping forward, her feet crunching softly on the gravel as she moved toward the edge. She was hypnotized, her body swaying slightly, as if drawn to the lake's edge by an invisible force. "Julia, no," the man with the camera said, his voice now full of concern, but it was too late. She was already at the water's edge, her face slack with awe. The camera shook as he took a step forward, capturing the unsettling image of her standing there, gazing into the depths. And then, just as Elena had feared, the image on the screen began to distort. The water, which had been so still, suddenly began to churn violently. The camera zoomed in on Julia, who seemed oblivious to the danger as the voices grew louder, the harmony turning into a chaotic chorus of wails and pleading cries. A terrible sound split the air, a loud, inhuman roar, and the water surged forward, a wave rising up from the depths. Elena watched in horror as the wave consumed Julia, pulling her in with terrifying force. Her scream, amplified by the camera's microphone, was cut off abruptly as the water enveloped her. The camera spun wildly, catching glimpses of the other tourists. Two of them ran toward the shore, desperately shouting her name, while the others froze, unable to move. The video was a blur of frantic movement, of limbs flailing, of chaos. The camera bobbed in the air as the young man holding it tried to run, but the voices now overtook everything. They drowned out the shouts of the others, their melodies wrapping around the group like a net. And then, the video went black. Elena sat frozen, her eyes wide as she processed what she had just witnessed. She had heard rumors about the disappearances, but seeing it, watching that helpless girl being dragged into the water, hearing the horror in the voices, was a different experience entirely. This wasn't just some mysterious phenomenon. It was something far darker, far more sinister. The question now was, what were those voices? Why did they call to people? And what happened to those who answered? Elena's hands shook as she rewound the video, watching the footage once more. She paused it at the moment just before Julia was pulled under. The water had been still before. The surge, as though something beneath the surface had triggered the violent movement. But it wasn't just the water. There was something in the air, a presence, something watching them. A chill ran through Elena's spine as she recognized the pattern. The same voices, the same pull. This wasn't a random occurrence. The lake, the choir, the disappearances, all of it was connected. She leaned forward, examining the footage frame by frame. Her eyes narrowed as she noticed something strange in the distortion just before the video cut out. A shape, barely visible, lurking beneath the surface. At first, she thought it was a trick of the light, but as she focused, she could see it more clearly. A shadow, a figure, something watching the group from the water. Elena's heart raced. She grabbed her notepad, furiously scribbling down notes as she made connections in her mind. The water, the voices, the figures beneath the surface. Everything pointed toward one conclusion. This wasn't just an accident. This was a trap, an ancient lure, and it had been waiting for the right moment to strike again. As Elena sat back in her chair, staring at the dark screen, she felt the weight of the mystery bearing down on her. The lake was no longer just a place of strange legends. It was a grave, a place where something evil had taken root, and it wasn't finished yet. Elena knew one thing for sure. The more she dug, the closer she got to the truth, the more dangerous it became. But she wasn't going to back down. Not now. Not when the answers were just within reach. She wasn't the first to be drawn to the lake, and she wouldn't be the last. Chapter 4. The Bus Accident. The dust of the village's old archives hung in the air as Elena sifted through yellowed files, her fingers tracing over crumbling pages. The room, tucked away at the back of the town hall, smelled of mildew and aged paper. The flickering overhead light cast long shadows across the stacks of forgotten records, and the silence was so complete that it felt as though the building itself were holding its breath. Elena's determination, however, was unshaken. She had followed every lead, interviewed every witness, and watched every grainy video. Now, she needed something more concrete, something that could tie the lake's mysterious force to its tragic past. Her eyes flicked over the names and dates listed in the public records, some barely legible from years of neglect. It was slow work, but she was patient. She had already gone through most of the more recent files, nothing that revealed anything significant. But there were always older records, the ones that no one bothered to look at anymore, the ones that had been pushed to the bottom of the pile. Elena was certain she would find something here. She stopped at a particular file, her eyes drawn to it by a strange sense of foreboding. The file was labeled with a date nearly 50 years ago, December 17, 1974, followed by the word accidente in bold letters. Elena hesitated for a moment before pulling the file from the shelf. As she opened it, a yellowed newspaper clipping fluttered to the floor, the headline reading, "School Bus Tragedy. Several Children Drown in Lake." Elena bent down to pick it up, her heart thudding in her chest. The article was brief, the details sparse but enough to send a shiver down her spine. The story described a tragic accident in which a school bus, carrying a group of children on a field trip, had plunged into the lake after the driver lost control of the vehicle on a slick road. The bus had been traveling along a narrow, winding path when it veered off course and crashed through the guardrail. By the time rescuers arrived, it was too late. The water was too deep, and the bus had sunk too quickly. Of the 22 children and 2 adults on board, only 5 bodies had been recovered. The rest were lost, their remains never found. Elena felt a tightening in her chest as she read the names of the children. She couldn't help but imagine what they had gone through in those final moments. Trapped in the sinking bus, struggling for air as the icy water rushed in. And then she saw it. The names of the victims, listed one by one, some of them so familiar. One of the names immediately caught her attention, Sofia Guerra. The name rang a bell. She had heard it before, though not in the context of the accident. Sofia Guerra was one of the voices. Elena had been listening to the recordings from the missing tourists, and one of the voices had sounded so distinct, so clear. Sofia. Sofia. It was the same name. It was the same voice. Elena's pulse quickened. Could it be? Could these voices, the ones that lured people into the lake, belong to the children who had drowned all those years ago? The more she thought about it, the more the pieces began to fit together. The voices in the water, the strange pull, the way the tourists had been drawn in. It wasn't a random occurrence. It was connected to the tragedy of the bus, and more specifically, to the children who had died in the lake. Her mind raced as she read the other names on the list. Each one felt like a piece of the puzzle. There was Juan Morales, whose name was also familiar. Elena had heard a voice on the recording calling out for Juan in a plaintive whisper. Then there was Lucia Perez, another name she recognized from the tourists' footage. A voice that had carried a soft, ethereal quality that had made Elena's skin crawl. She could hear them now, their voices, like whispers on the wind, distant but unmistakable. The connection was clear, but Elena couldn't shake the feeling of dread that settled over her. These were the voices that had lured the tourists, the voices that had drawn them into the depths. But why? What had turned these children's deaths into something so unnatural, so dangerous? The lake was no longer just a tragic accident. It was a place of torment, where the lost souls of the children were trapped, calling out for others to join them in their eternal chorus. There was a nagging question in the back of her mind, one that she had yet to answer. Why were the children still here? Why hadn't their spirits moved on? Elena knew she needed to find the answers, but the deeper she delved into the mystery, the more dangerous it became. Elena continued to go through the records, her mind spinning with the new revelations. There were a few more details in the files, reports of strange sightings around the lake in the years following the accident. Locals spoke of ghostly apparitions and eerie voices that seemed to rise from the depths, but nothing concrete, nothing that could explain what had truly happened. The authorities had eventually closed the case, labeling it a tragic accident, and the town had moved on, trying to forget the painful memories. But Elena knew now that they had never really moved on. The lake had kept its grip on the village, its tragic past echoing through the years. It was in the final pages of the file that Elena found something more, a note written by the coroner at the time. It was a short, cryptic entry, barely legible, but Elena could make out enough to understand. The coroner had remarked on something unusual about the bodies recovered from the lake. Despite the wreckage, there were no signs of trauma on the children's bodies, no signs of struggle. It was as if they had simply surrendered. But what struck Elena the most was a line that stood out above the rest. The water. It was almost as if they had been waiting for someone to find them. A cold shiver ran down Elena's spine. What did that mean? Were the children waiting for something? For someone? She closed the file, her mind swirling with the weight of the information she had uncovered. The connection between the voices in the water and the children who had drowned was clearer now. but it raised more questions than it answered. She had come to the lake looking for a story, but now she was entangled in something far darker, something she couldn't fully understand. She had always believed in the power of truth, but now the truth seemed far more dangerous than she could have ever imagined. Elena stood up, the file in her hands. She felt the weight of the children's souls, trapped in the lake, reaching out to her, calling her name. She had uncovered the past, but she had no idea what she would find when she ventured deeper into the lake's secrets. All she knew was that she had to keep going. There was no turning back now. The voices had found her, and they weren't going to let her go. Chapter 5. The Echo of the Abyss. The air in the forest was thick with mist, the kind of mist that hung so heavily in the trees, it felt as though the forest itself was holding its breath. Elena walked slowly, the crunch of leaves beneath her boots, the only sound to break the heavy silence that surrounded her. The forest was dense, the trees towering overhead like ancient sentinels, their gnarled branches twisted in shapes that almost seemed to reach for her, clawing at the air. The fog swallowed everything in its path, and the further she ventured from the edge of the lake, the more disorienting the landscape became. She had spent the last few days piecing together the strange happenings at the lake, but the deeper she dug into the history of the place, the more she felt herself being drawn into something darker, something far older than she could have ever anticipated. The voices, the children, the whispers of an ancient presence waiting beneath the water. It had all started to feel like a slow, suffocating pull, and she couldn't shake the feeling that the answers lay somewhere within this forest, hidden between the shadows and the whispers. Her mind raced with thoughts of the children who had drowned, their souls trapped in the water, endlessly singing their haunting song. The connection between the strange symbols she had seen in old records, the warnings from the locals, and the unsettling visions that had started to haunt her sleep. Everything pointed to this forest. There was something here, something old, a secret that the trees had guarded for generations. Elena's flashlight flickered weakly in the dense fog, casting long, uneven shadows on the forest floor. She had been following the vague directions in the old man's cryptic note. Follow the path by the lake. The answers lie beneath. It had seemed simple enough at first, but the further she went into the woods, the more unnerving it became. The trees felt alive, the air charged with an energy that made the hairs on the back of her neck stand up. As she walked, her eyes caught something peculiar. Symbols carved into the trunks of the trees. At first, she thought it was just the decay of time, the marks of animals, or the wear of nature. But the deeper she went, the more she noticed the pattern. The symbols were deliberate, intricately etched into the bark. They were strange, unrecognizable shapes, circular patterns, intersecting lines, and symbols that seemed to pulse with a kind of energy. She stopped, her heart racing. The symbols were not random. Someone had been here, marking a path, leading the way. But who? And for what purpose? Elena knelt beside one of the trees, tracing her fingers over the symbols. The markings felt cold, as though the tree itself had absorbed something dark. She couldn't shake the feeling that these symbols weren't just graffiti. They were a warning, a marker left by someone who had come before her. Someone who had walked this path to the lake, just as she was now. Her breath caught in her throat as she stood up and turned to face the direction the symbols pointed toward. The lake was closer now, just beyond the next rise. But it wasn't just the lake that drew her attention. As she looked down at the ground, she saw more symbols, more lines etched into the dirt, forming a path that led directly toward the water's edge. The trail was unmistakable now. Someone had intentionally marked this route. Elena hesitated for a moment, the weight of the atmosphere pressing in on her. The forest felt dense, suffocating, as though the very air was thick with the weight of ancient secrets. The silence around her was broken only by the occasional rustle of leaves, but it felt unnatural, eerily still, as though the entire forest was waiting for something to happen. With a deep breath, Elena pushed forward, following the trail of symbols, her pulse quickening with each step. The further she went, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. It was as if the fog itself was closing in on her, blurring the line between reality and the supernatural. As she approached the edge of the lake, the first thing she noticed was the way the air seemed to shift. The heavy silence of the forest was replaced by a faint hum, almost imperceptible at first, but growing louder the closer she came to the water. It was the same hum she had heard before, in the recordings, in the whispers of the wind, the song. But this time, it was different. The song wasn't coming from the lake, not in the way she had expected. It seemed to surround her, as if the voices were emerging from the very trees themselves, echoing in the fog. It was soft, hypnotic, like a lullaby, and it called to her, deep into her bones. Elena stopped at the water's edge, her flashlight flickering weakly against the dark expanse of the lake. The fog had thickened around her, the surface of the water now barely visible through the mist. The humming grew louder, the voices rising in pitch, more insistent, calling her name. She closed her eyes, trying to block it out. No, she thought. This is just the fear, just the stories. They're not real. But as much as she tried to deny it, the pull was undeniable. She felt it in her chest, a heavy weight pushing her forward, dragging her toward the water. The voices were calling her, beckoning her closer. Elena stumbled back a few steps, shaking her head. Stay away from the water. Stay away from the voices. But as she stepped away, she noticed something in the fog. A figure, a shadow, half hidden by the mist, standing on the far side of the lake. She couldn't make out its features, but she could feel its presence, its eyes fixed on her. The figure didn't move, but the feeling of being watched intensified. Elena's breath hitched in her throat. There was something there, something waiting. And then it came. A voice, clear and cold, cut through the fog. It wasn't one of the children's voices, not like the whispers she had heard before. This one was different, older, darker. Elena, it whispered, the sound curling around her like a serpent, tightening its grip. Come closer. Elena took a step back, her legs shaking beneath her. This is not real. It can't be real, she thought. But the voice was undeniable. The sound wrapped around her, filling her mind, drowning out everything else. She could hear the soft, pleading voices of the children now, calling to her from the depths. Their song was not one of peace or love. It was a song of desperation, a song of loss, of longing. The pull was growing stronger, stronger than her will to resist. She felt her feet moving before she could stop them, her body betraying her, stepping closer to the edge of the water. The fog grew thicker around her, the lake stretching out before her like a vast abyss, waiting to claim her. But then, just as her foot was about to touch the water, something inside her broke through the fog of compulsion. No, she thought again, with more strength this time. You're not taking me. She stumbled backward, her heart pounding in her chest, her breath ragged. The voices were still there, still calling her, but they began to fade, growing distant, as if the mist itself had started to retreat. Elena turned and ran, her legs carrying her back through the forest, past the strange symbols carved into the trees, her breath ragged in her chest. By the time she reached the safety of the village, the voices were gone. The forest was silent once more, the air still and heavy, but she knew something had changed. The lake, the forest, the voices, they were all connected, part of something ancient, something dangerous. And now, she knew for certain that she wasn't just chasing a story, she was part of it, and it wasn't finished with her yet. Chapter 6. The Trap of the Voices. The village was quiet when Elena arrived at the old woman's house. The sky had darkened as the sun began to set, casting an eerie glow over the cottages and winding streets. The air felt heavy, as though the town itself were holding its breath, awaiting something that it knew was inevitable. Elena could sense it. The deeper she ventured into the mystery of the lake, the more the forces at play seemed to tighten around her, drawing her closer to something she wasn't entirely sure she was ready to face. Her visit to the forest had only raised more questions. The symbols carved into the trees, the chilling voices from the lake, and the eerie figure she had glimpsed in the mist. All of it had left her feeling more certain that there was something ancient and malevolent lurking beneath the surface of the lake. But she needed to know more. The old man's warnings had only deepened the mystery, and now she felt the need to uncover the truth, no matter the cost. That's when she heard about Mariana, an old woman. Some said she was the last of the original settlers in the village, who had lived on the outskirts for as long as anyone could remember. She was said to know things that others in the village were too afraid to speak of. Elena had heard rumors about her for days, but it wasn't until a local shopkeeper reluctantly mentioned her that she finally made up her mind. The house was an old stone cottage, tucked behind a thick veil of ivy. As Elena approached, she could see that the windows were dimly lit from within, the shadows of furniture flickering through the glass. A sense of calm seemed to radiate from the house, but beneath it lay a deep undercurrent of tension, an ancient warning that Elena could feel in her bones. She knocked on the door, her heart pounding, not entirely sure of what to expect. After a long pause, the door creaked open, revealing a frail figure standing in the doorway. The woman was hunched, her long gray hair falling in a tangled mess over her shoulders, and her eyes were cloudy with age. But there was something sharp about her gaze, something that spoke of a wisdom that stretched far beyond her years. "You seek answers," she said, in a voice that was soft but unwavering. Elena nodded. "Yes, I'm looking into the lake, the voices, the children who died there. I need to understand what's happening." The old woman stepped aside, gesturing for Elena to enter. The inside of the cottage smelled of herbs and dried flowers, the walls lined with shelves, stacked high with jars, books, and trinkets. A fire crackled softly in the hearth, casting flickering shadows across the room. Elena could sense the weight of history in the air, the stories that had been passed down through generations. Mariana motioned for Elena to sit at a small wooden table, the wood worn smooth from years of use. Elena sat down, her eyes searching the room for any clues, any sign of the answers she was looking for. The old woman did not sit immediately. Instead, she went to a shelf and pulled down a faded leather-bound book. She placed it gently in front of Elena and opened it to a yellowed page. "This book has been passed down in my family for generations," Mariana said, her voice steady. "It holds the history of this land, of the things that have happened here, both seen and unseen. The truth of the lake is in these pages, but it is a truth not many are ready to hear. Elena leaned forward, her fingers grazing the edge of the book as she read the faded words. The pages were filled with accounts of the land, tales of early settlers, and strange happenings in the village. But one story stood out, an account of a tragedy that occurred long before Elena's time, one that she had only heard whispers of from the villagers. In the years following the bus accident, the villagers began to notice something strange. The voices that had been heard from the lake, the ones that had caused the disappearances, were not just random sounds. They were a call, a trap for the living, a song that lured the innocent to their doom. The children who died in the accident, Mariana said softly, her eyes fixed on Elena. They never truly left. The water holds them now, their souls trapped in an eternal choir, singing to draw others in. They are not at peace. They were not allowed to move on. And now, their voices are their curse. Elena's heart skipped a beat. So, the voices, they're the children. Mariana nodded. Yes. When the bus sank, their bodies were never fully recovered. But their souls, they didn't leave the lake. They became something else, something darker. They were bound to the water, to the song they now sing. And anyone who hears it, anyone who listens closely enough, is drawn in. The children were lost, yes. But now, they are part of something much worse. They are a part of the water itself. Elena's mind raced. The voices she had heard, the ones that had called to her from the lake, were the lost children. But why? Why were they still here? Why hadn't they been allowed to rest? And more importantly, what happened to those who succumbed to the call? Mariana's eyes darkened. The water holds them, yes, but it is not just the lake that is dangerous. It is the trap they set. The longer you listen, the stronger the pull becomes. You hear their voices, and you are drawn in. You are led to the water's edge, where the song takes hold of you. And if you get too close, if you allow yourself to be taken by the song, Mariana's voice trailed off, a shadow crossing her face. Elena felt a cold chill run down her spine. And what happens then? What happens to the ones who are taken? They are never seen again, Mariana whispered. They become part of the choir. Their souls are bound to the water, their voices joining the others in an eternal song. They can never leave, never find peace. They are lost, trapped in the very depths they sought to understand. Elena's pulse quickened, the weight of Mariana's words pressing heavily on her chest. She had come so far, uncovered so much, but the more she learned, the more dangerous it became. The lake was not just a place of tragedy. It was a prison, a place where souls were trapped, bound to the water for eternity. And what about me? Elena asked, her voice barely above a whisper. What if I listen too long? What if I'm drawn in? Mariana's gaze softened. You are already being drawn in, my dear. I see it in your eyes. You have heard their call, haven't you? That is why you're here. That is why you feel it. That pull toward the lake. Elena nodded, her thoughts racing. She had felt it. The pull, the magnetism of the voices. But now, more than ever, she could feel the growing compulsion to return to the lake. It was as though the very water was calling to her, beckoning her to come closer, to listen more carefully. But she had to resist. She had to. Mariana placed a frail hand on Elena's. It is not too late, but you must be careful. If you let the song take hold, there will be no turning back. Elena looked down at the woman's hand, a wave of gratitude and fear washing over her. She had the answers she had been seeking, but the truth felt more dangerous than ever. She had to stop this, stop the children's souls from taking more lives. But how? How could she resist the call when it felt so overwhelming, so real? "I will stop it," Elena said, her voice steady, but filled with uncertainty. "I will. I have to." Mariana's eyes held her gaze, filled with both sorrow and resolve. "You are stronger than you know, but remember, this is a battle you cannot fight alone." Elena nodded, feeling a strange mixture of dread and determination. The voices were calling to her, and she could feel the lake's grip tightening. But she couldn't stop now. She couldn't let the children's voices claim another soul. Not hers. Not anyone's. Chapter 7. Beneath the Surface. The night was still, save for the soft lapping of water against the shore. Elena stood on the edge of the lake, staring at the vast, dark expanse before her. The fog had returned, thick and heavy, curling over the surface of the water like a living thing. It was almost as if the lake itself was breathing, its depths hiding secrets that could never fully be revealed. Yet, despite the warnings, despite the terror that had settled in her chest, Elena knew that this was the only way to uncover the truth. The pull of the lake was undeniable, a force stronger than anything she had ever experienced. The voices, the whispers, the call of the children. It had become a part of her now, an insistent, insufferable yearning to know what lay beneath the water's surface. She had been warned, she had been told of the dangers, but there was no turning back. She couldn't stop now. Elena had come to the lake seeking answers, and now she was willing to risk everything to find them. She stripped off her jacket, her hands trembling slightly as she prepared herself for the plunge. The cold night air bit at her skin, but it was nothing compared to what awaited her in the water. She had never been a strong swimmer, but the stories, the visions she had seen, the people who had disappeared, none of that mattered now. This was the only way to get close enough, to feel the truth beneath her skin. She had to experience it, to see it with her own eyes. With one final breath, Elena waded into the water. The cold was immediate and all-encompassing, sinking into her bones as the lake seemed to close around her. Her feet sank into the soft, murky mud beneath her, and for a moment, she hesitated, unsure whether to go further. But the voices, those voices, so sweet, so full of sorrow, called to her, urging her forward. She could hear them more clearly now, a chorus of whispers rising from the depths, pulling her deeper with each step. Her heart pounded in her chest, a frantic rhythm that seemed to match the echoing pulse of the lake. As she waded deeper, the water came up to her waist, and she felt a strange pressure in her chest, as if something invisible was pushing her down, urging her to go further, to descend. The lake's grip on her was growing stronger, the pull becoming more insistent, as though the water itself was alive, and it wanted her. "Elena, come closer," the voices whispered, now not just from the lake, but from everywhere, swirling around her in the mist. She fought the urge to close her eyes, to succumb to the soothing rhythm of the song. She had to stay focused, had to push through. She had to reach the bottom. She had to see what lay hidden there, the evidence of the tragedy, the truth of the children's fate. With each step, the water rose higher, colder, until it was at her chest. She took a deep breath, then ducked beneath the surface, plunging into the unknown. The water closed around her like a shroud, dark and oppressive. The pressure on her chest grew, and Elena struggled to keep her bearings as she kicked her legs, propelling herself deeper. The mist clung to her, wrapping itself around her face like a veil, blurring her vision, distorting reality. But there, beneath the water, she saw something, a shadow moving in the depths. It was dark, a vague shape in the blackness, and it pulled her forward, toward the heart of the lake. The voices grew louder now, rising in a harmonious chorus, filling her ears with an ancient song, a language she didn't understand, but that somehow felt familiar, as if it had been there all along, hidden just beneath the surface of her mind. She fought against the weight of the water, but something invisible, was pulling her deeper, dragging her toward the bottom. Her lungs screamed for air, but she forced herself to keep descending. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, her feet hit something solid, something cold and metallic. The bottom of the lake. Elena reached out, her hands grazing the surface of what she had come for. The wreckage of the school bus. The sight before her made her heart lurch. The bus was in pieces, its once bright yellow frame now a twisted mass of rusted metal and broken glass. It was as if time had stood still down here, as if the lake had preserved the remains in its dark, cold embrace. Elena's hand trembled as she reached toward the wreckage, touching the bus's remains. She could feel the remnants of lives lost, the tragedy of the children who had never been given a chance to leave. But it wasn't just the bus. As she looked closer, she saw something else. Scattered around the wreckage were personal belongings, items that had once belonged to the children. A doll, a school bag, a pencil case. These small, innocent objects seemed to float in the water, untouched by time, suspended in the cold darkness of the lake. Then, Elena's eyes widened in horror as she saw them. The children. They were there, floating among the wreckage, their small, pale forms suspended in the water like forgotten ghosts. They were motionless, their limbs drifting lazily in the current. But their eyes, Elena could see their eyes, shut tight, as if in sleep, or in some eternal state of rest. But they weren't asleep. They weren't at peace. The voices, the song, they were coming from them. The children. Their mouths were moving, but the sound wasn't coming from them. It was the lake. The water itself seemed to carry the song, amplifying the whispers, weaving them into something that filled the space around her. The voices were soft, pleading, a song that tugged at Elena's heart, pulling her closer. She could feel it in her chest, in her soul, the desire to listen, to give in, to be a part of the chorus. The voices weren't just calling to her, they were trying to pull her in. She could see it now, the way they hovered between life and death, trapped in the water, unable to move on. They weren't just victims. They were the ones who had become the song, the ones who had lured the others into the depths. And now, they wanted her. Elena, join us. The voices echoed in her mind, filling her thoughts, drowning out everything else. Join us in our song. Elena gasped, her body trembling as the water around her seemed to pull tighter, colder, heavier. She fought to break free, to rise to the surface, but the voices, their song, held her fast. The children, their eyes now open, locked onto hers, their gazes full of sorrow and desperation. They didn't want her to leave. They wanted her to stay. Her heart raced, her breath coming in ragged gasps. She couldn't stay here. She couldn't join them. With all the strength she could muster, Elena kicked her legs, forcing herself upward, away from the depths, away from the wreckage. The water fought against her, as if it didn't want her to leave, but Elena's will was stronger. She surged toward the surface, her arms flailing, her chest burning, her vision fading as the pressure on her body intensified. Finally, with a burst of strength, she broke through the surface, gasping for air, her body trembling from the cold and the terror. She dragged herself onto the shore, her hands trembling as she reached for solid ground. But even as she lay on the shore, gasping for breath, Elena could still hear the voices. They echoed in her mind, a soft, persistent hum that would not let her forget. She had seen them, seen the children, trapped in the water, singing their eternal song. And now, she knew the truth. The lake was a prison, not just for the children, but for anyone who listened too closely. The voices were not a warning, they were a trap, and Elena had barely escaped. Chapter 8. The Broken Connection. Elena collapsed onto the shore, her chest heaving, her lungs burning with every labored breath. The cold water had clung to her skin, the weight of it suffocating, the relentless pull of the lake trying to drag her back down. Her hands trembled as they pressed against the mud, the dark waters still rippling in the distance. For a moment, she simply lay there, her mind foggy, her body trembling from the shock of the experience. Her heart still raced in her chest, the images of the children, those hollow-eyed specters, their mouths singing in that ancient, twisted language, replaying over and over in her mind. She had barely escaped. She had barely escaped. But even as she breathed in the night air, Elena knew that something had changed within her. Something had broken. It wasn't just the terror of the lake, the haunting vision of the children trapped in its depths. It was something deeper, something she couldn't shake. She could still hear them, their voices, faint but unmistakable, like whispers on the edge of her consciousness. She tried to push them away, tried to focus on the solid ground beneath her, but the voices grew louder. The song, that sweet, sorrowful melody, still echoed in her ears. Elena, come back. It was as if the lake had reached into her very soul, embedding itself there, marking her in ways she didn't fully understand. The voices followed her, clung to her, no matter how far she ran, no matter how desperately she tried to shut them out. She stood, her legs unsteady beneath her, her mind reeling with the horrifying realization. The pull of the lake, the voices, they weren't just in the water anymore. They were inside her. The connection was no longer just a distant call from the depths. It had woven itself into her very being. The line between the real world and the world beneath the water was blurring, and Elena wasn't sure where one began and the other ended. Her vision swam, and she staggered back a few steps, reaching for the trees to steady herself. The fog had thickened around her, the air heavy with an almost palpable presence. The town, the village, the entire world outside the lake seemed to be fading, as if it were slipping further away, becoming less and less real. She had come here to find answers, to uncover the mystery of the lake, but now it felt as though the lake itself was claiming her, as though it was drawing her into its web, its song wrapping around her, pulling her deeper into its grasp. Elena. The voice was closer now, a whisper in her ear, soft and insistent, like a lover's breath. She turned, but there was no one there, just the fog, swirling in the dim light. Her pulse quickened. The world around her felt wrong. The edges were fuzzy, the shapes of the trees and the houses in the distance distorted, as if they were half-formed, fading in and out of focus. She blinked, trying to clear her vision, but the feeling only intensified. She could no longer tell if she was still standing on solid ground, or if the world was slipping beneath her feet, sinking back into the lake. The voices grew louder, more persistent. There were no longer just echoes in the distance. They were inside her mind, whispering her name, calling her toward the water once more. She could feel the weight of them pressing against her thoughts, filling her ears, pulling her toward the abyss. It was happening again. She could hear the children's song, now clearer, as if the very fog around her had become an extension of their call. She closed her eyes, trying to block out the sound, trying to ignore the cold, wet fingers of the lake, reaching for her mind. But it was impossible. Their voices filled her consciousness, drowning out everything else. Join us, Elena. Come back to us. No, she whispered, her voice barely audible above the oppressive hum of the voices. I won't let you take me. But deep down, she could feel the temptation, the pull. It was stronger now, and her body trembled with the desire to surrender, to step back into the water and let it claim her, as it had claimed so many others. The children were there, calling to her, their voices like an unbreakable thread weaving through her mind. They wanted her. They wanted her to be part of the song, to join their eternal choir. Her hands shook as she gripped the ground, trying to hold on to something real, something solid. Her breath quickened as the world around her seemed to distort even further. The line between the living and the dead was becoming too thin, too fragile, and the lake was slipping through it, pulling her under, claiming her as its own. Elena. The voices were so close now, they seemed to surround her, their whispers clawing at her mind, twisting her thoughts. The need to give in, to listen, to step into the water, to give herself over to the lake, was almost unbearable. She could feel the weight of their sorrow, the depth of their endless yearning, and she knew, deep down, that if she listened too long, if she gave herself over to the song, she would be lost, like the others, like those who had disappeared before her. But there was something else, a sudden clarity, a sharp, bright thought that cut through the haze. She had to break the connection. She had to stop the voices from pulling her in, from trapping her in their eternal chorus. If she didn't, she knew she would be lost forever. It wasn't just the lake. It wasn't just the children. The connection wasn't one-sided. Elena realized that the more she listened, the more she felt herself becoming part of the lake, part of the curse. The voices, the children, they weren't just calling to her. She was answering them. The song was part of her now, woven into her soul, and as long as she allowed herself to be connected to it, she would continue to be drawn back. She clenched her fists, her nails biting into her palms, and she took a deep breath. The song was inside her, but she could still fight it. She could still break the connection. It wasn't enough to simply resist. She had to sever it, break the bond between herself and the spirits trapped in the lake. She had to destroy the link between the voices and the souls beneath the water. She had to stop them from calling. She had to stop the curse from spreading, from consuming anyone else who dared come too close. Elena. The voice again, but this time she didn't flinch. She felt the weight of it, the pull, but she refused to listen. The connection was fragile now, like a thin thread stretching between her and the lake. She could feel it in her chest, this thin line of connection, but it was weakening. With every step she took away from the water, the voices grew quieter, fainter. She could still hear them, but it was as if their power was fading, the song becoming more distant. She turned, stumbling away from the water, the fog thinning as she moved. Her heart pounded in her chest, her breath coming in quick bursts as she forced herself to move further from the lake. With each step, the connection weakened, the voices fading, until finally, they were gone. Elena stood at the edge of the village, the mist lifting, the world around her slowly coming back into focus. Her hands shook, her body still trembling from the exertion, but the connection was broken. The voices had been silenced. For now. But she knew, deep down, that this was only the beginning. The lake wasn't finished with her. It would never be finished. As long as the voices remained, as long as the children were trapped, she would never truly escape. The connection was broken for now, but Elena knew that the lake would always be waiting, watching, waiting for someone to listen again. Chapter 9. The Final Song. The night was cold, the wind whispering through the trees as Elena stood at the edge of the lake. She had come prepared, her hands trembling but steady as she held the materials for the ritual. The ancient symbols she had uncovered in the forest, the chants she had learned from Mariana's old book, and the resolve that had been building inside her for weeks. She had to end this. She had to free the trapped souls of the children, to sever the bond that held them to the lake. The weight of her decision settled heavily on her chest, but there was no turning back now. She had heard the warnings, she had felt the pull of the water, but she knew that if she didn't act, the voices would only grow stronger, drawing more innocent lives into their eternal chorus. The lake had already taken so much from the world. It had taken her peace, her sanity, her connection to reality, and now it was time to reclaim what had been stolen. As the fog began to roll in from the water, Elena drew a deep breath, steadying herself. She placed the stones in a circle around her, the symbols etched into their surfaces glowing faintly in the moonlight. Her heart pounded in her chest, and for a moment, she questioned if she was doing the right thing. But then the voices, those haunting, beautiful voices, rose from the depths, wrapping themselves around her thoughts, pulling at her. Elena, come closer. The song was still there, but this time it was different. It wasn't just a lure anymore. It was a warning. She closed her eyes, taking another deep breath, and began the chant, the words flowing from her lips like a prayer. The ritual was ancient, passed down through generations, a method to break the curse that had trapped the souls of the children in the lake. She could feel the weight of their presence, feel them reaching out to her as she began the incantation. She was speaking directly to the spirits, to the children who had been lost. They were waiting. No, they were desperate for release. As she spoke, the air around her began to shift. The lake stirred, ripples spreading across its surface as if something beneath was awakening. The wind grew colder, the fog thicker, and the song intensified. The voices called out to her, their tones layered, overlapping, desperate, as if they were trying to drown her in their song. Elena's hands shook, but she held steady, her eyes focused on the water, on the dark expanse that stretched before her. She had to stay grounded. She had to finish. Her voice wavered as the lake responded to the ritual. The surface of the water churned violently, waves rising higher than they should have been, as though the lake itself were coming alive. The fog twisted, swirling like smoke, and the mist began to coalesce into forms, figures, emerging from the depths of the lake. Elena's heart raced. The children, they were coming. The spirits of the lost children, their faces twisted in sorrow and longing, their eyes hollow, their bodies like fragile, translucent silhouettes. They rose from the water, their forms shifting and flickering, like shadows that didn't quite belong to the world of the living. "Elena," one of the figures whispered, its voice sweet and sorrowful, filling her mind, filling her heart. "We are waiting for you. We need you." The voices grew louder, more insistent, wrapping around her, pulling at her soul. She could feel herself slipping, losing herself to the song, the eternal call of the children. But she fought against it. She had come too far to turn back. She had to break the curse, no matter the cost. "Please," the voice whispered again, its tone pleading, desperate. "Join us. Be part of our song." But Elena refused. She focused on the ritual, her voice growing stronger with each passing moment. The air around her seemed to vibrate with energy as she spoke the final words of the incantation. The lake responded violently. The waves crashed against the shore, the mist swirling around her, thick and suffocating. She could feel the spirits around her, their presence so powerful now that it was almost unbearable. The voices overlapped, their sorrow and desperation so palpable that it felt like her heart would break. But she couldn't stop. She had to finish it. The world around her seemed to shift. The air thickened, becoming charged with energy, and the voices grew deafening, their wails merging into one relentless, howling chorus. The children were rising from the water, their pale faces staring at her, their mouths moving as they sang their mournful song. "Elena," they chanted, their voices pulling at her, dragging her toward them. "Join us. Join us." She stepped forward, despite the pull. She stepped into the water, the coldness seeping through her boots, climbing up her legs, as if the lake itself were trying to drown her. The surface was alive, the water alive with movement, with energy, with something that had never been fully human. The voices filled her mind, a cacophony of sound, their song more powerful than anything she had ever felt before. It was too much. It was overwhelming. Elena's vision blurred, and she felt her body being pulled deeper into the water, toward the lake's depths. She was losing herself, losing the fight against the pull of the voices. She could feel her breath shallow, her body weakening, as if she were sinking into the lake itself, becoming part of the chorus. But in that moment, a single thought pierced through the fog, a single memory. The children. They weren't evil. They were lost, trapped in the water, trapped in their endless song. They needed to be freed. They needed peace. With all the strength she could summon, Elena reached out. She focused on the ritual, on the chant, on the one thing that could sever the bond between the children and the lake. She spoke the final words, her voice breaking through the storm of sound. The water around her roared, and for a moment, everything went still. Then, with a deafening crack, the lake's surface exploded. The mist around her dissipated, and the voices stopped. The stillness was overwhelming. The lake fell silent. The children were gone. Elena collapsed to her knees, gasping for breath, her body shivering with the cold and the strain of the ritual. She had done it. She had freed them. The curse was broken. The spirits were released. But there was a price. As she knelt there, panting, her body trembling, Elena realized that something inside her had changed. The connection to the lake, the song, it was severed, but the weight of it remained in her soul. Her vision blurred as she felt the last of her strength slip away. The lake had claimed its toll. She had saved the children, freed their souls, but in doing so, she had given herself to the lake. It wasn't a death, not yet. But Elena knew her time had come. She had sacrificed herself to break the curse, to stop the voices. And as she collapsed into the water, her body sinking slowly, she could hear the faintest whisper of a song, soft, peaceful this time. The children's song, their final song, and for the first time, it was filled with peace. Chapter 10. The Eternal Silence. The lake had changed. For years it had been a place of darkness, a cursed body of water that had claimed the lives of the curious, the wanderers, the unsuspecting souls drawn to its siren song. But now, as the fog hung low over its still surface, there was nothing. No whispers in the wind, no distant calls beckoning from the depths. Only silence, thick and suffocating, pressing in on the small village that sat quietly on its edge. The townspeople had learned to live with the mystery of the lake for generations. But now, it was as if the very essence of the place had been erased. The pull that had once lured travelers, the eerie hum that had filled the air, had faded into nothingness. The lake had been quiet for years, and with it, the unease that had permeated the village had lifted. It was as though the lake itself had exhaled its final breath, and the shadow that had loomed over the town for decades had vanished. But that didn't mean the past had been forgotten. Elena's name still hung in the air like an unanswered question. Her disappearance had been the last of the tragedies linked to the lake, the final piece of the puzzle that no one could fully solve. After the ritual, after the sacrifice, she had simply vanished. No one had seen her again, and no one knew where she had gone. There were no remains, no body found to offer closure or proof of what had happened. The villagers spoke of her with reverence, remembering her bravery, the woman who had come to uncover the truth and had given everything to stop the curse. Her name was etched in the records of the town's history, but the details of her fate were lost, swallowed by the silence of the lake. Some said Elena had joined the children in the water, her spirit now part of the eternal choir that had once tormented them all. Others believed that she had been claimed by the lake itself, her body lost to its depths. But the truth remained elusive, just like the lake's haunting song that had once lured the living into its watery embrace. And so, life in the village went on, though it would never be the same. The dark tales that had once been whispered in hushed tones around campfires had become nothing more than stories, passed down like folklore. The tourists who ventured to the lake no longer heard the ethereal voices. No longer did they feel the irresistible pull that had once drawn the curious to their doom. Years passed, and the village slowly healed, but the lake's silence, though comforting to some, was unsettling to others. It was as if the very absence of the voices was a reminder of what had been lost. And then, on a warm spring afternoon, a new group of tourists arrived. They were young, eager to experience the same mystery that had brought countless others to the lake before them. A mix of thrill-seekers, adventurers, and curious wanderers. They had heard the stories, of course, the eerie song, the disappearances, but most believed them to be nothing more than exaggerations, the myths of a small town clinging to the remnants of its past. When they arrived at the lake, the air was still, the surface of the water reflecting the pale blue sky above, like a mirror. The fog had long since dissipated, and there was no sign of the ethereal mist that had once cloaked the lake in mystery. The tourists set up camp along the shore, unpacking their cameras, their equipment, ready to capture something unforgettable. But there was nothing to capture. They tried, of course. They took pictures, shot video footage, and even attempted to record the sounds of the lake. hoping to catch a glimpse of something supernatural. But all they heard was the wind rustling through the trees, the occasional splash of water as a fish broke the surface. The silence was absolute. The first night passed uneventfully, and the next day, the group ventured deeper into the forest surrounding the lake. They followed the same trails that others had taken, exploring the old paths, the remnants of the ancient symbols carved into trees that had once guided the lost souls toward the water. But there was no mistaking it now. The forest was quiet too. No whispers in the wind, no unseen presence, just the peaceful quiet of a place that had reclaimed itself. They sat by the shore again that night, the setting sun casting long shadows over the lake, and for the first time, one of the tourists, a young woman named Sarah, remarked on how strange it was that there was no sound, no hint of the song they had all come to hear. They laughed it off, chalking it up to their own expectations. Perhaps it had all been a legend, an old tale designed to scare people away. But as the night wore on, Sarah's unease grew. She couldn't shake the feeling that something was missing, something important. The pull that had once been so strong, so tangible, was gone. The song was no more. It was as if the very heart of the lake had stopped beating. The group sat by the fire, trying to enjoy the night. But as the hours stretched on, a cold unease settled over them. It was the kind of quiet that made the world feel too still, too empty. There were no sounds of night creatures, no rustling of leaves in the breeze, no distant calls of birds. It was as if the forest itself had become a ghost of what it once was. The group tried to make the best of it, retreating to their tents as the cold seeped in. But Sarah couldn't shake the sense of loss, the quiet sorrow that hung in the air. She couldn't help but think of Elena, the woman who had sacrificed so much to end the lake's curse. Had it really worked? Was the silence a victory? Or was it the quiet of a place that had been left to mourn? Days passed, and the tourists left the lake, their curiosity satisfied by the quiet, but their questions unanswered. They had come in search of a mystery, of the haunting melody that had once called to the world. But they found nothing, just the still, undisturbed surface of the water and the silence that lay heavy on the land. As they packed their things and drove away, Sarah looked back at the lake one last time. The mist had returned, curling at the edges of the water, and for a brief moment, she thought she saw a shape, a figure standing at the water's edge, just out of the corner of her eye. But when she turned fully, there was nothing. Just the lake, quiet, still, and empty. The echoes of the song, of Elena's sacrifice, of the lost children, had faded into memory, just like the voices had. And as the tourists drove away, they left the lake behind, not knowing that the mystery they had sought was no longer one to be uncovered. It had ended. The voices were silent, and the lake was at peace. But the memory of the song, the ghost of it, lingered in the hearts of those who had once listened, in the whispers of the wind, and in the quiet thoughts of those who had dared to seek the truth. The lake would never truly be empty. The echoes would remain, fading slowly, like the final notes of a song that would never be forgotten. Chapter 1. The First Appearance. The quiet suburban street was the epitome of peace. Rows of well-maintained homes, each with manicured lawns and picket fences, lined both sides of the road, where children played in the late afternoon and neighbors exchanged pleasantries over the sound of sprinklers watering the grass. It was a place where nothing strange ever happened, a place where time seemed to pass without interruption. For the family of Julia Evans, it was home. Safe, familiar, and unremarkable. Julia had always loved the old house she lived in, even though it creaked and groaned in the silence of the night. It was a house that had belonged to her family for generations, handed down from one parent to the next, its rooms filled with the echoes of laughter and whispers of past conversations. The wood on the floors had grown worn and the wallpaper faded, but it was still home to Julia, her mother, and her younger brother, Tom. That evening, like any other, Julia was sitting in the small living room, curled up in a corner of the old leather couch, reading a book. Her mother was in the kitchen, preparing dinner, while Tom was upstairs, his voice occasionally breaking through the quiet with his own brand of teenage noise. The sun was beginning to set, casting long shadows across the floor, but everything felt normal. The death of Mr. Harris, the elderly neighbor who had lived next door for as long as Julia could remember, had taken the community by surprise. He was a quiet man, someone who mostly kept to himself, but in the weeks leading up to his death, he'd become increasingly reclusive. Julia hadn't thought much of it at the time. People passed away all the time, especially the elderly. What had troubled the neighborhood, however, was the peculiar circumstances surrounding his passing. No one knew the exact cause. The police had made no public statement, and the funeral arrangements were hasty, almost as if Mr. Harris hadn't wanted to leave any traces behind. Julia had heard snippets of gossip while walking to school, whispers of his strange behavior in the final days of his life, but she had paid little attention. It wasn't until that night, after the funeral, that things began to feel wrong. As the evening fell into the quiet stillness of a late autumn night, Julia noticed something unusual while sitting by the living room window. Her attention was drawn to the glass, which, though covered with the usual heavy curtains, didn't seem to reflect the usual serene suburban view. Instead, a shadow, a dark, formless shape, loomed just beyond the glass, as if something, or someone, was standing in the yard. At first, she thought it was just her imagination, a trick of the light perhaps, but then she blinked, her eyes narrowing, and the figure was still there. A tall silhouette, almost humanoid in shape, its edges blurry like a shadow cast in the dimming light. It was hard to make out any clear details, just the overwhelming sense that something or someone was standing at the window, staring in. Her breath caught in her throat. She was certain the curtains had been drawn tight before she sat down, and the window itself had been firmly closed. There was no way that figure could be standing there, not unless it had somehow passed through the glass. "Mom?" Julia called, her voice faltering slightly as she stood up, never taking her eyes off the strange silhouette outside. "Mom, can you come here?" Her mother's footsteps echoed down the hallway, and she appeared in the doorway, wiping her hands on a dish towel. "What is it, Julia?" Julia pointed to the window, her finger trembling. "Do you see that? Right there, at the window?" Her mother walked over, squinting at the glass. For a long moment, she stared at the empty space outside, and then she sighed, almost as if relieved. "It's just the tree," she said, turning back to Julia with a tight smile. "The way the branches are moving in the wind, it must be casting a shadow." But Julia knew that wasn't it. She could feel it in her bones. Something wasn't right. She could still see the shape lingering, unmoving, and dark. The longer she stared, the more its presence seemed to fill the room, suffocating the air. It was as if the house itself had grown colder, more oppressive. Her mother seemed to sense the sudden tension in the room, but she didn't comment further. She walked away, returning to the kitchen without another word. leaving Julia standing there, heart racing, staring at the window. The shadow remained. Minutes passed, and Julia didn't move. Her gaze was locked on the spot, and slowly, almost imperceptibly, she noticed something else. The figure was closer. In the dim light, its outline was sharper now, more distinct. It was standing just beyond the edge of the window, its tall, angular frame slightly bending, as if peering inward. Her mind raced, trying to find a rational explanation. Was it a trick of the light? Was there something wrong with the glass? A distortion in the way it reflected the world outside? But no matter how she tried to reason with herself, she knew it was not just a figment of her imagination. Her stomach twisted with unease, and her thoughts turned to Mr. Harris. The neighbor's death had left a shadow over the street, but this was different. This was something more, something deeply unsettling. She had heard the rumors, the hushed whispers about people seeing strange things just before someone died. Figures in windows, shadows in the corners of their vision. It was always said to be a sign, a harbinger of death. But she had never believed in such superstitions. Not until now. The sound of her brother's footsteps on the stairs broke her focus. Julia turned, startled, and the figure in the window seemed to dissipate with the motion, as if it had never been there at all. Her heart pounded in her chest as she walked away from the window, a cold sweat collecting at the back of her neck. "Julia, what's wrong?" Tom's voice was thick with annoyance, typical of his teenage bravado. "Nothing," Julia replied, her voice tight. "Just a weird feeling." Tom rolled his eyes and disappeared into the living room, flicking on the TV as though nothing had happened. But Julia couldn't shake the feeling that something had changed. The air in the room felt heavier, and as she sat back down on the couch, she could still feel the presence of that shadow, as if it were waiting just beyond the edge of the glass, watching. Later that night, as Julia lay in bed, the images from the window danced in her mind. Was it really just a trick of the light, or was there something else at play here? Her eyes kept darting to the window, half expecting to see the figure standing there again. She tried to dismiss the thought as her eyelids grew heavy, but in the deepest parts of her mind, a question lingered, one she couldn't shake. What if it wasn't just a shadow? As the night pressed on, Julia's unease deepened, and the house seemed to breathe with her. Something was coming, something she couldn't yet understand, but something she couldn't ignore. The figure in the window wasn't the end. It was only the beginning. Chapter 2. The story behind the figure. The days that followed the night Julia saw the figure in the window were filled with unease. Every creak of the house, every gust of wind that rattled the windows, seemed to remind her of that dark shape standing just beyond the glass. Her thoughts were consumed by it. She couldn't shake the feeling that something had shifted in the house, that the air itself had grown thick, with a presence that hadn't been there before. Julia tried to tell herself that it was nothing, that she had imagined it, that it was some strange play of light or a trick of the wind. But the nagging sensation that she had seen something real, something other, wouldn't leave her. The shadow had felt too solid, too present. It wasn't just a figment of her imagination, and she knew it. One afternoon, after a restless night, Julia decided she needed answers. She couldn't keep feeling this way, like she was on the edge of something she didn't understand. She had to know what the figure in the window was, and more importantly, what it meant. Her first instinct was to ask her mother, who had always been the one to provide reassurance in times of uncertainty. But when Julia broached the subject, She was met with an unexpected reaction. "Mom," Julia began cautiously as she sat at the kitchen table, her mother preparing dinner as she always did in the late afternoon. "I saw something strange the other night, outside the window." Her mother's hands faltered for a moment, and she quickly set down the knife she had been using to chop vegetables. She didn't turn to face Julia immediately. Instead, she kept her back to her posture stiff and unnervingly still. "What do you mean?" Her mother's voice was calm, but there was an edge to it that made Julia uneasy. "I saw a figure standing outside the window," Julia pressed on, her voice shaking slightly. "It wasn't like anything I've ever seen before. I know it wasn't just the tree or the shadows. There was something there. Something alive." Her mother's hands were trembling as she resumed chopping the vegetables. "Julia," she said, her voice tight, "I don't want you thinking about that. It's nothing." "It's not nothing, Mom," Julia insisted, standing up from the table and walking toward her mother. "It's real. I saw it." For a long moment, there was silence, and Julia's mother slowly turned to face her. Her eyes were wide, filled with a mix of fear and something else, something Julia couldn't quite place. "You need to forget what you saw," her mother said quietly. "It's nothing. Nothing to worry about." Julia stared at her, the unease in her stomach growing. There was something her mother wasn't telling her. But before she could ask more, her mother quickly added, "You're just tired, that's all. Go lie down. I'll finish dinner." Julia wanted to protest, but she could see the look on her mother's face, the way she was holding herself back from saying more. It was clear that her mother was frightened of something she wasn't ready to share. But Julia wasn't about to let it go. If her mother wouldn't talk to her, maybe someone else could. Someone who knew more about the history of their family. That evening, after dinner, Julia decided to visit her grandmother. Her grandmother Alice was old but sharp as ever, with stories and memories that stretched back further than Julia's parents had ever mentioned. It was worth a try. Julia needed answers, and she wasn't going to stop until she got them. Grandma Alice's house was just a short walk down the street, an older, more weathered version of Julia's own home. The front yard was overgrown with ivy, and the paint on the porch had long since peeled away. But inside, it was warm and inviting, the smell of old books and lavender hanging in the air. Alice was sitting in her favorite armchair, reading a worn novel, when Julia entered. "Grandma, I need to talk to you," Julia said, sitting across from her. Alice peered at her over the top of her glasses, raising an eyebrow. "What's bothering you, child?" Julia hesitated. How could she explain what she had seen? How could she describe the feeling that something ancient, something dark, had been watching her? Instead, she chose to focus on the one thing she thought might help her understand. "I saw something strange outside the window. A figure. In the yard. I don't know what it was, but I don't think it was just a shadow." Alice's expression shifted. For a brief moment, her eyes darkened, and her lips pressed into a thin line. "The man in the window," she murmured softly. Julia froze. "What? Who is he?" Her grandmother leaned forward, lowering her voice. "It's a story that's been passed down in our family for generations. There's a legend, one that your great-grandparents used to tell. The man in the window is not a man at all. He's something else entirely. Something ancient." "Wait," Julia interrupted, trying to process her grandmother's words. "What do you mean by not a man?" Alice hesitated, her gaze distant. "The figure you saw is part of something much darker. There's a curse on this street, Julia. a pact that was made long ago by the first settlers who built these houses. A pact? Julia echoed, feeling the hairs on the back of her neck rise. A pact with who? Not with a who, my dear, Alice said softly, but with what? She paused, as if weighing whether she should continue. Then, after a long silence, she spoke again. Long ago, the first families who settled here made a deal with an ancient force, something that promised them prosperity and protection. But in exchange, they had to give something back. A life for a life, every so often. The man in the window is a reminder of that pact. He appears whenever the time is near for one of the families to pay the price. Julia felt her heart skip a beat. A life for a life? Yes. Alice nodded solemnly. Each time someone dies, the man in the window appears, signaling that the debt has come due. And when he appears, it means another soul will be taken. Julia's mind raced. It was starting to make sense, but it also terrified her. The deaths in the neighborhood, the eerie feeling she had experienced, it all connected. And the figure in the window wasn't a random occurrence. It was a warning. But why don't people talk about it? Julia asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Her grandmother leaned back in her chair. Because no one knows how to break the curse. The pact was made a long time ago, and it binds the families on this street. Some try to ignore it, but the truth is, it's always there, waiting. Julia sat in stunned silence, her thoughts swirling. It all felt too surreal, too impossible to believe. Yet deep down, she knew what her grandmother said was true. The figure in the window wasn't just a figment of her imagination. It was a part of something much darker, something that had been lurking beneath the surface of this neighborhood for generations. And now, it seemed, it was her family's turn to pay the price. Is there any way to stop it? Julia asked quietly. Alice's eyes softened with sadness. I don't know, my dear, but if you truly want to break free from this curse, you must uncover the truth of the pact and be prepared to pay a terrible price. As Julia left her grandmother's house that evening, her mind was heavy with the weight of the revelation. She had learned something terrifying, something that would change everything. The man in the window wasn't just a random figure. It was the symbol of a debt that had to be paid. But what was the cost of breaking that debt? And could she stop it before it was too late? The answers were out there, hidden in the history of the house, the street, and her family. Julia was determined to find them, but she couldn't shake the feeling that she was running out of time. Chapter 3. The Death of a Close Friend. The days following her grandmother's revelation felt like a dream, a dark, suffocating fog that clouded Julia's mind. The knowledge of the curse, the ancient pact that bound her family to the sinister presence of the man in the window, sat heavy in her chest. Every creak of the house, every gust of wind that rattled the windows, felt like a warning. She couldn't escape the sense that something was drawing closer, a terrible, inevitable reckoning. Julia tried to focus on normal things, school, her family, her friends, but the shadow of the man in the window loomed over her thoughts like a cloud that wouldn't disperse. And it wasn't just her own house she feared. It seemed like the figure was everywhere now. The last few days had been marked by an unsettling pattern of strange occurrences, as if the curse was beginning to unfold. And then, one morning, the world tilted once again. Tomas, Julia's best friend since childhood, was dead. The news spread quickly through the neighborhood, as it always did in small towns. The first thing Julia heard was the way his mother, Elena, had screamed when she found him. He had been found in his room, a placid expression on his face, as if he had simply fallen asleep. There were no signs of violence, no indication of struggle. It was as if he had just stopped. But there was something chilling about the way his body was discovered. His fingers curled tightly, his eyes wide open, staring into the distance. His mother had found him that morning, pale and lifeless, with no cause that anyone could explain. The rumors started almost immediately. "It's just like what happened to Mr. Harris," people whispered. "Just like the old man down the street." Julia couldn't breathe. She couldn't move. She'd seen it, just like the others had. The man in the window, the night before Tomas was found. She had been walking home from school, and from her own window, she had watched as the dark figure appeared outside Tomas's house, lingering just behind the glass. She had felt the icy grip of fear clutch at her heart, but she had dismissed it. She had to. She thought it was just another trick of her mind, but now it made sense. The figure wasn't a mere shadow or a figment of imagination. It was a warning, and it had come for Tomas. After hearing the news, Julia ran straight to Tomas's house, her legs moving faster than her thoughts. She had to see for herself, had to make sure that the man in the window wasn't the cause of all this. Elena, Tomas's mother, was seated in the living room when Julia arrived. She looked as though she hadn't slept in days, her face pale and drawn. Her eyes were red from crying, and her hands trembled as she clutched a tissue. "Elena," Julia said, her voice cracking. "Is it true? Is Tomas gone?" Elena nodded, her expression blank, as if she hadn't fully processed it yet. "Yes, it's true. I don't understand it. He was fine yesterday. He was so full of life. He never even showed any signs of illness." Her voice faltered. "And then I found him like that. Like he was just sleeping, but cold to the touch." Julia's heart sank. It felt wrong. It felt unnatural. "I don't know how to explain it," Elena whispered. "But last night I saw something. Something in the window. I thought it was just my imagination, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching us." She paused, her voice trembling with fear. "I wish I had told him to be careful." The words hit Julia like a cold slap. The man in the window. Elena had seen him too. Julia's thoughts raced, her mind connecting the dots, the figure, the deaths, her grandmother's warning. There was no denying it now. It was real. The man in the window wasn't just a legend or a ghostly myth. It was something far more sinister. It was a harbinger, a messenger of death. And once you saw him, it was only a matter of time before the price was paid. The funeral was held a few days later. The whole neighborhood came to mourn Tomas's passing, offering condolences to Elena and her husband. But Julia could hardly bring herself to speak. Her thoughts were consumed by the terror that had only grown stronger since Tomas's death. The figure in the window had moved closer. She was sure of it. Every night, when she sat near the living room window, she felt as though the shadow was watching her, waiting for the moment to strike. That night, as Julia lay in bed, she tried to ignore the restless thoughts swirling in her mind. The moonlight filtered in through the curtains, casting long, pale shadows on the floor. The air in her room was heavy, thick with the sense that something was wrong. She turned her head, her eyes darting toward the window. The figure. It was there again. She froze, her heart pounding in her chest. The man in the window stood outside, but now he was closer than ever before. She could see his outline, tall and thin, his form just visible against the dark night. His features were indistinguishable, just a vague, shadowy shape. But he was there, And this time, it felt as though he was looking directly at her, his presence more imposing than ever. Julia's breath quickened, and she pushed herself back against the wall, trying to ignore the rising panic in her chest. She had to get up. She had to tell her parents, tell them everything she had learned. But as she tried to move, a paralyzing fear gripped her. She couldn't tear her eyes away from the figure. The longer she stared at him, the more she felt like she was sinking into something dark, something that had already claimed Tomas and Mr. Harris. Would it claim her family next? The man's shadow seemed to flicker, as if moving closer with every passing second. Julia wanted to scream, to run, to do anything to escape the suffocating dread that clung to her, but her body wouldn't obey. The coldness in the air deepened, and a sense of impending doom settled over her like a shroud. Finally, with a burst of terror, Julia tore her eyes away from the window and sprinted toward her parents' room. She threw open the door, gasping for breath. Her mother and father stirred in their bed, blinking in confusion. "Mom! Dad!" Julia cried, her voice frantic. "It's him! The man in the window! He's getting closer! He's here!" Her mother sat up quickly, her face pale, her expression filled with dread. She exchanged a glance with her husband, and then she turned back to Julia, her lips pressed into a tight line. "Julia, not this again," her mother said quietly, almost pleading. "We've been through this. There's nothing out there. You're just imagining things." But Julia could see it in her mother's eyes. There was something deeper there, something hidden. Her parents were afraid. They knew something, but they wouldn't speak about it, not to her. "I saw it! I saw him, Mom!" Julia insisted, tears streaming down her face. "It's real, and now he's coming for us. We're next." Her mother's expression faltered, but she quickly regained her composure. "We'll talk about it in the morning. Go back to bed, Julia." But Julia knew. She knew the truth. The man in the window wasn't just a warning for someone else. He was coming for them all, and there was nothing she could do to stop it. Chapter 4. The Ancient Pact. The death of Tomas had sent ripples of fear through Julia's mind that she couldn't escape. The man in the window had been real, and now, with Tomas's death, the eerie pattern that had plagued the neighborhood seemed undeniable. But it wasn't just the fear that kept her awake at night. It was the overwhelming sense that something deeper was at play, something connected to her family, something buried in the history of the street where they lived. Julia couldn't ignore it any longer. The figure in the window, the harbinger of death, had been appearing for years, and now it had come for Tomas. She had to understand why. She had to know the truth about this curse that seemed to bind her family, her neighbors, and everyone on the street. It was a rainy Saturday afternoon when Julia decided to start digging into the history of her family, determined to find answers that no one else seemed willing to reveal. Her grandmother's warning about the ancient pact had echoed in her mind ever since their conversation. She had told Julia that the families in the neighborhood were all bound by a pact made long ago, an agreement that had been passed down through generations, a pact that seemed to guarantee prosperity in exchange for something far darker, the inevitable death of one member of each family whenever the man in the window appeared. Her first stop was the attic, where dusty boxes of old family heirlooms, photographs, and records had been stored. It was a place her mother had always told her to avoid. "Too much junk up there," her mother would say. But Julia didn't care. She had to search. She had to know. The attic was cold and musty, filled with the smell of old paper and wood. Julia flicked on the light and stepped carefully over the old trunks and piles of yellowed papers that covered the floor. She dug through boxes filled with old clothes and furniture, but it wasn't until she moved a stack of brittle books that she uncovered what she was looking for. At the very bottom of a chest, she found an old leather-bound journal. Its pages were worn and fragile, but the handwriting was still legible. It was dated back to the late 1800s, long before Julia was born. Her heart pounded as she opened the journal, its contents promising to hold secrets her family had long kept hidden. The journal belonged to her great-great-grandfather, Samuel Evans. The first entry was dated the year the family moved to the neighborhood, August 12, 1886. I can hardly believe we have finally made it to this new land, this new home. The house is much grander than I imagined. I have met with the other settlers who moved here before us. Good men, hard-working families. There's something strange about this place, something that makes my skin crawl at times. The elders speak of a promise, a pact made with a powerful force long ago, and I am beginning to believe them. They say that the prosperity of our land, the riches that await us, all come at a price that will not be paid for many years, but one that will come due, sooner or later. Julia read through the pages, her heart racing with every word. Samuel's writing grew more paranoid as the journal progressed. His once hopeful tone gradually turned darker, as if he were consumed by guilt and fear. The further she read, the more she began to understand the true nature of the pact. October 1st, 1886. We have been told that the deal is struck. A powerful force has promised to protect us, to ensure that our families thrive. They say that no harm will come to us, that our crops will flourish, and our homes will stand forever. But the price is more than I can bear to think about. The elders speak of a death. A life must be given to satisfy the pact. And when the time comes for the first life to be claimed, the man in the window will appear. He will be the harbinger of the end. The journal entries became more erratic, and soon Samuel stopped writing altogether. But the message was clear. A pact had been made long ago, one that ensured prosperity, but demanded a life in exchange. Whenever the man in the window appeared, it meant that the time had come for the death to be claimed. The curse would continue to haunt every generation that lived on this street, a dark thread woven into the fabric of their lives. Julia's hands trembled as she closed the journal. The pieces of the puzzle were finally coming together. She was no longer just afraid of the man in the window. She was terrified of what he represented. The deaths weren't random. They were part of a cycle, a blood price that each family had to pay when the figure appeared. As Julia sat in the dim light of the attic, trying to process the horrifying truths she had uncovered, she couldn't shake the feeling that she was being watched. The air around her felt thick with tension, as if the very house itself was holding its breath. She quickly shoved the journal back into the chest, trying to calm her nerves. She couldn't bear to be up there any longer. She had to tell someone. She had to tell her parents everything she had learned. But as she descended the stairs from the attic, she heard something that made her stop in her tracks. A soft tapping sound, like knuckles rapping against wood. Julia's heart raced, and she instinctively turned to the window. There, in the dim light outside, she saw it again. The figure. The man in the window. His shadow was tall and unmistakable, standing just outside, his dark silhouette blocking the faint light of the street lamps. The figure was closer than ever before, more imposing, more real than it had ever been. Julia's breath caught in her throat as the full weight of the situation pressed down on her. The curse was real, and now it was closing in. She rushed to the window, pressing her face against the glass, hoping to catch any glimpse of movement. Her palms were slick with sweat, her mind racing with the implications of everything she had learned. She thought about her parents, about the way her mother had tried to brush off her fears. She thought about the other families on the street, and how the cycle had claimed Tomas. The man in the window wasn't just a symbol, he was a warning. And what terrified Julia the most wasn't just the fact that he was getting closer. It was that every time someone spoke his name, every time they acknowledged him, his presence grew stronger. Julia didn't know how much time she had left, but she knew one thing for certain. The man in the window wasn't just coming for the neighbors. He was coming for her family next. The realization hit her like a cold wave. The more she learned, the more she understood the truth. The pact was a chain that bound them all, and now it was her family's turn to pay the price. There was no escaping it. The question now was, who would be the first to fall? Chapter 5. The presence draws near. Julia's world had narrowed to a single oppressive thought. The man in the window was coming for her. The more she tried to ignore the horrifying truth, the more it crept into every corner of her life, wrapping itself around her like a tightening noose. After everything she had learned about the ancient pact, the curse, and the death it promised, she had hoped to be able to outrun it. But now, the figure was no longer just a far-off shadow or a dark shape at the edge of her vision. The man in the window was here, and he was getting closer. It started subtly at first. She would catch fleeting glimpses of him outside, just as she had seen in Tomas's window, standing motionless in the shadows of the yard, his tall figure blending with the darkness. But it was different now. The figure didn't just linger in the background. He was watching her, his presence felt in every room of the house. One evening, as Julia sat in the living room, the hairs on the back of her neck stood up. She hadn't seen him at first, but then, as the light dimmed in the room, she caught a glimpse of something moving in the reflection of the window. Her breath hitched, and she turned to face the glass. There, standing just beyond the reach of the lamplight, was the figure. He was closer now, his outline sharper, more defined than ever before. Julia froze, her pulse quickening as she stared at him, heart hammering in her chest. He was no longer a far-off shadow. He was right outside her house, right outside her window. It was like he had been waiting for this moment, for her to see him, to acknowledge his presence. Julia's mouth went dry, and her legs trembled as she stood up. She stepped away from the window, but she couldn't tear her eyes away from the reflection in the glass. The man in the window was there, just beyond the threshold, his tall form standing as still as ever. The next night, it was worse. Julia had been trying to ignore the creeping fear, focusing on her studies, but the tension in the house had become unbearable. Every time she passed the window, she felt that oppressive weight on her chest, like someone was watching her every move. She could feel the figure just beyond the glass, as if he were always there, waiting. And it wasn't just the window that unsettled her. The house itself felt wrong, as if the walls were closing in on her. That evening, her mother came into the living room, her face pale and drawn. Julia had been sitting on the couch, her eyes fixed on the floor, her mind swirling with the thoughts of the curse. Her mother had been avoiding the subject, always brushing it off, but Julia could see the fear in her eyes. "Julia," her mother said softly, her voice trembling, We need to stop this. All of it. You need to stop looking into the past. Stop researching that man. Stop obsessing over the pact." Julia stood up, her eyes wide with disbelief. "What do you mean, stop? You know what this is. You know it's real." Her mother's face hardened. "You don't understand. This is bigger than you, than me, than anything. We've survived this long by keeping our heads down. We don't talk about it. We don't acknowledge it. That's how we stay safe." "But we can't stay safe," Julia argued, her voice shaking with frustration. "I saw him. He's real. And if we don't do something, if we don't figure out how to break the curse, then we're all going to end up like Tomas. Or worse." Her mother's expression faltered, a flicker of fear crossing her face. But she quickly masked it, her voice firm. "Enough, Julia. You have to let it go. You're only making things worse. The more you investigate, the closer he'll come." But Julia wasn't listening. She couldn't. The fear in her mother's eyes, the way she avoided the truth, it all pointed to something darker, something that her parents had been hiding from her. Julia knew she had to keep going. She had to understand the curse, the ancient pact, and how to stop it before it claimed her family too. The next day, Julia returned to the attic, determined to uncover more about the pact. She needed to know everything, every detail, every symbol, every ritual. If there was any chance of breaking the curse, she had to find it. As she sifted through the dusty boxes and papers, her eyes landed on a collection of old books her great-great-grandfather had left behind. They were filled with strange symbols, arcane writings, and diagrams that seemed to be describing rituals and spells. Some of the pages were so worn that the words were barely legible, but Julia could still make out enough to understand that the writings were part of the ritual tied to the pact. One book in particular caught her eye. It was a thin, leather-bound volume with no title on the cover. Julia opened it, and the first page was filled with symbols she had never seen before. They were intricate, almost hypnotic in their design. As she studied them, she realized that they were connected to the pact her great-great-grandfather had written about in his journal. Each symbol seemed to represent an aspect of the curse, an aspect of the payment that needed to be made. Julia's heart raced as she flipped through the pages. The symbols were clear now, each one a part of the ritual required to seal the pact. There was one page in particular that caught her attention, a page with an illustration of a figure, tall and shadowy, standing in a window. The image looked eerily similar to the figure she had seen outside her house. Beneath the image, there was a cryptic message written in an old script. "When the man appears, his shadow grows longer, but his claim will be made by the one who sees him first. The price is paid in blood, the soul bound forever to the bargain." Julia's stomach churned. The words were chilling. The figure, the shadow, it was all connected. And the worst part was that it seemed to be growing stronger. The more she looked into it, the more the man in the window seemed to close in on her. She spent the rest of the evening poring over the text, trying to decipher the meaning of the ritual. The symbols, the pages, the words, they all hinted at a way to break the curse. But there was a catch. The ritual was complex, requiring a sacrifice, a life, blood. And it seemed that no matter what she did, no matter how much she uncovered, the man in the window would continue to draw closer. As the days passed, Julia became more consumed with the research. Every night, the figure outside her window seemed to inch closer, until it was almost impossible to ignore. The cold, oppressive feeling that had settled over the house deepened. Her family was growing more paranoid, more afraid. Her mother's eyes were constantly darting around the house, as if expecting something to emerge from the shadows. Her father had taken to locking the windows at night, though Julia knew it wouldn't stop the inevitable. But it wasn't enough. She knew that the man in the window was growing stronger, and she was running out of time. The curse was moving faster now, and she was beginning to feel its grip tightening around her family, her home. The worst part was that every time she spoke about it, every time she tried to warn them, the figure seemed to move closer. Julia didn't know what would happen next, but she knew one thing. The closer she came to uncovering the truth, the closer the man in the window came to claiming his due. Chapter 6. The Neighbor's Warning. The house was quieter than ever before. The unnerving presence of the man in the window loomed over Julia's every thought, even in the moments when she tried to distract herself with daily routines. Every night, the figure came closer, standing just beyond the glass, as if it were waiting for something, a signal, a moment, a time to claim what had been promised long ago. Julia had spent days poring over old books, researching every symbol, every ritual, but nothing seemed to offer a clear path to breaking the curse. And with each passing night, the fear she felt grew stronger. One evening, Julia found herself walking down the street, needing to clear her mind. The autumn air was crisp, and the neighborhood, which had once seemed so ordinary, now felt like a place on the edge of something terrible. As she walked past the houses, her eyes instinctively drifted to the windows. She couldn't help it. The man was always there, looming just outside, a shadow in the corner of her vision. But tonight, something felt different. There was a heaviness in the air, a sense of inevitability that made the hairs on the back of her neck stand up. As she walked past the old weathered house at the end of the block, Julia's eyes were drawn to the porch. There, sitting on a rocking chair, was Don Eduardo, the elderly neighbor who had lived in the neighborhood longer than anyone else could remember. His house was a small, dilapidated cottage tucked away among the larger, more modern homes on the street. He rarely interacted with anyone, but his presence was always felt. He had seen everything and everyone, and his weathered face bore the marks of decades spent witnessing the slow decay of the neighborhood. Don Eduardo had been a part of the neighborhood long before Julia's family had moved in. He knew all the old stories, all the secrets that no one dared to speak aloud. Over the years, he had become something of a local legend, an enigmatic figure who seemed to understand the true nature of things, even if he never said much. As Julia walked by, Don Eduardo's piercing eyes met hers. His face remained impassive, but something in his gaze made her stop. There was a weight to his stare, a knowing look that sent a shiver down her spine. "Come sit, Nina," Don Eduardo called softly, his voice cracked with age. "I can tell you've got questions." Reluctantly, Julia approached the porch and sat in the chair next to his. She had heard whispers about him, how he always seemed to know things no one else did. She wasn't sure she was ready for more answers, but she felt an overwhelming need to hear what he had to say. There was a quiet urgency in the air, something she couldn't ignore. Don Eduardo studied her for a moment, his eyes flicking to the house behind her, and then back to her. "You're searching for the truth, aren't you? The truth about the man in the window?" Julia nodded, unable to speak. She was afraid of what he might say, but the words had already been said by her own grandmother. The fear, the dread, had already taken root deep inside her. She needed to know. Don Eduardo exhaled slowly, his gaze distant, as if he were recalling something from long ago. You've learned the stories, I'm sure, he began, his voice low and steady. The pact, the deaths, the curse. But what you don't know is that it's not just death that the man in the window brings. Julia's heart skipped a beat. What do you mean? Isn't death enough? Don Eduardo's face tightened, the lines around his eyes deepening. No, Nina. Death is only the beginning. The pact isn't just a bargain for wealth or protection, as they say. It's a cycle that continues until the very end of time. But the worst part is the suffering that comes after. The souls of those who die are never allowed to rest. They are bound by the pact, condemned to suffer for eternity. Julia's blood ran cold. She had thought that death would be the final price, the ultimate end to the horror. But what Don Eduardo was describing was far worse. To die wasn't just to cease existing. It was to be trapped in a nightmare that never ended. A fate worse than death. Eternal suffering? Julia whispered, her voice shaking. Don Eduardo nodded gravely. Yes. Once the man in the window takes someone, their soul is bound to the curse. They never find peace, never escape the shadows that follow them. The souls of the dead wander, trapped in torment, forever tied to the pact. The man doesn't just come to take life. He comes to claim the soul, to keep it locked in suffering for all eternity. Julia felt her stomach churn. The realization hit her with full force. It wasn't just the loss of life that she had to worry about. The cycle meant that every soul, every family that paid the price, would suffer endlessly. It was as if the curse had no end, no release, and it had been passed down through generations, waiting for its next victim. Don Eduardo's voice grew quieter, more ominous. Once you see him, it's only a matter of time. The man in the window never stops. He moves from house to house, never resting. You can't escape him, Nina. Not by hiding, not by running. He's always watching, always waiting. And when he comes for you, it's your turn. Julia could barely breathe. It was as if the weight of everything, her family's past, the curse, the endless suffering, was closing in on her all at once. She felt trapped, helpless, as though she had no way out. The man in the window was closer than ever before, and now she knew that his presence wasn't just an ominous warning. It was a promise, and there was no way to break it. Don Eduardo leaned in slightly, his voice low but insistent. You can try to fight it, Nina. You can try to understand it. But don't be fooled. The pact was made long ago. It was sealed with blood, and no one has ever broken it. The man in the window comes, and he takes. It's just a matter of time. Tears welled in Julia's eyes as she listened to his words. She had hoped for a way out, a solution to end the curse, but Don Eduardo's warning made it seem impossible. The darkness was closing in, and there was nothing she could do to stop it. She had seen the man in the window. She had acknowledged his presence, and now there was no turning back. Is there no way to stop him? Julia asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Don Eduardo's eyes softened with a mixture of pity and resignation. The only way to stop him is to break the pact, but the price for that is beyond what any of us can afford. Julia sat back in the chair, her hands clenched into fists. The weight of his words hung in the air like a suffocating fog. It felt as though every step she took, every question she asked, brought her closer to an inescapable end. The man in the window was coming. There was no way to avoid it. Don Eduardo's eyes flicked to the distance, and then he added softly, "But remember, Nina, the man in the window never stops. Once you see him, Once he's chosen you, there's only one thing left to do. Wait. Julia's heart pounded in her chest, her thoughts spiraling out of control. She had no choice but to face the truth now. The man in the window was closer than ever before, and the suffering that awaited her was unimaginable. She stood up, her knees trembling, and nodded silently at Don Eduardo before walking back home, the weight of his warning pressing heavily on her shoulders. The man in the window was no longer a distant figure. He was already here, and time was running out. Chapter 7. The Solution in the Family History. Julia felt like she was running out of time. Each night, the figure of the man in the window drew closer. She could feel him watching her, his presence pressing against the walls of her home, suffocating her. The terror that had once been a vague unease was now a constant companion, gnawing at her every waking moment. She knew what was at stake. Her family was in danger. She was in danger. And no matter how much she researched, no matter how much she learned about the pact and the curse, it all seemed to lead to one undeniable truth. She had to find a way to break the cycle, or the man in the window would claim them all. It was in the attic, as she had suspected, that the answers might finally lie. The journals, the stories, the long-buried truth of her family's past had always been just out of reach, hidden in old leather-bound books, yellowed papers, and faded photographs. Her great-great-grandfather's journal had revealed some pieces of the puzzle, but it was the diaries of her great-grandmother, a woman whose name had long been whispered among the family, that held the key. Julia had heard her grandmother mention her great-grandmother before, Eleanor Evans, always with a sense of reverence and awe. Eleanor had been a part of the neighborhood from its very beginning, and it was said that she had witnessed the signing of the original pact that had bound their family to the curse. For years, Julia had been curious about this woman, but no one ever spoke much about her. It was as if Eleanor had become a figure of legend, her name both revered and feared within the family. That afternoon, Julia ventured back to the attic. The air was stale, thick with the scent of old paper and dust, but the silence felt oddly comforting. She knew this was where she would find the answers. It didn't take long before her eyes landed on a set of diaries, tucked away in a weathered wooden chest. The diaries were bound in dark leather, and the writing inside was faint, but legible. The first one she opened was dated 1890, just a few years after the pact had been made. It was Eleanor's voice, calm and measured, that filled the pages. March 17, 1890. The days since the signing of the pact have been strange. The prosperity we've been promised is beginning to show itself. Crops are abundant, the houses are sturdy, and the land thrives under the touch of the settlers. But there is a price to be paid. I see it in the eyes of the men who agreed to this deal, their faces hollow and drawn, as if they know the terrible burden we've taken on. There are whispers among the women, talk of betrayal. Some of the men claim that one of us is not truly committed to the pact, that one among us will be the one to break it, to ensure that the sacrifice is made. I cannot shake the feeling that the burden we bear is not just a debt of blood, but something far darker. There are nights when I hear strange noises in the house, as if something is moving in the shadows. I have seen things I cannot explain, shapes in the windows, figures that are not supposed to be there. It is as if the man in the window has begun to watch us already. Julia's heart raced as she read the words. Her great-grandmother had known something was wrong from the start. The whispers of betrayal. What did that mean? She continued to read, desperate to understand. June 5th, 1890. It's true. I know it is now. One of the men who signed the pact has betrayed us. It was not the sacrifice of a life that sealed our fate, but the broken trust within the very foundation of this neighborhood. My own husband, Samuel, has been part of this deceit. He is the one who allowed the pact to be sealed in the first place, and he is the one who allowed it to be broken. The price of his betrayal is high, and we are paying for it now. The man in the window appears more frequently. The shape grows more distinct, and every time I look at him, I feel something within me slip away. My soul is already claimed. There is no way to break the cycle. The pact is set in stone, and the payment is inevitable. But there is a way to end it. There is a way to redeem what has been lost. If the bloodline of the betrayer is willing to sacrifice themselves, the cycle can end. But the cost is unbearable. Only one can break the pact, and it must be the one who bears the mark of the betrayal. The question is, who will pay the price? Julia felt the blood drain from her face as she read the final lines. A betrayal. It had been in her own family all along. Her great-grandfather Samuel had allowed the pact to be made, and now the curse was sealed forever, passed down through the generations. But the most terrifying part was the last line. There was a way to break the cycle, but the price was one. That could destroy her family completely. Someone from the bloodline of the betrayer, the Evans family, would have to sacrifice themselves. Julia closed the diary, her mind spinning. The weight of the discovery was overwhelming. The betrayal was within her family, but the redemption? It was possible. The cycle could end, but only at a cost too high to imagine. Tears filled her eyes as she felt the weight of the situation press down on her. She was part of the bloodline. She was the one who had seen the man in the window, and the figure had been getting closer every day. Could it be her? Could she be the one to end this nightmare, to save her family from the torment of eternal suffering? But what would it mean? The price was clear, her own life. The sacrifice would be her own. And even if she chose to end the cycle, would her family truly be safe? Would they ever be free of the curse? Or would her death only be the beginning of a new, darker chapter? Julia couldn't help but think of her mother, her brother, her father. What would they think of her decision? Would they understand why she did it? Could they ever forgive her? The answers were not clear. The pain of this realization was like a deep wound in her chest. She felt the weight of the decision pressing down on her, crushing her. But as the days went on, as the man in the window drew closer still, Julia knew that there was no easy choice. There was no way to run from this. The curse had claimed her family, and it was up to her to decide whether to give everything to end it. The journal ended with a cryptic statement. The redemptive sacrifice is the key, but the one who offers it will forever be lost to the shadows. And so, the cycle continues. Julia didn't know whether the sacrifice would save her family or doom them further, but she knew one thing with certainty. The man in the window was waiting, and time was running out. The final decision was hers to make, and soon, the consequences would become painfully clear. As she sat in the attic, surrounded by the whispers of the past, Julia realized that the choice ahead of her was one that would change everything. There would be no going back. Chapter 8. The death of a close relative. The days had grown darker, both literally and figuratively. Julia could feel the oppressive weight of the curse pressing in on her, its grip tightening with every passing moment. The figure in the window had become a constant presence, lingering just outside, watching, waiting. Every night, It seemed to inch closer, as if it could feel the tension building inside her. The man in the window wasn't just an ominous figure anymore. He was a harbinger of something much worse, something that was about to claim her family. Her mind had spiraled since the discovery of the pact. The idea of making the ultimate sacrifice to end the curse gnawed at her, but every time she thought about it, the consequences seemed unbearable. She wasn't ready to let go of her life, her family, and yet the figure outside her window, so close now that it felt suffocating, told her the end was drawing near. The man in the window was relentless, and no matter how much she researched or how many hours she spent trying to find a solution, there seemed to be no escape from what was coming. Then came the news. It was her uncle, Adam. Uncle Adam had been one of the few family members Julia had grown close to. He had always been a steady presence in her life, one of those rare relatives who seemed to hold everything together with an unshakable calm. He was strong, dependable, the kind of person who always knew what to say when things got tough. But now, just as the family was starting to fall apart under the weight of the curse, Uncle Adam was gone. It happened suddenly, and in a way that no one could explain. One moment, he was at a family dinner, laughing and telling stories, and the next, he was gone. It was as if his life had been drained from him in an instant. No signs of struggle, no warning signs at all. 1 minute, his face was full of life. The next, it was ashen, his eyes staring lifelessly ahead. Julia's mother had called her, voice trembling, as she explained that Adam had collapsed at the dinner table, and by the time anyone could react, he was already gone. "Julia, something's wrong," her mother said, her voice breaking. "I know it sounds crazy, but I saw something just before he went. The figure in the window, Julia. It was there. I swear to you, it was there, watching us." Julia's heart dropped to her stomach as she heard the words. The figure, the man in the window. It had claimed another one of them. She had already known deep down what the cause was. The curse, the pact, had taken yet another life. Adam had been the first to fall in their family since the revelation. But the most terrifying part was how close the figure had become to them. It had come for Adam, and it wasn't done yet. The funeral was held the next day, and the entire neighborhood seemed to sense the gravity of what had happened. Neighbors whispered in hushed tones, casting nervous glances toward Julia's house. The man in the window had been seen, and now it had claimed a life. But the funeral was only the beginning. Julia knew that the man was not done. His presence had grown more frequent, more tangible. It was no longer just a shadow in the corner of her vision. He was there, watching her every step. After the funeral, Julia couldn't shake the feeling that she was being watched. It wasn't just paranoia. She could feel it, an unnerving sensation that crawled up her spine every time she entered a room. It was as if the man in the window had left his mark on the house, lingering inside, filling every corner with his presence. She couldn't escape it. That night, as Julia lay in bed, she could feel it more than ever. The house was silent, but the stillness was deafening. She turned over in bed, staring at the window, her pulse racing as she braced herself for what she knew was coming. There he was. The man in the window stood just outside, his form unmistakable against the darkness of the night. His shadow stretched long across the yard, and his outline grew clearer, more defined. Julia's breath caught in her throat. She hadn't even heard the footsteps, but there he was, watching her with those hollow, dark eyes. The closer he got, the more she felt like she was suffocating, trapped in her own home. She sat up in bed, frozen, unable to tear her eyes away from the window. Her heartbeat pounded in her ears, and her skin felt cold as ice. This was it. The man in the window was coming for them all, and there was nothing she could do to stop it. "Mom!" Julia gasped, her voice hoarse. She could barely speak, her throat constricting with terror. "Mom, he's here. He's here, in the window, again." Her mother's voice drifted from the hallway. "Julia, it's just your imagination. Please, let's try to sleep. We've been through enough today." But Julia knew it wasn't her imagination. She could feel it in her bones, a cold certainty that gnawed at her soul. The man in the window had come for Adam, and now he was closing in on the rest of them. The atmosphere in the house had become suffocating, and with every passing moment, Julia felt more and more certain that they were running out of time. How could she break the cycle? Was there even a way to stop it before it consumed her family completely? With the sound of her own breathing as her only company, Julia rose from her bed. She walked quietly to the window, her feet moving as if they were no longer her own. There, outside, stood the figure. He didn't move, didn't shift, or even blink. He just stood there, staring through the glass. Julia's eyes burned with tears, her hands shaking as she placed them on the window pane, her breath fogging up the glass. She wanted to scream, to shout, to demand an answer, but the words never came. The figure's presence was a suffocating silence that crushed her spirit. She felt like she was drowning. "Please," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "Is there a way to stop this?" The man didn't respond, of course. He never would. He was the embodiment of the curse, the relentless force that had bound her family to its will. But Julia couldn't stop. She couldn't give up. Not yet. The thought of her family, of her mother, her father, her brother, her Uncle Adam, all of them lost to this curse, was too much to bear. The question that had been tormenting her mind since she had first learned about the pact echoed through her thoughts once again. Could she break the cycle? Could she truly end this horror before it claimed more lives? Or was she already too late? The figure in the window loomed closer, his presence more powerful than ever before. Julia knew that the clock was ticking. Each second, each moment, brought them one step closer to the inevitable conclusion. And now, the true horror had set in. Julia didn't know if she had the strength to break the pact before it claimed them all. Chapter 9. The Final Sacrifice. The house had never been so quiet. Each room was thick with an oppressive stillness, as if the air itself was holding its breath. Julia felt it in every corner, in every shadow. The weight of what she knew, what she had to do, pressed down on her like a leaden blanket. She could no longer ignore the truth that had been clear all along. The only way to break the curse, to stop the man in the window, was for someone to make the ultimate sacrifice. And that someone was her. She could hear the distant whisper of her family's voices in the background, but they were muffled, like they were too far away to reach. Her thoughts were consumed with one terrifying realization. Her bloodline had been bound by the pact for generations, and the time had come for the price to be paid. She had known since the moment she uncovered the journals, since the first time she had seen the figure outside her window, that there was no way to stop it unless someone paid the price. But she hadn't truly understood what that meant until now. The figure had been watching her for weeks, growing closer every night, his presence haunting her every waking hour. Julia had tried to push the thought of sacrificing herself away, telling herself there had to be another way. She searched for solutions, tried to find loopholes, prayed for some way to escape the inevitable. But deep down, she knew the truth. The figure wasn't just an apparition. He wasn't merely the result of some ancient curse or malicious spirit. He was a manifestation of the past, of sins, of betrayals, of blood debts that had never been paid. Julia's family was bound to the curse, and it was her turn to free them. But to do that, she had to give up everything: her life, her future, her family's freedom from the eternal torment that had plagued them for generations. The man in the window was more than just a shadow in the night. He was a reflection of everything that had been done to bring the curse into existence, a reflection of all the broken promises and deals that had been made in exchange for power, wealth, and protection. The more Julia thought about it, the clearer it became. The pact wasn't just about a life being taken. It was about the continuous cycle of sacrifice, the burden of guilt and redemption that her family could never escape until someone was willing to face the man in the window and end it once and for all. That night, Julia stood in front of the window, her hands pressed against the cold glass. She could feel the presence of the man, could sense him just beyond the threshold, waiting for her. He had been growing stronger, his figure more defined each night, his shadow stretching further, closer to the house, closer to her. It was as if he had been drawing closer, sensing that the time was near, that the end was finally in sight. She had spent so many nights staring at the window, hoping for a sign, hoping for some other way. But now, she realized that there was no more time for waiting. There was no more time for searching. The figure wasn't just a part of her imagination or some twisted myth. He was real, and he would continue to haunt them until someone paid the price. Her heart pounded in her chest as she stepped away from the window, turning toward the center of the room where the family pictures hung. Their smiling faces seemed so distant now. She could almost hear their voices, but they were nothing more than echoes of a life that would soon be lost. Julia's gaze settled on the old leather-bound journal her great-grandmother had written in, the one that had revealed the truth of the pact. She had read its pages a dozen times, and now she understood what it meant. It was her turn. She was the one who had to make the sacrifice. There was no other way. There could be no redemption without payment. As the wind howled outside, Julia reached into the drawer where she kept the journal, her fingers trembling as she pulled it out. She opened to the last page and read the words again. The words that haunted her, that had been haunting her for so long. The redemptive sacrifice is the key, but the one who offers it will forever be lost to the shadows. The man in the window was waiting. Julia could feel his eyes on her, even though she could not see him standing there. She could feel his presence, the weight of everything that had been undone, everything that had been lost, all of it pressing against her. It was the only way. She knew what she had to do. The door to her room creaked open, and her mother stepped inside. She looked at Julia with wide, frightened eyes, as if sensing the shift in the air. "Julia," her mother whispered, her voice barely audible. "What are you doing?" Julia didn't answer at first. She could barely bring herself to speak, knowing that the moment she spoke the words, everything would change. Her family would never be the same. But then she turned to face her mother, her expression filled with a mixture of sorrow and determination. "I'm ending it, Mom," Julia said, her voice shaky but resolute. "I'm ending the curse. I'm going to stop the man in the window, once and for all." Her mother's face crumpled in anguish. No, you can't. There has to be another way. You're just a child, Julia. You don't understand. But Julia shook her head, her resolve hardening. I understand perfectly. We've been running from this curse for too long. It's time to face it. The pact has been broken, and now I have to be the one to fix it. If I don't do this, it will never end, and none of us will ever be free. Her mother reached out, tears streaming down her face. Please, don't do this. I don't want to lose you. Julia stepped forward, wrapping her arms around her mother one last time. I love you, Mom, but this is the only way. The man in the window is the only thing that's been keeping us chained to this cycle. And now, I have to break it. With one last lingering look at her mother, Julia turned toward the window. The man in the window was standing just outside, his form clearer than ever before. He didn't move, didn't speak, but Julia could feel the weight of his gaze, as if he had been waiting for her to finally understand what was necessary. Julia took a deep breath and stepped toward the window, feeling the chill in the air grow colder with each step. The figure's eyes burned into her, and she could hear the faintest whisper in the back of her mind, as though he was calling her, urging her forward. You've come for me, Julia said softly, her voice steady, despite the fear that gripped her heart. I understand now. It has to be me. I'll make the sacrifice. I'll end this. But you have to promise me that my family will be free. The man in the window did not answer. He did not need to. The air thickened, the darkness pressing in from all sides. Julia closed her eyes and stepped forward, into the unknown. The last thing she heard before everything went silent was her mother's voice, calling out to her, fading into the distance. The last thing she saw before the darkness overtook her was the man's eyes, glowing with a terrible certainty. In that final moment, Julia knew she had made the choice to end it all, to end the cycle, to break the curse. But at what cost? As the darkness consumed her, she knew she had paid the ultimate price. And now, the cycle would be broken. But for her, there would be no return. Chapter 10. The Return of the Man in the Window. The house was still. Julia had expected silence, but not this kind of silence. It was as if the world had paused, held its breath, waiting. She had made the ultimate sacrifice, faced the man in the window, and now she was gone. Her family was supposed to be free. Her death, the final piece in the puzzle, to break the endless cycle of death and suffering. The pact, the curse, the man in the window, they should have all faded away, vanishing with the price she had paid. But as the darkness crept away and the first light of dawn touched the edges of the room, Julia's family was left in a strange, unsettling stillness. The house was not filled with joy or relief, but with a heavy, quiet emptiness. Her mother, father, and brother stood at the edge of the room, staring at the window as if expecting something to happen. They had heard her last words, seen the shadow of her sacrifice, and believed that the curse had been lifted, that the man in the window had finally been banished from their lives forever. But Julia had been wrong. The figure had not disappeared. Julia's mother, eyes red with grief, was the first to notice it. Look, she whispered, her voice trembling as she slowly turned to face the window. The air in the room seemed to grow colder, the sunlight casting an eerie glow that made everything feel unnatural. Her father followed her gaze, and his face went pale. His eyes widened in disbelief, and he stepped backward, as if the very sight of it had chilled him to the bone. The figure stood outside the window. The man in the window. But he was different. He wasn't standing in the same stillness that had marked his previous appearances. No, this time he seemed more alive, more present. His form was clearer than ever before, the sharp outline of his tall figure casting a shadow across the room, his eyes glowing faintly in the dim morning light. He was watching them. He was watching her family. Julia's mother gasped, her hands shaking as she pressed them against her chest. No, this can't be happening, she muttered, almost to herself. It's over. It's supposed to be over. But the figure didn't move. He didn't speak. He just stood there, a silent observer of their pain, his dark presence like an indelible stain on the world they had hoped to reclaim. The man in the window had returned, just as he always did. It was as if nothing had changed. No matter what Julia had done, no matter what price she had paid, the cycle would never end. Julia's father, shaking his head in disbelief, turned toward his wife. What does this mean? What does this mean for us? Didn't she break the curse? Didn't Julia? But his voice faltered, a quiet, horrible realization settling in. No, Julia's mother whispered in a broken voice. She didn't break it. Not completely. Julia's brother, Tom, stepped forward. His voice was hollow, tinged with confusion and terror. But she gave her life. She sacrificed herself to end it. His words faltered, dying in his throat as the figure outside the window remained motionless, waiting, watching. Julia's mother, her face pale and twisted with anguish, sank to her knees. We thought it was over. We thought the cycle was finally broken. But it wasn't. The curse had been disrupted, but not erased. As they stood there, in the cold light of the morning, the man in the window loomed larger than ever before. Julia had thought her sacrifice would stop him. She had thought that, by paying the price, she could release her family from the grip of this eternal curse. But now, standing at the window, he felt more present than ever, more real than he had been before. Julia had ended one part of the cycle, but in doing so, she had unknowingly fueled the next. Her mother, eyes filled with tears, reached out toward the window, as if she could physically push the figure away, as if she could somehow make him vanish. "Please," she whispered, "please, let this end." But there was no answer. The figure stood outside, unwavering, and the air in the house seemed to grow heavier with each passing second. It wasn't just the man in the window that unsettled them. It was the realization that Julia's sacrifice, while it had freed her family from the immediate threat, had not freed them from the curse. The man in the window wasn't bound by the same rules that had governed their lives. He wasn't just a force of death. He was a manifestation of their past, a symbol of everything their family had done to bring the curse into being. And as long as the pact existed in any form, as long as the sins of their ancestors remained unaddressed, the figure would continue to return, marking the passing of each generation, claiming the lives of those who could not break the cycle completely. Julia had paid the price, but it wasn't enough to erase what had been done. Her family had been freed from the immediate torment of the curse, but they would never be fully free from it. The man in the window had been a reminder, a constant shadow hanging over them, reminding them of the pact that had bound them for so long. And no matter how much they wished it away, no matter how much they tried to ignore it, the man would return, again and again, for as long as the curse remained. As they stood there, trapped in the same oppressive silence, Julia's mother let out a cry, her hands pressed against the window as if to reach out to her daughter, who had sacrificed everything. But the figure did not move. He did not approach. He simply stood, waiting, watching. A cold gust of wind rushed through the room, rattling the windows, sending chills down their spines. The figure outside shifted slightly, and they all froze, breath caught in their throats. But he did not come closer. No, it was as though he was simply waiting, patient, eternal, his presence unyielding, marking them for what had been done. Julia's father, his voice barely a whisper, spoke the truth that they had all been afraid to admit. We thought that by ending the cycle, we could end the curse forever, but it can't be broken that easily. Julia's mother, still on her knees, looked at the window one last time. The cycle can't be fully broken, not until the root of it all is severed, until every part of the pact is undone. But there was no way to undo the past. There was no way to erase the sins that had brought them here. And so, the man in the window remained. Julia had paid the price. She had sacrificed herself for her family. But in the end, it hadn't been enough. The man in the window would return again, and again. The curse would never truly be broken. Not for them, not for anyone. And when the next generation came, the cycle would start again. The man in the window would return to claim his due, and the story would repeat itself. Julia's sacrifice had ended one chapter, but it had not closed the book. It had only ensured that the story would live on, like a shadow that would never fade. And so, with that haunting thought, they knew one undeniable truth. The curse was far from over. The man in the window was waiting for the next soul, the next sacrifice, and he would come, as always, to claim what was owed. The end was never truly the end. The cycle had simply begun again. Chapter 1. The Forgotten Clock. The wind howled through the trees as dark clouds gathered above the small, desolate cemetery. Mateo pulled his jacket tighter around his chest and squinted against the rain as he made his way along the winding path that led to his usual post. As the caretaker of the cemetery, he had seen all kinds of weather, from the sweltering heat of summer to the biting cold of winter. But there was something about this evening that felt different, something that made the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. The steady patter of raindrops on his umbrella masked the occasional rustle of dead leaves beneath his boots as he walked. The cemetery had a quiet, mournful air to it, with rows upon rows of weathered tombstones standing like sentinels in the gloom. Mateo had always found peace in this place, a strange comfort that came from the stillness. Yet tonight, there was an unsettling weight in the air, a heaviness that seemed to press down on him with every step. He passed by the usual graves, his eyes briefly lingering on some of the older stones that had cracked and faded with time. The names etched into them were now barely legible, the faces of those long departed, lost to the world. Mateo had worked here for many years, and he had become familiar with the patterns of death that surrounded him. But tonight, something caught his eye, something that made him pause. Hidden between two towering gravestones, partially obscured by a tangle of vines and moss, Mateo spotted something strange. It was a large, antique grandfather clock, its brass frame tarnished by years of neglect. The clock's pendulum swayed slowly back and forth, its dark wooden frame covered in a thick layer of moss, as though it had been abandoned here for decades. Mateo blinked in surprise. He had worked at this cemetery for years. and yet he couldn't recall ever seeing this clock before. It was as though it had appeared out of nowhere, an enigma tucked away among the tombstones. How could I have missed this? Matteo muttered to himself, crouching down to inspect the clock more closely. Its surface was cold and damp, the wood soft with rot in some places, while in others, the clock's intricate carvings remained remarkably intact. Despite the wear and age, the clock still seemed oddly majestic, as if it had once been a prized possession. Matteo reached out to touch the clock's surface, his fingers brushing lightly against the brass hands. The clock felt strange, somehow. It was almost as if it were alive, as though it were pulsing with an energy that made Matteo's skin prickle. He recoiled, an unfamiliar sensation creeping over him. It was nothing he could explain, but it was a feeling he couldn't ignore. He shook off the discomfort and stood up, wiping his wet hands on his trousers. "I'll have to report this tomorrow," he murmured. "It's probably some old relic left behind by the previous caretaker." With a final glance at the peculiar clock, Matteo turned and walked away, his footsteps echoing in the quiet cemetery. As he made his way toward the small stone cottage where he lived, he couldn't shake the image of the clock from his mind. It had been so out of place, so unnatural. But that was just his imagination, he told himself. The weather had a way of making things feel eerie, especially when one was alone in a cemetery at night. That evening, after finishing his usual rounds and ensuring that all was in order, Matteo retreated to his cottage. The rain had stopped, but the air remained thick with the scent of damp earth and decay. Inside, he warmed himself by the small fireplace, trying to shake off the strange unease he felt. It was nothing, just a relic, a forgotten piece of the past. But there was something about it that nagged at him. Hours passed, and the night deepened. The wind picked up again, howling against the windows of his cottage. Matteo sat in his chair, staring into the flickering flames, but sleep eluded him. His mind kept returning to the clock in the cemetery, its presence lingering in his thoughts like a shadow he couldn't quite escape. The strange energy he had felt earlier was still fresh in his memory, and it left him restless, anxious. Then, just as the clock struck midnight, Matteo's attention was drawn to the sound, a slow, deliberate ticking. At first, he thought it was the sound of the clock in his cottage, but no, it was different. This ticking was coming from outside, from the direction of the cemetery. Matteo froze. The sound of the clock's pendulum swaying echoed in the night, each tick resonating through the silence of the darkened village. It was as though the very air was vibrating with the rhythm of the clock, and a chill ran down Matteo's spine. He stood up abruptly, heart pounding in his chest. The clock. His mind raced. It couldn't be. There was no way it could be working. The clock had been abandoned for years. He had seen it with his own eyes, covered in dust and moss. It had been a relic, forgotten by time. Yet here it was, sounding its mournful chimes in the dead of night. The first chime echoed through the cemetery, a low, eerie sound that seemed to rattle the very bones of the earth. The sound sent a shiver through Matteo's body, and he instinctively grabbed his coat, rushing toward the door of the cottage. The sound of the clock's toll continued, reverberating through the night air with an intensity that made his stomach twist. Without thinking, Matteo ran toward the cemetery. The darkness outside was thick, impenetrable, and the wind whipped around him, cutting into his skin. But the sound of the clock guided him, and he followed it through the misty graveyard. Each chime seemed to pull him forward, as though the clock itself was calling to him, beckoning him closer. When he reached the cemetery, The familiar tombstones loomed like silent witnesses to his approach, their shapes softened by the fog. And there it was. The clock stood at the same spot where he had found it earlier, now shrouded in the mist, its brass hands glinting faintly in the moonlight. But now, something was different. The clock was moving. The pendulum swayed back and forth, the sound of its ticking loud and clear in the otherwise silent cemetery. And the clock was chiming again, each toll longer and more sinister than the last. Mateo's heart raced in his chest, his breath coming in shallow gasps. He felt as if he were caught in a dream, unable to move, unable to escape. Then, as the clock struck its final toll, something happened. A loud crack echoed through the night, and the earth trembled beneath Mateo's feet. He stumbled backward, his eyes wide with terror, as the ground beneath him shifted and parted. Slowly, methodically, a new grave began to form before his eyes. The earth rose and fell, as if pulled by some unseen hand, creating a freshly dug grave in the exact spot where the clock stood. A cold sweat broke out on Mateo's forehead, and his mouth went dry. He stumbled backward, terrified by the scene unfolding before him. He didn't know what was happening, but he knew one thing for sure. This was no accident. The clock, the graves, the strange energy, it was all connected, and something dark and terrible had just begun. The clock struck again. Chapter 2. The First Grave. The morning light was dim and hazy, as if the sun had been swallowed by the thick clouds that hung over the village. Mateo awoke with a sense of dread that refused to leave him. The events of the previous night had haunted his dreams, the sound of the clock's tolling, echoing in the recesses of his mind. He had barely managed to fall asleep, but when he finally did, the images of the graveyard, the clock, and the strange grave that had appeared had chased him through a restless slumber. He stood up slowly, rubbing his eyes as he glanced around his modest cottage. The walls felt tight, as if the space itself was pressing in on him. He had to go back to the cemetery. The uncertainty of what he had witnessed the night before had gnawed at him all morning, and despite his best efforts to dismiss it, he knew he couldn't ignore it any longer. The wind was colder than it had been yesterday, biting at his skin as he pulled on his jacket and stepped outside. The cemetery wasn't far, just a short walk across the village. But today, everything felt different. The streets seemed emptier than usual, as if the village itself had gone silent in anticipation of something ominous. When Mateo reached the cemetery gates, he felt a cold shiver run down his spine. The same sense of unease from last night gripped him once more. As he stepped inside, the familiar sight of the tombstones came into view, their weathered stone faces seeming almost indifferent to his presence. But today, there was something more sinister in the air. The wind had died down, leaving an oppressive stillness that hung over the graves like a heavy curtain. Mateo's eyes immediately drifted to the area where he had discovered the clock the previous evening. His breath caught in his throat when he saw it. The earth was disturbed, the soil freshly turned, as if a new grave had been dug overnight. His heart skipped a beat. There was no sign of a body, no funeral procession, nothing to explain the new excavation. The soil was soft and dark, the edges of the hole uneven, as if it had been hastily dug. The grave wasn't deep, just a shallow pit in the earth, but it was there. It shouldn't have been there. Mateo stepped closer, his boots sinking slightly into the wet ground. He knelt down and ran his hand over the dirt, feeling the coolness beneath his fingertips. It was fresh, as if the grave had been dug just hours ago. His pulse quickened. There was no way anyone could have dug this grave overnight without anyone noticing. And yet, here it was, sitting in the middle of the cemetery, like a ghostly testament to something unknown. He rose to his feet, scanning the rest of the cemetery. There were no other graves like this, no signs of recent burials. In fact, the last burial Mateo could recall had been over a week ago. And yet, here it was, this new, unnerving grave, freshly dug and awaiting its occupant. A chill ran through him, and the thought of last night's events suddenly loomed large in his mind. The clock, the tolling, the strange way the ground had shifted, as if the earth itself had been disturbed by the clock's call. Mateo felt a knot form in his stomach. Could this grave be connected to the clock? Was it a coincidence, or had something far darker begun to stir in the cemetery? His eyes flicked to the base of the nearby tombstones, searching for any signs of movement. But all was still. The graveyard seemed almost too still, as if the world had forgotten to breathe. Mateo's thoughts raced, his instincts telling him that something unnatural was at work here. The timing of the grave, the strange clock, and the unsettling feeling that had settled over him. The pieces were starting to form a picture, but the image was too unclear to decipher. He bent over the grave again, examining the dirt more closely. It was so new, so raw, the scent of earth still sharp in the air. As he inspected it, something caught his eye, a faint indentation in the soil near the edge of the hole. He crouched down to get a better look and let out a sharp breath when he saw it. A small circular mark, like the imprint of something heavy that had been placed there. A feeling of unease crept up his spine, and his mind flashed back to the clock, still ringing in his ears. The mark in the dirt seemed to echo the ticking of the timepiece, as if it was somehow linked to the clock's toll. Mateo stood up abruptly, his stomach twisting in knots. He couldn't shake the thought that the clock was somehow connected to the growing unease in the cemetery. The tolling of the clock had brought something here, something dark, something that was beginning to unfold in the cemetery. As Mateo stood there, lost in thought, the sound of footsteps echoed through the cemetery. He turned to see a figure approaching. Father Gabriel, the village priest. The old priest's eyes were heavy with concern, and his hands were clasped tightly together in front of him as he made his way toward Mateo. "Mateo," Father Gabriel said quietly, his voice hoarse. "Have you seen it?" Mateo nodded, a lump forming in his throat. "Yes, Father. It wasn't here yesterday. I don't know who would have dug it." Father Gabriel's eyes narrowed as he glanced down at the grave, his expression grave. "This is no ordinary grave," he muttered, more to himself than to Mateo. "I've seen something like this before, long ago, but I thought it was just a rumor, a story to scare children." "What do you mean?" Mateo asked, his voice low. Father Gabriel hesitated, looking around as if to ensure no one else could hear him. There were tales, old stories, about a clock that had the power to call the dead. It was said to be a cursed relic, created by a man who dabbled in dark rituals. They say that if the clock ever started ticking again, graves would appear, and the dead would rise, and with it, death would follow. The village had long forgotten these stories, but his voice trailed off, and he looked at Mateo with a mixture of fear and sorrow. "I fear the clock has begun to work its curse." Mateo's heart pounded in his chest. The priest's words confirmed the dreadful thought that had been festering in his mind since the night before. The clock, the grave, the unsettling tolling. It wasn't a coincidence. Something dark was unfolding in the cemetery, and Mateo was caught in the middle of it. "Father, what can we do?" Mateo asked, his voice barely a whisper. Father Gabriel's face darkened. "I don't know yet, but I fear this is only the beginning. We must find the clock and destroy it before it claims more lives." Mateo nodded, his mind racing. He knew one thing for sure. The clock's toll was only the beginning. The curse had begun to awaken, and the first grave had appeared. But how many more would follow? The answer, Mateo feared, would come much too soon. Chapter 3. The Death in the Village. The sun had barely risen, casting a pale light over the village, but already the news was spreading. The morning air was heavy, with an uncomfortable stillness, as if the earth itself was holding its breath. It wasn't long before the whispers began. The first to hear the news was Marta, the baker, whose morning ritual of opening her shop was interrupted by a hurried knock on the door. The messenger was pale, his face streaked with worry. "Don Francisco," he stammered, breathless. "He's dead. In his house." Marta froze, a trembling hand gripping the edge of the counter. Don Francisco, everyone knew him. He was an old man, well respected and loved by all. His wrinkled face had always held a kind smile, and his quiet presence was a comfort to the village. To hear that he had died, of all people, was unimaginable. But the messenger's words were clear, and as the morning unfolded, more people gathered around the town square, shocked and confused. By mid-morning, a crowd had gathered outside Don Francisco's house, standing in tight clusters on the cobbled streets. Mateo was among them, his heart heavy as he made his way through the group of villagers. His stomach churned with dread. He had known Don Francisco for years, and to hear that he was dead, this way, in such mysterious circumstances, felt wrong. It wasn't just the fact of the death, but the unease that had settled over the village. There was something about it that felt unnatural. As Mateo approached the door, he could already hear the hushed murmurs coming from inside. A pair of local constables stood near the threshold, their faces grim. One of them, Constable Ramirez, looked up as Mateo approached. "What happened?" Mateo asked, his voice low. The constable's face was pale, his eyes wide, as if he had just witnessed something impossible. "We don't know," Ramirez replied, shaking his head. "He was found early this morning, in his chair. No signs of struggle, no sign of illness. But when we went in, his face, Mateo, his face was something else." Mateo stepped inside, his shoes clacking softly against the wooden floor. The house was dim, and the smell of stale air hung in the corners. Don Francisco's chair sat in the center of the room, just as it always had been, rocking gently, as though he had just gotten up and left. But it was empty now, the old man gone. Mateo's gaze moved to the figure on the floor, Don Francisco's body. The sight made his blood run cold. The old man was slumped in the chair, his lifeless body still, but it was the expression on his face that struck Mateo most. His eyes were wide open, unblinking, staring into the nothingness of the room. His mouth was slightly agape, as if he had tried to scream in the moment of his death but couldn't, and his face, twisted in terror, was frozen in an eternal grimace, a look of pure fear. The room was thick with an unnatural silence. Mateo's throat tightened as he stepped closer to the body, the weight of the moment heavy on his chest. There was no blood, no signs of trauma, nothing to indicate how he had died. It was as though the old man had simply been struck down by some invisible force. But how? And why? Mateo looked at the constables, who seemed just as baffled as he was. "What caused this?" Mateo asked quietly, his voice thick with suspicion. "We've examined the body," Ramirez said, his voice strained. "There's nothing we can find. It's like he just stopped. Like his life was taken from him in an instant, without warning. There are no marks, no bruises, just that look on his face." A sudden chill ran down Mateo's spine. He knew something wasn't right. The terror in Don Francisco's face. There was a connection, a sense of déjà vu that Mateo couldn't shake. He had seen that kind of fear before. Last night, in the cemetery, when the clock had tolled, he had felt something similar. A cold, dark presence creeping through the air. And now this. He turned to Ramirez, his mind racing. "Do you remember the grave that appeared yesterday?" The constable nodded. "Yes, but I don't see the connection. A new grave. That was strange enough. But this..." Mateo's face hardened. "It's connected. I'm sure of it. Something is wrong in this village. I think it's the clock." "The clock?" Ramirez repeated, confused. "What are you talking about?" "The clock in the cemetery," Mateo said urgently. "I saw it last night. It began to toll at midnight. I think it's linked to what's happening here. Don Francisco's death. The grave. It all points to something sinister." Ramirez looked at Mateo with skepticism, but the worry in his eyes betrayed his thoughts. "You're talking about that old clock? The one nobody remembers?" Mateo nodded. "That's the one. I don't know how, but I'm certain it's part of whatever is causing these strange deaths." The constable stood silent for a moment, looking at Don Francisco's body with a mixture of disbelief and sorrow. Finally, he spoke, his voice barely above a whisper. "You're saying this clock is somehow killing people?" "I don't know how, but it's connected. The clock is not just a relic. It's something darker, something unnatural. The moment it began to toll last night, I felt it. And now..." Mateo's voice trailed off, his gaze drifting back to Don Francisco. The image of the old man's terrified face was burned into his mind. "The first grave appeared right after the clock tolled," Mateo continued. "And now Don Francisco is dead, his face twisted in fear. I don't believe this is a coincidence." Ramirez seemed to consider Mateo's words, though he still looked uncertain. "I don't know, Mateo. It sounds impossible." "I know it does," Mateo replied, his voice tinged with frustration. "But I've lived here long enough to know when something is wrong. And this is wrong." The constables exchanged a glance, and Ramirez sighed. "What do you want to do?" "I'm going back to the cemetery," Mateo said, determination in his voice. "I have to find that clock. I don't know what it is, but I have to stop it before more people die." As Mateo left Don Francisco's house, the weight of his decision pressed heavily on him. The village was quiet now, but the eerie silence felt ominous, as though the very air was waiting for something to happen. The connection between the clock, the grave, and Don Francisco's death was clear, and yet the pieces of the puzzle still refused to fit together. What was the clock? What power did it have? And who, or what, was controlling it? Mateo felt a growing sense of urgency. Whatever was happening in the village, it was only just beginning, and he was determined to stop it before it was too late. Chapter 4. Echoes of the Past. Mateo stood at the edge of the cemetery, the weight of the past few days pressing heavily upon him. The events surrounding Don Francisco's death and the mysterious appearance of graves seemed to grow more sinister with each passing moment. But it wasn't just the deaths that troubled him. It was the clock, the eerie tolling that had sounded the night before, the strange force he felt pulling him toward the forgotten timepiece. It all pointed to something darker than he had ever imagined, something connected to the very history of the cemetery itself. The village had always been a quiet, peaceful place, and Mateo had grown up with little thought for the past that lay beneath the surface. The cemetery had been there for as long as anyone could remember, and it had always felt like a place of solemnity, of respect for the dead. But now, as he walked through the rows of headstones, the feeling was different. The air felt thick, as if the past was rising from the earth, pressing against the present, and demanding to be acknowledged. He couldn't shake the nagging suspicion that the cemetery held the answers he needed. But where to begin? Mateo turned and headed toward the small stone cottage that served as the caretaker's office, his footsteps heavy on the damp ground. He had always been the one to maintain the graves, to ensure the tombstones were clean and upright. But now, his responsibilities felt far greater. The cemetery was no longer just a place of rest for the dead. It had become a dark puzzle, and Mateo had no choice but to begin piecing together its history. Inside the cottage, the air smelled of old wood and dust. Mateo pulled open the creaking door to the small storage room where the cemetery records were kept. He had never spent much time here before, only glancing through the ledgers when he needed to record a new burial or mark a change in the graveyard. But now, he needed to know more. He needed to understand the history of the cemetery, and more importantly, the history of the clock that had appeared so mysteriously. The ledgers were old, their pages yellowed with age, their ink faded in places. Mateo leafed through the first few volumes, scanning for anything that might be of use. Most of the entries were routine: names, dates, and the occasional note about maintenance. But as he reached the back of the ledger, where the records grew more sparse, he found a name that caught his eye: Elias Carver. The name seemed to pulse with a strange energy, as though it carried with it a dark weight from the past. Mateo's heart quickened. He hadn't heard the name in years, but the old stories his grandmother had told him about the cemetery began to resurface. Stories of a man who had been tied to the very origins of the cemetery's most sinister secrets. Elias Carver had been the cemetery's caretaker long before Mateo had taken over. According to the ledger, Carver had worked here for nearly 20 years, performing his duties with an efficiency that made him well regarded by the villagers. But there was more to his story than what was written in the neat, orderly records. The villagers had always whispered about Carver, about his strange rituals and his obsession with the dead. Mateo turned the page, his fingers trembling slightly as he read the next entry. In the years following Carver's arrival, strange things had begun happening in the cemetery. Graves had been disturbed, bodies had been missing, and whispers of dark rituals had begun to circulate. It was said that Carver had been caught digging up the graves of the dead and stealing their bodies. But that was just the beginning. The villagers claimed that Elias Carver had been involved in dark rituals, performing occult practices in the shadows of the cemetery. It was rumored that he had been attempting to commune with the dead, using their bodies to summon powers from beyond the grave. The rumors of his strange rituals had escalated, and soon the village had been filled with fear and suspicion. But despite the whispers, there had been no proof, and Carver had continued his work at the cemetery without interruption. Until one night, something had changed. The ledger revealed that Elias Carver had been arrested after a series of strange events had taken place. The body of a young woman, long missing, had been found buried in a shallow grave, her eyes wide open in terror. The villagers had stormed the cemetery, accusing Carver of using the dead for dark rituals. He had been dragged away in chains, his fate sealed by the fear that had gripped the village. But as quickly as he had been arrested, Elias Carver had disappeared. The jail cells had been empty when the authorities arrived to check on him the following morning. No one had ever seen him again. But the most disturbing part of the story was yet to come. The ledger contained a final note that sent a chill down Mateo's spine. It was brief, written hastily, almost as though the person who had penned it had been in a hurry to get the words down before something terrible happened. The clock was his. The clock was the key. Mateo's blood ran cold. The clock, the same one that now stood in the cemetery, silent but omnipresent. Could it really be true? Was the clock somehow connected to the dark practices that Carver had been rumored to perform? And if so, what power did it possess? What was it capable of? He closed the ledger, his mind racing. Everything seemed to lead back to the clock. Carver's disappearance, the rumors of dark rituals, the strange tolling that had begun the night before, all of it pointed to something far darker than he had ever imagined. The villagers had spoken of the clock in hushed tones, calling it cursed, warning each other not to go near it. But until now, Mateo had never fully understood why. The truth was staring him in the face, and yet he still couldn't fully comprehend what it meant. But he had to know more. There had to be something else in the records, some clue that would explain how the clock was connected to Carver's sinister deeds. Mateo spent the next few hours combing through every scrap of information he could find, his eyes bloodshot and tired. As the day wore on, his frustration grew. The deeper he dug, the more questions arose, and with each unanswered question, the sense of dread grew heavier. Finally, just as he was about to give up, Mateo found something he had missed earlier. Tucked between the pages of the ledger, there was a small yellowed envelope. Inside, it was a faded drawing, one that looked as though it had been sketched hurriedly, with a trembling hand. The drawing depicted the clock, its face twisted and distorted, as though something was inside it, something alive. There were symbols etched into the base of the clock, symbols Mateo had never seen before. They were ancient, foreign, and they seemed to pulse with an unnatural energy. And in the corner of the drawing, barely visible, were the words, "He who controls the clock controls death." Mateo's heart skipped a beat as the full weight of the message hit him. The clock wasn't just a cursed relic. It was a portal, a conduit for something much darker, and whoever controlled it could command life and death. The realization hit Mateo like a punch to the gut. He had to destroy the clock. It was the only way to stop whatever dark force had been unleashed in the cemetery. But the question remained: who or what had taken control of the clock now? The answer, Mateo feared, was closer than he dared to imagine. Chapter 5. The Awakening of the Clock. The moon hung high in the sky, casting a pale light over the village that felt almost too quiet, as if the world had slowed to a halt. Mateo walked through the streets of the village, his thoughts tangled in the revelations of the past few days. He had learned much, more than he had ever wanted to know, about the cursed clock and the sinister force it seemed to control. But despite the warnings, despite the terror that gripped his heart, there was something compelling him to return to the cemetery. Something drawing him toward the clock, toward the epicenter of this growing nightmare. The day had passed in a haze, with the events surrounding Don Francisco's death still weighing heavily on the village. Rumors spread like wildfire, whispers of the unnatural deaths, of the strange graves appearing out of nowhere. But there were no answers, only questions. And as the sun set, Mateo's fear grew. He knew that the clock would toll again that night. The wind picked up, howling through the trees as the village settled into its usual silence. Mateo's footsteps echoed in the empty streets as he made his way toward the cemetery, his body tense, his mind racing. The dark figure of the cemetery loomed ahead, and as he passed the iron gates, the feeling of dread grew stronger, as if something dark and powerful was waiting for him inside. He couldn't explain it, but he felt as though the clock was calling to him, a magnetic force he couldn't resist. Despite every instinct telling him to turn back, Mateo found himself walking deeper into the graveyard, drawn by an invisible thread. His heart beat faster with each step, the air growing colder as he neared the spot where the clock stood. The clock itself appeared even more ominous in the moonlight. Its brass hands gleamed, but the air around it seemed to shimmer with a strange, oppressive energy. The night felt alive with the ticking of its pendulum, a sound that now seemed louder, more insistent than before. Mateo felt his body shiver, not from the cold, but from the intense pull that the clock had on him. It was as though the clock was reaching out, calling to him, urging him closer. As the first chimes of midnight echoed through the graveyard, Mateo froze in place, unable to tear his eyes away from the clock. The tolling grew louder, more forceful, each chime resonating deep within his chest. It was as though the very earth trembled with each strike, and for a moment, Mateo thought he could hear something else beneath the sound. Whispers, faint but unmistakable, as though the clock itself were alive. Before he could move, the last chime rang out, reverberating through the cemetery with an intensity that rattled his bones. And then, as if on cue, the ground beneath him shifted. The earth trembled, and a new grave began to emerge from the soil, rising slowly but unmistakably. Mateo's breath caught in his throat as he watched, paralyzed, as the earth parted, creating another fresh burial plot, the soil dark and wet. He couldn't move, couldn't look away, as the grave took shape before his eyes, as if some invisible force was shaping it with precision. When the grave settled, a sudden cold wind swept through the cemetery, sending a chill deep into Mateo's bones. He took a step back, his heart racing as he tried to make sense of what he had just witnessed. Another grave had appeared, just as the clock had told, and it was no coincidence. Without thinking, Mateo turned and ran back toward the village, his heart pounding in his chest. His mind screamed with the realization that the clock was not merely marking time. It was commanding the earth itself, forcing it to shape new graves. And with each toll, a new death was claimed. He had to find the answers, but the more he thought about it, the more it became clear. The clock was the key. It was pulling the dead from their graves, forcing them to rise and take the place of the living. By the time he reached the village, Mateo was nearly out of breath, his mind racing with the terrifying implications of what he had just seen. He had to tell someone, but who would believe him? The villagers were already on edge, terrified of the strange deaths and the unexplained graves. And now, this. Another death would follow. He was certain of it. He barely made it back to his cottage before the sound of another bell toll broke through the quiet night. It was the same eerie chime, the same oppressive weight of the clock's call. Mateo knew what it meant. The clock had struck again, And this time, there would be no escaping the consequences. The next morning, the village was in an uproar. Matteo awoke to the sound of voices outside his window, low and frantic. The same unease that had settled over the village the day before had deepened, and the air felt thick with a sense of impending doom. As he stepped outside, he found the villagers gathered around, whispering in hushed voices. Their faces were pale, their eyes wide with fear. "What's happening?" Matteo asked, his voice hoarse. "It's another one," Marta, the baker, replied, her voice trembling. "Another body, found in the street right outside the square. No one saw it happen." Matteo's stomach twisted. His mind raced as the realization hit him. Another death, just as he had feared. He had witnessed the creation of a new grave, and now another member of the village was dead. It was happening again. The clock's tolling had summoned death once more. He followed the group of villagers to the square, where a small crowd had gathered around a body. Matteo pushed his way to the front, his heart sinking as he saw the lifeless form of Juan, a young man who had worked at the local mill. His face was contorted in terror, his eyes wide open, as though he had seen something that had driven him to his death. There were no visible injuries, no signs of struggle, just the same expression of pure, unadulterated fear. Matteo's breath caught in his throat. This wasn't just a death. It was the same as Don Francisco's, the same terror in their eyes, the same unnatural stillness. He felt the heavy weight of it pressing on his chest, and suddenly, it all made sense. The clock, the graves, the deaths, they were all connected. The clock was not just marking time, it was pulling souls into the earth, making space for them, replacing the living with the dead. He turned and rushed back toward the cemetery, desperate to stop the cycle. But deep down, he feared it was already too late. The clock had awoken, and now there would be no turning back. As Matteo approached the graveyard once more, the tolling of the clock echoed in the distance, its sound growing louder, more insistent. He could feel it in his bones. The clock was awakening again, and another grave would rise, another life would be claimed. But this time, Matteo was ready to face it. He had to stop the clock before it claimed everything, before the dead took over completely. The final toll of the clock echoed through the air, and the earth began to tremble once more. Chapter 6. An Unsolved Mystery. The days that followed were filled with growing tension, as more lives were claimed, and the village grew darker, gripped by a fear it had never known before. Matteo couldn't shake the feeling that something far more sinister than he could comprehend was at work. Each death, each new grave, seemed to be connected to the mysterious clock in the cemetery. It wasn't just the tolling of the clock, nor the graves that appeared overnight. It was the people, their faces twisted in fear, the life drained from them as though something had stolen it. Each death was a sign, an unmistakable warning that something unnatural was happening. The questions weighed heavily on Matteo's mind. How was the clock linked to these deaths? What was the true power behind it? And why had Don Francisco, a man loved and respected by all, been chosen? It didn't feel like a random event. There had to be a reason, a deeper connection. And so, Matteo made up his mind to dive deeper into the mystery, to find the answers that had eluded him for so long. The first place he needed to go was Don Francisco's house. Matteo had always known the elderly man as a fixture of the village, a quiet soul who had no enemies and kept to himself. But now, with his sudden and terrifying death, Matteo needed to know more. There had to be something about Don Francisco's life, something that might explain why he had been taken so violently. It was late in the afternoon when Mateo reached Don Francisco's small ivy-covered cottage at the edge of the village. The house, though modest, had always seemed welcoming, with a garden full of flowers and a worn rocking chair on the porch, where Don Francisco would often sit and watch the world go by. But now, the house seemed strangely abandoned. The garden was overgrown, and the door creaked when Mateo pushed it open, the air inside thick with dust and stale air. The silence in the house was unsettling. Mateo stepped carefully inside, his boots tapping softly on the wooden floor as he moved through the rooms. Everything seemed untouched, except for one thing. On the small table near the window, something glinted in the dim light. Mateo stepped closer, his heart beating a little faster. It was an amulet, a strange, ancient-looking pendant, carved from dark stone and hanging on a chain. Mateo's breath caught in his throat as he examined it, the symbol etched into. The surface was unfamiliar, yet it stirred something deep inside him. A vague recollection, a fragment of a memory he couldn't quite place. It was the same symbol he had seen in the old records of Elias Carver, the sepulturero who had once tended to the cemetery. Mateo's hands trembled as he picked up the amulet, his mind racing. He had read about the dark rituals Carver had performed, the rumors about his obsession with the dead and his attempts to harness unnatural powers. The villagers had always whispered about the amulet, saying it was a key to the dark forces Carver had sought to control. Was it possible that Don Francisco, an old man who had never shown any sign of involvement in such matters, had been connected to this cursed symbol? Mateo's thoughts raced. The amulet could explain a lot. Perhaps Don Francisco had found it and unknowingly become tied to the dark forces Carver had once tried to summon. Or perhaps he had known more than anyone suspected. Perhaps he had been part of something far more dangerous than anyone could have imagined. He turned the amulet over in his hand, examining it closely. The edges of the stone were worn, as though it had been handled countless times. The symbol on it seemed to pulse with an eerie energy, its presence somehow drawing him in. It was the kind of thing one would find in tales of sorcery or dark rituals, not in the home of a kindly old man like Don Francisco. Mateo knew he couldn't just leave the amulet behind. It was a piece of the puzzle, a clue that might lead him to the answers he was desperately searching for. He carefully tucked it into his coat pocket, determined to learn more. But just as he was about to leave, Mateo paused. The house felt different now. He could sense that something had changed. He walked toward the small room at the back of the cottage, the room where Don Francisco had passed away. The door creaked as he pushed it open, and the air inside was thick with the lingering scent of death. The room seemed ordinary enough, with a small bed and a chair by the window. But something about it felt wrong, as though the walls themselves were holding secrets. Mateo moved toward the bed, his eyes scanning the room. He noticed a small notebook lying on the bedside table, its pages yellowed with age. It was the kind of notebook one might keep for personal thoughts, or perhaps a journal. He opened it cautiously, flipping through the pages. Most of the writing was illegible, the ink faded and smudged, but there were a few entries that were clearer, and one in particular stood out. It was a short entry, written in neat, precise handwriting, dated just a few weeks before Don Francisco's death. The clock tolls at midnight. It calls to me in my sleep. I cannot escape it. It has taken so much already, and I fear it will not stop until it has claimed us all. I have tried to destroy it, but it will not be destroyed. I don't know how much longer I can resist." The words sent a chill through Mateo's body. The clock. Don Francisco had known. He had been aware of the danger, aware of the dark force at work in the cemetery, and yet he had been powerless to stop it. The tolling of the clock, the rising graves. It wasn't just random. It was a curse, a force that was claiming lives and souls with every passing day. Mateo's fingers shook as he closed the notebook, his mind reeling. He now had no doubt that Don Francisco's death had not been an accident. He had been killed by the same force that had claimed Elias Carver, the force that seemed to live within the clock itself. But why Don Francisco? What had he done to draw the attention of the clock? Or had it simply been inevitable? The amulet in his pocket felt heavier now, its dark presence reminding him that this mystery was far from over. He had learned more than he had bargained for, but the pieces of the puzzle still refused to fit together. The deaths, the graves, the clock. It was all connected, but the true purpose of it all remained just beyond his reach. As Mateo stood in the quiet room, his mind churning with the implications of what he had discovered, the unmistakable sound of the clock's tolling echoed through the village, drifting through the walls of the house like a whisper from the grave. The clock had awakened once more. Each toll was a reminder of the growing power the clock held over the village, of the lives it had already claimed, and the lives it was yet to take. Mateo's resolve hardened. He couldn't let this continue. He had to stop the clock, no matter the cost. But how? The mystery was far from solved, and with each passing moment, the clock seemed to grow stronger. The deaths were only the beginning. Mateo knew that the answers were hidden within the cemetery, buried beneath the surface of the village's history, waiting to be uncovered. But time was running out, and the clock was calling. Chapter 7. An encounter with the past. The night was thick with fog, the cemetery shrouded in an eerie silence that felt almost suffocating. Mateo had come to the graveyard countless times before, but tonight felt different. The air was heavy, as though something ancient and malevolent stirred just beyond the edges of his awareness. The clock's toll had rung out again, its chimes echoing through the village like the knell of doom. Mateo knew that with each toll, the grip of darkness grew stronger. As the full moon hung low in the sky, casting long, distorted shadows across the gravestones, Mateo made his way to the heart of the cemetery. His mind was racing with the knowledge he had gathered over the past few days. The amulet, Don Francisco's journal, the cryptic warnings about the clock, and the horrifying deaths that had followed its toll. He couldn't ignore the truth any longer. The clock, Elias Carver's clock, was not just a cursed relic. It was a gateway, a doorway to something far darker, something that should never have been opened. The ground beneath his feet was soft and damp, and the wind whispered through the trees like a haunting lullaby. Every step Mateo took felt as though he were walking further into a nightmare. But he had come too far to turn back. He had to understand what had happened. To Carver, why the clock had been left behind, and what role he himself was destined to play in this unfolding horror. The toll of the clock echoed once more, each strike of the bell sending a shiver down Mateo's spine. And then, as though summoned by the very sound of the chimes, the air around him seemed to grow colder. His breath clouded in front of him, and a strange pressure seemed to settle over the cemetery, as if the very ground beneath him was holding its breath. It was then that he saw it, a shadow moving through the mist. At first, It was a mere flicker at the corner of his vision, a shape that seemed to waver in and out of focus. Mateo's heart skipped a beat, and he instinctively took a step back. The figure was tall, shrouded in a cloak that billowed like smoke in the still night air. As it emerged fully from the fog, Mateo's breath caught in his throat. It was the figure of a man, but there was something wrong about him, something that was not quite right. The man's face was pale and gaunt, his eyes sunken deep into his skull, as though the light of life had long since faded from him. His features were sharp and skeletal, a visage that seemed to belong to the realm of the dead. Mateo recognized him immediately. The figure before him was Elias Carver, the long-dead sepulturero, whose name had haunted the village's dark past. Elias Carver, Mateo whispered, his voice trembling. The figure didn't speak at first. He simply stared at Mateo, with eyes that seemed to burn with a cold, unnatural fire. For a long moment, the air between them was thick with tension. The only sound, the distant tolling of the clock, each strike reverberating like a heartbeat in the silence. Then, with a voice that sounded as though it were dragged from the depths of the grave, Carver spoke. "You shouldn't have come here," he rasped, his voice like dry leaves scraping across stone. "But it seems you have no choice. You are bound to the clock now, just as I was." Mateo's mind raced. "What is this? What do you want from me?" Carver's skeletal hand reached out, and in the flickering moonlight, Mateo could see the faint outline of a strange symbol carved into his palm, just like the one on the amulet. The same symbol that had appeared in the records of the old ledger. "You came here seeking answers," Carver said, his voice echoing in the stillness. "But you will find nothing but death if you do not understand what you are dealing with. The clock is no mere timepiece. It is a gateway, a portal to the beyond." Mateo's breath caught in his throat. He took a step back, unable to look away from Carver's piercing gaze. "A portal? To where?" "To the dead," Carver replied, his voice chillingly calm. "To the realm where the souls of the departed are called. The clock was my creation, a tool for summoning those who had crossed over, a means to bind them to the earth so that their power could be harnessed." Carver's eyes seemed to glow with a strange fire as he spoke. "But the ritual was never completed. I was stopped before I could finish what I had started. The clock was abandoned, left to gather dust, its power dormant. But now, it has awakened again." Mateo's mind spun as the weight of Carver's words sank in. The clock was not just a cursed object. It was a vessel for something far darker, something that reached beyond the grave. And now, it was calling once more, pulling the dead back into the world of the living. "Why? Why did you do this?" Mateo asked, his voice shaking with both fear and anger. "Why did you create this curse? What did you want from the dead?" Carver's eyes darkened. "Power," he said simply. "I sought power over life and death itself. I believed that by controlling the dead, I could control everything. But I was too greedy, too blind to see the consequences of my actions. I never realized that the dead would not be so easily controlled." He stepped closer to Mateo, his cold breath chilling the air between them. "And now, it is too late. The clock is calling to them again, awakening the spirits I once bound to this earth. With each toll, they rise, and with them comes death." Mateo's chest tightened with horror. "But why is it still calling? Why is it still taking lives?" Carver's gaze darkened, his voice becoming a low growl. "The clock was never just a means of calling the dead. It was designed to create a cycle, a cycle of death and resurrection. The dead are meant to return, to walk the earth once more and complete the rituals I began. But if the clock is not stopped, the cycle will continue. Death will never end. The dead will never rest. Mateo's heart pounded in his chest, and for a moment, he felt as though he were drowning in the weight of the truth. The clock was more than a mere instrument of death. It was a doorway to the endless cycle of life and death, a cycle that had no end. And the dead, the ones Carver had summoned, were now walking among the living, bringing with them only terror and destruction. "You have to stop the clock," Carver said, his voice growing more insistent, his form flickering like a shadow in the mist. "If you don't, it will never end. The dead will take everything, and the world will be consumed by darkness." Mateo's thoughts swirled, his mind a chaotic mess of fear and confusion. He understood now that the clock wasn't just an artifact. It was a curse, a force that needed to be destroyed. But how could he stop something so powerful? How could he destroy a force that had been designed to bring the dead back to life? Carver's ghostly figure began to fade, his image dissolving into the fog. "You must destroy it, Mateo," he whispered, his voice growing fainter with each passing second. "Only then can you end the cycle. But beware. Once you confront the clock, there is no going back. It will not release you so easily." And then, with a final haunting breath, Elias Carver was gone, his figure vanishing into the night like smoke. Mateo stood alone in the cemetery, the fog swirling around him, the toll of the clock still echoing in the distance. His mind raced with the revelations Carver had shared, but one thing was clear. The clock had to be destroyed. The dead had to be put to rest, or the world would be consumed by the endless cycle of life and death. But could Mateo do it? Could he stop the clock before it was too late? The answer lay in the graveyard, beneath the shadow of the clock, and Mateo knew he had no choice but to face it. The clock was calling, and now he had no choice but to answer. Chapter 8. The Dark Revelation. The cemetery had become a place of dread, a shadow of its former self. What had once been a serene resting place for the dead was now a battleground, between life and death, between the living and the spirits of the past. Mateo stood at the entrance, his body tense, the weight of Elias Carver's words heavy on his shoulders. The clock, the cursed relic that had once been Carver's tool, continued to toll every night, each chime heralding another death, another soul lost to the cycle of death and resurrection. But Mateo couldn't afford to waste any more time. The truth had been laid before him. Carver's spirit, the amulet, the cycle of death. To end it, to stop the clock's terrible power, he had to find Carver's final resting place. The solution lay within the cemetery itself. The secrets it held were buried beneath layers of time. But Mateo knew that in order to destroy the clock and break the curse, he would have to dig deeper than he ever had before. He had to find the tomb of Elias Carver and confront the source of the dark power once and for all. It was midnight when Mateo returned to the graveyard, the toll of the clock reverberating through the air, louder than ever before. Each chime seemed to shake the earth beneath his feet, a constant reminder of the forces at play, forces that could not be ignored. He had no illusions about what he was about to do. The clock had already taken so much, and now, as he made his way deeper into the cemetery, he knew that the final confrontation was at hand. If he failed, the cycle of death and resurrection would continue without end. As he walked through the rows of tombstones, his thoughts were consumed with the task ahead. Carver's remains had to be found. It was the only way to stop the clock. But where could they be? Where could the sepulturero, whose very soul seemed tied to the clock, be buried? The records had never mentioned a special tomb for him. In all the years Mateo had worked at the cemetery, he had never come across anything that pointed to a grave connected to Carver. But then, he remembered something. A whispered rumor that had passed through the village long ago, one that spoke of a secret burial plot hidden deep within the cemetery grounds. It was said to be the final resting place of the man who had unleashed the curse. Mateo's heart pounded in his chest as he searched the cemetery. He was sure that the grave would not be easy to find, not with all the years of decay and neglect. The cemetery had grown overgrown, and the tombstones had been lost to time. The moon hung high above, barely visible through the heavy fog, casting the entire graveyard in a spectral glow. He walked for what felt like hours, his breath sharp in the cold night air. Then, just as he was beginning to lose hope, something caught his eye. A small, weathered stone slab, half hidden beneath a tangle of ivy and moss. It was unlike any other tombstone in the cemetery. It was older, more worn, and the markings on it were faded, barely legible. Mateo crouched down, his hands trembling as he cleared the moss and dirt away from the stone. As he wiped the surface, he saw it, the symbol of the clock, carved into the stone itself. The same symbol he had seen on the amulet, the one that had been tied to Carver's dark rituals. This was it. This was the grave. The realization hit Mateo like a jolt of electricity. He had found the secret burial plot, the final resting place of Elias Carver. It had been hidden from the world, buried beneath layers of earth and time. He had found the key to breaking the curse, but it would not be easy. The spirits of the dead, the very ones who had been called back by the clock, would not let him destroy it without a fight. As he stepped back from the grave, the ground beneath him began to shake. The air grew colder, and a low, guttural sound echoed through the cemetery. Mateo froze in place, his eyes widening as he saw shadows moving toward him from the mist. The dead were rising, just as Carver had promised. They were drawn to the power of the clock, compelled to stop anyone who threatened to break the cycle. At first, they appeared as vague shapes, mere silhouettes moving through the fog. But as they drew closer, their forms solidified, revealing the ghastly figures of the dead. Faces twisted in eternal torment, bodies rotting and decayed, their eyes wide with an insatiable hunger. These were the spirits of those who had been claimed by Carver's rituals, their bodies desecrated and their souls bound to the clock's dark power. Mateo's heart raced as he realized what he was facing. These were no ordinary spirits. They were vengeful, angry, and they would not allow him to destroy the clock. The cycle of death had kept them trapped in this realm, and they would do whatever it took to prevent it from being broken. The first spirit lunged at him, its hands outstretched, its mouth open, in a silent scream. Mateo stumbled back, his breath ragged with fear. He grabbed the shovel he had brought with him and swung it wildly, connecting with the spirit's form. The impact was solid, but the spirit didn't dissipate. It let out a low, guttural growl and lunged again, its hands grabbing at Mateo's shirt. Panic surged in Mateo's chest as more spirits appeared, each one more terrifying than the last. They were coming for him from all sides, their bodies stiff and unyielding, their eyes empty of life, but full of rage. Mateo swung the shovel again and again, fighting off the spirits with everything he had, but they kept coming. He couldn't hold them off forever. Then, through the chaos, he heard it. The toll of the clock. It rang out once more, louder than ever, as if urging the spirits onward. The very ground beneath Mateo's feet seemed to shift and groan, as though the clock's power was reaching out to him, trying to pull him into the cycle of death. But Mateo didn't give up. He fought with every ounce of strength he had, swinging the shovel and dodging the spirits that lunged at him. Finally, he reached the gravestone of Elias Carver, his heart pounding with desperation. He had to do it now, or the spirits would overwhelm him. With a cry of determination, Mateo grabbed the edge of the gravestone and pushed. It didn't budge at first, but then, with a sudden deafening crack, the stone slab shifted, revealing a hidden compartment beneath it. Inside, buried beneath the earth, were the bones of Elias Carver, his remains encased in a dark, rotting shroud. Mateo didn't hesitate. He reached into the earth, pulling Carver's remains from the grave, his hands shaking with both fear and resolve. As soon as the bones were exposed to the air, the spirits shrieked, their forms flickering and writhing in agony. They knew what was happening. They knew that the end was near. With one final determined effort, Mateo grabbed the bones and threw them into the heart of the grave. As soon as they landed, the ground trembled violently. The clock's tolling rang one last time, and then the cemetery fell silent. The spirits that had been rising from the earth vanished into nothingness, their wails fading into the night. For the first time in what felt like an eternity, the cemetery was quiet. Mateo stood there, breathing heavily, his heart still racing, but he knew that the curse was finally broken. Elias Carver's remains were now at rest, and with them, the dark power of the clock had been destroyed. The cycle of death and resurrection was over. But even as he stood victorious, Mateo knew that he could never forget what had happened. The clock had awakened once more, and it had almost consumed everything. The village, the cemetery, the very fabric of life and death. It had all been tested. And in the end, it was Mateo who had been forced to confront the darkness, to face the dead, and to end the cycle. Chapter 9. The Last Toll. The clock had tolled one final time, its chimes echoing through the night like a death knell. Each strike was louder, sharper, as if the very air vibrated with the tension of what was to come. Mateo stood at the center of the cemetery, his breath coming in ragged gasps, his eyes locked on the grave of Elias Carver. He had uncovered the secret burial plot, uncovered the bones of the man who had brought this curse upon the village, and he had thought, naively, that his battle was over. But the toll of the clock, reverberating through the night, made it clear that the real fight had only just begun. The air around him was thick with a sense of dread, a palpable pressure that seemed to weigh down on his chest. The cemetery, which had been silent for what seemed like an eternity, was once again alive with the sound of footsteps, soft, shuffling steps that grew, louder and louder, echoing through the darkness. Mateo's heart raced as he turned toward the source of the sound, his eyes scanning the mist-covered ground. From the shadows, the figure emerged. It was a silhouette at first, shifting in and out of focus, but soon it became clear. A figure draped in tattered robes, the face gaunt and pale, with hollow eyes that gleamed with a cold, unearthly fire. Mateo's breath caught in his throat. It was Elias Carver. No, not just Elias Carver. The spirit of Elias Carver. The man who had died long ago, his soul bound to the dark rituals he had once performed. But something was wrong. The figure before him was not merely a spirit. There was an unnatural presence about it, a feeling that this wasn't just the soul of a long-dead man. This was something much darker, something much more powerful. You've come for the end, haven't you, Mateo? Carver's voice echoed through the cemetery, its tone like a whisper carried on the wind, distant yet clear. You think you've won, but you have only just begun to understand the truth. Mateo's heart pounded in his chest as he stood his ground. I've destroyed your remains. The clock is gone. The curse is broken. Carver's hollow laughter filled the air, sending a chill through Mateo's bones. You think you've destroyed me? The spirit took a step forward, the air around him crackling with dark energy. You are mistaken. You can't destroy what is already eternal. The clock was never just an instrument. It was a part of me, my body, my soul. You can bury my bones, but I will always return. You cannot escape what I am. Mateo took a step back, his mind racing. What do you mean? He asked, his voice shaking with both fear and anger. You were just a man. You died. Your soul is gone. What's left? Carver's eyes gleamed with an unsettling intensity. What you don't understand, Mateo, is that I never died. The clock is me. It is my body, my soul. I have become one with it, a part of the eternal cycle of life and death. When I created the clock, I bound myself to it. And now, just as it calls the dead to rise, it calls me back again and again. The clock doesn't just measure time. It is time. It is my gateway, my prison. And now, you are a part of it too. The realization hit Mateo like a thunderclap. He staggered backward, his mind unable to fully comprehend what Carver was saying. No, Mateo whispered, shaking his head in disbelief. This can't be. You're not just a spirit? You are the clock? Carver's laugh was low and menacing. Yes, Mateo, the clock is my body. It is my soul. And now, you will understand the true horror of what you've awakened. The cycle of death and resurrection never ends. The clock tolls, and those it calls will rise again. I will never leave this place. And now, neither will you. Mateo's knees nearly buckled as the weight of the words crashed over him. The clock had never been just a relic of dark magic. It was the vessel that housed Carver's soul. Carver had never truly died. He had bound himself to the clock, turning it into a living, breathing force, a conduit for the dead to return again and again. You don't have to do this, Mateo pleaded, his voice hoarse. You can stop this. You can rest. You can be free. Carver's hollow eyes narrowed. I am free, Mateo. Free from the chains of mortality. The dead do not know freedom. They are bound to the earth, to their graves. But I have transcended death. I am the clock. I am eternal. And now, you will be too. Before Mateo could react, the ground beneath him trembled. The clock's toll rang out once again, louder than ever, shaking the very earth. The fog around him thickened, swirling like a storm, and from the darkness, more figures began to emerge. They were the dead, the spirits of those who had risen, their faces twisted with fear and rage, their eyes hollow and filled with hunger. Stop! Mateo cried out, lifting his hands as if to ward them off. I won't let you take me. But the spirits paid him no heed. They advanced on him with an unrelenting force, their arms reaching out, their mouths open in silent screams. Mateo swung his arms desperately, but it was no use. The spirits were upon him, pulling at him with their cold, dead hands, dragging him toward the clock. Carver's voice rang out, cold and triumphant. It is too late, Mateo. You cannot escape. You belong to the clock now. You belong to me. Mateo fought against the spirits, struggling with every ounce of his strength. But the more he fought, the tighter their grip became. It was like they were pulling him into the very fabric of time itself, into the dark, eternal cycle that had bound Carver and the others. The clock tolled once more, and Mateo felt the pull of the grave, the pull of death itself, creeping up on him. But then, something deep inside Mateo stirred, a flicker of resistance. His mind raced, searching for something, anything, that could break the cycle. He couldn't let Carver win. He couldn't let the dead take over. There had to be a way. With a final desperate cry, Mateo gathered all the strength he had left and broke free from the spirit's grip. He stumbled toward the clock, ignoring the pain that racked his body, the fear that threatened to consume him. The clock's toll rang again, louder, closer. The spirits were closing in, but Mateo didn't stop. He had to end this. He had to destroy the clock. With one final determined movement, Mateo reached out and grabbed the base of the clock. The cold metal burned his hands, but he held on. He could feel the energy within it, the dark power that Carver had bound to it. With a roar, Mateo pulled with all his might, wrenching the clock from its place. The earth shook, the spirits screamed, but Mateo held firm. And then, just as the clock began to break apart, Carver's voice echoed in his mind, one final time. "You cannot escape, Mateo. This is your fate. You are mine." But Mateo didn't stop. With one last, decisive push, the clock shattered, its pieces crumbling to the ground. The cemetery went silent. The fog lifted, and for the first time in years, the tolling stopped. Mateo stood there, panting, his heart racing in his chest. The spirits were gone. Carver's voice was silent. The cycle had been broken. But as Mateo stood amidst the ruins of the clock, he knew that the battle he had fought would never be truly over. The dead had been returned to their graves, and the clock had been destroyed. But the dark forces that had once been unleashed would always linger, waiting for someone to awaken them once more. For now, Mateo had won, but the final toll of the clock had been the beginning of a new chapter, a chapter where the dead would always wait for the living to call them back. Chapter 10. The Price of Eternity. The cemetery lay still in the aftermath of the battle, the silence heavy with the weight of what had transpired. Mateo stood among the remnants of the shattered clock, his hands still tingling from the cold metal that had once held the power of Elias Carver's soul. The dark forces that had once bound the clock and the cemetery had vanished, their grip on the village broken. The air was thick with an uneasy calm, as though the world itself was holding its breath, waiting for something that could never be undone. Mateo's chest rose and fell as he caught his breath, his body exhausted from the struggle. The tolling of the clock had ceased. The spirits were gone. The cycle of death and resurrection, the curse that had plagued the cemetery for so long, had been broken. For a moment, Mateo allowed himself to believe that he had won, that the nightmare was finally over. But then, as he looked down at the pieces of the shattered clock scattered around him, something shifted within him. A strange sensation crept up his spine, a tingling at the back of his neck. It was as though something was calling to him, something from within, something dark that he couldn't escape. A voice, faint but unmistakable, echoed in his mind. Carver's voice. "You have destroyed the clock," it whispered, a chilling, hollow sound. "But you cannot destroy what is mine. You cannot escape what we have become." Mateo's heart skipped a beat. His body froze as the realization sank in. The clock had been shattered, but it had never truly been destroyed. It had simply changed hands, passed from one soul to another. The tolling had stopped, yes, but the curse was still alive, and it was now a part of him. He stumbled backward, his eyes wide with horror, as his reflection flickered in a nearby puddle. What he saw was not his own face. It was the gaunt, hollow-eyed face of Elias Carver. The same face that had haunted the cemetery, the same face that had bound his soul to the clock. Mateo's breath caught in his throat as he felt a dark presence wash over him, a suffocating weight pressing down on his chest. He reached up to touch his face, his fingers trembling, but the reflection did not change. He was no longer himself. He had become Elias Carver. The realization hit him like a freight train. The clock had not only been a vessel for Carver's soul, it had also been a prison. By destroying it, Mateo had freed the spirit of Carver. But in doing so, he had also become its new host, its new vessel. Carver had found a new body, a new host to carry out his dark legacy. And now, Mateo was trapped in a cycle that he could never escape. Elias Carver is no more. A voice echoed in his mind, but it was no longer Carver's. It was his own voice, but warped, twisted. I am him, and he is me. His body trembled as memories, not his own, began to flood his mind. Images of Carver's dark rituals, of the bodies he had desecrated, the souls he had stolen. Mateo could feel Carver's thoughts taking root in his own mind, his desires, his hunger for control, for power. It was as though Carver's life, his very essence, was now entwined with his own. And in that moment, Mateo understood the terrible truth. The clock had not just been the key to life and death. It had been the key to eternity, and he was now bound to it forever. The cemetery seemed to close in on him, the once familiar grounds now an oppressive and claustrophobic place. The fog began to swirl around him, thickening, as though it too were part of the curse. Mateo could feel the weight of the earth beneath him, pulling at him, urging him to take his place among the tombstones. A chill swept through the cemetery, and in the distance, the faint sound of a bell began to toll. The clock. But this time, the sound was different. It was distant, but growing louder, as though it had found a new source to call from, a new body to claim. The bell tolls echoed in the silence of the cemetery, reverberating through the earth itself. Mateo's hands clenched into fists as the realization hit him like a physical blow. He had not ended the cycle. He had only made it worse. The clock was still ringing, still calling the dead, and now he was the one who would answer its call. He stumbled toward the caretaker's cottage, his steps unsteady, his mind reeling. But as he entered, something inside him clicked. A memory, or perhaps a compulsion. He knew what he had to do. The graveyard had a new caretaker. The new sepulturero had arrived, and his role was now clear. The souls that had been drawn back to the earth, the ones that had been resurrected by the clock, they were his responsibility now. He was the keeper of the dead, bound to the cemetery, forever. He could no longer escape. And just as Elias Carver had once taken the lives of the villagers, so too would Mateo. His eyes, now cold and empty, scanned the room as he grabbed the tools that had once belonged to the old caretaker. A spade, a shovel, tools of the trade, the tools of the sepulturero. A single slow tear fell from his eye. It was not a tear of sorrow, but one of inevitability. He was no longer Mateo. He had become something else, something beyond death, something beyond life. He had become the new servant of the clock, and the cycle of death would continue. as it always had, as it always would. Matteo stepped outside the cottage, his gaze lifting toward the horizon. The village below was still asleep, unaware of the horror that had unfolded. The tolling of the bell grew louder still, and as the sound reverberated through the cemetery, a new grave began to form at the edge of the cemetery, the first of many to come. With a hollow laugh, Matteo raised the shovel in his hand, his expression vacant as he began to walk toward the freshly unearthed grave. His soul was gone, consumed by the clock, and now he would begin his eternal task, digging graves for the dead, forever. The toll of the clock echoed once more, its sound resounding through the night. The cycle of death and resurrection had returned, and with it, a new sepulturero to carry out the dark will of the clock. And so, the bell tolled once more. Chapter 1. The Enchantment of Shadows. Diego had always dreamed of a life on stage, of the applause, the lights, the thrill of being someone else. But as he stepped off the train and into the city's cold embrace, he realized that dreams didn't always come wrapped in glitter and fame. The city was vast, impersonal, and buzzing with ambition. He was just another aspiring actor, another hopeful face in a sea of countless others, all yearning for their big break. The city had a way of making him feel small, but Diego was determined. He knew that to make it, he had to keep pushing, keep fighting. The old apartment he rented was modest, nothing more than a single room with peeling wallpaper and a thin mattress on the floor. But it was his. It was his first step toward the life he had always imagined. And while the rent was cheap, the air inside his new home felt heavy with the weight of unfulfilled dreams. He spent his days auditioning for minor roles, attending acting classes, and spending hours in libraries, reading plays and scripts, hoping that one day he would be discovered. Yet, as the weeks passed, the monotony of his routine wore on him. The rejections piled up. His dreams of stardom seemed further and further away, and it was during this period of doubt that he heard the whispers. There was talk about a theater, an old secluded place that didn't seem to follow the usual rules of the industry. It was run by a man named Elias, a mysterious puppeteer who had become a legend in his own right. His performances were unlike anything anyone had ever seen. They weren't the usual puppet shows that children adored, or the artful performances of marionettes in fancy theaters. No, Elias's shows were something else entirely, dark, unsettling, and almost supernatural. Rumors spread quickly in the tight-knit world of theater. It wasn't long before Diego heard the first stories. Whispers in the audition rooms, hushed voices in crowded cafes, all talking about the same thing. El Teatro de las Sombras, the Theater of Shadows. Some claimed that Elias's puppets seemed too real, that they moved as if they were alive, and that after each performance, the air in the theater felt wrong. People spoke of a strange heaviness that lingered, of an unsettling feeling that clung to their skin, like the remnants of a nightmare. Despite the unease surrounding the theater, the allure was undeniable. The theater was famous, almost legendary in the world of theatergoers. No one could deny that Elias was a genius. His performances had attracted audiences from all over the city. They said the shows were hypnotic, surreal, and most of all, the puppets were unlike any others. They were known to move with terrifying precision, as though they had a life of their own. Diego's curiosity couldn't be ignored. The idea of witnessing a performance so captivating that it left people haunted, entranced, almost as if the very air inside the theater was touched by something unnatural, drew him in like a moth to a flame. One evening, After another long and tiring day of failed auditions, Diego found himself standing in front of the dilapidated building that housed El Teatro de las Sombras. The place looked like it had been abandoned for decades, its exterior covered in peeling paint, the windows dark and uninviting. Yet there was something strangely magnetic about it. The door creaked open, as if expecting him. Inside, the atmosphere was thick, oppressive, and heavy with the scent of dust and age. The walls were lined with faded posters of past performances, each one more eerie than the last. A sense of foreboding filled the space, but Diego couldn't help but feel drawn in. His heart raced in anticipation. Was this the breakthrough he had been searching for? Or was it a mistake, an invitation to something far darker than he had ever imagined? A strange chill ran down his spine as he made his way to the ticket booth. The ticket vendor, an old man with deep lines etched into his face, greeted him with a knowing smile. It was as though he had seen many like Diego before, all drawn to the same dark mystery. "First time?" the old man asked, his voice raspy. Diego nodded. "I've heard a lot about the show. It sounds different." The vendor's smile widened, but there was something unsettling in his eyes. "It is. But be warned, young man. This is not the kind of show you forget easily. Once you've seen it, you'll never look at the world the same way again." Diego hesitated for a moment, but his curiosity won out. He handed over the money and was given a single ticket, its edges worn and frayed. It felt like a piece of history, something ancient and precious. He took his seat in the darkened theater, surrounded by only a handful of other spectators. The atmosphere was so thick, it almost felt like the air itself was holding its breath. The dim light from the stage cast long shadows that seemed to stretch into infinity. As the lights dimmed further, the audience fell silent, as if in reverence, waiting for something to unfold. Then, the show began. The first thing that struck Diego was the puppets. They weren't like anything he had ever seen before. At first glance, they appeared to be ordinary marionettes, strung up by their wires, poised in place. But as the performance began, something eerie happened. The puppets began to move, not just in the stiff, jerky way that one would expect, but with fluidity, precision, and grace. They moved as if they were human, their limbs bending in ways that should have been impossible for something made of wood and string. Diego felt his breath catch in his throat. It was as though the puppets were alive, too alive. They blinked, they twitched, and they seemed to interact with one another in a way that defied explanation. The crowd watched in rapt attention, murmurs of awe filling the air. But as Diego watched, his mind began to race. There was something wrong, something off about the whole performance. He couldn't shake the feeling that the puppets were not merely objects. They were watching him. As the show went on, Diego's unease grew. The atmosphere in the theater had shifted. The light had dimmed to near darkness, and the air was thick with a palpable tension. Every movement of the puppets seemed to grow more and more unsettling, as if they were mocking the audience's disbelief. It wasn't a performance, it was an experience, a dark, hypnotic trance. And then, in the middle of the performance, something happened that made Diego's blood run cold. One of the puppets, a young woman dressed in a tattered gown, slowly turned her head toward him. It was subtle at first, just the tiniest shift, but it was enough. The puppet's eyes locked with his, and for a brief moment, Diego could have sworn he saw a flicker of recognition in those glassy, lifeless eyes. The hairs on the back of his neck stood up. It was as if the puppet had seen him, as if it had reached through the veil of illusion to stare directly into his soul. The rest of the performance blurred by in a haze. Diego's mind was racing, overwhelmed by a sense of dread he couldn't shake. When the lights finally came up and the curtain fell, the audience rose to its feet, clapping and cheering. But Diego remained seated, unable to move. Something was wrong. Something about the theater, about Elias's puppets, about the very essence of the performance, gnawed at his mind. The whispers had only just begun. Chapter 2. The Play of the Dead. Diego couldn't get the image of the puppets out of his mind. Even after the performance had ended and the city's lights filled the streets outside the theater, his thoughts remained tethered to the haunting figures on the stage. The puppets had seemed too real, too alive. It wasn't just their flawless movements, which had been graceful and human-like. It was the unsettling sensation that they had somehow transcended the boundaries of mere inanimate objects. They had felt like they were watching him. He hadn't been able to shake the feeling since he left the theater that first night. He had spent hours lying in his small apartment, staring at the ceiling, trying to rationalize what he'd seen, but there was no explaining it. The puppet's eerie, lifelike motions weren't just tricks of the eye or the work of an expert puppeteer. No, there was something darker, something deeper at play here. The more Diego thought about it, the more he realized that he had to go back. The mystery was too powerful to ignore. Perhaps the key to understanding what was happening at El Teatro de las Sombras lay in seeing another performance, understanding the puppets better, and trying to decipher the strange energy that filled the theater. He couldn't help but be drawn to it, even if his instincts screamed at him to stay away. A week later, Diego found himself once again standing in front of the dilapidated theater. The night air was thick with the scent of rain, and the streets were empty, as though the city itself held its breath, waiting for something. This time, there was no hesitation. He entered without second thoughts. Inside, the atmosphere was almost identical to the first night, yet somehow even more oppressive. The faint sound of a violin played somewhere in the distance, filling the air with a mournful melody that set the tone for the evening. It was as if the theater had come alive, with its own rhythm, its own heartbeat. Diego sat in a different spot this time, closer to the stage, almost directly beneath the wooden beams that held the theater together. The audience was sparse, just a few people scattered throughout the room. Yet there was an air of anticipation that hung thick in the air. The lights dimmed, and once again, the stage came to life. As the curtains parted, Elias appeared. His figure was tall, his face obscured by the shadow of his wide-brimmed hat. He stood at the center of the stage for a long moment, not moving, only staring out into the audience with an unreadable expression. Then, with a graceful motion, he extended his hand, and the show began. The puppets took their places. This time, there were no elaborate sets or props. It was simple, just the puppets, the stage, and Elias. The story seemed to center around a group of figures lost in a dark, forgotten world. The movements were fluid, almost like a dance, and each puppet portrayed an emotion so perfectly, it was hard to tell where the strings ended and the flesh began. Diego's eyes never left the stage. His pulse quickened as the show unfolded before him. The puppets were beautiful in a grotesque way. Their movements were so precise, so lifelike, that it felt as though they were more than just actors on strings. They seemed to breathe, to blink, to feel. It was an uncanny sight, and Diego couldn't decide whether it was thrilling or terrifying. The audience seemed mesmerized, lost in the performance, and for a moment, Diego almost forgot to breathe. And then, in the middle of the show, it happened. One of the puppets, a man in tattered clothes, blinked. It was subtle at first, just a flicker of motion, but Diego saw it clearly. The puppet's eyelids twitched, and then slowly, its eyes moved. It was looking directly at him. Diego's heart skipped a beat. His mouth went dry. He couldn't tear his gaze away from the puppet. It was impossible, wasn't it? A puppet couldn't blink, couldn't move on its own. But this one had, and it hadn't just blinked. It had looked at him. The figure on the stage remained still for a few moments, and Diego's mind raced. Was this part of the performance? A special effect? A trick? But there was something in the puppet's eyes that felt far too real. It wasn't acting. It wasn't just part of the show. The puppet was alive, or at least, it seemed to be, and it was aware of him. The performance continued, but Diego was no longer able to focus on the story unfolding before him. He kept glancing at the puppet, trying to understand what he had just seen. But every time he looked, it remained unmoving, staring into the distance, as if nothing had happened, as if the puppet was just that, a puppet. But the unease gnawed at Diego, growing stronger with every passing minute. As the final act approached, the lights dimmed further, casting long shadows across the stage. The puppets danced, their movements becoming increasingly erratic. The atmosphere grew heavier, and Diego could almost feel the weight of something ancient, something sinister, pressing down on the room. When the final curtain fell, the audience erupted into applause, but Diego remained motionless in his seat. His hands clenched around the armrests as he tried to make sense of what he had witnessed. The rest of the crowd stood, smiling and clapping, completely enraptured by the show. They hadn't seen what he had seen. They hadn't felt the icy chill that now seemed to hang in the air. As the audience filed out of the theater, Elias appeared once again at the edge of the stage. He gave a slow, almost imperceptible bow, his eyes scanning the room. Then, his gaze fell on Diego. "Ah, you," Elias said, his voice soft, almost a whisper, yet clear as day. "I knew you would come back." Diego froze, his blood turning cold. How could Elias have known? He hadn't made a sound, hadn't moved an inch since the show had ended. And yet, Elias had singled him out, almost as if he had been waiting for him. "You were unsettled by the performance, weren't you?" Elias continued, his tone almost playful. "But don't worry, you're not the first to be disturbed. The puppets have a way of affecting people." Diego swallowed hard, trying to steady his racing thoughts. "What are they?" "The puppets. They're not like any I've seen before. They're too real." Elias smiled, a dark, enigmatic smile that made Diego's skin crawl. "Ah, yes. They're not just puppets, not in the way you think. But perhaps you would like to learn more. Come. There's a gathering after the show, a private event for those who wish to understand everything." Without waiting for a response, Elias turned and disappeared into the shadows behind the stage. Diego hesitated. Every instinct screamed at him to leave, to run far away from this place. But his curiosity, his insatiable desire to know the truth, pushed him forward. He had to know. He followed Elias backstage, his heart pounding in his chest. What kind of invitation was this? What kind of man was Elias? And what kind of dark power did he wield over the puppets? The answers, Diego knew, were waiting for him at the gathering. But something told him that once he crossed the threshold, there would be no turning back. Chapter 3. Behind the Curtains. Diego couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. The puppet that had looked at him during the performance, the one that blinked, had unsettled him far more than he cared to admit. It wasn't just the puppet's lifelike movements that bothered him. It was the way they seemed to watch, to observe, as if they were conscious of the audience, of the room itself. And the more Diego thought about it, the more he realized that there was something far darker happening behind the scenes. His mind raced with questions he couldn't ignore. How could these puppets move like that? How could they blink and even look at him? The unsettling feeling gnawed at him, urging him to learn more, to uncover whatever Elias was hiding. The whispers of those who had been to the theater, the rumors that the performances were not just for show. They were warnings, or worse, a part of something far more sinister, had started to form a chilling picture in Diego's mind. He knew one thing: he couldn't let it go. He had to see what lay behind the curtains, beyond the illusion of the stage. That night, Diego returned to the theater, more determined than ever. His heart pounded in his chest as he approached the old building once again. The streets were quiet, the city's usual noise muted under the cloak of a creeping fog. As he walked through the decaying doors, Diego felt the weight of the darkness inside pressing in on him, but he didn't hesitate. The building was eerily silent. The only sounds were his own footsteps echoing through the hallways as he moved through the shadows. The smell of old wood, dust, and something more unpleasant lingered in the air. The temperature seemed to drop with each step he took deeper into the theater. It was as if the building itself was alive, waiting for him, watching him. He made his way to the backstage area, where the walls were lined with faded tapestries and old props. There, hidden away from the public eye, were the true secrets of El Teatro de las Sombras. Diego's breath caught in his throat as he noticed that several doors were slightly ajar, leading into dark rooms he couldn't fully see. The atmosphere in these hallways was thick, suffocating. He felt as though every corner was hiding something he wasn't meant to see. It didn't take long for him to find an unguarded door at the end of a narrow corridor. Quietly, he slipped inside, his pulse quickening as he found himself in what appeared to be a small storage room. The space was dimly lit, with shadows stretching long across the walls. But it wasn't the darkness that immediately caught his attention. It was the vitrines. Row upon row of glass display cases lined the room, each one holding a puppet. But these weren't just ordinary puppets. They were lifelike, more so than any puppet Diego had ever seen. They stood in poses as though frozen mid-performance, their wooden faces frozen in expressions ranging from sorrow to joy to terror. But as he studied them more closely, a creeping unease spread through him. These puppets weren't simply representations of characters or stories. They felt alive. The detail in their faces was haunting, too perfect, too realistic for mere carved figures. Diego could see the veins in their hands, the lines of their clothing, and the slight shine in their eyes that seemed to reflect the dim light of the room. He approached one of the nearest cases cautiously. It was a young woman, her porcelain face delicate and almost beautiful in its stillness. But as Diego moved closer, he felt an odd sensation, a prickling at the back of his neck. He couldn't help but stare into her eyes, and it was as if she stared back at him, as though trapped in the glass, unable to break free. Her gaze was vacant, yet filled with an emotion that made Diego's stomach twist in a knot. His breath caught in his throat, and he backed away quickly, his heart racing. But as he turned to leave, something caught his eye from the corner of the room. It was a figure that didn't belong. A man. He stood alone, separated from the other puppets. His glass case was cracked, and the figure inside was different from the rest. His clothing was tattered and stained, and his face, his real human face, was contorted in an expression of agony. His eyes were wide open, locked in a stare of pure terror, and his mouth was frozen in a silent scream. The figure seemed to be struggling to escape, but the glass around him held him captive. Diego took an involuntary step forward, his hand reaching out toward the glass. He felt drawn to the figure, compelled to understand who he was, what had happened to him. He had never seen a puppet like this before. This wasn't just a marionette. It was a man, or had been a man. The sight of the figure filled Diego with a cold, sickening sense of dread. This was no mere prop. This was a human being, or at least had been. The puppet's expression was so real, so agonizing, that it felt like it was alive, or had once been. Diego couldn't tear his eyes away. The more he stared, the more he felt as though the figure was reaching out to him, trapped behind the glass. His mind raced. Was this a puppet that had somehow been transformed? Had Elias done this to him? And if so, why? What kind of twisted magic, what kind of dark power could turn a human being into a puppet, freeze them in this state of torment? Diego's heart pounded in his chest, and the weight of his suspicions grew heavier with each passing second. Something was terribly wrong here. The puppets, the performances, everything. It was all part of a twisted, dangerous ritual. But what was the true nature of Elias's power? How had he come to control these souls? And what was his ultimate goal? As Diego stood frozen in front of the man's glass case, a sudden noise echoed through the hallway. Footsteps. Quick, deliberate steps. Someone was coming. Panicking, Diego quickly stepped back, his heart hammering in his chest. He glanced around the room for an escape, but saw none. The door he had entered through was too far away, and the footsteps were growing closer. His only option was to hide. Diego rushed toward a darkened corner, crouching low and holding his breath as the footsteps drew nearer. The last thing he wanted was to be caught snooping around. He needed answers, but not at the cost of his own safety. A figure appeared in the doorway. It was Elias, his tall silhouette framed by the dim light from the hallway. He stepped into the room with slow, deliberate movements, his eyes scanning the puppets as if checking on his collection. Diego held his breath, praying he wouldn't be noticed. Elias paused in front of the case that held the man, no, the puppet, and stared at it for a long moment. His expression remained unreadable. Then, without a word, he turned and walked away, his footsteps echoing as he disappeared back into the hallway. As the door closed behind him, Diego exhaled, his body trembling with adrenaline. He had been so close to being caught. But now, more than ever, he knew that something was terribly wrong behind the curtains of El Teatro de las Sombras. What Elias was doing with his puppets was far darker than anything Diego had ever imagined. And he couldn't stop now. He had to find out more. Chapter 4. The Whispers of the Fabric. The chill in the theater was pervasive, settling into the very bones of the building. Diego couldn't shake the images of the puppets, especially the distorted man whose agony had been frozen behind glass. His mind wouldn't release the thoughts of the puppets, their eyes, their unnatural lifelike movements. He began to see them everywhere, staring at him from the corners of his thoughts. Something in the theater was making him lose his grip on reality, pulling him deeper into its dark, twisting grip. The whispers in the darkness grew louder each time Diego ventured into the theater. At first, he thought it was his imagination, echoes of the past, perhaps, or the wind finding its way through the cracks in the building. But the more time he spent there, the more he realized the whispers weren't coming from the walls. They were coming from the puppets. They seemed to hum in the silence, a soft, unintelligible murmur that seemed to resonate deep in his chest. They were not simply made of fabric and wood. No, they were vessels of something far darker, something more ancient and terrible. Diego's skin prickled every time he stood near them, a shiver crawling down his spine. He tried to ignore it, to focus on the task at hand, understanding what was happening behind the curtains, what Elias had done to the people trapped in those glass cases. One night, while wandering through the backstage area once again, Diego found himself standing in front of the room where the puppets were stored. The low murmur from within the storage area was louder than ever, a strange cacophony of hushed voices that seemed to call out to him, begging him to listen, to understand. His curiosity got the best of him, and he opened the door slowly, almost hesitantly. Inside, the room was even darker than he remembered. The faint light from the hallway barely reached the far corners. The puppets stood frozen in their glass cages, their wooden limbs and painted faces locked in place. But the whispering, that strange sound, grew stronger. It was unmistakable now. Voices, soft but clear, speaking to him from the shadows. He stepped closer, trying to make out the words, but they were all tangled together, a hissing, incoherent murmur. As his eyes traveled across the glass cases, he noticed something he hadn't before. Faint, subtle movements within the puppets. Their chests rose and fell, as if they were breathing, as though they were alive. Suddenly, one of the puppets, the same young woman he had seen earlier, moved. Her head tilted slightly, her eyes shifting to look directly at him. Diego's breath caught in his throat. She blinked once, and he froze, his mind racing. The whispers seemed to grow louder, now more distinct, more urgent. "Help! Help me!" came a voice, barely a whisper, but clear enough to send a chill down his spine. It was the woman. The voice was soft and fragile, but there was desperation in it, like someone trapped inside, unable to escape. Who are you?" Diego whispered, leaning closer to the glass. His heart was pounding in his chest. What is happening here? The woman's eyes seemed to widen, her lips parted as if she wanted to speak, but nothing came out. The whispering intensified, now joined by other voices, all clamoring to be heard. A chorus of agonized cries, trapped and muffled by the glass. "Please, we're trapped," another voice pleaded, this one deeper, more malevolent. Diego recoiled, his breath coming in ragged gasps. The realization hit him with a brutal force. These weren't just puppets. They were people, real, living people who had somehow been turned into these grotesque figures, their voices stolen and trapped within their bodies. Their souls, their consciousness, were alive but imprisoned, frozen in these wooden forms. Desperation and horror gripped Diego's chest as he backed away from the cases, his legs unsteady. The air around him grew thick, as if the room itself were alive, pulsing with the energy of these trapped souls. And then, as if by some unspoken command, all the voices fell silent. The room was once again still, the puppets unmoving, their painted eyes staring at nothing. It was then that Diego heard a sound from behind him, a door creaking open. He turned quickly, and standing in the doorway was an elderly man, hunched with age, his hair thin and white. His face was lined with years of hard work, but there was something else in his eyes, a deep, knowing sadness. Diego hadn't seen him before, but something about the man made him feel like he was part of the theater's long, dark history. "You should leave," the old man said quietly, his voice raspy but firm. "You don't belong here." Diego hesitated, still shaken by what he had just witnessed, but the need to know more, to understand, overpowered his fear. "I need to know what's going on," Diego said, his voice trembling. These puppets, they're not what they seem. I've heard them speak. They're people, aren't they?" The old man didn't flinch, his eyes darkening with recognition. He stepped into the room slowly, his gaze falling on the glass cases as he sighed heavily. They were people, yes, but now they are bound to Elias. Diego swallowed hard, his mind racing to process the revelation. Bound? But how? What did Elias do to them? The old man looked at him, his eyes full of sorrow. Elias didn't always used to be like this. He was a gifted puppeteer, the best in his time. He could make his marionettes dance, speak, even breathe. But his ambition grew darker with every passing year. He became obsessed with creating the perfect performance, one that would never end. So, he sought the help of something far darker than the art of puppetry. The old man's voice dropped to a whisper, as if afraid of being overheard. He found a way to bind souls to his puppets. He used a dark spell, a forbidden magic that could transfer a person's life force into the body of a puppet. Once bound, the soul could never escape. Elias traded his humanity for this power, and with every new puppet, he grew stronger. But it comes at a cost. Every time he performs, he must offer a new soul to the strings, to keep his puppets alive, to keep his art eternal. Diego stood frozen, his mind reeling. A new soul? Every time he performs? The old man nodded grimly. Yes, that's why the theater never closes. He needs a new puppet to replace the old ones. It's a never-ending cycle. Diego felt sick to his stomach. So, the people he's turned into puppets, they're trapped. Forever. The old man's eyes met his face grave. Forever. Until someone can break the curse. But that's not easy. Elias is too powerful now. The last puppet he made, it was the strongest one yet. He's using the souls of the ones he's trapped to fuel his magic. And with every performance, the spell grows tighter. The longer they remain in the puppets, the harder it becomes to free them. Diego's heart sank. The truth was too much to bear. He had stumbled into something far darker than he had ever imagined. But there was no going back now. He couldn't ignore the souls trapped behind the glass, pleading for release. "I have to stop him," Diego whispered to himself, more certain than ever. "I have to save them." The old man's eyes softened. "You can try, but be careful. Elias is not a man anymore. He's something else, something more than human. He will stop at nothing to keep his art alive." Diego took a deep breath, his resolve hardening. There was no turning back now. He had to face Elias and end the puppet master's reign of terror, once and for all. Chapter 5. The Mortal Discovery. The walls of the theater seemed to close in on Diego as he made his way deeper into its shadowed corridors. His footsteps echoed in the silence, the only sound in a building that had long ceased to hum with the excitement of the crowd. He could feel the weight of every corner he turned, the oppressive atmosphere heavy with secrets he had no choice but to uncover. The old man's warnings rang in his ears, but his determination was unwavering. There was no turning back now. He had to confront the truth, to discover exactly what Elias had done and why. The hidden chamber, the one he had overheard whispers about during his time sneaking around the theater, was not far from where he had previously discovered the puppet storage room. It was tucked behind a false wall, disguised as just another corridor in the labyrinth of backstage rooms. Diego had spent the last several days meticulously piecing together the movements of the staff, waiting for the right moment to slip away, unnoticed. That moment had arrived. With a steady hand, Diego pushed open the heavy wooden door, which creaked loudly in protest. Inside, the air was thick and suffocating, as though it had been sealed off from the rest of the theater for years. The room was dimly lit, but the faint glow of light from his flashlight revealed the objects within. Rows upon rows of glass cases, each one containing a puppet. But these weren't the puppets that Diego had seen on the stage. These were different. They were far more disturbing. The puppets in the cases before him were not just inanimate dolls. They were grotesque, twisted versions of people. The faces, though marred by the rigidity of the wooden bodies, were unmistakably human. Some were young, others old, each one frozen in a lifeless pose. But what chilled Diego to his core wasn't the unnatural stillness of the puppets. It was the expression on their faces, frozen in fear, agony, or despair, as though they were aware of their own entrapment. He stepped closer to one of the glass cases, his breath catching in his throat. A woman, no older than 30, stood motionless inside. Her face was beautifully carved, with delicate features, but her expression, her eyes, though empty, seemed to hold something far darker, a pain that could never be erased. Diego's stomach churned, and he instinctively backed away, a wave of nausea rising within him. He glanced around the room. Each case seemed to hold a different victim, their features captured in perfect, terrifying detail. Their frozen bodies were arranged as though they had been posed for some grotesque performance, each one trapped in a macabre tableau of despair. The room seemed to pulse with an unsettling energy, as if the souls of the victims were still present, lingering just beneath the surface. But there was one case, near the far wall, that caught his attention above all the others. Unlike the others, which were arranged carefully in neat rows, this one was almost hidden from view. Its glass was foggy, and the figure inside appeared distorted, as though it had been hastily thrown into the case. Intrigued, Diego moved toward it, his hand shaking as he wiped the condensation from the glass. The figure inside was a man, no more than 25. His face was pale, and his eyes were wide open, locked in an eternal stare of terror. Diego's breath caught in his throat when he saw it. The man's eyes were moving. Slowly, subtly, they shifted to meet Diego's gaze. Diego froze, his heart pounding in his chest. This wasn't possible. Puppets didn't move. Puppets didn't blink. He leaned in closer, his pulse quickening with each second that passed. He reached for the glass, his fingers trembling, as though he could somehow break the barrier between them and free the man inside. And then, as though responding to his presence, the figure inside the case opened his mouth, his lips parting in a silent scream. It was a look of pure terror, a cry that could never be heard. The man's body was stiff, frozen in the shape of a puppet, but his eyes were alive. They were desperate, pleading for release. Diego recoiled, his breath coming in ragged gasps. The reality of what he was seeing hit him like a punch to the gut. These weren't just puppets. These were people, real people, trapped in these grotesque, lifeless shells. Elias had done this to them. He had transformed them into these inanimate figures, but their souls, their consciousness, were still alive, forever trapped in a prison of wood and string. Diego stumbled backward, his mind racing. He couldn't breathe. He couldn't think. The voices he had heard earlier, those had been their voices. These were the souls of the people who had been taken by Elias, stolen from the world, and imprisoned in these macabre creations. And with each new performance, Elias needed a new soul to feed his magic, to maintain his power, to keep the puppets alive. Suddenly, the room felt smaller, tighter, as though the walls themselves were closing in on him. The weight of the discovery pressed on his chest like a physical force. These people, these innocent souls, had been condemned to live out their lives in torment, forever trapped in the puppets. And the only way to stop it was to confront Elias, to find a way to destroy the man behind the curse. But as Diego stood in the middle of the room, surrounded by the imprisoned souls, he realized that Elias was far more powerful than he had ever imagined. This wasn't just about one man's greed for immortality. It was something darker, something older, a pact with forces far beyond the realm of the living. Diego's mind reeled as he turned his gaze to the man in the last case. The victim's eyes followed him, full of sorrow and fear. It was as if they were begging him to do something, anything, to free them from their torment. But how could he? He was just one man against a puppeteer, with the power to steal lives and trap souls. He had to find a way. He had to stop Elias before he claimed another life, before someone else became part of his twisted collection of puppets. Just as Diego began to pull himself together, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Well, 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 what do we have here? Diego froze. The voice was smooth, almost sweet, but it sent a cold shiver down his spine. He turned slowly, and there, standing in the doorway, was Elias. His face was calm, but his eyes burned with an intensity that made Diego's blood run cold. I wondered when you'd find your way down here, Elias said, stepping forward with a deliberate slowness. Curiosity has a way of leading people to places they shouldn't go. Diego swallowed hard, his throat dry. What have you done to them? These people, they're alive. They're trapped. Elias smiled, but it wasn't a smile of warmth. It was cold, calculating. Trapped. No, they're part of my art now. They're immortal, bound to their forms for all eternity. They will never age, never wither. They are forever preserved in perfection, dancing to the strings of my will. Diego felt his anger rise, the heat of it surging through his veins. You're stealing their lives. You're keeping them as puppets, slaves to your madness. Elias tilted his head, almost as if considering Diego's words. Stealing their lives? No. I am giving them something far greater than life. I am giving them purpose, eternal purpose. And what's more, I am giving myself the power to never fade, to never grow old. The magic sustains me, feeds me, and every soul I claim only makes me stronger. Diego's mind spun. Elias wasn't just performing for an audience. He was feeding off these souls, keeping them trapped to maintain his own power. Diego realized then that this wasn't a simple curse. This was an obsession, an insatiable hunger for immortality, for power. Diego stepped forward, his fists clenched. I'll stop you. I'll destroy every last one of your puppets. Elias chuckled softly, as though amused. You'll try, but it will do you no good. These puppets are my life now. And as for you, well, I've always found new talent in unexpected places. As Elias stepped forward, Diego realized with horror that the true test had only just begun. Chapter 6. The Rhythm of the Strings. Diego's heart pounded in his chest as he stood face to face with Elias. The puppeteer's calm demeanor, the icy glint in his eyes, made Diego feel like a fly caught in the web of a spider, helpless, doomed to be consumed. Elias's dark smile only deepened Diego's sense of dread, and he could feel the weight of the theater's oppressive atmosphere pressing down on him. This was no longer just a fight for knowledge. This was a battle for his life. "You should have stayed away," Elias said, his voice smooth like silk, but with a chilling undertone. He took a step forward, closing the gap between them. But curiosity, as they say, has a way of leading people to places they're not meant to go. Diego took a step back, his mind racing. Every instinct told him to run, to escape while he still could, but he knew that Elias would never let him go. Not after what he had discovered, not after everything he had seen. You're a monster," Diego spat, his voice hoarse with fear and anger. "What you're doing to these people, it's not art, it's evil." Elias's smile only grew wider, and he chuckled softly, as though Diego had just told him a joke. "Evil? No, my dear boy, you misunderstand. What I've created is a new form of existence, something beyond the constraints of time, beyond the mortal coil. What I do is an act of preservation. I give them immortality." His eyes glinted with a dangerous intensity. In exchange, of course, for something precious. Their souls. Diego's blood ran cold at the implication. His mind was still trying to process the horror of what he had discovered in the puppet storage room. Elias was not just a twisted artist. He was a man who had bargained with forces beyond human comprehension. Forces that allowed him to control the puppets, to trap their souls, and turn them into instruments of his dark power. "The spell, the magic, it's real?" Diego asked, his voice barely a whisper. "You're actually using dark forces to turn people into puppets?" Elias's expression became serious, almost solemn. "It is no simple magic, Diego. It is a pact with powers beyond our world. I have given them a price, and in return, I have achieved something that most mortals can only dream of. Eternal youth, eternal life. My puppets are not mere objects. They are extensions of me, bound by strings, their every movement controlled by my will. They dance for me, and I remain ageless, untouched by time." Diego felt a shiver run down his spine. The very idea of binding a soul to a puppet, of trading someone's life for eternal existence, was enough to make his stomach turn. But it was clear now that Elias was not just a madman. He was something much worse. A man who had transcended humanity, using others as fuel for his insatiable hunger for power. You're killing them," Diego managed to choke out, his throat tight with emotion. "You're stealing their lives to feed your own." Elias took another step closer, and Diego's breath hitched. There was something terrifyingly calm in the way Elias moved, as though he had all the time in the world, something that only deepened Diego's sense of doom. "No, Diego," Elias said, his voice low and soothing, like a lullaby. "I'm not killing them. I'm offering them an opportunity to transcend, to be preserved forever, to become part of my masterpiece. It's a gift, not a curse. And every time I perform, every time I bring a new soul into my collection, the art becomes more powerful, more complete." Diego's eyes narrowed in disbelief. "You're delusional." Elias smiled, a small, knowing smile that made Diego's blood run cold. I'm not delusional. I'm enlightened. The puppeteer's gaze hardened, and he stepped back, his hand sweeping out to indicate the darkened theater around them. You see, Diego, this is not just about preserving the past. It's about controlling the future. Every soul I trap, every puppet I create, becomes part of me. And as the world grows older and weaker, I remain young, powerful. The performance, the show, is just a means to an end. Diego shook his head, his pulse quickening. You're sick. You're using people as tools, slaves, to feed your vanity and your greed. And now you're planning to do the same to me, aren't you? Elias's lips curled into a cruel smile. You're not stupid, Diego. No. I'm afraid you'll make a perfect addition to my collection. The air between them seemed to grow colder, and Diego's heart began to race. He could feel it then, the tightening of an invisible noose around his neck, as if something unseen was pulling him toward Elias, pulling him into the darkness of his scheme. Every step he took to retreat felt like a step into an inevitable trap. He couldn't escape. Without warning, Elias reached into the folds of his costume and pulled out a set of thin silver strings. They shimmered in the low light, like threads of spider silk. Diego's eyes widened in horror as he saw the strings, realizing what they were. The strings that controlled the puppets. You see, Diego, Elias said, his voice soft but insidious. It's not just about the magic. It's about control. Everything in this theater, every soul, every puppet, moves according to my will. And you, my dear boy, have already begun to dance to my tune. You've felt it, haven't you? The pull of the strings, the rhythm of the performance. Diego's body tensed as he felt the pull of something invisible, as though a hand was guiding his every movement, as though he were already caught in the web of Elias's dark magic. It was subtle at first, but now it was undeniable. He was trapped, not physically, but mentally, spiritually. The air around him seemed to thicken, and the strings, the same silver threads that controlled the puppets, seemed to wrap around him, invisible but inescapable. I can see it in your eyes, Elias continued, his voice laced with satisfaction. You're already beginning to understand. You can feel it now, can't you? The rhythm of the strings, the dance. Diego's breath became shallow as he tried to fight against the invisible forces pulling him forward, but it was futile. His movements became sluggish, his body stiffening, like the marionettes he had seen on the stage. He was losing control. He could feel it now, the unrelenting pressure of the strings tightening around his limbs, constricting his every movement. His body was no longer his own. Elias! Diego gasped, panic seeping into his voice. Stop it! I won't be your puppet! But Elias only smiled, a dark glimmer in his eyes. It's too late for that, Diego. You're already mine. And when the next show begins, when the curtain rises, you'll step onto that stage as a part of my collection. Just another soul to feed the art. Another puppet to dance to my tune. The room spun around Diego as he felt himself falling deeper into the trap. The rhythm of the strings grew louder, like the beat of a heartbeat that he could not escape. He was slipping, losing himself to the darkness, and there was nothing he could do to stop it. Elias moved toward him, the silver strings in his hands glinting like weapons. You'll make an excellent addition, Diego. Just one more soul to perfect the performance. Just one more step, and you will join the others. Diego's thoughts raced. He couldn't let this happen. He had to break free. But as he looked into Elias's eyes, He realized with horrifying clarity, he might be the next to be trapped, the next to become part of the Twisted Puppeteer's eternal collection. The next show was scheduled for tomorrow, and if Diego didn't act fast, he would never leave this place as a man again. He would become another puppet, trapped in the rhythm of Elias's dark, unending performance. Chapter 7. The Final Act. The theater was dark, the velvet curtains hanging like a shroud over the stage. The air was thick with anticipation, the murmur of the audience rising like a low hum as they took their seats, eager for the performance to begin. Diego stood backstage, his heart pounding in his chest, his mind racing. He had to escape. He had to warn them. But how? How could he possibly make anyone believe what was happening here? Elias had been right. The invisible strings were tightening, wrapping around his limbs, pulling at him like a puppet caught in the hands of a master. Diego could feel it with every passing second. The pull, the weight of the magic that controlled him. He was running out of time. The show was starting, and soon it would be too late for him. Desperation clawed at him. He couldn't just stand by and let this happen. He couldn't allow the audience to become part of this twisted performance, to fall under Elias's control, like all the others before them. But how could he stop it? How could he warn them when every movement felt like it was being dictated by some unseen force? He clenched his fists, willing himself to break free. But the harder he fought, the tighter the strings seemed to pull. His muscles were stiffening, his joints aching, as if his body was slowly turning to stone. It was like being trapped in a nightmare, where every effort to escape only drew him deeper into the web of Elias's control. The sound of the audience's chatter faded as the stage lights flickered on. The curtain began to rise, and Diego's breath caught in his throat. He had no choice now. He was part of the show. There was no way out. The theater had claimed him, just as it had claimed the others before him. The stage appeared as if it had come to life, the set glowing with an eerie, ethereal light. The puppets, no, the people, stood in place, frozen, like characters in a dream that had gone too far. Diego's eyes scanned the stage, the faces of the actors and actresses, a blur of panic and confusion. He had seen them all before. They were the ones Elias had turned into his puppets, their souls trapped in wooden forms, performing for an audience that had no idea they were witnessing a macabre tragedy. And now, he was one of them. The realization hit him with a crushing force. He was no longer an observer. He was part of the performance, bound by the same dark magic that had stolen the lives of the others. His body began to move without his consent, his limbs jerking like those of the marionettes he had once watched in horror. He tried to scream, to shout, to warn the audience, but no sound escaped his lips. It was as though an invisible hand had clamped down on his mouth, forcing him into silence. He tried to fight it. He fought with everything he had, every ounce of his willpower, every instinct telling him to break free. But it was no use. His body was not his own. The strings had tightened their grip, and no matter how hard he struggled, he could not escape their pull. The performance unfolded around him, and for a moment, Diego couldn't tell where the real world ended and the illusion began. The actors, his fellow puppets, moved in perfect synchrony, their movements fluid and unnatural, as though they were all part of some grand design. The audience, completely captivated, watched in rapt attention, unaware that they were witnessing something much darker than mere entertainment. Diego's body swayed to the rhythm of the performance, his movements becoming more and more rigid. It was like being trapped in a dream, where every motion was a reflection of something that wasn't real. His joints began to lock, his arms stiffening at his sides, and the more he fought against it, the more his body betrayed him. He glanced out into the audience, his eyes pleading for someone, anyone, to notice. But they were lost in the show, their faces glowing with delight, completely oblivious to the horror that was unfolding just beyond their understanding. The theater had become a stage for Elias's dark magic, and Diego was nothing more than a pawn in his twisted game. As the performance continued, Diego could feel his body growing stiffer, more rigid. His breath came in shallow gasps, his chest constricting, as if the very air was being squeezed out of him. It was as though he were becoming a part of the set itself, a lifeless prop, bound to the same cruel fate as the others. His vision blurred as the world around him began to shift. The boundaries between reality and illusion blurred, the walls of the theater stretching and warping. The air grew thick, suffocating, as if the theater itself was consuming him, drawing him deeper into its dark web. The lights dimmed, casting long shadows across the stage. The audience leaned forward, mesmerized, their eyes fixed on the performers. Diego's body jerked involuntarily, his arms and legs moving in mechanical precision, controlled by the invisible strings that Elias had placed upon him. It was then that Diego understood. The line between the real world and this twisted performance had dissolved. He was no longer an individual. He was no longer Diego, the aspiring actor. He was a puppet, a mere marionette, bound to Elias's will, a part of the eternal show that would never end. He could feel the curse taking root inside him, spreading through his body like an insidious poison. It was as if his very soul was being drained, leaving only the empty shell of a puppet behind. His mind screamed for freedom, but his body betrayed him, obeying Elias's dark rhythm without hesitation. For a moment, time seemed to stretch, the seconds dragging on as Diego's consciousness slipped away. He was no longer sure where the performance ended and his own mind began. His body moved, jerked, danced, as if it were someone else entirely. Then, the unthinkable happened. As the music swelled, as the audience cheered, Diego felt something shift inside him, a flicker of resistance, a spark of his former self. It was small, a mere whisper in the dark, but it was enough. For a fleeting moment, he could feel his own will surging back, pushing against the strings that had bound him. He fought against them with every ounce of his strength. It wasn't much, but it was enough to make him aware of the truth. He wasn't entirely lost. He wasn't completely consumed by the curse. There was still a part of him that was free, if only for a moment. But it was fleeting. Before he could act, the strings tightened once more, dragging him back into the performance, forcing him to dance to Elias's cruel rhythm. His body became stiff again, his will crumbling under the weight of the puppeteer's power. The performance reached its climax, the actors on stage moving in perfect unison, their every step a flawless execution of Elias's dark artistry. Diego's body moved with them, his arms lifting, his legs gliding across the stage as if they were not his own. He was no longer an actor. He was a puppet, trapped in a cruel dance, doomed to perform for eternity. And in the audience, no one suspected a thing. They clapped and cheered, lost in the magic of the show, oblivious to the horror that was unfolding before them. As the curtain fell, Diego's mind screamed in silent anguish. He had become a part of the performance, another puppet in Elias's twisted collection, and there was no escape. The final act had begun, and for Diego, it was too late to turn back. Chapter 8. The Puppeteer's Marionette. Diego's heart pounded in his chest, each beat sounding like a drum echoing through the silent void of his mind. He could feel the strings, the invisible cords of Elias's control, tightening around him with every passing moment. His limbs were no longer his own. Every movement, every gesture, was dictated by the puppeteer's will. He had become a marionette, a puppet with no strings of his own, bound to the twisted whims of the man who had created this nightmare. As the performance continued, Diego's mind screamed in rebellion. But the more he tried to resist, the more his body betrayed him. His arms jerked into position, his legs moved in sync with the rest of the cast. His body was no longer his to command. His every step, every breath, was controlled by Elias's dark power. Diego could feel his autonomy slipping away, like sand running through his fingers. He struggled, trying to break free from the pull of Elias's control, but it was futile. His body moved without him. His muscles stiffened and jerked in time with the rhythm of the show, his every movement an extension of the puppeteer's will. His mind screamed out for freedom, for the chance to fight back, but it was as if his very thoughts were being drowned out by the sinister pull of the strings. For a fleeting moment, Diego's thoughts turned to the past, to the day he first arrived at the theater, filled with ambition and dreams of becoming a great actor. Now, those dreams felt distant, like a